A boy harbors three supreme deities within him. The ancient dragon king, who devours all things. The undying boarhound who hears all under heaven. The lord of shadows who commands the night. When these three powers exist in one body simultaneously, what kind of legend will be born? At only 10 years old, Jean already displayed astonishing talent. Even when facing the fierce assault of an 8-star knight, he held his own. But he was framed by villains and cursed from within, labeled a cripple, shunned by his clan. In the Recap clan, where swordsmanship reigns supreme, there's only one fate for such failure: exile and severed ties. While wandering alone, Jean met the most important teacher of his life, who helped him uncover a magical power deemed forbidden by his clan. During one magic experiment, Jean accidentally connected with the legendary Temple of Shadows. In an instant, he was engulfed in endless void. Everywhere he looked, only unending darkness. At that moment, a heavy and ancient figure appeared behind him. When he turned, a vast, indescribable being was gazing directly at him. I am the master of all shadows. Soul Red, Jean Runkade. As the god of shadows, I shall make the final In the future, you'll not only wield weapons of darkness, but also become immune to all curses. But then, Sword's brow furrowed. His contract bearer was already cursed. A curse named Wayward Binding. It seals all sword talent of those afflicted. For someone born into the Recap clan like Jean, it was a torment beyond words. Without another word, Soul Red reached into the heart of the curse. From this moment on, all curses shall be nullified for you. Jean Runkade, you shall become an unparalleled magic swordsman. I'll be watching. With that, Jean left the Shadow God's domain. Once back home, he rushed to test what had happened. He picked up the long-abandoned sword and sprinted to the open ground outside. The moment he drew the blade, it felt like an extension of his body. Sword aura flowed from his hand to the blade's tip. Each strike pushed him into a new realm. Then Jean cast thunder magic, infusing it into the blade. The fusion of sword aura and thunder burst forth. Even space itself was torn apart. The shame once tied to his name vanished. It was time to reclaim his former glory. But what Jean didn't, every move he made was being watched by a distant knight. Suddenly, the earth shook violently. With a thunderous explosion, Jean was buried beneath the rubble of his collapsed home. The chaotic crowd nearby, none came to his rescue. Jean looked out in despair. Why give me hope? Only to make me die in agony. Am I destined never to rise to greatness? Even the power of shadows I just gained, I haven't even used it yet. Just like that, Jean died in hatred, bathed in his own blood. When he opened his eyes again, everything before him looked strangely familiar. His old nurse Gilly, long dead, was smiling warmly. I've been reborn, back to the clan's grasping ceremony. Staring at the divine sword Barasada at the courtyard center, Jean chose it again, without hesitation. Amid gasps of astonishment, his gaze grew resolute. This life, I will reach the summit of the world. And so, the clan's grasping ceremony concluded. The clan leader ordered the children be taken to Hurricane City. According to family rules, no Runkade child And so begins Jean's 6th year of study here, marking the next chapter of his journey. Kuping. The peaceful life was shattered by a piercing scream. A disfigured dead pigeon was thrown into his room. However, in this castle, the only ones who would do something so childish were his twin brothers, who loved bullying him in his past life. Sure enough, the next second, the two appeared in the room, hurling insults at Jean without restraint. But Jean's eyes were full of sorrow. In their past life, after becoming vanguards, they turned into infamous murderous maniacs. At first, he thought it was the family's brutal training that changed their personalities. But to his surprise, even at 9 years old, they slaughtered innocent birds just to torment him. The two of them laughed maniacally at their work, but that still wasn't enough for them. One of them suddenly swung a fist at Jean. Unexpectedly, Jean grabbed it. With disbelief in his brother's eyes, Jean stared coldly at him, his inner energy wrapping tightly around Haitona's right arm, rendering him immobile. Then came a punch straight to Haitona's chin. The sudden attack frightened Daytona nearby. Before he could react, Jean's fist, wrapped in inner energy, landed a superhuman punch that sent Daytona flying. From this moment on, I won't tolerate them anymore. Just as Jean's shadow energy dispersed, Castle Guard Kane, hearing the noise, rushed into the room. Seeing the two brothers collapsed on the ground, he hurriedly asked what had happened. Jean replied coldly. They suddenly started fighting each other, and ended up both getting beaten down. Do I need to repeat myself? Hearing their pain groans, Kane stood up to take them to the infirmary, but was coldly stopped by me. Come with me. They have somewhere else to go. Then the two were thrown into the stormy courtyard. Just as Jean was about to leave, Kane called out, Young Master Jean, are you really leaving them here? The storm is about to get worse. Hearing that, I looked at him coldly. They need to truly understand what they did wrong. A bone-chilling aura surged over Kane's head. He dared not argue, and silently watched Jean leave. Standing in the heavy rain, his gaze never left him. The aura Jean just released was definitely not righteous energy. Could it be the forbidden demonic aura of the family? Thinking this, he hesitated no longer, and immediately ordered a horse prepared, rushing off into the distance. Meanwhile, Jean stood silently at the window, watching quietly. Just as he expected, Kane was not only their knight, but also their monitor. and now that he suspected I used magic, he would surely rush to report to the Patriarch. Thanks to the contract with the God of Shadows, he wasn't marked by the curse of lost recognition. Jean's first step toward the summit was the arrival of his father. At the same time, after hearing Kane's report, the Patriarch immediately summoned 7 vanguards and led 300 elite knights, marching toward Hurricane City. He wanted to personally confirm what was happening there. This sudden move made the vanguards speculate. Which brother could make father take such drastic action? Then they remembered 6 years ago. During the ceremonial grab, Jean chose the Patriarch's sword. But even so, there was no need for father to go see him personally. Luna, the first vanguard, raised her hand and warned, "We must not speculate about father's intentions." This only made Mary's curiosity peak. Is Jean really that impressive? Soon, they arrived at Hurricane City. The fearsome Death Knights lined up in formation, welcoming the Patriarch's arrival. But what the Tana brothers didn't expect was, the first thing their father did was ask them what they did wrong. But neither of them felt they were at fault. Instead, they placed all the blame on Jean. He used magic deemed forbidden by the clan. He should have been executed on the spot by the Inquisition Knights. The vanguard one, Yin, shook his head beside them. At once, the clan leader scolded them to silence. "Sons, remember this. If you act this way, you will not survive in the Runkade clan. Bring Jean to see me." Only after meeting his father for the first time did Jean truly understand why his father was considered the strongest man alive. He was the only one to reach the demigod level as a holy knight. To ensure the clan's prosperity, he had abandoned most human emotions. He became someone obsessed with the clan's rise above all else. In my previous life, without sword talent, I was invisible in my father's eyes. But this time, it's different. This life, I won't be looked down on by anyone. The moment Jean opened the door, countless blatant, piercing stares came at him from all directions. Jean knelt respectfully on one knee before the clan leader. Wen Yin, the clan leader, looked slightly surprised. "Why do you call me clan leader instead of father?" Jean raised his head and replied firmly. "Over 100 family members have gathered today, including the clan's strongest vanguard and several guardian knights. So I deduce, you're here in your capacity as clan leader." His composed response caught the attention of Vanguard Luna. She acknowledged this unfamiliar younger brother. Even the clan leader was very pleased. "However, I came to Hurricane City today for personal reasons, so call me father instead." Then the clan leader repeated the question he had just asked the Tana brothers. "In your conflict with them, what did they do wrong?" Jean clenched his fist tightly. At that moment, an unprecedented confidence appeared on his face. Their mistake was not retaliating thoroughly. As members of the Runkade clan, we must always return what we receive, be it hatred or kindness. This principle of vengeance repaid left the clan leader momentarily silent. Then he ordered everyone except Jean to leave. At the moment the command was issued, the knights murmured among themselves. The young master passed the clan leader's test? This left them all stunned. Once everyone had left, the clan leader revealed the true purpose of his visit. The Runkade clan views magic as a disgrace, but the Tana brothers said, "You used a special power. Once someone uses magic, they can no longer reach the peak of swordsmanship. So what exactly was that power? If it's magical power, I absolutely will not forgive you." Hearing this, Jean gave a faint smile. The power of the shadow god Soul Red is neither righteous, nor is it magic. Even he doesn't know what it is. Then, dark energy swirled in Jean's hand, cold, searing, and eerie flames emerging. "So please, The sight left the clan leader wide-eyed. He didn't expect Jean to not only be chosen by the clan blade, but also form a contract with the shadow god Soul Red and obtain the Shadow Pact. Could it be? Jean is truly destined to lead the clan to glory. 500 years ago, the shadow god signed a pact with the first clan leader. Together, they founded the Runkade clan. But ever since the first clan leader died, no one in the clan could contact the shadow god again. Not even the current clan leader knows why. But one thing is certain. The shadow god has returned to the clan, and Jean is the turning point. Jean curiously asked his father, "Is the shadow god even stronger than you?" His father, Wen Yin, paused to think. "I've never crossed blades with a god, so I can't give you an answer." His calm words carried the pride of an unshakable warrior, truly worthy of the title, truly worthy of the strongest man's response at the time. Then father gently placed his hand on Jean's head. "Who asked?" "An innocent one. It stirred the peace I've held for 30 years. Seems coming to see you today was the right choice. Now it's my turn to ask, how do you intend to use the weapon?" To test his own theory, Jean spoke words against his true will. "I wanted to serve the family." Father paused in thought after hearing that, then burst into hearty laughter. "That's quite an amusing lie. You used shadow gear to defeat your brothers, then tossed them into the storm. And now you say you want shadow gear to serve the family? I'll forgive that ignorant lie. Now speak your true thoughts." Jean's clenched fists trembled uncontrollably. As expected, he couldn't fool father. He then said coldly, "I want the shadow gear to serve me." Father's eagle-like eyes examined him repeatedly. "I'm very pleased with your answer. I'll be watching closely. Looking forward to the moment you reach the world's peak." With that, he left the hall. At that moment, Jean's barely supported body could no longer. Joy involuntarily spilled across his face. "I passed the test. My original goal was just to use shadow power openly, bravely. I never expected to gain father's expectations. Unlike the invisible man of my past life. This time, Jean has a brighter future. Before he left, Mary handed Jean a heavy box and told him to finish it all, then hurry and become stronger. Jean was shocked the moment he opened the box. Even his 8-star ranked nanny covered her mouth. It was a phoenix heart. And she actually gave it to an 8-year-old child, truly worthy of her madwoman title. In the outside world, Mary, the 7th vanguard of the family, is known as a storm on the southern continent. The day she became a family vanguard, her life for a life, bloodthirsty swordplay, became the South's nightmare. Addicted to battle, she was telling him, hurry up and get stronger. Become my rival. After eating the phoenix heart, it not only gave Jean fire resistance, but also accelerated his growth. But most importantly, it's the key requirement for mages to safely summon a phoenix. Maybe in this life, Jean really can summon a phoenix. Soon, the nanny brought out the cooked phoenix. But just as he was about to eat it, 2 drooling brothers appeared behind him. After being discovered, they nonchalantly said, Jean, can't finish it all, right? We saw the nanny brought a huge pot. You guys want some? The Tana brothers nodded furiously. Then help me with something first. The 2 of them grabbed shovels and started digging a tunnel, just for a taste of phoenix soup. Unexpectedly, they actually dug through 10 meters of earth. Jean kept his word. He turned to the table and said, I've set aside your share. But when the Tana brothers saw it, their faces turned pitch black. After a full day's work, it was only a single spoonful. I only promised you could taste it, not how much you'd get. The Tana brothers had to grit their teeth and swallow it, saying only thanks. Jean ignored the pouring rain and rushed into the tunnel, arriving at a stone wall. With a wall this thick, a single heart magic spell would break it easily. Jean gathered reckless magic power in his palm, his body swirling with violent energy, and struck toward the wall. In an instant, the explosive magic force shattered the stone wall. The sight before him made Jean ecstatic. He had finally found the Runkade family's secret archive. In his previous life, by chance, he had heard from his brother about the key to unlocking the Runkade's hidden vault, the Gate of Wisdom's Convergence. Jean placed his hand over his chest. The son of the Runkade clan comes to pay respects to Alakai. The moment he spoke, the ancient and heavy gate slowly creaked open. Inside were the clan's secret legacies preserved for 1,000 years. They came from clans destroyed by Runkade. Only Runkade vanguards were permitted entry here. No one else qualified. But the moment Jean stepped into the archive, what he saw left him stunned. At the center of the archive lay a man sealed in black aura. Looking closely, he noticed faint scales on the man's body. Was he not human? At that thought, Jean suddenly remembered the ancient greeting he just uttered. The son of the Runkade clan comes to pay respects to Alakai. This man before him was the legendary Shadow. He had been defeated by the first clan leader 1,000 years ago and had slumbered ever since. To think that the legend was real. After staring for a moment, Jean turned to leave. Finding the secret manuscripts came first, but at the exact moment he turned, if someone had looked closely, they would have seen Alakai's finger twitch ever so slightly. Though the books appeared disorganized, Jean had already planned his approach beforehand. He would start with the archives of the once-renowned Kun clan. The material was considered 3-star theory level, still difficult for, but he was confident he'd master it in 7 days. To take any manuscript out of the archive, he'd have to transcribe it by hand. If one tried to smuggle the book out, it would turn to dust the moment they crossed the gate. Days passed quickly. While Jean was diligently copying the 3rd book, hurried footsteps echoed in the distance. He stood up at once, tense. Cautiously, he peered through the window to investigate. But what he didn't know was that a dark figure was already outside the door, glaring at him. Who are you? When he saw the person's face, Jean stood frozen in place. Alakai, who never awakened in his past life, was now standing before him, looking into the dragon's cold and merciless eyes. Jean felt more nervous than ever. I must stay calm. He's the clan's guardian dragon. As long as I act respectfully and behave like a child, he shouldn't do anything to me. A son of the Runkade clan greets the guardian. But upon hearing that, the dragon's face darkened, and he roared in fury. You call me a guardian? Who gave you the right to label me that? Those damn Runkades. Teaching such nonsense to your children. But I can't get mad at a clueless brat. After venting, Alakai slumped down in frustration. I woke up because I smelled something pleasant, but it turned out to be just a little brat. He looked up at Jean, and suddenly leaned in close. Why does your body emit the scent of shadow essence? Even though I've been asleep for thousands of years, I know that scent well. It belongs only to Saward's contractors. Hearing this, Jean understood. Could it be that Alakai awoke because of my shadow essence? If that's the case, then let me test Lord Alakai. Is this the shadow artifact you spoke of? Alakai, still sniffing around, froze instantly upon seeing it. He stared in disbelief at Jean and the faint shadow artifact in his hand. He collapsed in sorrow. You, the one destined by our 1,000-year pact. You're just a snot-nosed kid. But reality was right in front of him. No matter how much Alakai resisted, it was true. He slumped further, hopeless. I made a pact with Soulred that the first shadow artifact bearer to appear after 1,000 years would be my next contractor. And now, that contractor turns out to be you. You will one day fight alongside the Black Dragon. I'll explain the details to you in the future. For now, I've only just awakened. My energy is limited, and I can't stay conscious for long. But since you're the contractor of Swordly, then allow me to introduce myself properly. A terrifying surge of magical energy erupted. My name is Alakai, agent and friend of Swordly, the first and last shadow in this world. By the 1,000-year pact of the End Shadow, I will fight at your side. A heavy, ancient aura filled the entire archive. In Jean's captivated gaze, Alakai said, "State your name." Contractor of... Jean smiled slightly, standing firm before Alakai. "I am Jean Runcade, the youngest of 13 children in the Runcade family." From this moment on, Jean and Alakai's fates were bound as one. Their shared story would now be rewritten throughout the land, until Jean walked out of the secret archive. He couldn't believe the Shadow Dragon King bowed to him. According to the family records, Alakai the Black Dragon was once ruler of this region. The mountains outside the sealed city were named after him, but 1,000 years ago, he lost in battle against the first patriarch of Runcade. He relinquished Alakai Mountain and Hurricane City and fell into a deep sleep. But in speaking with Alakai, Jean learned he wasn't the patriarch's enemy. He was his friend. And Jean learned one more critical truth. Contractors of gods are usually accompanied by a guardian dragon. But for 1,000 years, no one knew what kind of dragon guarded the shadow god. If it's because Alakai had been asleep, then it all makes sense. Which means, Jean now had a guardian dragon to fight beside him. A true power boost for his future. In the months they spent together, Jean confirmed one thing. That is, this terrifying force of destruction, the demon dragon, was a grown man obsessed with strawberry pie, and remembered nothing from 1,000 years ago. Helpless, Jean focused his attention on studying, but he could only understand about 30% of the theory. It left him incredibly frustrated. Seeing this, Alakai comforted him. "Most children your age can't even read this much. You've done well." Jean's eyes were filled with defiance. "That's just average. I was born into the Runcade family. At my current level, I've only reached the family's... I have 12 older siblings, and countless family elders and my father. To surpass them all, I have to become even better, even stronger, to understand how far he was from the first patriarch." Jean urgently asked Alakai, "How far am I from the first patriarch?" Hearing this, Alakai fell into thought. "You have his talent, but you're not there yet." Jean's pupils shrank. "Does that mean I can never become as strong as the first patriarch?" Alakai saw the frustration in Jean's face, and patted his head. "Remember, you and the patriarch are both contractors of the shadow god, and you're still young. If you keep training without giving up, you'll become as strong as the patriarch, maybe even stronger." At first, Jean didn't believe it, but after hearing Alakai's explanation, his confidence was restored. Because the power of the shadow god is limitless, and as his contractor, your power is limitless too, so there's no need to be discouraged. "I'll teach you a new skill, aura release. But first, you need to fully master mana release and mana control. That'll take 2 to 3 years. Before this, I couldn't teach you how to release your energy." But in the next second, azure magic suddenly surged from Jean's hands. The sight immediately made Alakai's scales fall off in shock. Jean then used magic to teleport. Alakai was utterly stunned. Only geniuses among geniuses could pull this off. Under Jean's expectant gaze, Alakai demonstrated his shadow weapon. At that moment, shadows of all things swirled through the space. They were like mist, searching for their master. A surge of overwhelming shadow power shot into the sky. The scene before him shocked Jean deeply. As the shadow god's contract holder, he could feel the terrifying power within the shadows. Thus, Jean was about to celebrate his 9th birthday. At the same time, in the distant Black Abyss forest, stood Luna, first vanguard of the Runcade family, known as the Platinum. Her feet surrounded by remains of countless ferocious beasts, a testament to her terrifying strength. Yet at this moment, she was deep in thought. What kind of gift would a 9-year-old child like? Soon, Jean's 9th birthday arrived. To his surprise, his aloof sister Luna actually came to celebrate his birthday. As the Runcade family's top vanguard and a 9-star powerhouse, she had once withdrawn from the succession battle, out of disdain for the family's deceit and schemes. Just like her nickname, she was a lone white whale. Because of this, Luna had never cared about her siblings. In his past life, they were like strangers, but now she had come to Hurricane City. Did something happen to the family? Or had Jean's secret intrusion into the vault been discovered? However, the first thing Luna did upon seeing Jean was gently pat his head. Jean immediately grew tense and flustered. Seeing Jean's pale face, she quickly bent down, asking if he was sick. But soon she realized the reason. In the Runcade family, scheming between siblings was the norm. Did Jean think she was here to manipulate him? At that thought, she lowered her head and knelt slightly. She sincerely apologized to Jean. "Sorry, Jean. I didn't think this through. I'd like to talk to you alone. Could you ask your nanny and Knight to step out?" Upon hearing this, an unfamiliar warmth rose in Jean's heart. It was his first taste of familial love. He smiled slightly and said, "Of course." It turned out Luna had come to warn him. His previous brilliance had drawn attention from all his siblings, which meant the moment he left Hurricane City, Jean would face pressure from all sides. She didn't want him dragged into a dirty power struggle and lose his own happiness. Hearing this, Jean understood. Was this the reason Luna gave up her claim to the throne? In his past life, she ignored him. Because no one saw him as a threat, he gently held Luna's hands and said firmly, I don't plan to back down. Because I've already survived one assassination, I can't afford to retreat. Jean's words echoed in Luna's ears. A terrifying killing intent surged forth. Tell me, who tried to kill you? But Jean replied. He couldn't tell her, because he didn't know either. But today, thanks to his sister, he realized. Not all his siblings hated him. Hearing this, Luna hugged him tightly. It broke her heart that he was already caught up in this family strife. Then, she took out Jean's birthday gift from her robe and personally put it on him. If you ever encounter something beyond your power, smash the sapphire on this pendant. No matter where you are, I'll find you immediately. Happy birthday, my dear little brother, Jean. After a wonderful birthday celebration, Jean returned to the archive. But when Alakai saw the pendant on Jean's chest, he trembled and fell to the ground in shock. I don't know who gave this to you, but they must really treasure you. That's a divine relic of the Beast King, Olga. 1,000 years ago, countless people risked their lives to get it. It can block all magical attacks below 5-star level, and even has summoning abilities. Alakai looked at Jean and curiously asked, was it that person just now, the one with overwhelming power? Who gave it to you? And he must have sensed my presence. Hearing this, Jean panicked. Then, will Sis reveal your existence? Alakai replied nonchalantly. He gave you a gift like that, and clearly dotes on you. How could he ever push his only little brother into danger? But at that moment, Luna stood coldly atop the archive. Then she looked at Jean gently. Remember this. No matter what you do, I will always believe in you. Over the next 4 years, Jean fully absorbed the effects of the Phoenix Heart. Now fire felt as gentle as warm water to him. It couldn't harm him at all. After asking Gilly to pack the copied manuscripts, Jean suddenly and headed to the archive to remind Alakai that tomorrow they would leave Hurricane City. Just as Jean was wondering how Alakai would follow, Alakai waved him off. I'm a legendary black dragon, even if I'm still weak now. As long as I'm careful, no one will notice me. Jean frowned worriedly. Why are you only telling me this now? But Alakai shrugged it off. I've been asleep for 1,000 years. You think I'd wake up completely fine? But don't worry. As your guardian, the stronger you become, the more my power will return. So make sure you become as strong as the first clan leader. But Jean was confused. Because 1,000 years ago, Runcade was originally a magic swordsman clan. Its founder was the strongest ever magic swordsman. Yet almost no one knew that today. At this, Alakai's mood turned somber. The current Runcade clan claims they pursue the pinnacle of swordsmanship. That's why they reject magic. But in truth, 1,000 years ago, they signed a humiliating pact. Anyway, don't worry. I'll stay hidden and use magic to create an illusion in the archive. Jean finally relaxed. Good. I brought something special today. He took out strawberry pie and his prized wine to give to Alakai. He warned him not to drink too much. Alakai swore confidently he wouldn't mess up. Once we get to the main house, introduce me to your nanny too. The next day, Jean and Gilly, escorted by 2 knights, headed for the sword courtyard. But less than 2 kilometers from Hurricane City, the carriage suddenly shook violently. Gilly quickly shielded Jean in her arms. One knight outside shouted, ambush, stay inside the carriage and don't come out. Then, there was only silence. Only the clash of blades remained. Using her sharp hearing, Gilly sensed the positions of all enemies outside. Now that the knights were engaged in battle, Jean suddenly realized something. He broke free from Gilly's arms and said, we have to leave the carriage now. The Runcade clan's guardian knights would never abandon the young in any situation, which means they must have left one to guard me. But these 2 either aren't real knights, or they're traitors. Or, they're traitors. Jean's eyes grew sharp and vicious as he analyzed the situation. If we assume the worst, there might even be traps hidden in the carriage. We must leave here immediately. Hearing Jean's explanation, Gilly suddenly came to her senses. She bit her lip and tightened her long-neglected guard. Her gaze turned fierce and chilling. The sleeping lion had finally awakened. From now on, I will protect your safety. A violent burst of power shredded the carriage as they sped into the depths of the forest. But Jean ordered her to turn back and find the 2 knights, because the ones fighting them might not be attackers, but are true escorts. If they were attackers, then the moment we exited the carriage would have been their best chance to strike. But the silence was now terrifying. As he finished speaking, 2 groups appeared on a distant ridge, just as Jean had predicted. The attackers were the real guardians. After confirming Jean's safety, the mercenary captain immediately shielded him. In an instant, the false knights were surrounded, cutting off any chance of escape. Gilly shouted, tell us who sent you. But the man showed no fear, and instead laughed wildly. You think I'd answer to Runcade's lapdogs? At that, a killing intent flashed through Jean's eyes. Kill one of them, and bring me the arm of the other. In a flash, Gilly sprang into action, beheading the man before he could react. Before the other could respond, he was already trapped by a flurry of sword aura. Then Gilly raised her blade, and in the next moment, the man's right arm was severed. He lost all ability to fight. Then, Gilly dragged him like a dead dog before Jean. Jean mocked, you're too weak to even be my opponent. To qualify as a Runcade nanny, you must at least be a 7-star dancer. To assassinate a Runcade child, you should have sent 3 8-star dancers. But the man still refused to yield, and roared at Jean, "Don't get cocky. This was just a warning. The Runcade clan's era is over." But what Jean said next shocked everyone, and left them speechless. That's exactly what I'm hoping for. I don't want the era of the Runcade clan. I want the era of Jean Runcade. As he said this, the man's face turned crimson with rage, veins bulging, and he shouted furiously, "For the great Jeeper clan, I give everything." Hearing this, Jean's eyes narrowed. Unlike the Runcade clan, who pursued swordsmanship, the Jeeper clan was a prestigious magical family ruling half the world. 1,000 years ago, after the death of Runcade's first clan leader, the Jeeper clan forced the Runcade clan to sign a humiliating treaty banning magic. Since then, all Runcade members had their magic sealed to the Runcades. The Jeeper clan was a millennium-old nemesis, and today's imposters were followers of the Jeeper clan. But what puzzled Jean was that today's attack didn't match Jeeper's usual methods. This must have been orchestrated by fanatical followers. But no matter how good the disguise, it shouldn't fool a 7-star warrior's eyes. Thinking that, Jean had a bad feeling in his heart. Could that person have been involved too? And Jean's seemingly casual words left the 9-star warrior accompanying them, nervous and at a loss. Because Jean was a candidate to become the next clan leader of the Runcade clan, rulers of half the land. Despite his young age, Jean remained calm in crisis, with a powerful presence to match. What shocked Alakai the most were Jean's defiant words just now, to create an era that belongs solely to Jean, the era of Luancade. He also shed his former frivolous demeanor, and strictly ordered his subordinates to mind their behavior. After Gilly handled the assassins, Jean expressed his gratitude to the mercenary group. "Once we reach the main house, I will report your merits to the family. You won't be disappointed with the reward." Then, under the group's protection, he set off toward the family estate. However, Gilly was still upset about Jean having been placed in danger. Though he tried to suppress his emotions, Jean could see it all. Even as Jean comforted him gently, Gilly still couldn't let it go. "In my previous life, Gilly was my grandmother. Because I was too mediocre, she was bullied by the family. Yet she never once blamed Jean. Even when we were cast out of the family together, she bowed and apologized, saying, 'I'm sorry, young master. It's my fault for not protecting you well.'" Faced with such a kind Gilly, Jean didn't want to speak harshly. But this life is nothing like the last. He must become stronger. So he raised his voice at the remorseful Gilly. "Stop blaming yourself. This is fate. You are my only guardian knight now. If you keep getting hung up on trivial matters, you'll mess up future protection missions. Don't make me repeat myself. Understand?" Hearing this, Gilly understood Jean's intentions. He pulled himself together and resolved not to be a burden. Seeing Gilly back in form, Jean was finally at ease. After a day of hard travel, they arrived at an inn for rest. During this time, Jean began reflecting on all that had happened today. In this world, only one person can disguise himself without being seen through by a 9-star knight. That shape-shifting skill belongs to Caston. He possesses a unique dragon transformation ability, but even dragons can't perfectly transform. However, Bubble was the only one who could do it flawlessly. In his past life, he used this ability to cause chaos in the world. As he thought, sleepiness crept in, and he fell fast asleep the moment he hit the bed. Early the next morning, Jean was woken by a commotion. He looked toward the sound, and saw a little black kitten staring at him. It stared fixedly at him. After a moment of eye contact, Jean suddenly realized it was Alakai, the black dragon. He laughed out loud by the window. So, his so-called stealth method was turning into a cat. Hearing this, Alakai was furious with embarrassment. Jean then opened the window to let him in. Amid grumbling and growling, Alakai began transforming, and yelled at Jean, "You seriously left me outside all night?" He then stomped toward Jean, but tripped on a floorboard sticking out, and slammed into the windowsill with a bang. The loud noise made Gilly burst into the room, only to find a stranger inside. A surge of battle aura surrounded him, as he pinned Alakai with clawed hands, and interrogated him. Just as Gilly was about to tear Alakai to pieces, Jean rushed in and shouted, "Stop, Gilly!" But when Alakai heard Gilly's name, he ignored the bump on his head, and sprang up, saying affectionately, "At last, I've found you, my beloved strawberry pie." His sudden flamboyant expression scared Gilly into retreating. Where did this pervert come from? To prevent things from getting even weirder, Jean had no choice but to reveal Alakai's identity. He is the shadow dragon Alakai, the ancient guardian of the Luancade family from 1,000 years ago. Thinking of his earlier behavior, Gilly immediately panicked. If anyone lays a hand on his beloved, he'll come back for revenge without mercy. Makalon is currently in the lawless Marmite region, and is accompanied by May's members for protection. Even the Tana brothers found it unbelievable that Jean was assigned such a high difficulty mission, because missions in Marmite are normally given to guardian knights, not someone like Jean, who's only been training for 2.5 years. Even Jed felt the mission was excessive, and asked Jean seriously if he could complete it. Unexpectedly, Jean replied firmly without a moment of hesitation. Hearing this, Jed was taken aback. He didn't expect Jean to agree so decisively. He was about to say that if Jean thought it was unfair, he'd go say a few words to the Vanguard. Very good. I admire your decisiveness. You three will depart in 2 days. Just as Jean was about to leave, the Tana brothers stopped him. They told him if things get dangerous, he should reveal his identity as a runkade. Then no one would. How rare. You guys actually care about me? The Tana brothers quickly covered it up and insisted they weren't worried about him. They were just afraid he'd die before they got to crush him themselves. But Jean suddenly drew his sword and slashed toward the kingly Angshi. Just as the Tana brothers panicked, expecting it to explode, a graceful and melodious tone rang out instead. Jean turned around, wearing a confident smile. Brothers, before I return, you better think hard. Is it better to choose me or choose the sisters? Jed stared at Jean's retreating figure and seriously warned the Tana brothers. Unless you can absolutely crush Jean, then until that day, don't oppose him. Because I have a feeling, someday soon, Jean will stand at the peak of this continent. 2 days later, Mesa and the others came to send Jean off. To avoid exposing his runkade identity, Jean dyed his hair and changed his outfit. He asked about their mission, but they looked troubled. Jean, he asked if something bad had happened. But Mesa forced a smile and said, we're fine. We just wanted to say goodbye before leaving. Jean told them to stay positive. It's not like we'll never meet again. Injuries and death are part of missions. No matter how much you worry, it won't help. So, just focus on completing the mission at hand, because I'll definitely come back alive. Jean patted Balop on the shoulder. Do your best. See you next time. After seeing them off, Jean told Alakai to protect them well. Alakai confidently said there was no need to worry, but the mighty dark Jean cut him off. Don't get spotted, and don't be too obvious. Alakai was annoyed by Jean's interruption. Gritting his teeth, he told Jean to be careful too, and not to let his disguise make him careless. Jili also reminded Jean to be cautious. Mounting his horse, Jean smiled calmly. I'll bring back a souvenir for you. Jean arrived in Lawless Marmite, a place filled with the worst criminals. Countless ruthless outlaws roamed here freely. Jean tossed a silver coin and ordered food and water from the boss. A nearby thug noticed Jean looked young and didn't seem threatening, so he decided to teach him the rules here. He viciously ordered Jean to kneel and lick his feet, but before he finished, a sharp dagger sliced across his throat. Blood sprayed over 2.5 meters. After doing it, Jean calmly slapped the dagger onto the table and impatiently asked the boss, how much longer do I have to wait? Everyone around him was frozen in shock by the sudden violence, but in the next second, the entire room burst into laughter. They laughed cruelly at the brute's fate, as if an ant had just died. It made Jean realize just how insane these people were. He recalled what his mentor once told him in a past life. To earn the respect of outlaws in this land, you must show overwhelming strength and dominance. In both his past and this life, his teacher had helped him greatly. Jean hoped to repay that kindness in this life. Moments later, the innkeeper brought Jean food and water and promised not to poison it. Poisoning, after all, was beneath their standards. Seeing Jean's unfamiliar face, he asked if Jean had any family in town, but Jean replied that it wasn't his concern. He then took out a gold coin to ask for information. Is there a woman here named Zist? The innkeeper thought for a moment, then confirmed he had never heard of her. Jean hadn't expected much anyway. He asked the innkeeper to recommend a place free of rats and bugs. The innkeeper told him only one such place existed here. The Moonlight Well Inn in the west of the city. That's where the nobles of Mammoth stayed, and no one dared cause trouble there. Jean then headed to the Moonlight Well, aka was a pampered young master who had never suffered. Given his personality, he would never stay in a filthy place. Jean guessed he must be holed up there. Sure enough, the moment Jean stepped into the inn, he saw aka. He was currently yelling furiously at his guards, demanding they buy him a magic potion immediately, or he wouldn't last another hour. But no matter how much aka shouted, the guards remained unmoved. They firmly told aka their duty was to protect him, not to cater to his unreasonable whims. But Akka wouldn't listen, and continued his tantrum. He even threatened to take revenge on the guard later. The sturdy guard sighed helplessly, and gave a signal to his companion, then coldly knocked aka unconscious with one punch, grumbling as he did, I should just let him OD on potions and die. I really don't get why the boss keeps someone like him around. He then hoisted aka and carried him back to his room. Jean guessed both guards were at least 6-star warriors, though it would be easy to assassinate him. Getting away clean would be the real problem. Besides, if he broke that rule, it would stir up major trouble. Jean pondered ways to kill aka without drawing attention at the Moonlight Well. Suddenly, he slapped the table as a brilliant plan came to mind. Meanwhile, a silver-haired girl was leading a few guards toward the Moonlight Well. Their mission was the same as Jean's, but just as they approached the inn, storm clouds gathered violently above them. A bolt of lightning as thick as a dragon crashed down toward the Moonlight Well. The sudden strike froze everyone in place. The silver-haired girl was dumbfounded. Looks like I picked a bad day to go out. Outside the inn, Shalise stood in shock, frozen on the spot. She wondered if someone inside had made an enemy of a powerful mage, but it could also be targeting the secret palace. After all, 6 members were staying there, including the princess's lover. Shalise immediately rushed into the ruins. They didn't care if aka lived or died, but they had to confirm the secret palace members were safe. Just then, the storm clouds churned once more. Another massive bolt of lightning crashed down, blasting the inn into chaos. just as a guard prepared to charge in. Chalice quickly stopped him. A thunderbolt greater than a 7-star spell struck, reducing the entire into rubble. Yahello stood frozen in place, guessing that must have been the final strike. Staring at the ruined inn, now buried in dust, he could only pray the others were still alive. At that moment, the so-called hero also crawled out of the rubble in a sorry state. Jean, too, had been caught in his own blast. Luckily, thanks to Luna's pendant, he avoided a fatal wound. Jean began searching for Accolon's whereabouts. If he was still alive, now was the perfect time to strike. But suddenly, a figure of Yahello stepped closer to Jean in surprise, studying him with curiosity. Didn't expect there'd be someone my age in Marmite. You're still. Come here, young master. The two clashed fiercely once again. Mesa leapt into the air, raising her wood. She struck down toward Jean. Their weapons collided with a thunderous sound. Spark. Jean cleanly sliced Mesa's wooden sword in half. She stared at the broken sword in disbelief. Right after that, Jean's blade was already pointed at her throat, declaring his victory in this battle. And upon seeing Jean's wooden sword, Mesa suddenly realized every one of Jean's strikes landed on the exact same spot. That's why her sword broke. It required unparalleled precision and persistence. Is this the Runkade, the greatest genius in history? Afterward, witnessing Jean's overwhelming strength defeat Mesa, the remaining 8 challengers felt immense pressure. That was exactly Jean's plan from the start, to make them believe they couldn't win head-on, and make them hesitate. Thus, Jean successfully defeated all 10 challengers. But at that moment, Jean shifted his gaze to Balop. He picked up his wooden sword again, then pointed it straight at Balop in the crowd. Shumiz, with how you are now, you won't survive in the Runkade family. Come out and fight me. I'll crush you completely. Because only Jean knew that in the future, Balop would become a ruthless killing machine, single-handedly slaughtering an entire empire. But right now, he was still a timid boy, eliminated during the test, expelled from the Runkade family, and eventually fell into darkness. To stop Balop from straying again, Jean decided to challenge him, to crush his prideful sword talent. Looking at the hesitant Balop, Jean calmly raised his wooden sword and charged, but Balop just stood there, passively defending. He still couldn't understand why Jean was acting like this. And then, Jean dashed forward to attack again. Their wooden swords clashed repeatedly. After blocking Jean's attack again, Jean seized the moment of Balop's lapse, and swept his leg in a powerful arc, knocking him to the ground instantly. He looked at the completely changed Jean, struck with fear. Why are you doing this to me, young master? Jean's expression was cold. I told you I'd fight you. I could have killed you just now. Get up. I'll give you one more chance. Show me your full strength and defeat me. Hearing that, Balop finally realized Jean was serious. His sword began to shine with golden light. Seeing this, the surrounding spectators were shocked. That's righteous chi, which only awakens through enlightenment. They immediately urged the instructor to stop the duel, or else Jean could be in danger. But Jean shouted coldly, "Don't interfere. I order you. What you saw and heard today must remain a secret forever." Balop still hoped Jean was just joking. "Young master, is this really what you want?" But Jean's cold reply shattered his last shred of hope. "Come on. Give it your all. Go all out." Hearing this, Balop gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "Young master, you've made the wrong decision." In the next moment, he unleashed his full power and charged at Jean. Jean raised his sword to block, but in just one clash, Jean's sword was cut in two like paper. Jean quickly retreated. Even he didn't expect Balop at full strength to be this strong. Though he always knew Balop had potential, he didn't think he could already use righteous chi. After landing a blow, Balop pressed his advantage. However, Jean suddenly burst forth with unimaginable speed and struck the hilt of Balop's sword. The overwhelming power numbed his grip. He couldn't even hold onto his sword. And just then, Jean flashed behind Balop, locked his neck. No matter how hard Balop struggled, it was useless. But then Jean released him, letting him collapse to the ground, gasping for air. "Didn't you say it was a fight to the death? Why did you stop? Do you think it's fun to toy with others?" Balop roared hoarsely, shouting at Jean, asking why he was doing this to him. Jean crouched down, a complex look on his face. "It hurts me to push you like this too. But one thing is clear. Only the strong can protect the weak. You're weaker than me, and Kinder too. I really admire your kindness. But kindness alone can't survive in this hell. Balop, I want you to become strong. Strong enough to protect your kind heart, to stand with me, and with everyone here. I'm sorry I went so far with you." Balop was already in tears after hearing that. Just then, the maids arrived with lunch. Seeing training wasn't over, they asked if they should return later. Jean motioned for them to bring it now. Balop looked like a sulking, wronged little bride. "You can get your own lunch today, young master." Jean chuckled dotingly. "All right, I'll bring yours along with mine today." When Jean's father heard about this, he burst into hearty laughter. So this is the belief Jean holds dear. Though he walks the path of dominance, he still looks after the weak. So his father made a decision on the spot, to test whether Jean's conviction was truly worthwhile. "Deliver my order," assigned Jean his first mission. Meanwhile, Jean entered the ultimate training class at 15, becoming a 3-star knight. As an ultimate trainee, he could no longer use a wooden sword, so he had to choose his own weapon. At that moment, Luna volunteered to pick a top-tier weapon for Jean. But when Jean saw it, he was dumbfounded. Luna pulled out an 18-meter pig-slaughtering blade, saying it was the weapon she used in her youth, called Berserk Massacre. It was also the prototype for her current weapon. Jean was speechless. Luna sis, thank you for choosing a sword for me, but I don't think this one suits me very well. Luna looked a little disappointed. It's fine, I was just joking anyway. Though clearly, disappointment showed on her face. She then revealed there was another sword, a royal blade that no one but Jean could wield. Jean's eyes lit up as he saw it. It was the twin of the Patriarch's sword, Bradamante, once used by the strongest founding patriarch, a legendary weapon. Jean lovingly caressed Bradamante. This was the weapon he once swore to obtain at any cost. He never expected Luna to give it to him, because Bradamante and Balasada were the best weapons for channeling chi. If he had chosen the sword himself, his other siblings would surely object, but now that Luna had gifted it to him, Jean didn't know how to repay her. Luna smiled sweetly. Why talk of repayment between us? You're my most beloved little brother. That night, Jean returned to his room, eagerly showing Bradamante to Alakai. But Alakai quickly poured cold water on him. At the very least, you need to reach Chi channeling 3-star to unlock Bradamante's true power. Jean was only 2-star right now. At most, he could imitate the awakening stance of the sword. Jean stubbornly insisted. He was about to reach 3-star soon, and would soon master it. Arrogant. Listen to me, and listen well. Balasada and Brada. Mant. Those swords are not toys. 3-star is only the bare minimum. Until you reach 5-star Chi channeling, they're nothing but normal blades. Alakai sternly warned Jean, but Jean refused to accept it. He threw off Alakai's hand. Then how about I reach Chi channeling 5-star within a year? Alakai's temper flared instantly. He grabbed Jean's head. You think cultivating shadow weapons is like eating or drinking? I'm saying this for your own good. Jean quickly agreed, but his hand quietly reached for Alakai's favorite manga. He picked it up, ready to rip it to shreds. Alakai instantly backed down. Please. No, put the book down. We can talk this through. As they were messing around, Jilly suddenly barged in. She told Jean. Instructor Garen had assigned his first mission. She told him to go at once. Jean soon arrived at the operation zone. This mission was to scout the southern region of the Jian Kingdom. 10 beginner trainees, including Jean, were selected. But the area was very close to Orc territory. Such a dangerous mission shouldn't be given to beginner trainees. The team members were either mediocre students, barely above average trainees, or unstable ones like Balop. It looked suspiciously like someone arranged this. Jean suspected it was because his duel with Balop had reached his father's ears. And this mission was a test. If that's the case, I'll prove to him just how firm my resolve is. The mission: rescue the heir of the Beale family from the Jian Kingdom. Although it seemed simple, it was full of hidden dangers. The location was near the human-beastman border. One misstep could mean death. At that moment, Balop hurried over to tell Jean some bad news. Team 2 had been ambushed. 3 human enemies were confirmed, but just 3 people couldn't ambush the Runcade family. There had to be more enemies. Jean told 2 members to return to camp and alert others. He immediately set out to rescue the team, though he didn't know who the enemy was. Anyone daring to target the Runcade family had to pay the price. Soon after, Jean found fresh bloodstains on the road. Judging from the traces, Team 2 had fought the enemy here, then fled. The footprints indicated only one enemy. They also found a blood-soaked bandage. Team 2 must have treated their wounds here, then escaped westward after being discovered. Jean told Balop to follow him in pursuit. Meanwhile, another member was sent to camp with a report. They followed the trail, and finally found Team 2 in a forest. But Mesa was nowhere to be seen, and there was one extra attacker. Jean drew his dagger. Balop, close your eyes. In 2 seconds, strike the one on the left. Got it. Jean wrapped chi around his dagger, a technique that enhanced its sharpness and killing power while reducing its presence. The dagger flew silently, straight toward the enemy on the right. Before the enemy even noticed, it pierced through his throat. At the same time, Balop appeared behind another enemy. But that man quickly reacted and blocked Balop's killing blow. However, Jean's sword was already drawn and struck the man from behind, crashing him to the ground, pinned under Jean's foot. The surviving team members saw Jean and quickly told him Mesa had been captured. The pinned man began to beg for mercy, but Jean coldly gave him 2 options. Tell me everything you know, and I'll only kill you. Or say nothing, and everyone connected to you dies. The man hesitated at first, but after hearing Jean swear on the Runcade name, I choose to compromise. Please don't harm my family. We are an organization called Yahello. Hearing that name, Jean's pupils shrank. In his past life, they were a highly active terrorist group. They slaughtered the entire Jia and kingdom, and their goal was to make their king the king of the world. Misha had been taken by them to Beastman territory. At the entrance, there were around 24-star dancers and mages. Once he got the intel he wanted, Jean immediately ended the man's life and told everyone to return to camp and rest, then go request reinforcements from the main family. He himself would go rescue Misha alone. The trainees immediately tried to stop Jean. It's too dangerous for you alone. They have the numbers and are all confident in their strength. Young master, you don't need to risk yourself for us trainees. But Jean replied firmly, as a descendant of the Runcade family, I cannot stand by and do nothing, and I'm stronger than you think. Further objections will be treated as insubordination. Then, he handed command over to the strongest, Balop. After giving his orders, Jean set off alone on a mission to rescue Misha. He could only hope he wasn't too late. The enemy had around 24-star dancers, while Jean's current strength was swordsmanship, 3 stars, magic power, 4 stars, chi channeling, 3 stars. Though he had grown fast, facing so many enemies alone would still be hard. Then, magic surged in Jean's hands, forming a fierce wind. He slammed it onto the ground. It instantly spread out like a net, tracking the enemy. Soon, Jean confirmed that he immediately sprinted after them. Suddenly, an arrow flew toward Jean. Jean quickly cast a seal magic to alter its path. At the same time, 3 enemies leapt out from the bushes. Jean's seal magic flared more violently in his hands. With a sweep of his arm, a blade of energy flew forth and pierced the heart of the man charging ahead. At the same time, another enemy lunged at Jean. Jean drew his sword and slashed him away with a reverse strike. The mage in the back conjured raging flames, shouting for his comrades to move. The next second, a blast of fire shot at Jean and wrapped tightly around his arm. The masked man grinned smugly, thinking Jean's movements were now restrained. But to his shock, Jean was unfazed and struck him with a backward slash. He then grabbed the burning chain and yanked it hard, spinning back. The chain slipped from the mage's grip. Jean charged forward. Seeing fire magic was useless, the mage switched to ice magic, hoping to impale Jean. Just then, the pendant on Jean's chest lit up, glowing with a blue light. A wooden shield formed, blocking all the incoming ice spikes. Under the old man's terrified gaze, an arrow sent him to the afterlife. Jean followed their trail all the way to Yahello's main base. First, he created a diversion. To distract them, he gathered fire magic in his hands and set the whole forest ablaze, then used wind magic to blow the fire into their camp. He snuck in amid the chaos. The enemy leader immediately ordered mages to use water magic to extinguish it, but the flames refused to die down. He began to suspect this was all deliberate. As he ordered a search, Jean silently approached from behind. In the next moment, Jean took down the bald leader, got the key to the prison, then discovered the entrance to a basement. Sure enough, Misha was imprisoned inside. As Jean helped untie her and was about to escape, a tremor suddenly came from above. Misha suddenly turned serious and said to Jean, "If danger truly comes, leave him behind." She couldn't let Jean die here. But Jean replied, "Let's talk once we're out." As the two stepped outside, they were met with a field of corpses. Seeing the wounds on the bodies, Jean instantly realized it was the work of a beast man. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed toward them. A massive werewolf appeared before them. Mesa started to speak, urging Jean to run, but he knocked her out before she could finish. After placing Mesa down safely, Jean stood to face the bloodthirsty werewolf. "Brat, you the one who started that fire?" "That's right. I am Jean Runcade, son of Shiren Runcade. Name yourself." Hearing this, the werewolf grinned dangerously. "So you're from the Runcade family." The White Wolf clan was born for slaughter. Their average strength was at least 6 star, and the first head of Runcade had slain their revered wolf lord, Habi II. Thus, the White Wolf clan bore an undying hatred for Runcade. With Mesa, Jean had no hope of escaping his pursuit. The only option, fight to the death. The demonic wolf laughed savagely and lunged. His giant hammer smashed a 2.5-meter crater into the ground. Jean barely dodged the strike, but the wolf gave him no time to breathe. A second hammer blow came straight at his face. Jean hurriedly raised his sword to block, but the sheer force made his arms tremble uncontrollably. After another clash, Jean realized he couldn't win in brute strength, but he had a trump card, the pendant gifted to him by Sister Luna, along with his magic and courage. But Jean didn't want to waste the pendant on a threat like this. Still, even his magic couldn't hurt the wolf, and if his family investigated this scene, they'd discover he used forbidden family combat magic. So, he had no choice but to unseal the divine sword using chi. But Alakai had sternly warned him never to awaken the sword with chi until he reached chi channeling 5-star, or the chi would rampage and kill him. But in this situation, he had no other option. The wolf's attacks grew even wilder. Jean was reaching his limit. The demonic wolf felt victory was his. "Your sword's tough, huh? But it's nothing compared to that black arrow your clan worships." Then he raised his hammer and leapt high, bringing it down hard toward Jean. It was the moment of life and death for the Runcade heir. Jean desperately recalled the feeling of awakening the sword and poured all his chi into the blade. "Awaken, Bradamanti." Just as the wolf's hammer was about to strike, the world dimmed in an instant. A terrifying shadow energy engulfed Jean. The wolf suddenly saw darkness. The next second, chi threads bound his body, sealing all sensation at once. Then Jean's sword swung down, scattering all the chi in the air. Only the sword's aura remained, emanating overwhelming power. The wolf dropped to his knees, powerless. He died never under. But the moment Jean defeated the wolf, his chi began to rampage. He felt like he was being devoured by it. Unable to suppress the violent power, chi burst out from him like a flood, taking form as inner demons, corrupting his mind. At that moment, a figure appeared before Jean. "You little brat, I told you before. Forcing the sword to awaken comes with a price. You gonna sit there and die? Get up. I already told you what to do. Jean bit his lip to stay conscious, and immediately began releasing his chi. He was always affected by the surrounding chi, unable to release his own properly. But now, it was his only way to save himself. After countless attempts, Jean finally dispersed the interfering chi. Afraid of another delay, he quickly stood up to bring Misha back. But suddenly, there was a noise nearby. A figure emerged from behind the ruins. Jean thought it was a Yahello remnant, and instantly drew his sword, causing the man to drop to his knees in fear. I'm the heir of the built family. Turns out, this was the actual target of Jean's rescue mission. Jean asked why he was kidnapped and brought here. Sam said he followed his girlfriend here, but she had died 2.5 years ago. Yet this person looked exactly like her. In every way, Jean immediately suspected this was the work of the shapeshifter Buble. This was their second encounter since leaving Hurricane City. Was there a connection between them? Jean decided to meet him face to face soon. The next day, right after returning home, Jean suddenly felt a chill on his back. He turned around and greeted Alakai with fake cheer. But Alakai gave him a vicious bite, right on the hand. Jean flung him into the wall. He still wouldn't let go. What do you want from me? Alakai, with a lump on his head, shouted angrily. Are you insane? Did you drink soap water or something? He pounced, clawing and barking like mad. I told you how many times now. Don't forcefully awaken the divine sword. You'll really die. Then Alakai turned into human form, grabbed Jean and shook him violently. You're Swordly's only contractor. No matter what happens, you can't risk your life like that. Jean tried to talk back, but Alakai roared. That pendant on your neck. What is it for? Why didn't you use it? Jean held the pendant gently and said, there might be stronger foes in the future. It'd be a waste to use it now. Hearing that, Alakai looked thunderstruck, nearly fainting from rage. Jean asked in confusion, how did you know I was on the verge of awakening? Your chi level went from 3 stars, straight to 4.5. Isn't that obvious? The only reason you're still alive is thanks to Swordly's protection. There have been 11 people who've gone berserk from chi overload, including you. Jean asked curiously. Besides me, who else? Alakai pointed at himself. One was the first patriarch, the other was me. Jean waved dismissively. So you're like me. I'm going to shower. Alakai screamed. Gilly, teach him a lesson. Make it last. But Gilly replied, I'll go prepare young master's meal, leaving Alakai speechless in the wind. Meanwhile, the news of Jean defeating the White Wolf tribe reached his older siblings. Annie couldn't believe Jean had the strength. She thought the White Wolf tribe was just too weak. Liao believed Jean was faking his achievements. The Tana brothers were very nervous, because Jean would soon enter the ultimate class. That meant more beatings from him. Just the thought of it made them depressed. Then Annie offered to help, by lending them her slave from the ultimate class, to help suppress Jean. The Tana brothers were overjoyed. But Annie gave them a dangerous smile. If you fail, you'll be punished, dear brothers. My sweet little brothers. Meanwhile, freshly showered Jean was evaluating his current strength. His chi device had reached 4 stars, but to fully utilize it, his swordsmanship needed to reach 6 stars within 5 years. At 6 stars, he would be called a sword master. At 7 stars, he would be considered an expert. Beyond 8 stars was the domain of legends. Among 2 billion people on the continent, there are fewer than 109-star and 10-star powerhouses. Additionally, there's one who surpasses all known ranks. The demigod known as the Victorious Knight, Jean's father. Jean's goal in this life is to surpass his father. But the problem now is that upon joining the elite class, he'll face suppression from the Tana brothers. Trainees in the beginner class are younger, and their strengths are similar, so they get along well. But the elite class is a world ruled by strength. Jean must be absolutely ruthless in his actions, so he has only one thing to do. Dominate the elite class with strength. As the heir of the Runcade family, Jean will strike back against any hostility with full force. And today is the day Jean enters the elite class. Before joining, Jean gathered the other trainees entering with him. He sternly warned them, from now on in the elite class, there will be factional conflict. You all belong to my faction, so you'll be bullied and harassed. But don't be too afraid. Once I take control of the class, no one will dare touch you. But until then, you must always move in groups of at least 3. Avoid acting alone. Everyone responded in unison. Understood. Soon came the big day. The instructor announced the arrival of new students. He informed them of the rules for newcomers here. Anything except killing. You can settle among yourselves. I only evaluate yours and your power levels. Then he suddenly roared. Veterans of the elite class. What have I always emphasized? The Runcade family has no use for the weak. A deafening response echoed across the plaza. Slogans filled with oppressive force shook the air. Jean let out a sigh. What a hostile welcome gift. Then, his gaze locked on the Tana brothers in the crowd. The fierce man beside them caught Jean's attention. He clearly had been in the elite class for years. He couldn't have been recruited by the Tana brothers personally. It must be someone sent by Sister Annie. They were planning to crush Jean's will. But Jean would prove they made a huge mistake. Jean calmly walked straight toward the Tana brothers. The two instantly flinched in surprise, and reassured themselves they had Annie's support. So Jean drew his sword. Before anyone could react, he chopped off the man's arm. The entire audience was stunned on the spot. Even the man himself was in disbelief. As he looked at his severed arm, a surge of intense pain flooded his mind, and he dropped to his knees. Jin sheathed his sword and coldly called for the medics. Seeing this, the Tana brothers also drew their swords and demanded to know why Jin attacked him. But Jin ignored them and calmly asked the man for his name. Do you know why I cut you? Tana's sword was raised, but Jin didn't even look at him. He pointed his sword at Jin and shouted, "Are you ignoring us? Draw your sword." But Jin's icy gaze revealed no fear. "Brothers, I'm speaking to Kaken. If you want a duel, I'll oblige later. But for now, please be quiet." Hearing that, the Tana brothers roared in anger. "You bastard. You cut my trainee and still." Then he covered his mouth in panic. Jin smiled smugly at the slip-up. "So he's one of your faction's men. He looked at me with killing intent. So I cut him." The crowd was shocked, and a possibility came to mind. Could Jin be initiating a ranking war? The instructor gave a sly smile. He saw through Jin's every step. The Tana brothers originally wanted to suppress Jin, but just one slip of the tongue, and Kaken was officially part of their faction. So Jin's actions were no longer mere provocation. He had triggered the Luencade family's prideful ranking battle. It was a traditional move, executed masterfully. Jin shouted loudly to the trainees. "Everyone listen up. I am Jin Luencade. You may raise your swords against me. You may challenge me. But if anyone bears hostility toward me, I will not hesitate to cut them down." At that moment, Jed suddenly spoke to stop Jin. He was an 8-star elder knight of the Luencade family. "You think you can act this arrogantly in front of me?" Jin calmly replied, "Yes, because I'm not challenging my brothers. I'm challenging you." A cold, killing aura erupted from Jed. He raised his hand slightly, and his killing intent exploded like a physical force. He said, "Explain yourself, Jin. Depending on your answer, I'll decide whether or not to take your head." Faced with Jed's terrifying aura, Jin remained perfectly calm. "You knew I was among the new trainees, and still encouraged the instructors to suppress us. I see that as a direct attack on me." Jed's face darkened, and he unleashed a slash of spiritual energy. The blade passed right beside Jin's face, its aftershock cutting open his cheek. Jed stared at him coldly. "If my actions displeased you that much, you should have struck me directly. Why attack the trainees?" Jin smiled calmly. "Because I can't defeat you yet. Otherwise, I would have aimed my sword at you. You're really not afraid of dying, huh? Do you think I won't kill you just because you're the patriarch's son? That's not it. But surrendering just because the opponent is stronger, that's not the Luencade way." Hearing this reply, Jed grinned. "You really are a fearless little calf." He sheathed his sword and burst into laughter the next moment. "You truly don't know the limits of the sky. I acknowledge you. You're qualified to survive in the Luencade family." Then he turned and shouted to the trainees. "Remember this moment. Today, you've witnessed a true Luencade. This brat has shown the savage spirit of our bloodline. Pour your whole being into the fight. Don't forget who you are. Training resumes tomorrow." Dismissed. As they left, Jin left the Tana brothers a warning. "You may fear our older siblings more now, but what about the future? Don't be short-sighted. Think ahead before you act." Back home, Jin told Gilly everything that had happened. He suspected the Tana brothers were backed by Miao Jia and Annie. Gilly became worried hearing that, since both sisters were already pioneers. But pioneers can only fight other pioneers. It's an unspoken rule, so they couldn't personally mess with Jin. What they could do was use their status as pioneers to assign him harder missions, increasing his chances of injury or death. Most high-difficulty missions are solo, and in solo missions, he could do anything, meaning he'd have full freedom to use his powers. Gilly quickly realized this might actually benefit Jin. He could go all out and rack up real combat experience. "Even if you bring a cat on the mission," she said, "you'd still be fine." But Jin said he wouldn't bring a Lakai for now. There were other things he needed to do. But before that, you all need to behave. Next day, Jed held private training with Jin and the Tana brothers. This was special training reserved for the Luencade bloodline. Jin looked over at the bruised and battered Tana brothers. Jin glanced over at the Tana brothers, who were bruised and battered. Looks like they got thoroughly beaten up by the sisters. Then Jed told them, "The family practices a formless sword technique. It has no fixed patterns. This is what sets Luencade apart from other martial families." He then asked if they knew why. Jin replied, "Because the Luencade have a unique constitution and sensory perception, and our bloodline is blessed, which gives us bodies far stronger than normal people, and acute sensitivity to swordplay." Jed said, "Now you'll begin a ridiculously simple training." He handed each of the three an iron ball, called King Liangshi. It was named because when struck, it makes 3 different sounds. Jed then demonstrated. Suddenly, a hair-raising sound, but the second strike he made was as melodious as a nightingale. Turns out, depending on how hard you strike it, the sound it makes changes. A weak strike produces a muffled, dull sound. A strike with just the right force creates a beautiful tone. Jin immediately realized the purpose. This was training for strength, endurance, and focus. It looked simple, but it was perfect for the Luencade's superior physique. Still, Jin felt uneasy. If it's just swinging at the King Liangshi, then there's no danger involved. So how could this be considered a family secret? But Jed grinned and raised his sword again. There's a third sound. Jean recalled. He felt like there was something inside the sphere. A bad feeling surged in his mind. He turned and leapt toward the Tana brothers. Get down. Then Jed slashed King Liangxi hard with his sword. A crack instantly formed on its surface. The next second, a violent explosion erupted. Once the smoke cleared, under everyone's shocked gaze, Jed explained, as you saw, the third sound is an explosion. If you strike King Liangxi too hard, it detonates. Now, let's begin training. What kind of sword genius could make an 8-star war god cry out? If only he'd been born 10 years earlier. If so, the Rumcade family could have dominated the world. In the earlier trial, only Jean noticed the anomaly and dodged the blast from King Liangxi. That moment of judgment was also a part of the test. Since Luna, no one else had avoided injury. Jean asked how Sister Luna managed to dodge it. Jed paused, then hesitated. You might be discouraged by the truth. To be precise, Luna didn't dodge it. She just took the blast head on, without a scratch, because her body was simply too strong. Jean and the others were left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Luna was investigating the assassination attempt on Jean years ago. The nanny said based on recent events, Meow and Annie were the prime suspects, but Luna still held some doubt. Targeting a child who hadn't left Stormwind City was against family combat rules. If their plan reached father, they'd be executed without mercy. Is it possible that young Master Jean lied, or was mistaken? He was only 10 at the time, and we haven't found any leads in 5 years. But Luna's intuition said otherwise. She believed Jean hadn't lied. He wasn't being awkward. He truly felt his life was in danger. Luna had a bad feeling, and asked the nanny to investigate Meow and Annie first. Then, he asked about Jean's recent training. It seemed the new field training he assigned should be nearing its conclusion. Just thinking about Jean constantly improving put a look of fondness on Luna's face. Watching him grow was truly interesting. 2.5 hours after training the next afternoon, Jean was being tormented by the special training. If he lost control, even during light strikes, that toothache-like sound made his scalp tingle. The Tana brothers had thrown up countless times. He originally thought it was training for controlling strength and endurance. But first, he had to enhance the destructive power of righteous energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't even meet the basic requirements for striking. Jed silently observed the 3 from the side. Although all of them performed well, the most outstanding one was still that little guy. He might even break Luna's record. The training soon continued into the night. By now, the Tana brothers were utterly exhausted, though Jed constantly complained about them. They had exceeded even his expectations, as expected of children from the Rumcade family. But what surprised him most was Jean's talent. Why did he have to be the youngest? If only he was born 10 years earlier, he would surely have become a major figure in the Rumcade family. At the thought, Jed squatted down in distress. 2.5 months later, the first batch of missions for the advanced class was issued. But when they got to the 3rd mission, the list for eliminating the beast orc, the man couldn't believe it. He had to confirm it again before reading the list out loud. And the list included all 10 new students, except Jean. Even the Tana brothers were stunned. How could a mission of this difficulty be assigned to freshmen? Looks like, if half of them come back alive, it'd be a miracle. The strong man whose arm Jean cut off advised them to write their will. The blonde one even laughed and told them to beg Jean to save them. Taimani couldn't stand them mocking Jean and was about to argue, but Misha pulled him back. With a grim face, Misha told him not to cause trouble. If he got injured before the mission, it would be bad. But they should shut up about the young master. Did they forget where this was? This is the Rumcade family. We must complete our mission and return with everyone safe. We'll use our strength to slap them in the face. During training, Daytona struck during a light hit, but used too much force, causing it to explode. Shards flew everywhere and shot straight toward Jean. In a flash, Jean reacted just in time and barely blocked it. Thinking back to that moment, he suddenly felt a surge of calm arrogance in his eyes, allowing him to see the metal's trajectory clearly, just like tracking a flying arrow. The path was crystal clear. It must be thanks to Luna's special training. If more shards flew at him again, he'd be able to dodge precisely. At that moment, Jed interrupted them to inform them of new assignments. The Tana brothers' mission was to attend a banquet in the Bimani Empire. The brothers looked like they'd swallowed when they heard the news. Jean guessed that this was the sisters' prank to punish them for their previous failure, sending 2 guys with 0 eloquence to a Bimani Empire social event. Then came Jean's assignment, but Jed paused mid-sentence. After confirming the mission details, he continued, Your task is to assassinate, aka, the lover of Princess Tarlis, of Mygan. Hearing this task, even the Tana brothers were stunned, because Mygan is a giant tower in the center of the Western Sea, outside the control of the Rumcade, or Jeeper families. And Tarlis is nearly at the demigod level, one of her father's top elites, nicknamed the Spider of the Abyss. If anyone lays a hand on her lover, she will surely take ruthless revenge. Macaron. They're currently stationed in the irreplaceable Marmite region, with members of the Labyrinth escorting them for protection. The Tana brothers were in utter disbelief. Jean was actually assigned such a high difficulty mission. Missions in the Marmite region are usually given to Guardian Knights, not to someone like Jean, a trainee with only 2.5 years of experience. Jed also thought the mission was incredibly intense, and gravely asked Jean if he could complete it. To his surprise, Jean replied firmly without hesitation. Hearing this, Jed was taken aback. He didn't expect Jean to accept so decisively. He had planned to speak with the vanguard if Jean objected. Very well. I admire your resolve. You three will depart in 2 days. As Jean was about to leave, the Tana brothers called out to him. They told him that if things went south, he should reveal his Runkade identity. That way, no one would dare touch him. How rare, Jean remarked. You two actually worry about me? The Tana brothers immediately panicked and stubbornly denied it. We're not worried. You dying to someone else means we don't get to beat you up ourselves. But suddenly, Jean drew his sword and slashed down at the King Liangshi. The brothers panicked, thinking it was going to explode, only to hear a melodic tone. Jean turned back and smiled confidently. Brothers, before I return, think carefully. Do you want to side with me? Or with the sisters? Jed stared at Jean's retreating figure and gave the Tana brothers a solemn warning. Unless you have absolute power, don't ever make an enemy out of Jean, because I have a feeling that one day, he'll stand atop this continent. 2 days later, Misha and the others came to see Jean off. To conceal his Runkade identity, Jean had changed his hair color and outfit. He asked them about their mission, but they looked worried. Jean, did something happen? But Misha forced a smile and said, we're fine. Just wanted to say goodbye before leaving. Hearing that, Jean told everyone to cheer up. It's not like we're never seeing each other again. Injuries and death come with the job, but worrying won't change anything. So just focus on completing your mission, because, I promise, I'll come back alive. Jean patted Balop's shoulder. Do your best. See you next time. After seeing them off, Jean told Alakai to protect them. Alakai confidently said there was no need to worry, but the mighty black Jean cut him off. Don't draw attention. Don't be obvious. Alakai was annoyed at being cut off like that, and snapped back, telling Jean to be careful too. Just because you're in disguise, don't get careless. Jilly also reminded Jean to be careful. Mounting his horse, Jean smiled faintly. I'll bring you back a souvenir. Jean arrived in the lawless Marmite, a gathering place for the worst criminals. Vicious outlaws roamed the streets. Jean tossed a silver coin and asked the boss for water and food. A thug nearby saw Jean's young age and his seemingly weak presence, and decided to teach him the rules here. He growled, get on your knees and lick my foot. But before he could finish, a sharp dagger sliced his throat. Blood sprayed 2.5 meters high. Without a word, Jean slammed the dagger onto the table and impatiently asked the boss, how much longer do I have to wait? Everyone around him was frozen in shock at the sudden act, but a moment later, the whole room burst into laughter. They laughed gloatingly at the brute's fate, as if he were nothing more than a crushed ant. It made Jean realize just how insane these people were. He recalled what his mentor once told him in a past life. To gain the respect of outlaws in a place like this, one must demonstrate absolute power and dominance. Whether in his past life or in this one, his teacher had helped him immensely. Jean hoped to repay that kindness in this life. Moments later, the boss brought him food and water, and assured him there was no poison in it, since poisoning was taboo here. Seeing Jean's unfamiliar face, he asked if he had any family in the area, but Jean coldly said, that's none of your business. He pulled out a gold coin and offered it for information. Is there a woman named Hister around here? The boss thought for a moment and confirmed he'd never heard of her. Jean wasn't too hopeful anyway, so he asked the boss to recommend a place free of bugs and rats. The boss told him there was only one such place here, the Moonwell Inn on the west side of the city. All the royals of Marmite lived there, so no one dared cause. Jean then headed toward the Moonwell Inn. Akalon, a spoiled young master who'd never suffered, was known for his stubbornness. With his personality, there's no way he'd stay in a filthy dump. Sure enough, as soon as Jean stepped into the Moonwell Inn, he saw Akalon. At that moment, Akalon was furiously yelling, ordering his guards to fetch something for him. He said he couldn't stand it even an hour longer. But no matter how loudly Akalon raged, the guards didn't budge. They calmly reminded him that their duty was to protect him, not to indulge his every unreasonable demand. But Akalon wouldn't listen, throwing tantrums left and right, and even threatening to make the guard pay later. The muscular guard sighed in frustration and gave his comrade a glance. The other guard promptly punched Akalon unconscious. Grumbling, he said, wish we could feed him poison and be done with it. I really don't get why the Lord keeps someone like this around. He then hoisted Akalon onto his shoulder. Jean guessed the two guards were at least 6-star dancers. While assassinating Akalon was easy, escaping afterward would be the real problem, and poisoning violated Marmite's taboo. If he broke that rule, he'd cause a huge stir. Jean pondered how he could kill Akalon quietly within the Moonwell Inn. Then he suddenly slapped the table, having come up with a perfect plan. At the same time, a silver-haired girl was rushing toward the Moonwell Inn with guards. Their goal turned out to be the same as Jean's, but just as they arrived in haste, a violent storm cloud gathered overhead. A lightning bolt thick as a dragon struck down toward the Moonwell Inn. The sudden scene left them frozen in place. The silver-haired girl looked stunned, muttering, guess I should have checked my fortune today. Outside the inn, Kielisai was also stunned by what she saw. She suspected someone inside had angered a high-level mage, but it could also be targeting the secret palace, since 6 members were staying there, including the princess's lover. Kielisai hurried into the ruins with her team. though they didn't care if Akalon lived or died. They had to confirm the safety of the secret palace members. At that moment, the storm clouds surged again. Another massive bolt of lightning fell, blasting everyone inside into chaos. Just as a guard prepared to rush in, Kielisai quickly stopped him. Then suddenly, a thunderclap comparable to a 7-star spell struck. The entire inn was reduced to rubble. Kielisai stood frozen in place, guessing that must have been the final strike. Staring at the dust-covered ruins of the inn, she could only pray the members were safe. At that moment, the so-called brave emerged clumsily from the rubble. Jean had also been caught in the blast, but thanks to Luna's pendant, he escaped without a fatal injury. Jean searched for Akalon's whereabouts. If he wasn't dead yet, now would be the perfect time to strike. But suddenly, a figure of Kielisai approached Jean with curiosity, studying him closely. To think, there's actually someone in Marmite my age. You're still. Alright, you'd better get out of here quickly. This is a report from the secret palace guards, my lady. The members only suffered minor injuries, but they're all still alive. Upon hearing this, Kielisai turned and ordered the guards. Good. If they're still protecting Akalon, then just kill him on the spot. If you find the mage, seize them immediately. Jean studied the silver-haired girl before him. So she was the daughter of the secret palace princess. From what she said just now, she must have come to deal with Akalon. So even if Akalon survived by luck, death still awaited him. What Jean had to think about? To keep Kielisai from seeing his face clearly, he messed up his hair to cover it. He planned to slip away with the chaotic crowd. But right at that moment, Kielisai raised her longsword and shouted to the crowd below. I am Kielisai, daughter of the secret palace princess. From now on, the Moonwell will be under our control. Anyone who resists will be treated as an enemy. As soon as she spoke, the crowd instantly erupted into unrest. Some protested that the secret palace had no jurisdiction here. They had overstepped. Kielisai's expression turned dark. In an instant, she flashed through the air like a streak of light, her blade freezing everything it touched. Her eyes were cold, and killing intent radiated from her face. Since when does the secret palace take orders from you? If the mage isn't found, none of you are leaving here. Kielisai then spotted Jean again, and snapped at him. Why are you still here? Jean put on a frightened expression, and said he hurt his leg. Hearing that, Kielisai handed him a vial of medicine. You're lucky to survive a terrorist attack. A noble lady like me even helped apply medicine. That's fortune earned over 8 lifetimes. You'd better repay me someday. Jean smiled and waved goodbye. But in the next second, his face went cold. Assassination complete. He looked like a cute, innocent little black cat on the outside, but was actually the Shadow Dragon King of 1,000 years ago. With just one breath, he could annihilate a titan on par with a 9-star war god. And yet now, he was playing bodyguard for a bunch of teenagers. Turns out after Balop's team was assigned to an orc extermination mission, Jean had asked Dalakai to accompany them and protect them from the shadows. Orcs are powerful monsters that move in packs, so by their strength alone, they'd be wiped out. But now they'd already slain 18, because they only encountered solo orcs. Their confidence soared. Just 7 more, and they could return alive and whole, to rub it in the faces of everyone who mocked them. Mesa gratefully thought, it was thanks to Jean's divine blessing that they were all basking in such good fortune. But little did they know, this was all thanks to Alakai in the shadows. Just 2.5 days ago, all the orcs in this region had been summoned together. Alakai ordered them to act alone starting today. Anyone seen moving in pairs would be killed. The orcs growled in acknowledgement. Then, Alakai, now in cat form, grumbled to himself, that brat will definitely make me do annoying stuff like this again. Just because he's a 1,000-year contractor, he thinks he can boss me around. When we get back, I'm definitely making him buy me new manga. But just then, a loud boom echoed in the distance. Alakai instantly grew alert. He sensed a powerful presence, approaching rapidly. He couldn't figure out where that thing came from. But one thing was clear, it wasn't backing down. Alakai summoned a mass of shadow energy and hurled it downward. A barrier instantly formed around the area. This area was soon covered. Balop immediately sensed something unusual, but he only felt that the sky seemed darker than before. Alakai then revealed his true form, flying straight toward the massive figure. Who dares reveal their aura without my permission? He focused his gaze and realized it wasn't a living creature, but a relic from the old era, a grave giant. But didn't the dragon clan wipe them all out 2,000 years ago? Besides, grave giants only guard the tombs of dead gods. So why would one appear here of all places? Regardless of the reason, Alakai was not pleased. He opened his mouth wide, gathering shadow energy. Dark energy surged like a storm, converging in his mouth. At the same time, the giant sensed the danger and immediately took a defensive stance. In the next moment, a terrifying and powerful energy burst forth, instantly devouring the giant. That massive body was torn apart by the shadow breath in a flash. Alakai flapped his wings and returned to the ground, transforming back into human form before the giant's remains. He pondered the purpose. Why would a giant appear here? He suspected it had something to do with the Jeeper family. What kind of scheme were they planning? After weighing the pros and cons, Alakai decided not to tell Jean about this for now. If danger arose in the future, he would be the one to protect Jean. Just give Jean another 10 years to grow, and he would be able to take on the Jeeper family. Meanwhile, in a room elsewhere, a figure paced nervously until someone entered. The fat man spoke in panic. Lord Li Xiukai, something big happened. My grave giant was destroyed. That man was none other than the famed shape-shifting sorcerer, Bubble, and the man before him was the vice commander of Jinjielo, Li Xiukai. I've already heard, and I personally went to confirm the situation. It was a dragon that destroyed the grave giant, and not just any dragon, a shadow dragon. Hearing this, Bubble was shocked. Could the dragons have already noticed our plan? Not confirmed yet, but this is definitely a warning. I'm going to speak with the Jeeper family. A boy became a 5-star knight at only 15 years old and completed a near-suicidal assassination mission alone, returning from the no man's land unscathed. Yet his abilities are being questioned by other members because they heard that on the day Jean carried out the mission, a magician happened to attack the inn where the target was staying. So they believe Jean's success was purely due to luck. Otherwise, with only 4-star swordsmanship, he couldn't possibly have returned alive. So what? He's still a young master of the Luan-Cade family, way beyond what we mere trainees can compare to. Just then, Jean suddenly appeared before them. The trainees were instantly shocked. Had Jean overheard their conversation? Jean calmly said, "Unfortunately, I heard everything. Kaken, how's your arm doing?" At that, Kaken's face darkened, and he replied sarcastically, "Thanks to your clean cut, the medics said it was easy to reattach." Right, you seem to be talking about something interesting. Of course, after all, lowly people like us can only talk behind the back of a young master like you from the Luan-Cade family. We hope you can forgive us. But Jean replied there was no need to ask his forgiveness because he wasn't a vanguard yet. Strictly speaking, not even their superior. But Kaken sneered. With your status, taking care of someone like me is just a matter of a few words. Jean responded, "You do disgust me." Jean said, "You truly do disgust me." Kaken stood up and said, "In my eyes, your mission was just average at best. You'll never earn my recognition." Jean's expression turned cold. "You seem to misunderstand me. It's not your mockery or disrespect that I find disgusting. It's the fact that you, as the strongest 5-star knight of the advanced class, only dare talk behind my back." Jean pointed directly at Kaken. "Like I said, you're free to challenge me at any time." Kaken confirmed again, "Are you serious?" When he heard Jean's definite reply, he immediately drew his sword and slashed at Jean, unleashing long-suppressed fury. Jean felt the force through his blade, and was secretly shocked by Kaken's strength. But compared to the enemies he'd face later, Kaken was nothing. In the next moment, Kaken suddenly closed the gap between them, and struck down with fierce righteous energy. Jean had to raise his sword and block with full effort. Kaken seized the opening, and kicked Jean away. A follow-up strike came in a flash, but just then, a sense of clarity washed over Jean. He dodged Kaken's attack at an incredible speed, just like the day he dodged the iron shard. Once again, he could clearly see the trajectory of the attack. Faced with Kaken's furious strikes, Jean could now parry them with ease. His flawless defense infuriated Kaken even more. At the same time, Jean was confident he could end the fight in 3 moves, because he had already seen through all of Kaken's techniques. Facing Jean's arrogance, Kaken roared, "Young master, you really don't know your place." His strikes became even more violent, like a storm trying to capsize Jean's little boat. But after 3 exchanges, Jean slipped under Kaken's guard, gathered his power into his sword, and slashed upward with full force, cutting Kaken's sword clean in half. Kaken stood there, stunned in disbelief. "Was I tricked? Your swordsmanship is already at 5-star level." Then a sword was pointed at him, and Jean, with cold eyes, said, "I never said I was still at 4-star. You just didn't understand me. I never fight battles I'm not sure I'll win." At that moment, the Tana brothers heard the clash and ran over. When they saw the scene, they were utterly stunned. What happened? Did Jean actually defeat Kaken? Jean didn't explain much. He just left them a sentence. "No need to be so surprised," and left. The brothers were left standing there, unable to calm down for a long while. Soon, Kaken reported everything to Jean's sisters. They were in disbelief and asked again. Jean is only 15, and he already reached 5-star swordsmanship. Kaken lowered his head and confirmed. Everyone present saw it. Jean's righteous energy really surpassed 5-star. With that confirmation, and he said, "So he's baring his fangs at us now?" Meow, eyes fierce and full of killing intent, replied, "Not just at us, but at the entire family. When they assign Jean's next mission, put our people in too. He must not come back alive." A boy becoming a 5-star knight at just 15, and defeating a well-known veteran knight. This news spread like wildfire. It shocked the entire family. Everyone was stunned. Because in the history of Luan-Cade, only 3 people had achieved 5-star status. The first patriarch, Jean's father, and Luna. But eldest sister Luna had no interest in becoming head. So second brother Joshua became the first in line to inherit. With their mother's political support, his position was very secure. But Jean's powerful rise disrupted the entire balance, completely shattered that stable hierarchy. Because father, aside from Luna, has never shown approval to anyone else. He believes Joshua is unfit to lead. and has always hoped for an heir who could replace Joshua, which means father will definitely give Jean further instructions, although he doesn't yet know what those instructions will be. Jean is certain of two things. First, he'll be tested on whether he can overcome the age gap, because Jean is much younger than the other heirs. Second, father will protect Jean and won't let him die at the hands of his siblings before the trial begins, because after the first clan leader, he is the only one with true courage. And once the word gets out, clans and factions from all over the world come to visit. So father will definitely host a banquet. Jean instructed Jilly to prepare for this, especially to keep an eye on Alakai. If he turns into a human and sneaks into the banquet, it'll be trouble. Alakai jumped up, furious. Are you treating me like a child? But Jilly solemnly promised to remember it well. 3 days later, Jilly informed Jean the clan head would personally visit the main house in a month. At the same time, other clans and organizations would also visit. A banquet would be held then. Just then, the butler burst in, flustered. Young master, you've been assigned a mission, but the location is the far side of the Colon ruins. At that moment, Mother was in a furious rage, yelling at the vanguard for their incompetence, for assigning Jean to Jeeper's territory. Just then, Jean walked through the door. Seeing him, Mother composed herself and told him the mission was cancelled. He didn't have to go to Colon. Her words immediately drew complaints from Annie and Meow, but Mother roared at them to shut up, accusing them of trying to send Jean to his death. Hearing that only made them even more upset. Meow shouted at her mother, "Yes, we do want him dead. So what's wrong with that?" Annie joined in angrily, unwilling to understand why Mother was so protective of Jean. In the Runkade family, rivalries between siblings were tacitly encouraged to intensify competition. Everyone present had been schemed against growing up, and what Jean was experiencing now, they had too. After hearing Meow and Annie's argument, Mother slowly closed her eyes. What you said isn't wrong. Our clan does prize ruthless competition, but at age 15, did either of you reach 5-star strength? You're simply not the same. If you had his strength as kids, I'd have protected you too. In other words, you two aren't worth protecting. Even if you're vanguards now, you're still so disappointing. So I have nothing to regret. Hearing this, Meow and Annie looked utterly defeated, speechless. Then Mother turned her fury to the other siblings. These two caused a mess, and you, also vanguards, didn't stop them. So you three share the blame. Lentia, go reflect on your actions. Lanha, return one of the clans named Swords. The two immediately protested, but Mother coldly replied, I was going to take all of your names. Now I'm only taking one. You should consider yourselves lucky. With such swift and iron authority, she silenced all her children. Then Mother turned to Jean, wondering what kind of response he'd have after witnessing all this. Would he pretend to be noble and ask to be punished for dragging unrelated siblings into this? Or would he smugly bask in her favoritism? She quietly waited for Jean's reaction, but Jean's answer completely surprised her. Mother, I quite like the task my sisters gave me. Mother slammed the table in shock. She questioned Jean, do you even know what kind of place Colon Ruins is? But Jean's response left Meow and Annie startled. I know it's Jeeper family's territory. Our clan once tried to seize it, but failed. I also know it's dangerous, but I have no intention of backing down, because not only does he have the strength of a 5-star swordsman on the surface, he's also secretly awakened both chi manipulation and magic. When using both together, he can even rival a mage of the mage order. But his mother, unaware, thought he was acting recklessly. You should know, your sisters can't attack you directly, so they're using their vanguard privileges to get you killed during missions. But even after hearing this, Jean remained calm. He admitted he'd lose in a duel against them now, but if he completed the mission, they'd be forced to submit. Mother was still concerned for his safety. After all, at Colon Ruins, one careless move could mean death. She asked if he was confident. Jean smiled confidently and nodded, but he made one request, that if he came back alive, his brothers named Swords would be his. The two brothers looked puzzled. They told Jean if he wanted a sword, they could give him one now. No need to risk his life on this mission. After all, before father arrived, Jean must stay alive. But Jean scoffed at this. If staying alive really mattered to you, why didn't you stop my sisters when they assigned the mission? Just then, Mother stopped the argument and agreed to Jean's request before ordering everyone out. As she watched her children leave, Mother gave a contented smile. She had been worried that Jean would become another Luna, so she deliberately crushed her other children's pride before him. But now, she realized she worried too much. However, outside, tension still simmered. Annie glared at Jean aggressively. You think you'll be lucky again? Jean replied calmly. I've always been lucky. You won't be smug for long. This time, the mission won't be your only problem. You won't be alone on the road either. From that, Jean could already guess her plan. But no matter the scheme, it means nothing in the face of absolute power. Thanks for the concern, sister. See you soon. A few days later, Jean was ready to depart for the Colon mission, and all his teammates were from Annie's faction. They greeted Jean with fake smiles, apologizing for past misunderstandings. They promised not to let him down from now on. Jean responded politely. Let the past stay in the past. But he knew, These three were part of Annie's faction, and would likely try to kill him in that dangerous place. This mission was to retrieve 4 relics from Colon Ruins. Colon Ruins was once a tribal land of several thousand natives. Hundreds of years ago, the Jeeper family discovered Colon. They slaughtered most of the natives and enslaved the rest, all because the Jeeper family wanted the Colon tribe's holy relic, the magic power mirror, a handcrafted item resembling a mirror. Just staring at it could raise one's magic to 7-star level. Using it, the Jeeper family created a formidable army of mages, but in his past life, they didn't mass-produce mages until 10 years later, which meant they hadn't found the power mirror yet. With that thought, Jean tightened his grip on his sword, vowing he would never let it fall into the Jeeper. Next, they discovered the relic was in warehouse number 3. Although a raid wouldn't be hard, there would definitely be alert magic. At that moment, Jean suggested they rest for an hour first, to conserve energy for the return trip. He pulled out a packet of beef jerky and handed it to them. After seeing all 3 eat the jerky, Jean put on a mask. He stared coldly at them. Sleep for a while. I'll be back soon. The 3 of them felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Jean looked at the sleeping trio, unimpressed. Did they really think I'm an idiot? If they had just acted arrogant like usual, instead of pretending, I might have let my guard down. Still, it's only natural for dogs to follow their master's orders. Jean, alone, infiltrated the Jeeper family's warehouse number 3. Although there were guards, they were completely off guard. After all, no one would dare cross the Jeeper family. Just then, Jean suddenly appeared and took one down. The other guard panicked and raised his weapon, shouting, and lunged at Jean with his spear. Jean flipped twice midair, then charged forward with a punch, and knocked the guard out with an elbow. He then moved to the warehouse door, and found it was secured with a simple lock. There was no alert magic on it. Clearly, the Jeeper family didn't think this place important. But when Jean opened the door, a magic alert array suddenly appeared at the entrance. People believed it was for detecting bloodlines, but in truth, its purpose was to identify whether an intruder was human or a monster. So, as long as you had human blood, you'd pass. Jean used a dagger to cut the guard's palm. No need to use his own blood to avoid leaving evidence. Then, he sprinkled the blood onto the magic circle. The array instantly glowed bright red. Just as Jean thought he bypassed it, the array suddenly reacted violently. A blinding red light shot into the sky. Jean was shocked. He clearly used the guard's human blood. So why was the array triggered? Either the owner had a disease, or wasn't human at all. Suddenly, the 2 guards from earlier changed. Their bodies became unnaturally strong, and their eyes glowed with demonic red light. Jean quickly distanced himself, and summoned wind magic with his hands. A tornado erupted, isolating the area from the outside. He hadn't planned to use magic to avoid alerting nearby mages with the energy wave, but now there was no choice. A battle was inevitable. As the monster lunged at him, Jean drew a dagger from his waist. At the moment of attack, he ducked swiftly and stabbed forward during the opening. The monster roared in pain and retaliated with a violent swing. Jean dodged aside and drew his long sword from his waist. Righteous energy radiated from the blade. Its powerful aura filled the entire space. Seeing this, the monsters showed fear on their faces. It seemed they were terrified of Jean's righteous energy. One monster pulled the dagger from its gut, and the wound healed in just 2.5 seconds. Jean was shaken by what he saw. That was high-level monster regeneration, a trait only elite beasts possessed. But just minutes ago, those 2 were human. Jean suspected they might be living demon constructs, but crafting those was a top-level crime. Could the Jeeper family be using this place as a secret lab to study dark magic? Living demon constructs had power equal to 4-star fighters, though they lacked the skill of trained knights. Their attacks were more brute force. To defeat them, one had to completely destroy their core. Normally, the core is hidden in the head, the heart, or the dantian. So Jean decided. He raised his sword and launched a strike, piercing straight through the demon elephant's skull. But to his surprise, it didn't die on the spot. Its claw came down on Jean once more. Jean realized its strength hadn't diminished. Instead, it had become even more ferocious. Ruling out the head, Jean aimed next for the dantian. He plunged his sword deep into its body, but he couldn't find the core there either. That left only one place. Next, he slashed upward and split it in 2. The core fell out with a thud. Jean drove his sword into it. At that moment, Jean was furious. They'd used living people as test subjects. At the same time, another demon elephant lunged at him. A cold glint flashed in Jean's eyes. He reversed his grip and plunged his sword deep inside it. A surge of righteous energy destroyed the core instantly. After eliminating both demon elephants, Jean's spell wore off. Then, a weak voice entered Jean's ears. The demon elephant had reverted into a monstrous form, crying and begging Jean to kill him. Jean pressed his lips tightly together and said with a heavy heart, "Okay." Then he granted him release with a single strike. Although he didn't know what kind of life they'd lived before. In this world, no one would willingly become a living war elephant, because once transformed, they would have no future, only used up like disposable weapons. This was considered a top-level crime in the Empire. Jean suspected his sister knew about this situation, which was why she gave him this mission. But even if Jean exposed the truth to the public, the Jeeper family would deny it outright. Even under investigation, they'd use their power to cover it up, and Jean didn't yet have the power to stop them. So he chose to keep the fragments of the demon elephants as evidence. But for now, he had to finish the mission. Jean looked toward the warehouse. Every item on the shelves was covered in detection magic. Normally, he'd have to spend time breaking through the enchantments. But now that the guards were dead, the Jeeper family would clean up quietly, without making a scene. They wouldn't let it spread. Jean gathered all his magic into his hand, and it began to surge and mutate. With his other hand, he conjured a ball of courage. The two forces fused upon contact. In the next instant, a terrifying energy of destruction was born in Jean's palm. With a loud shout, he unleashed it. In an instant, flames consumed the entire warehouse. A few days later, Annie and Meow squatted on the ground, bruised and battered. Luna scolded them furiously. Why did you send Jean into Jeeper's territory? He's 10 years younger than you. But they snapped back. Do you really not know why? Luna replied. Don't tell me you wanted a ranking battle with him. But in those battles, only vanguards can face vanguards. That's an unspoken rule. What you two did is a disgrace to all vanguards. Even I, as a fellow vanguard, am ashamed of you. That made Annie explode in anger. Sister, you never cared about rankings. What right do you have to insult us? Luna sneered. If you had one, I wouldn't be saying this now. But Jean has already completed the mission. He's likely reported everything to Mother by now. Now do you see why you're a disgrace? From the outcome, you two ended up giving Jean the chance to show his strength. Get lost. The two were left speechless, unable to respond. As they turned to leave, Luna gave them a final warning. Jean is not someone soft-hearted. You'd best be careful from now on. Even if we've long gone separate paths, you're still my younger sisters. After they left, the nanny sighed, saying Luna scolding them like that felt like the old days of her youth. But Luna said her youth was long over. She then asked the nanny if she also thought those two weren't a match for Jean. The nanny said just give it 5 years. Even in a formal duel, they wouldn't be able to beat young Master Jean, which aligned with Luna's thoughts exactly. She then asked about progress in investigating Jean's assassination attempt. The nanny told her they could rule out Annie and Meow, since they were still in the elite class, and had no hidden dealings at the time. The Tana brothers could also be excluded. Mary and Yuna were unlikely suspects too. That left only a few suspects. Master Joshua, Master Dips, and young Masters Lon and Wegu, plus Miss Lunsha. While Lon and Wegu were still young, the other three couldn't be investigated so easily. Their positions in the family were rock solid, and an investigation could stir up unnecessary trouble. So Luna decided to wait and observe for now. The nanny told her not to worry too much about Jean, since he was safe for now, and improving his strength rapidly. Meanwhile, Jean had returned to his room. Alakai came over and asked how the mission went. Jean said he had something to show them. He took out a small bottle containing a specimen from the living golem he brought back. He explained, this was from the first guard who transformed. Alakai's eyes widened in shock. Last time it was the colossal beast. This time, Jean encountered a living golem. He didn't get it. What exactly was the Jeeper family up to? Alakai turned and asked Jean seriously, and after getting a confirmed answer, he solemnly told Jean they must go back together. He wanted to see for himself just what the Jeeper family was planning. Originally, Jean felt uneasy about returning, but with Alakai going with him, it would be much safer, and they could use the chance to find the magic fist artifact. No matter what mess they stirred up, the Jeeper family would just cover it up. With that in mind, Jean agreed. The next day, Jean attended training as usual, but Jed informed him that starting tomorrow, he no longer needed to train. Next week, the family head had new plans for him. Hearing this, the Tana brothers widened their eyes in shock. Could father be appointing him as a prospective vanguard? A prospective vanguard, before had to leave the family and build reputation. During this period, the family offers no support. Everything depends on their own strength. But when Jean heard this, he clenched his fists in excitement. He was overjoyed that he'd finally be free of judgment and could grow his power unhindered. Lon was a genius from a prestigious branch, but Jean was the youngest son of the Runkade family. At age 15, he became a 5-star knight. The family even held a grand banquet for him, with nobles and powerful guests in attendance. He led armies in his father's name, sweeping away enemies. Originally, father planned to retreat for 10 years in the Black Sea, but this youngest son kept disrupting his training. Even Karn couldn't help but praise him, saying in Hurricane City, he already knew Jean was no ordinary youth. But even he didn't expect Jean to become this powerful. The father paused, then said to Karn, that's because he was full of fighting spirit. When he first went to Hurricane City, he saw in Jean the eyes of a 7-year-old, his burning determination. The way he provoked his older brothers, upon arriving at the Sword Garden, left a deep impression on him. It was as if Jean was born knowing how to defeat his enemies. Because of this, his brothers and sisters kept suppressing him, again and again trying to kill him. But every time, Jean returned safely. His swordsmanship had even reached 5-star level. But what shocked him the most was, Jean actually killed a warrior of the White Wolf tribe by himself. He proved the value of his beliefs to his father. 2.5 days later, his father arrived at the Sword Garden. The rest of the family had already gathered to greet him. He offered his regards to the mother, who told him the children had grown up, and that they were the ones handling all the preparations. But the father coldly said, if they were truly doing well, I wouldn't have had to leave the Black Sea and come back, because he knew today's visitors would only follow his lead, not respect his children. When passing by Jean's room, he saw the two civilian swords. These two swords had once been granted by him to capture escapees, so he asked them, why give the swords to Jean? The two of them broke into a cold sweat, awkwardly replying that Jean took them by force, because they had agreed. If Jean completed the Cologne mission, the swords would be his. Hearing this, the father laughed heartily. He slapped Lon on the shoulder and said, don't you think Jean is cunning? Sometimes I even wonder, is he really my biological son? That night, Jean stood with his father by the window. It was his first time attending a clan banquet. Though he'd attended a few in his previous life, he had always hidden in shame like a criminal. He never imagined that after dying once, he would stand with his father as the banquet's main figure. His father told him, the Runcapped family rarely hosts banquets, only when something truly worth celebrating happens. In other words, Jean had achieved a truly remarkable feat. Compared to the banquet 7 years ago, this one had 200 more attendees, meaning the Runcapped family was more prestigious than 7 years ago, though the father had been fighting at the Black Sea all these years. Even so, the influence of the Runcapped family kept growing, and the reason was simple, because the father was the only victory knight alive. But that also meant that once he was gone, most people present today might turn against the Runcapped family, and the Runcapped family's strength would fall far below that of the Jaipur family. By then, the Jaipurs would dominate the scene. Just then Jean suddenly said something that stunned his father. If our family is suppressed by the Jaipurs and falls into ruin, then I will leave the clan and kill you. His father's face darkened instantly. Then Jean continued explaining, if the Runcapped family collapses, just because the father is gone, it only proves the next clan head is utterly incompetent. He won't let himself be dragged down by that kind of leader. Then, Jean changed tone and asked his father how much dirt they had on these people. Before coming here, Jean returned the stolen sword to Wegu. In exchange, he asked to see the family's mission contracts, which only the Vanguard could access. On them, Jean saw all kinds of crimes committed by each family, because they were captured by the Runcapped family. These people are now shamelessly standing here alive. Otherwise, just based on what they've done, it would be enough to kill them 100 times over. He just glanced briefly, and already mastered so many weapons beyond swords. Compared to mother and father, they hold even more secrets. If a non-holy knight family wants to lead the clan forward, they must have unmatched negotiation skills. Use these secrets to protect the family. After hearing this, father said those secrets. The Jaipur family probably has too. But Jean smiled confidently. The Jaipur family would never use them, because the role of villain belongs solely to the Luancade clan. Jaipur will always play the nice guy. Bottom line is, if the next clan head fails to use them wisely, then I'll leave the family without hesitation and start preparing to take revenge on the Jaipur. Father stroked his chin and nodded. After all, only the living can get revenge. He looked at Jean. None of the other to even imagine the clan might fall. They only whined and boasted aimlessly. But Jean was calm and candid about his thoughts. That brought a faint smile to father's face. If only he'd had Jean when he was younger. He has Luna's talent, Mary's ambition, and Deep's drive. 10, maybe 15 years. That's how long he can protect the title of clan head. And during that time, will Jean be able to shift the line of succession? Father told Jean to wait for him. After the banquet ended, Jean clenched his fist. Father was going to grant him the title of Pre-Vanguard. Just then, a servant rushed in, panicked. Alert! Several guests arrived without invitation. Father's eyes narrowed sharply. He already guessed who it was. Was it the Jaipur family? How arrogant of them. There were 5 in total. Leading them was clan head Andre. Father told the servant to let the other 4 in, but told Andre to get lost. Then he turned to Jean, asking if he went too far. Jean replied with a smile. It was incredibly satisfying. If Andre feels humiliated and leaves with the Jaipur people, he'd be defying the Luancade clan head's order. And in the Garden of Oaths, that's forbidden. So father would have every right to break both his legs. Andre would definitely follow father's command. Then the banquet officially began. Father appeared on the second floor with Jean, introducing the son he had in his later years, and expressing his pride. He publicly thanked Jean. Applause erupted from below. Then father announced the banquet rules. Anyone who gets drunk and starts a fight will be dragged to the arena by the night guards. The loser must submit to the winner, but the winner must not be too cruel. After all, this is still a banquet. Jean looked at his father beside him. Though father's tone was gentle, this was clearly a party of vendettas. All the key players of the continent were gathered here tonight, with tangled grudges and ancient blood feuds. If this were any other, it'd be all about flexing power. But this was a Luancade banquet, and no one dared break father's rules. Even if they couldn't kill their enemies, they could at least beat them half to death, because this was the mad Luancade family. After his speech, father told Jean to join the fun. If he found someone interesting, take them out, but not someone weaker, unless they insulted him or the family. Jean grinned confidently. Got it. And one more thing, I absolutely can't lose. Father nodded. That's a given. Otherwise, He said he would take back everything Jean has now, including Bradamanti and his nanny. Watching his father walk away, Jean couldn't help but feel emotional. It was his first time chatting with his father, like an ordinary father and son. But Jean's goal in this life isn't to be a pleasing son, it's to surpass his father. After Jean joined the banquet, the Tana brothers carefully approached him. They greeted him stiffly but eagerly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jean leaned in close to their ears and softly told them to say something flattering, then leave. The brothers stammered nervously in agreement. Just then, a long-haired man approached and greeted Jean. He was about to introduce himself, but Jean spoke first. "Are you the first vanguard of the Khan family?" Seeing this, the Tana brothers tactfully left, but just as Jean began speaking, a large hand suddenly landed on his head. "I've always been curious. What kind of guy could reach 5-star swordsmanship at just 15? Nice to meet you. I'm Wuga." Jean suppressed his anger, his expression dark and cold, but Wuga remained totally casual, even pushing into the room with familiarity. He remarked that even though Jean was a runkade, wasn't it a bit much to scowl over being addressed without formality? In the world of dancers, he was a senior. Though Jean was impressive as a junior, wasn't he being too rude? Hearing this, Jean turned and looked at Wuga coldly. "Listen carefully. What you just did was an insult to me and everyone who respects me. If you're into seniority, then you'd better be mindful. Most people here are your seniors, aren't they? You should have noticed how your seniors treat me, right? Admit your mistake and apologize to your elders." Wuga immediately broke into a cold sweat, unable to say a word. At that moment, people nearby stepped in to smooth things over. "Wuga, I knew your big mouth would get you in trouble one day. Young master spared your life. Don't act like a woman. Apologize like a man." Faced with this, Wuga bowed and apologized to Jean and the elders. Jean also accepted the apology. After Wuga left, Luna came to Jean's side. She had also witnessed Jean's extraordinary presence. "You really know how to make enemies. Wouldn't hurt to be cute, like a normal kid sometimes." But Jean replied, "Right now, he represents the Runkade family." Luna then asked, "What if Wuga challenges you to a duel? He's a 6-star dancer." Jean replied calmly, "If that really happens, then the head of the Tuko family and the elders will step in." Hearing Jean's analysis, Luna was impressed. "You even thought that far ahead. Did you study aristocratic scheming somewhere? Maybe it's because of Jean's talent and cleverness that someone in Hurricane City wants to assassinate him in secret." Thinking that, Luna decided to follow Jean's lead and give everyone a warning. She pulled Jean's head into a hug, resting it against her. With this show of affection, Luna was telling everyone Jean is a brother she deeply cherishes, so that people would remember it well. Everyone present was stunned at the sight. It was clear that Luna, the 9-star war god, loved her brother dearly. But someone watching this scene was grinding his teeth to dust. He even bit down so hard, he tore his handkerchief. "Lord Li Shoukai, I'm so jealous of him. I want to snuggle with Lady Luna too." That man was Bubel from Jinjielluo, and beside him was Vice Captain Bishikai. Seeing Bubel like that, he scowled and told him to shut up. At that moment, Bishikai's sister asked him to respect Bubel. Maybe Luna really meant a lot to him, and thanks to Bubel pushing, he could sit here. Bishikai sighed, covering his face helplessly. Meanwhile, the star of the show, Jean, after greeting those nearby, began looking for members of the Jeeper family. Just then, a wine glass crashed down before him. The emblem on the girl's head was very familiar. Shalise glared at Jean with eerie coldness. "May I invite the Luancade clan superstar? Have a drink with me?" "A pleasure to meet you, young Master Jean Luancade." She acted like it was their first time meeting, chatting politely with a smile, which left Jean very confused. Shalise clearly recognized him. So why didn't she mention the moonlight incident? He only had a little dirt on his face that day. There's no way she didn't recognize him. Suddenly, Shalise's tone took a sharp turn. "Young Master Jean, can I ask you something? Did your leg injury heal?" Her chilling stare made Jean uneasy. He braced himself and replied, "Thanks to a certain important figure, who personally applied the medicine. That's how I recovered so fast." Shalise sneered. "Didn't expect you to be this thick-skinned, Jean." She demanded an explanation as to why he was at the moonlight well-in. Her men never found the mage who cast the spell, and she began to suspect the boy she let go might have been the culprit. Jean responded that she was overthinking it. The Luancade clan is famously forbidden from using magic, but Shalise insisted that Jean was on a mission that day and may have thought he couldn't complete it. So he hired a mage. The Moonlight Inn only had people worthy of Luancade's intervention, so she demanded a proper explanation. Jean replied, "That's just your assumption. You have no actual proof." Seeing how stubborn he was, Shalise scoffed, "Since you're playing dumb, then I won't hold back. I challenge you to a duel. I'll beat you senseless and spit on your annoying face after." But Jean said, "Father warned me not to duel people weaker than me." Hearing this, Shalise glared at him furiously. But then, Jean added, "If you insist, I accept." Moments later, the two arrived at the arena. Jean ordered everyone but medics to leave and asked for 2 good swords. He glanced at Shalise preparing nearby. After midnight, spectators would pour in. She was, after all, the princess of the secret palace. If he beat her in public, it would be too cruel. Shalise turned and asked Jean for a condition. "If I win, tell me everything." about what happened at Moonlight Well. Jean agreed without a second thought. But he had one condition too. If he won, then she'd pretend she never saw him that day. With that, he charged at Shalise with sword in hand. But he had a condition too. If he won against Shalise, she must act as if she never saw him that day. With that, he charged straight at Shalise, sword in hand. But just then, Jean noticed ice crystals falling before him. The next second, Kielisai's sword came slashing in, carrying a chill of frost. This was a unique skill of those with the bloodline of the Andorma family. The myriad ice sword, with its blade, covered in frost so cold it chilled the air. Everything it touched was frozen solid. Jean didn't expect Kielisai to open with such a powerful technique. For someone like him, who hadn't even been taught the family's secret arts, it was too cruel. But Kielisai didn't care one bit. She struck Jean into the air with one slash, then unleashed an even stronger assault, launching relentless attacks with full force. But Jean calmly deflected every blow with ease. The one-star was gradually showing. Still, Kielisai had confidence she could defeat Jean. As long as she unleashed the myriad weapons, it would be enough to cancel out their one-star difference in power. But her stamina and mastery were far below Jean's, so she had to end the fight quickly. During the battle, Jean also figured out Kielisai's sword style. Though she could use myriad weapon arts, her attack and defense techniques were inferior to his. So next, Kielisai would definitely use an even stronger secret technique to win. But Jean had no idea how powerful her ultimate technique was, so he would have to bring out his own secret art to strike back. He had already mastered the strongest technique of Hurricane City's secret arts. Just then, Kielisai suddenly revealed a mysterious smile, bringing Jean's Runcade technique to an end. She unleashed the third move of myriad weapons, Avalanche. Endless frost surged toward Jean like a raging tide. The ice crystals carried powerful righteous energy, instantly cutting across Jean's face. At the center of the storm, Kielisai smiled confidently. She felt she already had the victory in hand. But Jean suddenly curled his lips into a smile. This instantly unsettled Kielisai. She had just unleashed Avalanche. Even a 5-star prodigy at age 15 shouldn't be able to block it. So why was she feeling so uneasy? Suddenly, Jean's sword pierced through the blizzard toward her face. Kielisai quickly twisted to dodge Jean's surprise strike. But Jean's longsword couldn't withstand the immense force. Cracks rapidly spread across it. Jean immediately sensed danger and urgently warned Kielisai to move away. The next second, an intense explosion erupted in the midst of Kielisai's frosty storm. Jean anxiously charged into the blast zone. That strike's power was far beyond what Kielisai could handle. If she hadn't dodged in time, she would have been dead or seriously injured. When he saw that Kielisai was unharmed, he finally sighed in relief. But Kielisai fell into endless self-doubt. She couldn't believe she had dodged, out of fear of death and injury. As the princess of the secret palace, she couldn't accept that reality. Jean hurried over in concern, asking if Kielisai was alright. He could see something was wrong with her emotionally. Even though she heard Jean's warning, she still wanted to force him to reveal his secret arts. But in the face of life and death, she retreated. No matter how strong her pride or concern for honor, she was still too young, unable to suppress her survival instinct. Seeing the dejected Kielisai, Jean gently comforted her. If it were him, he would have dodged too, and she would have shouted to warn him just the same. So there's no need to blame herself too much. After hearing that, Kielisai silently pulled out a medicine kit, then applied ointment to the wound on Jean's face. Let this be my repayment for you sparing my life. Because this life was a gift from you, I'll become someone great again, so you don't have to worry about me. With that, she turned and left. Oh right, this was our first meeting. See you tomorrow. Jean watched Kielisai's departing back, and for a moment, had no words. The next day, Jean noticed the banquet crowd was much smaller, which meant he could now go meet the Jipur family's people. He heard the visitors were between 15 and 20 years old, about the same age as him. It was a good opportunity to compare magical strength. Although he also wanted to ask about Cologne, he decided to investigate it later with Alakai. With Alakai's help, it would be much easier to find the spring of mana, and it could also stop the Jipur family from creating a mage army in the future. Just then, a familiar-looking cat appeared in front of Jean. He froze, wondering why a cat would be at a Runcade family banquet. But when he saw it was Alakai, his anger spiked immediately. Kielisai looked at the name on Alakai's collar and asked Jean if he had given it that name. And the moment Alakai saw Jean, he bristled in alarm. A fierce, uncontrollable rage flashed in Jean's eyes, as if he wanted to swallow Alakai whole. Just then, a voice came from behind Jean. I knew it. As long as I followed that cat, I'd find someone. A white-haired boy jumped in front of Jean, grinning. I finally get to see you. Jean Luankade, I've been thinking about you every day. Upon hearing that, Shalise and Alakai were stunned. That's a lot to take in. Then they turned and left. Not wanting to interrupt the passionate exchange, they stepped away as the youth pointed at Jean. He told him the first character of his name, asking him to guess who he was. But Jean said he had no memory of him at all. The scholarly youth patted Jean's shoulder, surprised by how bad Jean's memory was. So he decided to just tell him his full name. I'm Balad. But Jean suddenly interrupted him. I know. You're Belladine. Jeeper. He impatiently brushed off Belladine's hand. saying the reason he kept pretending not to remember was to avoid getting too close. Why couldn't he take a hint? Hearing that, Belladine gave a clueless, innocent look of realization, which left Jean speechless. This fool. Could he really become a 9-star mage at age 30? Belladine then proudly showed off to Jean. His magic had already reached 6 stars, even higher than his swordsmanship. But hearing that, Jean froze. He couldn't believe it. Belladine, the most talented mage of the Jeeper family, only reached 6-star at age 18. Jean estimated that by the time he was 18, he would at least be a 7-star mage. It made him suspect Belladine was hiding his true strength. But seeing Belladine's proud expression, he dropped that idea. Jean calmly reaffirmed his own potential, that after the current head of the Jeeper family, he would be the one to stand atop the magical world. He then asked Belladine. Their family didn't receive an invitation, so why did he come to the banquet? Belladine grinned. Because I pestered Uncle Andre, until he brought me along. Hearing that, Jean was speechless again, just a child throwing a tantrum, and the Jeeper patriarch allowed it. To enter enemy territory, Jean waved his hand, telling him to behave, and was about to leave. Belladine instantly felt ignored. He mentioned that he knew Jean's father had shown mercy to his uncle. He once again placed a hand on Jean's shoulder. As an exchange, Belladine promised Jean that in the future, without notice, he'd come to Jeeper banquets. But wouldn't hurt him. Jean glanced at him sideways. What if I launched a terror attack? But Belladine grinned. I never break my word. Even if you started a terror attack, I wouldn't kill you. Even if there's a fight, I won't raise a hand against you. Jean stared at this weirdo, not knowing what to say. You're such a fool, he muttered, and walked away. He had another nuisance to deal with. From earlier, someone unpleasant had been staring at him. Jean approached a figure from behind. Guest, do you have something to say to me? It was none other than Buble of Jean Gelaw. But Buble unexpectedly asked him, when will Lady Luna appear again? And handed Jean a book. He wanted Jean to pass it on to Luna, a poetry collection he spent nights composing for her. It was filled with his love. He believed Luna would understand once she read it. Then he gave a creepy, lovesick smile. Perhaps in the near future, I'll call you brother-in-law. Hearing that, Belladine immediately spat out his red wine, a full 2.5 meters, and Jean's rage instantly hit the ceiling. He snatched the book from Buble's hands and tore it to shreds on the spot, then stomped it into the floor. Jean was seething, on the verge of exploding. Not only did Buble casually say his sister's name out loud, and he still dares call himself a brother-in-law, he's clearly not putting the Runcade family in his eyes at all. Jean immediately ordered the Guardian Knights to drag this guy to the dueling arena. But even facing disaster, Buble showed no remorse, shouting that he was only expressing his love, and that Jean shouldn't treat him like this. He was still a guest of the Runcade family. How could a guest be treated like this? But Jean ignored him completely, forcing him into the dueling arena. He threw him to the ground with force. With a stern expression, Jean tore off his coat. I'll fight you barehanded. He was determined to teach this fool a brutal lesson. This scene was just witnessed by Li Shokai and his companion. They didn't understand why Buble would provoke Jean. Even Kielisai and Delakai were baffled. They couldn't figure out why Jean would choose to duel that kind of person. But the most confused of all was Buble. He suspected Jean might have discovered that 5 years ago, he helped the Jipur family attempt to assassinate him. Then the announcer declared the duel was about to begin. Just as Buble was about to introduce himself, a furious fist landed straight on his face. Jean stared at Buble coldly. I don't care what someone like you is called. Seeing this, Buble dropped all pretense. His fists ignited with righteous energy, and he punched down hard. A brutal strike smashed into Jean's face. The spectators recognized Buble as a 16-star dancer, and also quite skilled in martial arts. If Jean lost, it would be disgraceful. Landing that blow, Buble began laughing wildly and taunting Jean. With that level of skill, you dare duel me. I'll make you cry and beg at my feet. But before he could finish, Jean's hand slammed onto his face, and punches rained down like a storm. He beat Buble on the spot until he was howling, bleeding, helpless. There was no chance for retaliation. At this point, Mela angrily objected, saying that since the winner was already clear, why was Jean still being so ruthless? Brother, you're just going to stand by as Buble's friend. Li Shokai wanted to explain it was a fair duel, but Mela gave him no chance. She stared seriously at Shokai. Brother, as your sister, I'm very disappointed in you. I hope you teach Jean a lesson. Hearing this, Li Shokai sighed and touched his forehead helplessly. He had no choice but to agree and walk straight toward Jean. Young master, let that guy go. How about we have a match instead? Jean tossed Buble aside and faced Shokai directly. He was a 7-star knight from the Ifu family. Win or lose, Jean would gain something from the fight. The swordsmanship of Shokai's family was definitely worth studying. Their previous clan head had been recognized even by Jean's father. Jean then looked toward Mela. This spoiled young lady was even willing to trouble her own brother for her desire. How ridiculous. It was clear Li Shokai truly cared for his sister. Jean understood how he felt. It was like how his sister Luna cared for him. That's why he couldn't tolerate anyone insulting Luna. Jean warned Shokai to keep that girl's mouth shut, but Shokai told him calmly, that girl isn't my sister. She just travels with us. Did Buble say something wrong? Hearing the name, Jean's heart skipped a beat. Only now did he realize That chubby guy was the infamous shapeshifter, Bubble from his previous life, but at the same time, new questions filled Jean's mind. What exactly was Bubble's relationship with Shokai? In his past life, when Bubble was arrested, there had been no rumors linking the two of them. The rumor of his ties with the Eve family. Does Bishikai know? He's a shapeshifter, but now's not the time to think. Because he's facing a 7-star knight, he has to focus entirely on this battle. In the next moment, Bishikai closed in on Jean almost instantly. From just one clash, Jean knew Bishikai's strength exceeded 7 stars. His refined swordsmanship was on par with Uncle Jed. With Jean's current ability, he couldn't even track the trajectory of his sword. The moment they clashed, Jean was at a disadvantage. The onlookers all believed Jean wouldn't last long, but Belladine didn't think so, because only he knew that people from the Luenkade family grow stronger with will. If the Eve family's swordsmanship was like a cunning snake, then the Luenkade family's swordsmanship was like a charging rhino. Even with broken legs, the rhino would never stop charging. At that moment, Bishikai's sword slashed across Jean's chest, and Jean's counterattack was effortlessly dodged. Jean felt that Bishikai wasn't even using full strength. But even so, with only 5-star strength, he was still able to trade blows with Bishikai, though Jean felt he was at his limit. In the middle of the duel, that sense of pride and arrogance returned. So Jean closed his eyes and fully focused on the overwhelming righteous energy. The power surged from his core. At the same time, Bishikai also decided to end it, charging at Jean with his long sword. But facing Bishikai's attack, Jean stood motionless. Then came a crisp cracking sound. Jean's sword shattered in an instant from the sweep. It finally stopped just in front of Jean's chest. The residual force of the sword aura knocked him unconscious. At the same moment, a faint sword mark appeared on Bishikai's neck. Though it only scratched his skin, he was extremely shaken, because at that instant, he felt as though a sword was about to take his head. If Jean had reacted 0.1 second faster, and he 0.1 second slower, he would have been struck down. To have grasped Star's sword at age 15, what a terrifying kid. 2 days later, a fat cat was lying on Jean's face. Jean woke up, gasping for air. He grabbed a Lakai and realized he was in his own room. Seeing Jean wake up, Gilly quickly brought him water. She told him he'd been out for 2 days, and the banquet had ended. Jean sighed helplessly. The guests were all there for him, but he didn't even get to greet them. How embarrassing. But Gilly comforted him, saying his duel with Bishikai was all anyone could talk about. That duel was a perfect return gift. What amazed people most was the star sword. He nearly defeated an 8-star knight. It caused quite a stir. Jean recalled that his star sword wasn't perfect yet, but it worked. All thanks to Luna's training, because at first, he couldn't understand the training at all. But now, he finally saw the results. Even though Jean only used it unconsciously while pushed to his limits, to grasp even a rough form of star sword at 5 stars was already an incredible feat. Besides, Jean gained a lot from the banquet. He confirmed Belladine's standing in his family, made some connections with the labyrinth heir, and learned there were ties between Bubble and Bishikai. Just then, Gilly brought in a bouquet. She said it was left by Shalise for him, and teased that maybe she liked him. But Jean disagreed, because the bouquet contained labyrinth snowflakes, which mean endless struggle. Jean thought, Kielisai must want to spar with me again. Then Gilly told him. The clan leader wanted Jean to see him immediately upon waking. He guessed the clan leader was going to appoint Jean as a provisional vanguard for an expedition. Jean agreed with Gilly's guess. It looked like he was about to leave the family for a while. After that, Jean dressed properly and went to the spirit shrine to meet his father. His father was a bit surprised to see him. It had been a long time since any of his children wore expedition gear when meeting him. Clearly, Jean had already anticipated his journey. Then his father asked Jean if he knew where they were. Jean calmly replied, "This is the spirit shrine. If the Jinji garden was built to make the family flourish, then this place is for those who made extraordinary contributions to the clan." His father sighed and said, "That's right. This place honors those who, time and again, pulled the clan back from the brink of crisis. But only one person was never buried here. The first clan leader, Tamar Runkade. Not even in the planes of remembrance. The dark power you possess is the reason we cannot honor him." After his death, Runkade was forced to sign a humiliating pact with the Jipyur. The gods of the Jipyur family joined forces to curse the Runkade bloodline. So after the first clan leader, no descendant could use mana again. Then, with a grave look, his father asked, "Can you use that power to defeat your siblings and conquer the entire clan?" But Jean replied, "If while I'm out in the world, I don't find any prey more valuable than the Runkade family, then I'll come back and do as you say." Hearing this reply, his father smiled. "The other children leave home to earn recognition, but you left to see if the clan is even worth recognizing. I don't know whether to call you brilliant or arrogant." Then his father held out his hand. "I give you 5 years. Earn the clan's recognition during that time, or recognize it yourself. Then come back and give me your answer." With that, Jean drew his sword from his waist and solemnly held it to his chest. "Thank you for everything during this time, father. See you in 5 years." After bidding farewell, Jean left the sword garden without looking back. but the figures ahead made his eyes light up. In addition to Alakai, Jilly was also waiting by the gate with luggage in hand. At that moment, Jean noticed something wrong with Jilly's wrist, but Jilly brushed it off, saying he couldn't use righteous energy for now. Though he'd heard veterans talk about it, actually losing his powers still felt strange, but relying on his nanny's power to build fame would only harm Jean's reputation. So Jilly told him not to worry too much. Hearing this, Jean promised him sincerely, not just for the next 5 years. I'll protect you for a lifetime. Jean looked back one last time at the clan gate. In his past life, he was thrown out, but in this life, he left bearing his father's deep expectations. Then, the two boys and a dragon set out on their journey. For Jean, his life was just beginning. The name Jean Runcade would soon resound across the world. By now, Jean had embarked on his journey. Because Jean left without a word, Jilly worried that Luna and the trainees who loved him most would be heartbroken. But Jean didn't care at all. Luna's always been a free spirit anyway. As for the trainees, they're too sentimental. If I said goodbye properly, they'd probably stage a farewell ceremony at the clan gate. Then Jilly asked Jean where their first destination would be. Most vanguards chose Marmite as their first stop to build fame. The most effective way is to capture a Runcade provisional vanguard. Before becoming an official vanguard, they must venture into the world to make a name for themselves and earn the clan's recognition. During that time, the clan provides no support. Sister Mary, at 19, and earned the title Storm Mary. After that, she became an official vanguard. The other brothers and sisters returned in 6 months to 2 years, but father gave Jean 5 years, and there's only one reason to let Jean fully reach the peak of enlightenment. With that in mind, Jean chose his first destination. We're heading to the kingdom of Yakin, but Jilly didn't quite understand. Since that's the Jipur family's territory, Jean explained that during the Colon mission, he heard of dark mages wreaking havoc there. They were colluding with dancer mercenaries to oppress the people. Hearing this, Jilly lit up with fighting spirit. Back when he was a dancer, what he loved most was catching bad guys. Now he was already getting excited. But in truth, that intel was from Jean's past life. Those people were just pawns of the Tixing underworld. Jean's real goal was to attend the underground auction there, because it held a magic book and a ring he wanted. However, there was one problem. Jilly only had 10 gold coins. They couldn't use the travel gate to get to Yakin. But Jean confidently said, once we reach the kingdom of John, the money problem will be solved. For now, we'll just fly there. Hearing that, Alakai perked up and eagerly asked Jean, can we really do that? Jilly worried. What if the clan finds out? But Jean said, even I need to rebel sometimes. Then Alakai leapt from Jilly's arms, and shadow energy spread across the forest. In the next moment, a massive black dragon appeared before them. Alakai smugly said, hold on tight. We need to fly nonstop to reach John by tomorrow. Meanwhile, Luna, back in the sword garden, suddenly froze. She sensed an immense power appear. Looking out the window, she saw a giant dragon soaring through the sky. She immediately realized what it meant. Don't tell me Jean took off on a dragon the moment he became vanguard. What a bold kid. Luna let out a helpless smile, her eyes full of affection. Then may my heartless little brother, who didn't even say goodbye, return invincible. The next day, Jean and his party arrived in the kingdom of John. But Jilly, suffering dragon sickness, was vomiting wildly. Alakai yelled at Jean, it's your fault Jilly's so sick, then turned around to care for him. Jean was speechless. Alakai was the one showing off, doing stunts in the air. What a mischievous lizard, acting like he wants the world to know he's a black dragon. Jean told Alakai to wait here, while he went to get money. Scene change. Capital center of the kingdom of John. A blonde boy stared off into the distance. He was none other than Samber, the boy Jean once saved. He only heard about the banquet after it ended, and felt deeply dejected. He had always wanted to see Jean again, to repay his life-saving kindness. Missing that chance, he didn't know when they'd meet again. But just then, a familiar voice called out from behind him. He turned to speak, only for a large hand to cover his mouth. Samber jolted in shock. Jean quickly revealed himself and said, don't make a sound. Once he released Samber, the boy gasped and asked in surprise, Jean, what are you doing here? A familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. He turned around and was just about to speak, when a large hand quickly covered his mouth. Samber was so startled, he began to tremble. Jean quickly revealed his identity and told him to stay quiet. After releasing Samber, he asked in shock, Jean, what are you doing here? But Jean asked back, didn't you say I could come to you anytime for help, if I ever needed it? Hearing that, Sambo confirmed it. So Jean said directly, well, now's the time I need your help. Bring me some gold and money. Upon hearing that, Sambo froze on the spot. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Jean just cheerfully urged him to bring more, because he once saved Sambo's life. And ever since Jean was made a provisional vanguard, the family stopped giving him any support. So besides fighting, young masters and ladies from the Luancade family, who know nothing else, all suffer in the first few months after leaving home. But Jean was acting generously right away, bringing Alaka and treating Gilly to a lavish feast. After eating, Gilly burped in satisfaction. He had already braced himself for hunger, but to his surprise, Jean made sure they didn't have to suffer from the start. Alakai, sitting beside them, scoffed. Didn't you just say yesterday Jean was extorting people? Why are you eating so happily now? Jean looked at Alakai's bulging belly and grew concerned. We're moving through a gate soon. What if you throw up again like last time? But Alakai just gave a smug little grin. My rule is, even if I puke, I eat first, no exceptions. But if you don't want to see me puke, why not just ride on me instead? But Jean told him, it's not that simple. The kingdom of Yakin is ruled by the Jeeper family, and 80% of the dragons there answer to them. Flying in on you would basically be a declaration of war. Hearing that, Alakai got. Those dragons used to tremble at his name. Then he suddenly turned into a cat. Times really have changed. Even a bunch of nobodies can fly around now. Seeing that, Jean scolded him for shape-shifting in public again. Soon, they arrived at the portal checkpoint. After showing a forged ID made by the family, they successfully entered the waiting room, bathed in a blue magical light. In the next instant, they arrived in the kingdom of Yakin. The last time Jean came here was 15 years ago, in his past life, the final year before his rebirth. He had spent it right here. Even after 15 years, nothing about the scenery had changed. Homeless people everywhere, and clerks with dead eyes. It gave Gilly a heavy first impression of the city. The weather was nice, but Jean knew the gloom was all because of Taishin's tyranny. Then they arrived at a small inn. Alakai was not impressed at all. With all this money, why stay somewhere so shabby? Gilly tried to reason with him. I'm sure young master has his reasons. Jean turned and told him, in this city ruled by dark mages, flaunting wealth will only bring disaster. But Alakai scoffed again. Even orcs wouldn't stay in a place like this. His teeth were grinding in protest. The three of them approached the innkeeper. The man raised his drooling face and scanned them. This one's clearly a spoiled brat. That one's obviously a greenhorn. And the woman must be a maid, judging by her badge. After a quick assessment, he gave a sly grin. He brought them 3 glasses of orange juice. While singing praises about his little inn, he handed them his special orange juice. Drink it. Alakai scowled and inspected the juice carefully. The next moment, his fury exploded. He glared at the owner and smashed the glass in his face, then leapt onto the table and kicked him hard. Already in a bad mood, this just pushed him over the edge. You dare give me poison, you bastard? You're dead today. But the innkeeper wasn't just some random guy. He was the top-tier informant, Jet. In Jean's previous life, he owed this man a favor. Back when he'd just been exiled from his family, Jean was only able to settle down again thanks to his help. But his intentions for approaching Jean were anything but pure. He deceived Jean multiple times using various schemes. Back then, naive Jean was tricked until he was left with nothing but his underwear. Just thinking about those humiliating memories made Jean furious. This time, it would be his turn to use that bastard. After being beaten for a while, Jet finally remembered he was a 5-star dancer too. But just as he tried to act tough, Alakai punched him again and made him go limp. He immediately started begging for mercy, crying out in pain. After a bit more beating, Jean told Alakai that was enough. He still had questions to ask, so don't kill him. Jet immediately latched onto that like a lifeline and promised to redeem himself. Jean sat down and asked him some questions. Lie and you die. Tell the truth and you live. He would use instinct and intuition to judge whether Jet was telling the truth. He then asked Jet about his profession. My name is Jet, he replied. I'm an information broker and the owner of this shop. I also dabble in human trafficking. Jean asked where he planned to sell the prisoners. But before he could answer, a large foot stepped on his hand. As his dazed eyes stared ahead, the foot stomped down hard. Jet screamed and quickly blurted out. The underground auction run by the Takesing gang. It's a black market run by the Takesing syndicate. They deal in every type of contraband imaginable. After getting his answer, Jean told him he'd send someone to treat him, and that he better know how to behave from now on. Jean then left to find a doctor. The moment he stepped outside, Jean let out a deep breath. He already knew everything, but had to play dumb. Pretending was exhausting. But he had no intention of telling anyone about his reincarnation. Soon after, Jean returned with the doctor and got Jet healed up. This really was the Magic Federation. Even a random street doctor was top tier. You couldn't even tell Jet had been injured. At that moment, Jet started guessing whether Jean was a successor of a dancer family or from the Mantek clan. Either way, if he betrayed them, he'd die horribly. Just then, Jean walked up to Jet and told him to lead the way to the underground auction. Soon, under Jet's lead, they arrived at the auction house entrance. As soon as they walked in, Jean was nearly blinded by the luxurious decor. This didn't look like a black market at all, more like a concert hall. Jet then handed them some masks and explained, though the public boss of Takesing is named Shaka, he's not the real one in charge. The true boss is a guy named Spider-Hand Waru, a 7-star dancer. Jet whispered to Jean. Rumor is, he's connected to the Runcade family. But Alakai scoffed at that. No way someone like that would associate with bottom feeders. Even Gilly agreed. It's unthinkable. But only Jean knew that there was one person in the family, the one who cursed him, with an unbreakable swordsmanship block, a 9-star level curse known as Wandering Restraint. If anyone in the family had ties to the Magic Federation, it had to be that person. This was Jean's first clue in 15 years. He wasn't going to overlook even the smallest lead. He had to uncover Waru's true identity. With Jet leading, they entered the underground auction. Alakai thought Jean planned to uproot the entire Takesing syndicate on his first day in Yajin Kingdom. Gilly whispered to Jean, from what I've seen along the way, the guards here are way stronger than expected. If we fight here recklessly, we'll be at a huge disadvantage. But Jean turned to them and said calmly, "Don't worry. I've already got a plan." He then called the two over to share the details. But after hearing Jean's plan, they both frowned deeply. Alakai muttered, "I seriously don't get Jean. What's even in that head of his?" Even Gilly was worried. Is Jean's crazy plan really going to work? But Jean reassured them. If anything goes wrong, just run for it. Soon, they entered the interior of the auction house. The host then announced the start of the auction, with loud and energetic calls. Many items were auctioned off one by one. Then came the next item, a magic book, allegedly written by the world-renowned mage, Metuoner. It was said to contain astonishing spells. As soon as that was said, the room erupted into fierce bidding. But Jean didn't react at all. He instantly recognized it as a fake. All of Meta's books were controlled by the Geiper family. No way they'd be here. The host was just making things up, fooling those vain and gullible mages into a frenzy. Then, the host shouted that the next book was by Qianming. Starting bid, 50 gold coins. Hearing this unknown name, Jean wasn't interested. He wasn't going to bid. But just then, Alakai urgently told Jean to bid for it. If it's the Qianming I know, it's a treasure. Hearing that, Jean placed a bid and won it. If even a dragon thought it was valuable, he didn't need to ask why. The host then announced that the next book was by Hugh Gilhest. When Jean heard that name, his full attention was captured. The next moment, to everyone's shock, Jean shouted a bid of 200 gold coins. Gasps filled the room. Even Alakai was confused. Why would Jean pay such a high price? For that magic book? Jean simply replied, "A good book is worth the price." But inside, his heart was stirring, because Hest was from the family of his teacher in a past life. It was said, the Hest family was wiped out centuries ago, but Jean never expected to find a trace of them here. If he ever met his teacher again, he'd give the book as a gift. After the auction ended, Jean received their items. After inspecting it, Alakai confirmed it really was by the Qianming he knew. But compared to that, he couldn't understand the other book Jean bought. It was full of strange codes, and those codes could only be read by Jean and his teacher. At that moment, Jean turned to Jet. "I want to meet Spider-Hand Aru." Jet replied nervously, "That's hard. Lord Aru isn't someone you can just ask to see." But before Jet could finish, Jean grabbed his shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Tell him Belladin Geiper wants to see him." Hearing that, Jet's pupils dilated in utter shock. He could barely contain his excitement. He sprinted off at 250 meters per second, thinking he had just latched onto the golden thigh of the Geiper family, and his life was about to skyrocket. He threw open the door and yelled, "Lord Aru, Belladin Geiper is here to see you." But instead of Aru, he was met with a group of fierce-looking suit-wearing thugs. Moments later, they dragged Jet over to Jean with aggressive energy. However, they were greeted. Suddenly, a ball of fire flared before the thug's eyes. Jean stood tall in flames, exuding arrogance. "Are you Aru?" The thug panicked and waved frantically. "Lord Aru has invited you three to see him." But hearing that, the flames surged even stronger. Amid the raging fire came Jean's cold voice. "I'll say it again. Tell him to crawl to me himself." Clearly, Jean's plan was working out perfectly so far. His powerful presence and the blazing 5-star magic he unleashed left no one in the room doubting his identity, because only someone from the Jeeper family could possess 5-star magic power at such a young age. Next, Jean took out the ancient magic books he bought at the auction. He questioned Alu, why were these ancient books being auctioned off without permission from the Jeeper family? "These two books are considered treasures even within our clan. How much money have you made selling them like this?" He flung the books at Alu in fury and coldly demanded the ledgers and customer list. He warned him that starting tomorrow, the family would launch a full investigation. Alu immediately sensed impending doom. No matter how tyrannical, Taishin was in the kingdom of Yakin. Before the Jeeper family, they were nothing more than ants, ready to be crushed at will. If they discovered anything more that upset them, Taishin would be completely finished. Jean asked Alu, "Is all the information here?" Alu replied that some important files were in his private residence. If Jean permitted, he'd leave briefly to retrieve them. However, Jean directly exposed his real motive. "You want to destroy those documents and ask the people you bribed why I suddenly showed up, right?" Alu began trembling, his whole body shaking in fear. But Jean let him go. "Use whatever means you want. No matter how you struggle, you won't escape my grasp." Hearing that, Alu turned and left, telling his men to show them around the warehouse, and quietly instructing them not to let Jean leave before he returned. At that moment, Alu's rage boiled to his head. He had paid so much in bribes to people of the Jeeper family, and now they were going to shut down his business. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, Jean and his companions were rummaging through everything, taking whatever they liked. After all, these items were acquired through shady means. Jean then found a ring, one of the main objectives of this trip. Meanwhile, Jet found Taishin's human trafficking ledger. It listed every slave's identity and age. But just as they were about to leave, they were stopped by guards. They told Jean their boss would be back soon, and asked him to wait. But before he could finish, Jean's fist smashed right into his jaw. The guard passed out instantly, collapsing to the floor. Jet looked on, completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand why Jean attacked. Jean turned and asked Jet if he had any family, and told him to take them and flee to the Baimanti Empire. Take the ledger and expose them. That's how you'll survive. Hearing this, Jet thought Jean was just worried he'd get caught up in it, so he passionately declared his eternal loyalty to the Jeeper family. But Jean calmly told him, "I'm not Belladine Jeeper." Upon hearing that, Jet was instantly petrified. He had even envisioned his future serving them. 2.5 hours later, Alu found strands of Belladine's silver hair, proving that guy was an imposter. They even stole information on the slaves. Even the other guests were saying, "Taishin is finished." They all fled. Hearing this, Alu was completely shaken. He grabbed a subordinate in fury and hurled him against the wall. He hit so hard, he got stuck in it. Consumed by rage, Alu roared, "Go get them all. I'll skin those bastards alive." But Jean hadn't actually gone far after leaving Taishin. He was waiting nearby for Alu's pursuit. He needed to confirm whether that guy really had ties to the Runkade family. Alakai noticed the ring in Jean's hand and was surprised, as it was an ancient item. He didn't expect Jean to recognize it. Just then, Aru and his men arrived in pursuit. Jean stood up, ready to have a proper conversation. Aru, furious, shouted at Jean, "I'll behead you publicly, as a warning to others. Let everyone know the fate of those who cross Spider-Hand Aru." But Jean's words made his pupils shrink. "I've already sent your black ledger, and the names of those nobles backing you, to the entire world via magical mail. Long story short, you're finished, Aru." Hearing this, Aru burst into furious curses. He swore to flay Jean alive. Jean suddenly turned to Alakai, saying he wanted to fight Aru one-on-one. Alakai instantly understood and sighed, grumbling, "What a hassle," then walked alone into the crowd of 8,000 thugs. Aru scoffed, thinking Alakai overconfident, trying to take on all of them by himself. The thugs surged forward. They attacked, but in response, Alakai casually raised a hand, and with one chop, downed a thug, left and right. He instantly took out 2 more grunts. The ease stunned the thugs. They froze in place. The next moment, Alakai became a storm, and dove into the crowd. Wherever he went, a single punch felled a grunt, like a human T-Rex. Unstoppable, the thugs, terrified, began to retreat. Aru's roar stopped them in their tracks. Target the one in the back. Use magic on Jean. 3 magic blasts locked onto Jean, but Jean remained unfazed. He told Gilly to get behind him. As a soft blue glow lit up from the pendant on his chest, a shield formed, blocking the spells entirely. The pendant was a gift from Luna, capable of blocking spells below 5-star level. Meanwhile, Alakai shouted amid the crowd, as shadow power erupted outward. A terrifying force burst skyward, exploding through the crowd. The 8,000 thugs were nearly all wiped out instantly. Aru stood frozen in shock at the sight, then suddenly burst into wild laughter, and drew his longsword. Like a madman, he began slaughtering the remaining thugs around him. Moments later, Aru had killed everyone near him. He roared at Jean, "Who sent you here?" Then slashed the air, sending a burst of sword energy, cutting a deep groove into the wall beside Jean. And then, Aru's sword was enveloped in surging righteous energy. "Even if I die, I'm taking you with me." Seeing this, Jean's expression turned serious. Aru was clearly a genuine 7-star dancer. And, unlike the sparring match with Biksukai, this was a fight to the death. Because in front of him stood a 7-star dancer trying to kill him, but at the same time, it was a chance to test his own limits. Aru raged as Jean stepped forward. "You dare duel me, a magician? You're looking down on me." Jean didn't explain. He simply lowered his body and reached for his sword. In the next moment, he struck toward Aru. Seeing this, Aru's heart skipped a beat. "You're not a magician." But then, he unleashed a relentless assault on Jean. His overwhelming strength gave Jean no room to breathe. In the next moment, Aru suddenly appeared behind Jean with blinding speed. A sudden upward slash of spiritual energy. Although Jean reacted in time, the fierce sword still left a wound across his lower abdomen. Jean quickly created distance between them. He could feel that Alu hadn't even used full power, yet it was already difficult to deal with. Alu snorted coldly, mocking Jean's limited strength, and daring to challenge him. He was frustrated, thinking Jean had tricked him at the auction with some magic gadget, which led him to this humiliating situation. As he spoke, he glanced cautiously at Alakai. What he feared most was Alakai, who had stood by and watched, who had single-handedly wiped out all his subordinates. That level of power far surpassed his own. Meanwhile, Alakai was calmly watching Jean struggle. Gilly asked anxiously, was Alakai really not planning to help? With young master's current strength, he couldn't match a 7-star warrior. But Alakai told Gilly it was too soon to jump to conclusions. This was a good chance for Jean to learn to value his life. "Why do you sound so sure he'll lose?" Just as Alakai finished, Alu struck Jean, sending him flying. Jean's guard was wide open. Gilly's heart leapt into her throat at the sight. Alu smirked, thinking victory was his. His blade was about to strike Jean down, but Alakai suddenly smiled meaningfully. Once upon a time, back when the Luincade family ruled the world, a mere 2-star gap meant nothing. Suddenly, flames burst forth from Jean's hand. The flames raged violently with his surging magic, and in Alu's stunned eyes, it exploded like a volcanic eruption, engulfing him. When the smoke cleared, Alu was in tatters, but not fatally wounded. Even so, he was completely shaken. He never imagined Jean was one of the rare magic swordsmen. At that moment, crackling lightning surged around Jean. He gripped his sword with both hands, surrounded by streaks of lightning. Storm clouds rolled above his head. The air was charged. Jin suddenly stabbed his sword into the ground, shouting, "Thunderfall, Storm Emperor Shadow." In the next moment, endless lightning rained down. Alu could barely defend himself, but while guarding, he crept closer to Jin. Jin was fully focused on channeling magic, leaving him vulnerable. It was the perfect chance to take off Jin's head. Just then, Jin's ring. In the next moment, Alu's sword struck Jin's head, but instead of smiling, his face was filled with shock. His blade had been blocked by a glowing energy helmet. It wouldn't budge an inch. Before he could figure out what happened, Jin grabbed his sword, and in Alu's terrified gaze, flashed by like a ghostly shadow. His blade instantly sliced through. That eerie helmet made Jin look like a specter, then vanished in a burst of light. This battle between a 5-star and 7-star warrior ended in Jin's victory. Jin approached the dying Alu and asked if he had ties to. Hearing that, Alu gave a look of sudden realization. So you're Jin Luencade. Looks like what they said about failing is true, but it doesn't matter. An old monster like you can't stop that man. With that, he drew his last breath. Alu's final words were cryptic, making the situation even murkier. After all, a 7-star warrior running a gang was strange in itself. Jin mulled over what Alu had said. Those were words spoken after knowing his true identity. So what did they really mean? Who was that man? The failure he mentioned was likely referring to the cursed plan that failed to land on me. He even made a point to call me an old monster and said I couldn't stop him, which means that person must be someone involved in the ranking war. First off, it couldn't be Sister Luna, and definitely not the Tana brothers. Meow and Annie were too young back then. Their influence couldn't have reached this far. Besides, they don't have the brains for such schemes. The one most sensitive to ranking wars and quick to recognize talent. The most suspicious person is the current Luencade heir, Joshua Luencade. The next day, news of the Taishin gang's destruction spread like wildfire. It was said that an insider had a change of heart and exposed all their crimes to the Jeeper family and the Baimani Empire. Jin chuckled reading the news. Jet actually did a decent job. Even if he was probably tortured badly, surviving it was already a good deal for him. Alakai grinned and remarked, the Jeeper family may have earned a good name from it, but all the real benefits went to you, kid. Not only did he get 2 magic books and the Muda helm ring, he even fought a 7-star knight. At that, Gilly anxiously reminded Jin not to let his guard down just because he beat Alu. Even among knights of the same rank, there's a vast difference in strength. Jin nodded and promised to be more cautious in the future. Then he told them their next destination was the City of Freedom. Both Tita and Wenyan were confused, but Gilly quickly figured it out. The 7-colored bird was located there, a massive intelligence organization, second only to Luencade, Jeeper, and Baimani. Other than Runcade, Jeeper, and Baimani, it's the most trustworthy intelligence organization. Jin chuckled as he told them they could use the intel there to select action targets. At the same time, Jin also needed a cover organization, because he would continue to act using memories from his previous life in front of Gilly and Alakai in the future. So heading to 7-colored bird now was the best choice. Later, in the cabin, Alakai told Jin that he'd figured out the magic kill me left behind. It was a light magic that had vanished since ancient times, but that wasn't surprising, since Kilme and the Jeeper family were sworn enemies back then. Erasing thorns in their side from history was the Jeeper family's specialty. If Jin couldn't master the peak of shadow energy, the Runcade family would soon suffer the same fate. Then Alakai prepared to show Jin Kilme's magic. He conjured a dark mass of light and shadow in his palm. Just as Jin wondered why light magic was so dark, a blinding flash suddenly lit up before him. The whole room was instantly flooded with dazzling light. Alakai grinned mischievously. This is called flash cannon, Kilme's favorite magic when he was alive. Jin felt like just one look had made his eyes swell. But the spell was indeed both offensive and defensive. Then Alakai pulled out Hister's magic book from his coat. He complained that compared to that, this book was useless. It was full of codes he couldn't understand. Jin told Alakai not to worry about it. He'd hand it to someone good at decoding when they met one. A week later, they arrived at the free city, Taika. This city was on a southern island continent, belonging neither to the Runcade nor the Jeeper families. You could see the sea from anywhere. The whole city seemed bursting with life, just like its name, the City of Freedom. Then Jin and the others decided to find a place to stay. Right after he spoke, Alakai jumped down from Shungli and suddenly transformed into a human, asking Jin, "You're not gonna pick another cheap dump again, are you?" Jin sighed and scolded Alakai. "I've told you how many times, don't transform in public." But Alakai stubbornly argued that humans weren't as attentive as he imagined. Yet before he finished, a voice came from behind them. "Wow." The kitty turned into a man. Alakai froze on the spot. A cute little girl pointed excitedly at them. The black kitty turned into a black uncle. "How did you do that?" "Teach Yulia to shut her up." Jin bought her an ice pop for 2.5 gold coins. He told Yulia she must have been seeing things just now, but Yulia stubbornly insisted she saw it clearly. This gave Jin a headache. Helplessly, he told her, "Eat your ice pop and pretend you saw nothing." But Yulia pouted and said she wouldn't lie. Seeing this, Gilly looked distressed. This child seems to be lost. But if we hand her over to the city guard, and she spreads what she saw about Alakai, won't that give the Jeeper family leverage against us? Alakai quickly said. No one would believe a kid anyway. But before he could finish, Gilly turned to glare at him, blaming him. If you'd just listened to young master in the first place, this wouldn't have happened. Soon after, Jean brought Yulia to the city guard's gate. But Yulia suddenly said she didn't like the city because they always made trouble for her mom. Gilly suspected the guard might be abusing civilians. Jean thought maybe her mom was a criminal. But the guard instantly recognized Yulia and shouted for the captain to come out. Jean stepped up and asked if they knew this child. The guard laughed heartily, telling Jean she was the captain's daughter. Soon, a figure walked out. Jean immediately tensed. Just one look and he could tell she was no ordinary fighter. It was such a waste for someone like her to be a mere captain. She scooped Yulia into her arms, scolding her for running so far away. Then Lisa introduced herself to Jean and thanked him for bringing Yulia back. She said if there was anything she could help with, just ask. Jean said he was just here traveling. Could she recommend a good place to stay? Just as Lisa was about to reply, Yulia cut in. After hearing her, Lisa asked for paper. She wrote 6 letters of recommendation and gave them to Jean. With them, he'd be well taken care of no matter where he went. Jean thanked her for the help. Then he left under Lisa's watchful gaze. After they left, Lisa seriously asked Yulia, did you really see a cat turn into a human? Yulia gave a definite nod. But she also said that the uncles didn't seem to want others to know about it, so she didn't tell anyone. Hearing that, Lisa poked Yulia's cheek and praised her for doing well, because everyone has their own secrets. However, Lisa was no longer calm inside. Transformation, that was something only dragons could do. Meanwhile, after presenting the letter of recommendation from Lisa, Jean successfully checked into a more comfortable inn. Gilly was amazed at the power of the letter. They were so lucky just arriving in Taika. Suddenly, she wanted to eat the popsicle Yulia had earlier. It was said to be a specialty of Taika, so she happily hummed a tune and went out to buy one. Alakai asked Jean how they would make contact with Rainbow Bird. Jean told him they first needed to find someone. Ghostblade Casimir, a core member of Rainbow Bird. He was a very famous swordsman. Even the Luencade family wanted to recruit him as a training instructor. And according to Jean's memories from his past life, 10 years from now, he would reveal that he was a deposed Prince of Bit and use the intelligence Rainbow Bird had gathered for years to gain recognition of his claim from Luencade, Jeeper, and Bimani. He would become the first king of the free nation of Taika. He was not only a superb swordsman, but also a master of disguise, and very meticulous in his actions. If possible, both he and Rainbow Bird could become powerful allies to Jean. Just as Jean was thinking about how to approach him, Gilly suddenly rushed into the room and nervously told Jean that something was wrong here. The entire inn was deserted. Not just the guests, even the staff had vanished. Just then, a hand appeared behind Gilly. Then a shadowy figure placed his hand on Gilly's shoulder and spoke in a deep, eerie voice. Pardon me, how are you? The man turned out to be Ghostblade Casimir. But the moment Alakai saw the hand on Gilly, his eyes instantly widened, as if his reverse scale had been touched. He exploded with rage and instantly charged at Casimir. Jean hurriedly shouted for Alakai not to kill him. Alakai pulled Gilly into his arms, radiating a terrifying aura like a ghost god. You ask me if I'm okay? I really want to kill you right now. You bastard. Casimir's uninvited arrival left Jean both surprised and confused. But if Alakai acted here, everyone would be affected. He quickly urged Alakai to calm down. Otherwise, Gilly might get hurt too. Hearing that, Alakai paused. Moments later, Alakai withdrew his shadow aura and returned to human form, furiously shouting at Casimir. You're pretty cocky, huh? Showing up out of nowhere and asking how we're doing? You think you're so great you can bully anyone, huh? Seeing Alakai calm down, Jean finally let out a sigh of relief. After sensing the terrifying aura Alakai had revealed, faced with his overwhelming presence, no one dared to breathe. They could only cautiously back away, fearing they'd be killed if they upset him. At that moment, Jean told Alakai to stop causing a scene, and said to Carl, if he wasn't here to attack them, then he should put away his sword and talk properly. Carl was surprised that Jean directly revealed his identity, so Jean openly declared it to him. I am Jean Luencade. You must have a lot of questions. Let's go somewhere else to talk. I'll answer all of them. Hearing this, both Gilly and Alakai were shocked, not understanding why Jean would expose his identity. A moment later, Carl ordered all his men to stand down, and chose to speak with Jean alone. This gave Jean a sense of being trusted. Carl was nervously observing the 2 men in front of him. He had originally heard that a dragon had appeared, so he came with soldiers, but didn't expect his rash action would anger the other side. It seemed this impulsive man was the dragon. No human could emit such terrifying pressure. If Jean hadn't stopped him, they would all be dead by now. Then, Carl threw his first question at Jean. If you're a Luencade, why are you with a dragon? Because dragons only form contracts with mages who have divine pacts, or form contracts with people who possess special abilities, like members of the Jeeper family, rather than the Runcade clan. Does the Runcade family know you have a dragon with you? Jean told him that his family didn't know about it. Hearing that, Carl was visibly shocked. Then I've just learned something explosive. If the Runcade family finds out, they definitely won't forgive you. Jean asked him to skip that topic. Whether he was from Runcade or not didn't matter right now. What mattered was, why was he looking for the dragon? After a brief moment of thought, seeing Jean so sincere, Carl decided to share his secret with him. It was something his daughter Yulia had said that brought him here. Yulia was not an ordinary child. She was the contract holder of Asmur, the god of eyes, which meant it was impossible for her to miss-see anything. But Alakai suddenly interrupted Carl, slamming the table and demanding, if that brat really is a contract holder, then where's her guardian dragon? He didn't sense any dragon's presence nearby at all. Asmur's dragons were famously... There's no way it would abandon a child. Carl's face darkened at that. Yulia's guardian dragon had gone missing a year ago. He suspected the Jeeper family was behind it, though he had no proof. Alakai shouted in disbelief. There's no way a dragon could be poisoned and kidnapped, and for an entire year. Then something struck him. He quickly asked, is Yulia 5 years old this year? After Carl confirmed it, Alakai's expression turned grave. If Yulia really is Asmur's contract holder, and she's been without a guardian dragon this whole time, she's going to go insane soon and become a vegetable. Carl's pupils shrank in shock, unable to believe what he just heard. Alakai continued explaining. Asmur's contract holders can foresee the future, but doing so puts an immense strain on their mind. Right now Yulia is still too young to tell dream from reality, so there's no problem yet. But if she stays without her guardian dragon for another year or two, her condition will be irreversible. This involves the law of causality. Those who foresee the future must obey it. Even if they see someone dying, they cannot interfere. Otherwise, violating natural law means certain death. In other words, Yulia is living in a world separate from ours. The only way to save her now is to bring her guardian dragon back to her side. And their encounter with Yulia right after arriving in Taika wasn't a coincidence. Asmur sent her to ask them for help. Hearing that, Carl suddenly knelt before Alakai, his voice full of helplessness. Though he was the leader of the Seven-Colored Bird organization, he had spent a whole year and still couldn't find his daughter's guardian dragon. Please, help me. But Alakai waved his hands and firmly declined. Pleading to me won't help. You'll have to ask him. Jean bent down and helped Carl to his feet. Though they had only just met, this was a matter of a child's life. He could never just stand by and watch. From today on, we'll help you search for Yulia's guardian dragon together. Carl was visibly moved by his words, bowing his head and vowing never to forget Jean's kindness. Even though the meeting between Jean and Carl went smoothly, he couldn't feel at ease. Not even the Seven-Colored Bird could find the dragon. What method could he possibly use? Just as Jean was at a loss, Alakai asked Carl if he had information on dragons across the continent. He wanted all available intel on Baimanti's dragons. Hearing that, Jean immediately guessed Alakai's plan. Alakai grinned slyly. Since ancient times, there's nothing a dragon doesn't know. Just go ask one, and you'll know. Meanwhile, a girl holding a newspaper was excitedly chatting nonstop to a woman before her. Lady Cotter, there's news about Lord Jean. He's amazing. We're the same age, but his swordsmanship is already 5-star. The woman glanced at Annie and replied calmly. Compared to that brat protected by a black-scaled guy, you, as the contract holder of Orda, the god of time, can reach that level too. Annie asked hesitantly for confirmation, to which Cotter firmly replied. As Orda's contract dragon, her power was no weaker than that black-scaled one. At that moment, Cotter suddenly froze, her expression darkening. She immediately told Annie to go home. Meng Yuming said not to come out unless she was called. Annie, confused, asked what was going on. Kotel's face was grim, filled with killing intent. She replied coldly, it's nothing. Just that dark bastard came looking for me. Just before this, Alakai had asked Carl for a list of dragons within Baimanti, and when Alakai saw the names on it, his expression briefly faltered with hesitation. Jean noticed and asked if something was wrong, but Alakai waved it off, saying it was nothing. After all, dealing with dragons is dangerous by nature. At that moment, Carl's voice came from behind them. Carl bowed deeply to them both. My lords, thank you so much. I entrust my daughter's life to you. Alakai turned to Carl and said, before I go, I have 2 things to tell you. First, you must play with Yulia every day to exhaust her energy. Let her go to bed completely worn out, because Asmur's divine power weakens as her stamina drops. And go buy me the popsicle my strawberry pie wanted. It's your fault she didn't get to eat it. Hearing that, Gilly praised Alakai for being a good person. Alakai laughed heartily and said she just wanted it earlier, right? But Gilly said that wasn't what she meant. She was referring to how he said those things to comfort Carl. Though Alakai stubbornly denied it, Jean and the others saw right through him. He acted cold and indifferent on the outside, but inside he had a soft heart. In a blink, Alakai took Jean to the territory where the other dragons resided. He told Jean to conceal his aura and not be discovered, because once he released his own aura, the Baimanti dragons would appear before him. Before long, 2 dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky. They were Labis and Wintil. These 2 dragons had been beaten by Alakai in the past. Jean then used the Mutal helmet to suppress his aura, and couldn't help but tease Alakai. They came the moment you released your aura. How much did you love beating people up back then? Alakai said that in the past, whenever a dragon passed by his domain, they had to get beaten first. Labis loudly demanded why Alakai had come here. Alakai replied that he needed their help, but the 2 dragons exchanged glances, hesitating whether or not to tell him something. Then they anxiously told Alakai to leave immediately, saying now was not the time for reunion, or things would go very wrong. But Alakai didn't take their warning seriously, arrogantly declaring that he feared no one. Seeing Alakai wouldn't listen, Labis grew frantic, and shouted at him to run now. Kotel said she's coming to kill you. Alakai instantly froze upon hearing that. Jean asked, "Are you talking about the silver dragon, Kotel? What's your relationship with her?" Alakai broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, "She's my ex-girlfriend." Just then, Alakai sensed something strange. He quickly told Jean to grab on. At the same time, a ball of light flared up on the horizon. The next moment, a powerful energy blast tore through the sea, smashing a distant boulder into dust. Seeing this, the other two dragons immediately fled in panic, cursing while flying away at full speed. Then, 3 more light blasts locked onto Alakai. Blinding beams of energy shot out from the woman's hands. Alakai twisted midair, dodging at high speed. The immense power blasted up huge waves from the sea. Seeing this, Jean was secretly stunned. He estimated it was an ultimate technique above 8-star level, and she could launch multiple shots like that. The woman shouted angrily at Alakai, "Even your death wouldn't ease the hatred in my heart, and now you dare step into my territory." Hearing this, Jean helplessly asked, "Do we really have to fight this monster?" Alakai replied that at this point, a fight seemed unavoidable, even though they once dated for 500 years. If things got dangerous, Jean was to attack her with Bradamandi. Jean asked, "She's your ex? Isn't that a bit much?" But Alakai sternly told him, "Kotel's strength is on par with mine. If things go south, hit her with everything you've got. Only a full-force strike will work on her." At that moment, Kotel revealed her true form. The aura around her so terrifying it distorted the space around her. The terrifying aura around her twisted the very fabric of space. Her expression was icy cold. "Alakai, even if you try to run now, it's too late. I will bury you here." Before Alakai could even explain, a violent energy gathered in Kotel's mouth again. In the next moment, a thick beam of light burst forth, sending up massive waves. At the same time, Kotel flapped her wings, charging at Alakai at lightning speed. She struck down with overwhelming force. Alakai shouted at her in confusion, asking why she was so aggressive the moment they met. However, the only reply was Kotel's beam fired directly in his face. Alakai sensed danger. At such close range, this hit could cripple or even kill him. In the next instant, light poured down once again, caught at the center of the blast. Alakai could only defend with all his might. At that moment, Kotel suddenly paused. Dark energy spread, forming clouds of shadow. They surged and formed a barrier that wrapped around Alakai. Alakai let out a breath of relief. He had finally bought some time. Jean was also relieved, saying it was lucky he came along, or Alakai might have been killed by the silver dragon. But Alakai thought it wasn't that serious. No matter how strong Kotel was, she couldn't break in here. As soon as he said that, a claw clamped onto the barrier of shadow. It tore through it with a sudden burst of strength. Kotel mocked him with disdain. "This is your shadow aura? How pathetic." Alakai was in disbelief. The shadow aura he prided himself on was shattered by Kotel so effortlessly. Kotel pointed at him arrogantly. "Stop deluding yourself. If you think you're still the same as before, you're dead wrong." Alakai tried to appeal to their past relationship, but Kotel's killing intent only intensified. "You dare bring up the past with me? Just thinking about it makes me want to tear you to pieces." As soon as she finished, Alakai shamelessly attacked, biting her wing with all his might. While biting, he pleaded with her. "It was just a breakup, right? Why go all out like this?" Hearing that, Kotel's rage exploded. She slammed a punch into a "You seriously say that with a straight face? You deserve to get beaten." Just then, Alakai suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked behind him. Jean's figure was moving swiftly. He leapt high into the air. The sudden appearance of a human caught Kotel off guard. Jean seized the moment. He raised Bradamandi high above his head. Dark energy surged from the blade. His brain raced to calculate. Even Alakai's teeth couldn't pierce her skin. That meant this strike likely wouldn't hurt her either. But she had a small wound and traces of shadow energy left by Alakai. Jean slashed directly at the bite wound Alakai had left. The shadow energy exploded like a storm. Kotel let out a roar of pain from the strike, but Jean didn't relent. The power on his blade grew even fiercer. In the next moment, a sharp sound echoed. Kotel's steel-like body could no longer withstand Jean's sword. One of her arms was severed on the spot. Jean collapsed from exhaustion. Alakai flew in and caught the falling Jean. Jean gasped for breath, having used up all his strength. Alakai was very pleased with Jean's strike, though he had gone all out. This should be enough to calm her down. Jean was stunned. "You mean the fight's not over?" Alakai looked toward the deep sea and told him, if it were a normal dragon, they'd be dead by now. But not Kotel. A dragon who governs time doesn't die that easily. Countless massive gears appeared on the ocean floor. As the gears turned, her terrifying aura returned. But just as she activated her power, time reversed in an instant. Her severed arm turned into fragments of time. Within just a few breaths, it was restored. But such overwhelming power consumed vast energy. Moments later, Kotel returned to human form, completely unscathed. Her chilling gaze locked tightly onto Alakai. Seeing Cotter finally calm down, Alakai sighed helplessly. He never thought she resented him that much. They had clearly parted ways peacefully. But Cotter snapped angrily. "You were the one who dumped me unilaterally, without even giving me a chance to talk. You called it a peaceful breakup?" Alakai retorted, visibly frustrated. "You'd explode the moment I brought up breaking up. How could you hear anything I had to say? If our personalities didn't match, what could I do?" The two dragons argued about love and hate, leaving Jean speechless. So this is what a lover's quarrel between thousand-year-old dragons looks like. Cotter then turned her attention to Jean. Is this human the contractor of Soul Red? Alakai said that wasn't important right now. What mattered was that one of their kin was in danger. Cotter scoffed at that. You used to kill so many dragons, and now you suddenly care about your kin's safety? How ridiculous. Alakai fell silent for a moment, then calmly replied, You're right. Among them were people related to your brother. I killed those unrelated to me for the sake of your revenge. His calm words shook Cotter to her core. She turned as if to leave. I never should have asked you. Seeing that, Cotter quickly called after Alakai. Whenever she saw him, her emotions always got the better of her. She told him to ask anything he wanted, and apologized to him. Alakai then told her about the missing guardian dragon of Asmar. Hearing that, Cotter was surprised. That child was taken away by Beretta not long ago. He said he wanted to teach Ratley dragon magic. But hearing that name, Jean's pupils shrank. The wind dragon Beretta was a descendant of Metzer, the wind god, and also the guardian dragon of Jeeper's vice leader, Andre. In other words, this really was connected to the Jeeper family. Cotter then suggested they move to a different place to talk. Moments later, they arrived at Cotter's home on the outskirts of Bymanti's capital. Jean began to introduce himself to Cotter, but Cotter directly revealed his identity. You're a descendant of Tamar, and the youngest son of the Runkade family, Jean Runkade. Alakai was stunned. How did you know that? Cotter explained that Jean carried the same aura as Tamar. She recognized it instantly. After all, the three of them had lived together for thousands of years. As for being the youngest son, that was just a guess. But judging from your reaction, I guessed right. Cotter lifted her teacup and continued. From what I know, Ratley was taken away a year ago by Beretta under the pretense of teaching Dragon Tongue. I don't think he was lying. But Alakai told her that Asmar's contractor couldn't even control divine power yet. Hearing that, Cotter immediately realized Beretta had ulterior motives. Because when Beretta took Ratley, he had come to her and said he wanted to introduce Ratley to her, and even strangely requested to meet her contractor. Although she found it unpleasant, her contractor's identity wasn't exactly a secret anymore, so she didn't want to get angry. But Jean found it strange. Even if Cotter's contractor identity is exposed, Asmar's contractor isn't known, right? Then how did he know and approach Ratley? Alakai agreed wholeheartedly. Did some spell capable of detecting contractors emerge while I was asleep? But Cotter immediately dismissed that theory. Before a contractor uses divine power, no one can know they are one. Even if such magic existed, what would they even gain from it? Jean closed his eyes and spoke calmly. There are two benefits. First, eliminate God's contractors who are not under their control, reducing threats. Second, by killing the contractor, the Jeeper family could earn the chance to form a new divine contract. According to what I remember from my past life, the contractor of Orda, the god of time, appeared 10 years from now, and that person was from the Jeeper noble branch. So it's not just a possibility. They found a way to guarantee success. That's also why they kidnapped Yulia's dragon. In my past life, I never heard. But unlike Cotter, I know the future. Cotter, unaware of Jean's foreknowledge, thought his theory was just baseless speculation. Why would the Jeeper family go that far, when they already have so many divine contracts? Just because they're your family's enemy, you come up with such absurd guesses? But what Jean said next made her fall silent. Even you don't believe what you're saying, do you? I may not know much about dragons, but humans are insatiable. Some people aren't satisfied even standing at the top. From what I see, they're clearly plotting something. I don't get why you're playing dumb. Are you siding with the Jeeper family? At those words, Kotel's face darkened. Alakai quickly stood to explain for Jean, afraid she'd explode in anger. But Kotel instead smiled slightly, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. You've really changed, Alakai. You actually try to read the room now? Then Kotel suddenly stood up and said she'd have the contract hide away. And also, she would help them return to Latelli. Kotel walked over to Jean and placed a hand on his shoulder. Being with his descendant reminded her of old times, which was why she deliberately provoked him earlier. Your arrogance really runs in the family. Kotel said she would call over Beretta and have him explain things face to face to uncover the truth. Just then, Annie suddenly pushed open the door and entered. Seeing two strangers in the room, she froze in confusion. Kotel immediately began making introductions. This is Annie, contract holder of Orda, the god of time. And this is my old friend and the contractee he protects, Jean Luincade. The moment those words landed, a scream rang out. Annie was overjoyed, unable to believe it. The person she had dreamed of seeing was now before her. Jean, bewildered, turned to Kotel and asked what was going on. Kotel rubbed her forehead in pain and sighed helplessly. I forgot to tell you. Annie is your superfan. Now that she's met the person she's always dreamed of, her excitement is out of control. Snapping out of it, Annie quickly apologized for her outburst and introduced herself to Jean, though a commoner. She was currently studying at the academy on a scholarship. Jean smiled and greeted her, but was surprised to learn she was a commoner, as he knew Orda was extremely selective about contract holders. This meant Annie must have extraordinary talent to be chosen. But even with her abilities, a commoner at school would face discrimination from nobles. Jean could already imagine how cruel those elite brats would be to her. Annie then curiously asked Kotel, why is Jean here? Before Kotel could answer, Jean walked up to Annie and said he came for her. Someone might be trying to harm you. the contract holder of Orda. So, will you come with me? Jean held out his hand with a warm smile. Annie's face instantly turned red. She couldn't believe Jean had come for her. Unable to contain her joy, she cried out, Lord Orda finally heard my prayers. My dream has come true. Annie was so excited her brain nearly exploded. She pleaded for Jean to take her right away. Kotel couldn't bear to watch anymore and knocked her out with a slap to the back of the head. Annie fainted instantly. Kotel sighed again. She had been worried Annie wouldn't want to leave, but now she saw how unnecessary that was. Even if Jean were going to Lewin Cade's prison, she'd follow him without hesitation. Hearing the word prison confused Jean. He didn't think the family had anything like that, but Kotel told him not to pretend. There were even dragons in prison there. Just as Jean was about to ask more, Alakai's thunderous snoring interrupted them. Kotel was speechless. He couldn't even stay awake this long. Then she turned. She chose to help them partly because of her past with Time Owl, and also to ensure Annie's safety. But mostly, it was because of that snoring idiot. Looking at the sprawled-out Alakai, her eyes filled with concern. She hadn't said it earlier, but he didn't even realize how weak he was now. The attack she unleashed on the ocean would have been child's play for the Alakai of 1,000 years ago. He's too weak now to stand against Beretta. If a fight with Beretta was inevitable, then she would face him instead. Then Kotel turned to Jean and said, before that, they needed a place to stay. They could stay at her house if they wanted, but Jean would have to convince that dragon. After all, it was his ex-girlfriend's place. He'd definitely object. Jean chuckled lightly and agreed. Silver Dragon caught her. The feeling he gives now is different from the first impression. In fact, he's much more calculating than it seems. Then Cotter told Jean to prepare. Meng Yumeng said that in about 10 seconds. Meng Yumeng said that he needed to explain the situation to Annie. Meng Yumeng said that just as Cotter finished speaking, Meng Yumeng said that a sound suddenly came from behind Jean. Meng Yumeng said that Annie had already woken up. Meng Yumeng said that moments later. Meng Yumeng said that Annie told the whole story. Meng Yumeng said that after she finished speaking, she was not afraid at all, but rather excited. She was full of the romance and adventure stories of a child, a girl, and a dragon. Meng Yumeng said that the most important thing was still Jean. Annie decided to go back tomorrow and make preparations with her family. Meng Yumeng said that her family only consisted of a 7-year-old brother and an old dog named Fupi. Meng Yumeng said that after discussing with Andon, Annie would go back to prepare. As for the academy, she just needed to ask for sick leave. If she applied for withdrawal, it would instead lead to an investigation. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. The person outside said he wanted to ask for some firewood. Cotter sighed helplessly and complained about the kind of people around here. Then she got up to open the door. But at that moment, Jean called out to her, Lord Cotter, do you really think someone would come to ask for firewood in the middle of the night? Jean used the Matar helmet to cover his appearance. The person at the door must be from the Baiman Empire's Special Task Force. Because of Annie, they must be monitoring here. Now, they must be here to confirm the identity of the outsider you brought. With a dark expression, Cotter suddenly opened the door. Without a word, she grabbed the man's neck and lifted him up. With a murderous look, she demanded to know who sent him. Just as the man was about to suffocate, a figure appeared behind and directly revealed his identity as the leader of the Baiman Empire's Special Task Force. He told Cotter that if she killed him, others would soon arrive. Hearing this, Cotter let go of the man. Then she raised her fist, her figure suddenly bursting forward. If you are the leader, it's better to kill you. The next moment, a loud sound echoed in the room. When the smoke cleared, the red-haired man was unharmed after taking the blow. He calmly asked, so now, will this satisfy your anger? Despite being just an ordinary human, he was able to withstand the furious blow of the Silver Dragon. Because the man was a trusted confidant of the Emperor of the Baiman Empire, and the leader of Task Force Number 3. His code name was Raz. His strength surpassed that of an 8-star knight. Raz apologized to Cotter, but confirming the illegal immigrant she brought back was also their duty. Now that confirmation was complete, they would leave immediately. However, Cotter's face darkened upon hearing this. You barged into my home, apologized, and then think you can leave? Isn't that a bit too dismissive of me? But Raz lowered his head and said, not long ago, Miss Annie hurriedly left. Don't you think it's dangerous for her to walk alone at night? Although you could subdue me now. If something happens to Miss Annie, we can't guarantee that. So are you? Raz's threatening words made Cotter's face turn black instantly. But just as he said, Cotter indeed didn't dare to act. She had no choice but to let him leave. At this moment, Raz felt a chilling murderous intent sweeping behind him. Cotter released terrifying killing intent all over her body. Her cold gaze seemed like it would devour him. Remember this. Next time, the things you cherish will become your weakness. Your actions today will make you lose what you've desperately protected until now. Then Raz left Cotter's house with his subordinates. He ordered his subordinates to investigate Jean and the others' identities, and temporarily withdraw the people monitoring Cotter. Despite taking Cotter's blow, he didn't look as relaxed as if he continued to provoke her. Things might get worse. On the other side, Cotter vented by smashing her fist on the table. She blamed herself for being too naive, for letting Annie stay in such a place. If Jean and the others hadn't come, their future would have been obvious. Jean comforted Cotter. Now that we've seen their true face, it's not too late. The most important thing now is to ensure Annie's safety. Cotter immediately decided to take action tomorrow. The next morning, Jean and Cotter watched as Annie left. He told her not to worry too much, because he had given the captain a lot of gold coins to take care of Annie. And with the protection of Birdlaika, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Cotter said she would contact Boletta immediately. Once Alakai returns, they'll be able to meet. 1 week later, Alakai stared at the house in front of him in a daze. It looked exactly like the one he lived in with Kotel. It reminded him of the happy times 1,000 years ago. Just then, Kotel told them. Beretta had replied. The meeting was set for tomorrow night on an uninhabited island in southern Bimot. Alakai asked what she planned to do after meeting Beretta. Kotel said of course she would directly ask about Ratley's whereabouts. If he dared to lie, she'd beat him up. Alakai smiled and fully agreed with Kotel's approach. At that time, they'd have Jean hide nearby, so the two of them could go all out in the fight. But Kotel disagreed with Alakai's idea, telling him not to get involved. She said she'd handle it on her own. Feeling looked down on, Alakai shouted in frustration, saying even if he was weaker now, he didn't want pity from his ex. But Kotel told him she wasn't pitying him at all. This was about the honor of the Dragon Clan since ancient times. That guy would definitely come alone. Do you really think I'd lose in a one-on-one? Don't worry, you know my strength best. Soon, the time of the meeting arrived. Kotel waited outside alone for Beretta's arrival, while Jean and Alakai hid in the shadows. But in Jean's heart, he didn't believe Beretta would come alone. If they really kidnapped Ratley and tried to steal her contract, they'd definitely come fully prepared. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in before Kotel, along with the shadow of a dragon. On the dragon's back stood an old man. The old man laughed heartily. Didn't expect I'd get to meet the Time Silver Dragon, Kotel. What an honor. A pleasure to meet you. I am the contract holder of the Wind God Mazael, and vice head of the Jippel family, Andre Jippel. Seeing this, Kotel angrily questioned Beretta. Didn't you say you'd come alone? But Beretta argued that Andre was already with him at the time. Andre was very interested in Orta's contract holder. So, I hope you understand. Kotel shouted, demanding Beretta answer her question. Since he took Ratley away a year ago, Asmer's contract holder hasn't been able to find her guardian dragon. Beretta smirked slyly. All I can say is, Ratley's doing well. Though I don't know what your relationship is with Asmer's contract holder, I'd advise you not to meddle in Jippel family affairs. Realizing she'd been deceived, Kotel flew into a rage. Hand over Ratley immediately. Beretta curled a finger impatiently. You really don't let up, do you? Suddenly, 2 tornadoes attacked Kotel from both sides. How about this, Kotel? If you hand over the contract holder, I'll spare your life. At this point, Beretta dropped the act and revealed his true goal. Kotel sneered. You really love dreaming, huh? Shameless old lizard. Beretta froze on the spot at those words, then lashed out in fury. A violent hurricane charged straight at Kotel. Kotel transformed into dragon form and shielded herself with her wings, blocking the wind blades. She smiled coldly and said something that chilled Beretta to the bone. Let's do this. Bring Ratley back, and I'll give you a swift death. Andre laughed excitedly from the side. Didn't think you could block Beretta's attack so easily. Looks like I can finally go all out. He raised his staff and unleashed a beam of mana into the sky. This was the mana release of a 9-star mage, and it was Jean's first time seeing it since his rebirth. Although Andre was humiliated at the family banquet, he wasn't called the Wind King for nothing. His strength was absolutely real. Andre shouted, condensing mana into a miniature storm at his fingertips. Kotel flapped her wings, trying to dodge the blow. However, no matter how hard she flapped, she couldn't take off. She could only watch as Andre's attack came at her. Beretta spread his wings and laughed wildly. Too bad, Kotel. As the successor of the Wind God Mazael, no one flies without my permission. He then gathered a powerful breath in his mouth. At the same time, Andre summoned countless bolts of lightning. In the next moment, a lightning storm formed from breath and thunder magic, and blasted toward Kotel with terrifying force. Seeing this, Jean grew tense and signaled Alakai to act. But Alakai said it wasn't time yet. Though Kotel had grown too comfortable over the years, those guys seriously underestimated her. Even facing the incoming attack, Kotel remained calm. A silver halo appeared between her dragon horns. The next moment, the halo expanded rapidly, instantly enveloping the entire island. All space fell into dead silence. Time was frozen at that very instant. The raging storm of thunder and lightning stopped just before Kotel, unable to advance. Kotel inhaled deeply, then exhaled forcefully. The storm instantly vanished without a trace. Andre was stunned by what he saw. He never expected time power could even freeze magic. His old eyes hadn't seen such a stunning sight in ages. But Kotel's casual words shut him right up. I'll rip that filthy mouth of yours apart next. Andre scoffed coldly, so proud over a single power use. Don't just stand there, Beretta. Start the next attack already. But no matter how much he shouted, Beretta didn't respond. His body was frozen in place from the moment time stopped. In the next instant, Kotel rocketed toward Beretta like a missile. She grabbed his tail. Andre quickly leapt off of Beretta's body. As fear filled Beretta's eyes, Kotel slammed him hard into the ground. She followed up with a heavy stomp to his body, causing massive damage on the spot. Then she opened her giant maw and bit down on his arm. The intense pain made him scream in agony. Kotel's sharp claws violently pierced into his body, causing Beretta to cry out again and again. Kotel looked down at him coldly. Go on, keep talking, you stinking lizard. Andre shouted for her to stop, but Kotel turned around and coldly told him to shut up. He was next. That said, Kotel wasn't feeling so great herself. Using divine power had drained her immensely. She needed Jean and Alakai's help to finish this. Just then, Andre reached into his rope. He pulled out a round stone and pointed it at Kotel with killing intent. Silver Dragon, you've gone too far. Only the strong may act so arrogant. Strange blood began seeping from the stone. The next moment, it transformed into a monstrous beast with multiple heads. Seeing this, Alakai's expression changed drastically. He couldn't believe it. That thing was supposed to be destroyed long ago. The Origin Stone, created by all the gods together as a safety device. It was meant to prevent the world's destruction during a crisis, but it was too powerful and could destroy the world instead. So the gods destroyed it themselves. But why is it in that guy's hands now? The monster slowly opened its jaws and let out a soul-shaking roar, then lunged at Kotel with its bloody mouth. In an instant, reeling from the blow, Kotel clutched her wound. The eerie power kept invading her body. Alakai, panicking, rushed out. Shadow energy surged around him. Just as Andre was about to strike again, a bright light appeared behind him. In the next instant, a breath of shadow grazed past his body. Alakai warned Andre to stay away from Kotel. At the same time, Jean stepped out from the side. Andre immediately guessed Alakai's identity. There are only 2 black dragons left in this world. That means you're the one who left the clan recently. Jean, Lu and Kate. I didn't expect this bonus today. In the name of fairness, I'll awaken my old friend too. The monster leaned into Beretta's ear and chanted a strange incantation. Beretta suddenly opened his eyes wide. A violent black light exploded from his body. **** dream voice ****. In an instant, all his wounds healed completely. **** dream voice ****. Dream voice ****. Should have gone all out from the start. I really thought I was dead. Long time no see, Alakai. With that, the 2 dragons clashed again. Alakai cursed, you rotten corpse. Beretta calmly replied, didn't expect your strength to change, but your mouth's still just as nasty. Let me put you back to sleep. Beretta gathered a storm breath in his mouth. Alakai refused to back down, unleashing his shadow energy. It spread out, forming a field of darkness. In the next instant, he appeared behind Beretta, his fist brimming with force. With a roar, he punched Beretta, but the blow was effortlessly blocked. Not bad, Alakai. Wouldn't be fun if it was too easy. Both dragons began charging their breath again. Today I'll slay the legendary dragon and carve my name into history. You? What a joke. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, with no Alakai to stop him, Andre once again prepared to strike at Kotel. Although at first he only meant to trick her, now that she'd seen this, he might as well kill her too. Just then, Jean flashed behind Andre. A sphere of dark energy formed in his hand. The 1,000-meter magic flash cannon. In the next second, a blinding light exploded in front of Andre's eyes. He screamed in pain, temporarily blinded. The commotion caught Beretta's attention. Jean seized the moment, drawing his sword and charging at Andre. Just then, Beretta flapped his wings and spun around. Alakai shouted to warn Jean, but he was one step too late. Beretta's tail lashed out like a giant whip, slamming Jean and sending him flying over 10 meters. Luckily, Jean used Bradamanti to block it at the last second, minimizing the damage. But before Jean could catch his breath, Andre's counterattack came swiftly. At that critical moment, the pendant shattered instantly. At the same time, a faint light flickered. In the next moment, it turned into a massive beam of light shooting skyward, completely blocking Andre's attack. As the dust settled, an enormous 18-meter blade came into view. A stunning figure appeared before Jean. It was none other than his beloved eldest sister, the leading figure among the young generation of the Runkade family. 9-star war god, Luna Runkade. Who dares to hurt my dear little brother? Andre was shocked to see Luna appear so suddenly. He never expected. Upon recognizing her opponent, Luna smiled. So it's the vice patriarch of the Jippel family and his wind dragon. Not bad, little brother. Only opponents at this level would be worthy of you summoning your big sister. Luna turned and asked Jean, looks like you've been through a tough fight. Are you hurt? Jean smiled bitterly and said he could barely hang on. Thank you for saving me, sister. Hearing that, Luna's gaze turned sharp. She gripped her massive sword tightly. In the next moment, a terrifying aura swept across the battlefield. Andre Jippel, do you plan to keep playing dumb? I hope you have an explanation for attacking my brother. Luna's imposing question made the air feel heavy. It was the first time Jean had seen Luna unleash her full presence. An awe instantly welled up in his heart. He originally thought even Luna might not be a guaranteed win, but now he was sure. This battle was already over. Alakai helped Kotel to Jean's side, signaling them to retreat. They'd only hold her back in the fight to come. Hey kid, you've got a hell of a sister. Andre calmed down by now, and angrily denounced the Runkade family for breaking their alliance with the Jippel family. Because her brother, Jean Runkade, used magic, the Jippel family would hold them accountable. Luna chuckled softly. So what? You don't need to worry about that. Because your family won't hear of it. You'll die here. Andre trembled with rage at her words. He shouted angrily at Luna for her arrogance. The next moment, the monster at his side lunged with its mouth wide open. Luna casually swung her sword and instantly shattered the beast into pieces. Andre's pupils contracted in disbelief at the sight. Luna charged forward, sword in hand, a mocking smile on her lips. Everyone from the Jipple family she'd met was all bark and no bite, and this vice-patriarch was no different. Just then, Beretta suddenly lunged in front of Andre, using his massive body to shield him from Luna's blow. Luna's silver hair danced as she asked Beretta if he planned to stay in dragon form. That way, she'd have plenty of places to slice. Beretta snorted coldly at the remark, but obediently transformed into human form, then held out his hand and summoned a long spear using wind power. Beside him, Andre's origin stone glowed, and an eerie force wrapped around the wind spear. Luna calmly watched their display. That power resembled magic, but also had a demonic aura to it. Even with the vice-patriarch and a wind dragon, they still had to rely on such cheap tools. How laughable. Did they really think something like that could keep them alive? As soon as she spoke, the wind dragon lunged forward with the spear. Luna dodged, then slashed with her sword, striking hard against Beretta's wind spear. The two clashed furiously in a storm of blows. After another move, Beretta began to falter, and Luna instantly closed the gap, landing a powerful kick to his chest. The force sent him staggering backward uncontrollably. Luna spoke coldly. Looks like you've run out of tricks. Then I'll end this fight. With that, she raised her sword high, and righteous energy burst forth in dazzling light. In the next instant, righteous force soared into the sky. Luna shouted deeply. Runcade's secret technique number 3. Meteor. A massive hole was torn open in the sky. Narration. Under the dazzling light. Narration. Beretta and Andre's eyes were filled with shock. Narration. The power Luna revealed filled them with utter despair. Their entire worldview shattered in that moment. This wasn't the power of a contracted god, nor was it the strength of some ancient artifact, and yet she rivaled the divine as a mere mortal. But a human. As he stood in a daze, Beretta rushed in front of Andre. With her massive body, she blocked the meteor. She barked out to Andre, snapping him out of it. As long as he lived, they still had a chance. With the origin stone, they could still turn the tide. Even if she died protecting him, he could resurrect her with the origin stone. Hearing this, Andre regained his will to fight. He tightened his grip on the origin stone. As long as he held it, he could become a god. As the final meteor fell, the space calmed once more. As the dust cleared, only the wind dragon's remains were left before Luna. But seeing this, Luna furrowed her brows, displeased. Compared to her father's swordsmanship, she was still far behind. But this battle should have taught Jean a lot. It could also reignite his fighting spirit. If she could never reach their father's level, then Jean would be the only hope of House Luancade. Narration. But just then, Luna's expression changed. Narration. A monstrous creature emitting a terrifying aura appeared beside her. Luna sighed softly. You're really embarrassing me in front of my brother. This endless nonsense is getting old. The monster bared its fangs and inhaled sharply. Then it let out a furious roar to the sky. Seeing this, Alakai confirmed one thing. The Looper family had used contractors to forge an origin stone. It was originally a weapon gods used to check one another. Though this one was crudely made, it was still extremely dangerous. With that, Alakai grabbed Jean and transformed into his dragon form to flee the scene. But Jean thought they should fight beside Luna. They couldn't let her face such danger alone. However, Alakai told Jean, Luna alone was enough to handle that thing. They would only hold her back. Hearing this, Jean clenched his teeth. A wave of frustration surged within him. He had made a pact with Swordly and met Alakai after his rebirth. From the start, he had blessings others could only dream of, and yet now, he was so powerless. He couldn't even resist all he could do was hide. How was this any different from his past life? Jean clenched his fists tightly and swore he would become stronger. He never wanted to feel so powerless again. Alakai saw the turmoil in Jean's heart clearly. He knew Jean had courage, but didn't expect him to have such fighting spirit in the face of that monster. It moved him so much he wanted to swallow Jean whole. Keep striving like this. With your talent and you're bound to stand atop this world. Until then, I, Alakai, will give everything to protect you, my 1,000-year contract. At the center of the battlefield, Luna gazed coldly at the monster. You don't think turning into that can beat me, do you? It's pitiful how you're still trapped in delusion. As Luna spoke, Andre raised his hand. In the next second, a terrifying energy ripped through the air. Andre bellowed with arrogance. I now harbor 12 gods within me. All you have is a sword far too big for your body. Submit to me, Luna Luancade. Even your father wouldn't be my match now. Luna replied confidently. To a swordsman, a single sword is all that's needed. She placed her hand on her massive blade, with pride in her voice. If you were fighting with magic you honed over a lifetime, maybe you'd see half my strength. But out of pity, I'll show you what swordsmanship forged through training looks like. After all, trash like you can't resist it. Her great sword surged with righteous flame-like aura. Seeing this, Andre panicked, but still brushed it off. Though it was his first time seeing such aura. So what? He's already reached the level of a god now. A terrifying power gathered in his hands. Come, Luna Runcade. I'll show you what true helplessness looks like. Meanwhile, The red righteous energy on Luna's great sword surged wildly. With cold eyes, she slowly spoke. Heartblade, Crimson Moon New God. Blood-red righteous energy exploded into sky-piercing sword aura. It would destroy everything before her. She brought her sword down with unstoppable force and cleaved Andre completely in two. The origin stone on his chest shattered instantly. A massive explosion blasted into the sky. In the next second, dark energy swirled into a soul-reaping storm. Like a miniature black hole, it began devouring everything nearby. Everything in the area was inevitably drawn into it. Luna thrust her great sword into the ground to hold herself back. But the powerful gravitational pull destabilized her footing. She was about to be sucked into the vortex. In that critical moment, Alakai appeared above her. Jean reached out his hand toward Luna, telling her to grab on. His sudden appearance caught Luna off guard. She never expected that in the end, it would be her brother saving her. Elsewhere, Laz was reporting what happened on the uninhabited island to the man before him. The entire island had vanished into thin air. A strange vortex had swallowed everything around it. Traces of wind dragon, silver dragon, and human magic were left behind. Their investigation confirmed it was Andre of the Jippel family. At this point, Laz paused and produced a scale from Beretta. He suspected the wind dragon had perished. The man connected the dots. It all might be related to the creation made by the Jippel family. So he asked if Andre was dead or alive. Laz replied that it was still uncertain. Hearing this, the man slammed his fist onto the table. Frowning deeply, he scolded Laz, saying the recent intel was completely unsatisfactory, including the unidentified guest on Kotel's side. And this man was Emperor Amir of the Baimad Empire. Laz expressed his remorse. Amir sternly ordered Laz to keep the matter confidential and investigate everything thoroughly. After all, his patience was not infinite. Meanwhile, Bishikai also learned about the island incident and reported it to Boober. Boober responded with anger. It turned out he was the one who created the origin stone. He had clearly warned them not to use it before it was completed. Breadcrumbs flew everywhere, landing on Bishikai's face. Bishikai was furious, wishing he could kill this fat pig. Now that the Jippel family had messed things up, he could only continue to endure. Yet Boober remained oblivious, spitting as he spoke, thinking Bishikai was angry for the same reason. After all, he'd sensed killing intent from earlier. Bishikai suppressed his rage, telling Boober not to provoke the Simper family for now. They needed to reassess their alliance with them. Elsewhere in another room, a man sighed while looking into a crystal ball. Andre is dead. The fire dragon behind him paused. He remembered Andre went out with Beretta and took the origin stone with him. The man narrowed his eyes. That left only two possibilities. Either the silver dragon or someone had interfered. Last time, Jean Gillois said the shadow dragon destroyed the tomb giant, which means, if that person was Misha, then she's definitely capable of it, because she's Alakai's sister, and Kotel was once Alakai's ex-girlfriend. So Misha helping her wouldn't be surprising. The red dragon asked if he wasn't at all upset about his brother's death. The man wiped his face and sighed. Of course he was upset, but he had long expected this day to come. Just recently, he attended Shilong's banquet without permission and was terrified. After all, until they had a perfect origin stone, they'd always be beneath the Runkade family and the kings of the Black Sea, even if it's troublesome. If he wanted to dominate the world and become its god, he had to do these things. The man's words laid bare his ambition. He was none other than the head of the Jippel family, Kalia Jippel. Turns out, after defeating Andre, Jean and the others returned to Taika. Unaware of the situation, Geely saw Luna and thought Jean had committed some crime and was being expelled from the family. Luna chuckled and said it looked like a misunderstanding, but it also showed how much Geely cared for Jean. Just then, Carl entered the room. He was startled to see two strangers. Jean immediately introduced them. "This is my eldest sister, Luna Luankade, and this is Lady Kotel, Annie's guardian dragon." Hearing this, Carl was shaken. He bowed deeply to them at a full 90 degrees, then began introducing himself. Just as Carl was chatting with Jean, Kotel abruptly interrupted them. She asked where Annie was. Carl told them that Latley had returned 3 hours ago and was now with Annie. But something was odd. Latley had no memory of what happened while he was missing. He remembered nothing of being kidnapped. At that moment, Alakai spoke up to explain. The Jeeper family was erasing all traces of the origin stone, including Latley's memories. After all, it was a tool made from God-Eater contracts, and their goal in creating the origin stone was singular: to become gods, to crush all opposing forces beneath their feet, and become the one true god of this world. At that moment, Gilly woke up again, but upon seeing Luna, she immediately fainted once more. Later, Luna learned of Jean's deeds over the past 2 months. Not only did he destroy the infamous Tixon gang, he also made Taika his base of operations. The Jeeper clan's deputy patriarch and a dragon died because of him. Such astonishing achievements in such a short time. But he used magic and divine power, so the clan must not find out. Otherwise, it would cost him his life. Luna sighed. Jean was really reckless. Luli also breathed a sigh of relief. She had feared Luna had discovered Jean's secret and would be furious. But Luna said she'd turn a blind eye. However, Father might soon learn she was involved too. That made everyone nervous. It would be bad if that happened. But Jean told them he had a plan. His plan was to go. At this, Luna and the others stood up in disbelief. Jean explained further. He wanted to remind their father that the Jeeper family was enacting some kind of scheme against House Lewin-Cade. But Luna didn't agree with this. If it's about the origin stone, she could report it to father herself. After all, a quasi-vanguard returning meant giving up the trial. But Jean said something shocking. Father would find out sooner or later anyway, so he would make a deal with him himself. Luna's gaze turned cold. Her face darkened. I've never once thought of making deals with father. If you keep this up, he'll kill you. But Jean just laughed. I know, but I believe you'll stop him when the time comes, sister. Hearing this, Luna walked up to Jean. She furrowed her brows and stared at him. Jean met her gaze without backing down. A moment passed. Luna snorted with helpless frustration. You really do cause your bloodkin so much pain. Gilly must have had it rough staying with you. With that, she agreed to Jean's plan. They would return to the clan using a teleport gate tomorrow morning. What must come will come sooner or later. The sooner, the better. So your sister will be your shield just this once. I trust you wouldn't do this without confidence. Narration. Jean smiled slightly and replied. Narration? Of course. Narration, sister. Just as Jean and Luna returned to the clan, they were immediately surrounded by the Vanguard Knights. Second sister Lentia glared coldly with killing intent. She questioned Luna for not stopping Jean's behavior. Luna felt a wave of helplessness and turned to speak slowly. Little brother, you really should treat me better. Jean could only smile awkwardly at that. All the pressure had now fallen on Luna. Wegu sternly questioned Jean, asking if he'd gone mad since leaving the clan. How could he become so reckless? Returning to the Sword Garden without permission as a quasi-vanguard. All blame now fell on Luna for spoiling him. They accused her of doing wrong this time. Seeing this, Luna also understood. Her siblings had come prepared. Their father likely knew already. But what mattered now was their father's stance. Luna impatiently asked Lentia where their father was. Lentia turned to Jean and asked if he had come to see their father. After receiving a definite answer from Jean, he immediately stepped aside and informed that father was in the study. Just as Jean and Luna were about to enter, Lentia suddenly drew the sword at her waist. Her expression calm as she stared at Luna. Orders from the Patriarch. Only the Vanguard may proceed. The first Vanguard must wait here. Luna gritted her teeth. Her face darkened, emanating a cold, killing intent. And what if I refuse? As soon as she spoke, all the Vanguards instantly went on high alert and surrounded Luna. The entire space became tense, ready to explode at any moment. If Luna made the slightest move, they would attack her without hesitation. At that moment, Jean's voice broke the tension. He told Luna not to worry. He was just here to speak to his father as a son. Hearing that, everyone froze in place. However, it was his siblings who didn't understand their father. Even though it was against the rules for the Vanguard to return, they didn't know that father didn't really care for such rules. Jean adjusted his mindset and took a deep breath, then knocked on the door. The next second, a fierce sword aura shattered the door into pieces. Jean was instantly stunned at the sight. He had heard that his father's sword aura could kill instantly, and his father was still using a sword condensed from righteous energy, all to demonstrate the pinnacle of swordsmanship to him. But this also made Jean realize his father's heart wasn't that hard. Then came his father's cold voice. I told you I'd give you 5 years. Why did you come back early? Jean chuckled lightly. Does a son need a reason to see his father? He came back because he missed his father. Hearing that, father fell into a brief silence. No one had ever said that to him before, and it actually felt kind of nice. But on the surface, he still put on a cold demeanor. He harshly said that Jean had become sentimental after a single trip, but Jean told him he had always been sentimental. The moment he said that, his father closed his eyes and suddenly unleashed a terrifying, tangible killing intent. Jean tensed up immediately, afraid he had said the wrong thing. But father quickly withdrew his aura and told Jean to stop wasting time, to just state why he had come back. Jean then told him about Andre's death. Even though it was Luna who killed him, the incident was caused entirely by him. Besides that, he also had a few more things. If father allowed it, he wanted to report everything that happened. Hearing that, father told him to sit and to recount everything he had. Jean began to tell the story from Yajin to Baimet. He speculated that Andre wasn't actually the Jippel family's second-in-command, even though Luna was strong. The Jippel family, as a force that could rival the Runkade family, shouldn't have had a vice-patriarch so easily defeated, and father's reply confirmed his suspicion. He said there were others beneath Kalia's command, but Jean wasn't qualified to know about them yet. Then Jean revealed that Andre had used an origin stone. From what he knew, it was a replica of the origin stone created. Hearing that, father stroked his chin and pondered his words. He asked if Alakai had told him that. Jean was startled. He didn't expect father to already know about Alakai. Father gave a knowing smile. I know about that, and I know you can use magic power too. You didn't really think you could fool me, did you? Jean could only admit it. However, the next second, father burst out laughing. He had only mentioned Alakai to test Jean. He didn't expect Jean to give himself away. The mighty black dragon reduced to a house cat. Just saying it is hilarious. Jean was drenched in sweat. Then father turned serious. He said Jean had caught a big fish this time. Although he didn't know how powerful the fake origin stone was, it was definitely a dangerous force. He would have to visit the Black Sea again to discuss this matter with certain individuals. Father told Jean he would waive his punishment for breaking family rules and grant him one request. Jean asked that the Runkade family not set foot in Taika for the time being. Hearing this, father instantly guessed that Jean had made Taika his base. However, he agreed in the end, on the condition that Sheng-In passes a test. That is, to make Ghostblade Carl, the master behind Taika, his man. Even the Runkade mentor didn't want to deal with that arrogant guy. He wanted to see if Jean could handle Carl. Soon after, Jean brought Carl before his father. Facing the overwhelming pressure of the strongest man today, Carl was feeling crushed. He respectfully bowed to Jean's father. At that moment, Jean solemnly told his father that he and Carl were bound by fate, and he had already proven their bond. It was time for his father to fulfill his promise. Then, his father declared Jean had passed the test. From today on, without his permission, no one from Runkade may step foot into Taika. After that, he asked Jean to call Luna in. He wanted to talk to Carl in private. Hearing this, Carl grew extremely nervous, especially when he saw that eerie look on his father's face. On the way out, Jean ran into the Tana brothers. The two asked with concern if his father had done anything to him, but Sheng-In didn't answer. Instead, he asked them a favor, to help look after his faction's trainees until he returns. Then he waved and left coolly. Seeing how composed Jean was after meeting his father, the brothers couldn't help but admire him, as steady as ever. Soon after, Sheng-In arrived at the gate, and told Luna that father wanted to ask about that day. Annie nearby was upset by Jean's secrecy, but Jean said the matter was too important to be told to them. That made her grit her teeth in frustration, but she couldn't do anything. Soon Carl also came out. Clearly, after meeting Jean's father, he had calmed down a lot. Lentia also put away her weapon then. Since the clan head was done with business, they didn't need to take action anymore. Jean walked up to Luna and thanked her for always putting up with his troubles. He truly appreciated it. Luna understood that Jean was about to leave the family again. She told him to take care of himself. Before leaving, Jean turned to bid everyone farewell. See you next time, brothers and sisters. The boy practiced sword swings 10,000 times a day without food or water. Even when his hands were covered in blood, he didn't stop, because the desire in his heart to become stronger was overwhelming. Even though Jean was already a monstrous genius among his peers, he was still nothing in the eyes of the true elites. His current strength couldn't support his ambitions. He had to grow even stronger. Just then, Carl interrupted Sheng-In's training. Even if blessed by the Runkade family, this kind of intense training every day would break his body. Though unrivaled among his peers, rushing for results would only backfire. Annie, distressed, grabbed Jean's hand to heal him. Hearing Carl's words, Jean lowered his head in shame. Though he knew the logic, he just couldn't stop himself. Carl then suggested a way for Jean to calm down, by sparring with someone stronger than him. Even though Carl didn't look that reliable, he did carry the title of Ghostblade. Then he swiftly drew his sword. Cold energy instantly wrapped around the blade. In a flash, it tore open several cracks in the ground. Seeing that, Jean realized Carl's true strength. Carl told Jean, once he could block that strike, they could spar. But first, he had to pass the strongest guard in Taika. Then Lisa arrived at the training ground carrying Long Leah. Carl told Jean to defeat his wife within 6 months, using any means at his disposal. Jean was a bit confused by Carl's request, as Lisa didn't seem particularly strong aside from her physique. Lisa then scheduled the sparring sessions for after her shifts. Jean asked if it would take too much of her time. Carl responded with a knowing smile. Lisa reassured Jean not to worry. They wouldn't train too long each session. Soon it was time for the first spar. Lisa stretched while telling Jean she used to be a member of Bimanti's special unit. She never knew how to hold back. So if he lost, not to take it hard. Jean immediately braced himself. Carl must have had a reason for setting a 6-month deadline, so he couldn't let his guard down. In the next moment, Lisa rushed straight at Jean in an instant, then launched a fierce punch. Luckily, Jean reacted in time and blocked with his blade. At the same time, he activated the muter helmet. Lisa was shocked that Jean blocked her charge. Jean drew the Bradamani from his hand. At the same time, a bright flash lit up before Lisa's eyes. The blinding light forced her to close her eyes. Taking advantage of the opening, Jean swiftly assumed a fighting stance, then lunged at Lisa with a sudden thrust. But Lisa dodged the attack by brushing past him. At the same time, Lisa launched her counterattack. Her Kirin arm bulged with veins as power surged. Seeing this, Jean sensed trouble and asked weakly, "Will someone call a doctor for me?" Lisa narrowed her eyes and gave a wicked smile. "Of course, don't worry." Meanwhile, the Jippel family officially announced the death of Vice Patriarch Andre, but did not disclose the cause of death. Some speculated he died in an internal family struggle. Others claimed he angered the Emperor of Bimant and was executed by the Imperial Guards. Rumors spread endlessly, but the most credible theory was that he died in a duel with a member of the Runkade clan. Everyone believed the two clans were destined to clash, debating whether sword or magic would ultimately prevail. But the balance of power would depend on which side the neutral faction supported. So father was affected as well. Those favoring the Runkade family began offering gestures of goodwill. This made father feel a bit off. That little brat Jean's already manipulating the clan so soon. Truly a wild one. Father told Khan he was heading to the Black Sea. If any letters came from Carl, They must be delivered immediately without delay. After Jean and Lisa's sparring ended, she was surprised by Jean's performance. She didn't expect to have to use her second move on the first day, even though she hadn't gone all out with the first attack. Jean's precise terrain control played a big part too. She only realized this after the fight. Lisa curiously asked about the flash earlier. Jean explained it was an ancient magic spell called Flash Cannon. Too bad it didn't work on her. Cheap tricks don't work, huh? But Lisa didn't agree with that. If a trick can land a blow, then it's called strategy. She was impressed by Jean's combat intuition. He created opportunities through careful calculations and predictions. That's how he had always defeated stronger opponents. This was something Lisa had experienced firsthand. She could imagine how flustered his opponents must be in actual combat. Jean, however, felt a bit frustrated. It was the first time he had lost so completely even after giving his all, as expected of a former Bimont Special Ops member. But he soon regained his spirit and determination, because only by defeating the strong could he become stronger. Behind the door, Carl witnessed it all and recorded every detail. 1 month later, Eastern Continent, Black Sea region, Khan traversed dangerous beast territory to deliver Carl's letter to Father. When Father opened the letter, the first thing he saw was Carl's excessive self-praise. The long, over-the-top opening made him want to beat Carl up. Khan said he'd remind Carl to keep it concise next time. Then Father saw the part about Jean. It said he was getting thoroughly beaten by Carl's wife every day on the island. The first match ended in 3 moves, the second in 5, the 7th in 10. By the 30th, he lasted 40 moves. After reading of Jean's miserable losses, Khan asked if Father would be disappointed, but Father's reply made Khan's pupils shrink. Because Carl's wife was once in Bimont's Special Ops team too, she wasn't someone Jean could beat with luck alone. And not only that, in their 40th match, they went over 120 moves. That kid broke through his own limits. If he were the eldest, I could leave the clan in peace. But sadly, he's the youngest. Hearing that, Khan's pupils contracted. It was the first time the patriarch had ever mentioned the matter of succession. He had never named an official heir. Even Joshua only became the first successor after Luna withdrew. It wasn't the patriarch's personal decision. At that moment, Khan shared his thoughts. He admitted Jean's growth was amazing, but it was still too early to say he was the best heir, because he was too soft-hearted, not ruthless enough. An heir must be able to turn on even family when necessary. Father pondered that for a moment, then sighed lightly. You're right. That's what makes him different from Joshua, but that's also the true spirit of the Runkade family. You may leave now, Khan. Back at the training grounds in Taika, Jean had just finished his 93rd spar with Lisa. Though he still couldn't defeat her, he had earned her respect. She hadn't expected that Jean could make her stay constantly on guard. Lisa told Jean to go have a popsicle and rest, but Shengyin said he had other things to do. He picked up his sword again and released Shadow Aura, resuming his repetitive, tedious training. Seeing this, Lisa couldn't help but admire Jean. She felt his growth speed was abnormal. It must be because both his righteous energy and magic were improving, and the reason he could do this was thanks to the force connecting his aura and magic, said to be the shadow aura gained from making a pact with a god. But it was also due to his unyielding will that allowed him to wield that power to its fullest. A genius who works this hard will reach the top someday. At this rate, he won't need 6 months. Maybe she'll lose as soon as tomorrow. The next day, Jean and Lisa began sparring again. Facing Jean's fierce onslaught, Lisa dodged everything with agile movements. She quickly closed the distance to Jean. Jean coated his sword in shadow aura and swung sideways. Lisa charged in with a burst of righteous energy, but it was actually a feint by Shengyin. He took advantage of the moment Lisa was drawn to the aura. Lisa instantly sensed danger. Jean's sword moved swiftly and left a cut across Lisa's shoulder. The sudden pain dropped her to one knee. Jean sheathed his sword and nervously asked if she was okay. Lisa replied it wasn't serious, just that it had been a long time since she was hurt like that. Then Annie arrived to heal Lisa. Jean stood by, recalling the moment. Lisa should have been able to dodge that attack. This one was pure luck. Lisa also thought back to that moment, when her vision was blocked by the aura. She thought Jean would use the same technique again, so she didn't prepare a backup move. She had let her guard down. This annoyed Lisa slightly. She realized her skills had declined since retirement. She told Jean she didn't expect to lose before the 6-month deadline, but Jean didn't agree this counted as a true win. Lisa sighed softly. She knew Jean would say that. She apologized for her careless behavior in the match. But 3 months ago, even if she had let her guard down, Jean couldn't have won. Which means Jean had truly improved. His drive and talent pushed his power to new heights. His righteous energy and magic were about to reach 6 stars, and she would lose completely. Time quickly passed into winter. Jean and Alakai bought a lot of popsicles on the street. Jean was puzzled why Alakai bought popsicles in winter. Alakai said cold things should be eaten in cold weather for better taste. Also, strawberry pie said she wanted some. Just then, a laugh reached Jean's ears. It was Carl and Yulia. Carl said he had intel on Bishikai for Jean. According to his investigation, Bishikai might be part of the Jean Jilaw group. He visited a strange workshop every week. Its owner was Bubel, a high-ranking officer in Jean Jilaw. The two were close. But since Bishikai always brought bread over, Bubel's rank might be even higher. As for Aru, elite agents from 7 Colored Birds are still gathering info. They haven't uncovered his history before becoming Takesing's boss. It's as if someone deliberately erased all traces of his past. After hearing this, Jean thanked Carl. He'd caused him trouble all along. Carl shook his head and said it was nothing. But if Jean really wanted to thank him, he could play with Yulia for a while. Crazy guy. Hearing that, Jean agreed, but said not today, because it was almost sparring time. Carl became interested upon hearing that. He wanted to see Jean's strength now. Jean told him to watch and see. He'd recently had a breakthrough. Lisa was surprised to see Carl, wondering why he came. Carl didn't understand either. Wasn't he allowed to watch? But Lisa's answer left Carl frozen. It's not that you can't. I just don't want you to see me losing so badly, because this may be my final match with young Master Shungin. She then turned to Jean and said, I hope I'll always be a worthy opponent in your memory. Jean responded seriously. You? A worthy opponent? You're not just a great teacher, but also a great friend. Hearing that, Carl was in disbelief. It had only been 3 months, and Jean could already defeat Lisa. Lisa then took a fighting stance to face this final challenge. At the same time, Jean closed his eyes, fully focused. The next moment, a magic circle formed above his head in blue flames. A scorching aura ignited the entire space. In Carl's shocked gaze, he slowly spoke. Summon Phoenix. Once a mage reaches 6 stars, they can open a portal to the fire realm. But the choice lies with the phoenix itself. So mages all hope to be chosen by a special phoenix. Among the phoenixes is a noble existence. It uses blue fire and is known as the Phoenix King. Its name is Thais. Every mage who has summoned Thais, without exception, became the strongest archmage of their era. And now, Jean had become the chosen one of this generation. Seeing this, Lisa held her breath and braced herself, then leapt forward to initiate the duel. Thais flapped its wings, and blue flames surged toward Lisa. She quickly dodged the scorching fire. That was fire magic above 5 stars. And within the flames was a strange pressure. Even a slight touch made her body feel heavy. That weight would quickly drain her stamina. So she had to finish the fight quickly. At that moment, Jean slipped through the flames and appeared at Lisa's side. His long sword swept out fiercely. Although Lisa dodged the blow, her shoulder was grazed by the righteous energy. Then Jean leapt up and hurled a wind slash. A strike formed from wind magic. Jean analyzed Lisa's moves in his mind. Her attacks were diverse, but shared one trait: control. She always wanted to dominate the battlefield. So now that he had her on the defensive, she must be desperate to regain control. Jean decided to exploit that, and launched a relentless, rapid offensive against her, forcing her into constant defense. At the same time, Jean gathered magic power once more. But before Lisa could catch her breath, Thais's blue flames surged in from behind, and Jean's frontal assault was pushing with full force, leaving Lisa caught in a bind. If she dodged, she would continue losing the offensive. So she gritted her teeth and made up her mind to take Jean's blow head on. Righteous energy erupted and covered her whole body. So this is the power of a magic swordsman. She grabbed Jean's sword with one hand, but was engulfed by Thais's blue flames. When the smoke cleared, Lisa had taken Jean's full force strike. Righteous energy surged around her fist. She prepared to deliver a punch. Got you at last, young master. But then, all she saw was a sword, no one behind it. Lisa was full of confusion. She clearly felt. Then she noticed the flames wrapped around the hilt, and suddenly understood everything. It was the weight from Thais's blue flame. Lisa turned with a helpless smile. You're behind me again, young master. Wind magic surged from Jean's hand as he formed a sword and slashed upward from below, striking Lisa and sending her coughing blood to the ground. After more than 3 months, Jean had finally defeated Lisa. Upon hearing the news, Alakai and Kotel both, but not because Jean beat Lisa. They wanted to confirm whether he had really summoned Thais. When Carl confirmed it, Kotel collapsed to the ground as if all strength left him. His face was pale, filled with panic and fear, muttering in shock. No, this can't be. After Jean defeated Lisa, Lisa curiously asked when he started planning his strategy. Jean scratched his head and chuckled. If I said it now, would I sound too arrogant? But I really started from the very first match. Hearing that, Lisa smiled knowingly. No, coming from you. That sounds perfectly reasonable. Then Jean thanked Lisa once again for all her training these past months, which helped him grow stronger so quickly. At that moment, Alakai and Kotel rushed over to Jean in a panic. They urgently begged him to summon Thais immediately, and when Thais appeared before them, Kotel instantly dropped to her knees in terror. Even the fearless Alakai greeted Thais nervously, but his awkward tone angered Thais. Thais leapt up and Thais told Alakai to relay its words to Jean, but kept poking Alakai's head non-stop anyway. Alakai could only shout for Jean to send Thais back. Once Thais left, Alakai rubbed his head and sighed heavily to Jean. He must be wondering why someone like him, who fears neither heaven nor earth, would beg that blue-feathered bird. That's because what they saw wasn't Thais's true form. Only in the flame realm can one witness its true form. A domain where even gods have no authority. Not even the god of fire, Shunu, can control flames there. He, Kotel, and several other dragons, along with several gods, once visited the flame realm. Some gods angered Thais there, and they witnessed Thais's true power. Enraged, Tais burned 5 gods and several dragons to ashes on the spot. That left them all mentally scarred. Jean wondered aloud to fully wield Tais' power, but Alakai told him it was impossible. No matter how strong he becomes, Jean can't draw out all of Tais' strength, because no being can wield their full divine power in another world. That's a kind of punishment. That's why foreign gods were burned alive by Tais. Likewise, Tais also can't unleash full power in this world. But even so, it could still burn you to ashes with ease. Alakai scolded Jean in frustration. He had summoned such a dangerous phoenix and immediately made it fight. They were all scared out of their minds. What if Tais got upset and burned Xingyin to ashes? Then Alakai took a deep breath and calmed down. He muttered that if Tais really wanted to do that, it wouldn't have chosen Jean. Then Alakai passed on Tais' message. Tais was very pleased with him. Congratulations, kid. Only then did Jean realize what kind of being he had made a pact with. The god of fire, Shunu, controls all fire in the world. To his contract holders Kayla and the guardian dragon Katon, any fire attack is ineffective. But now that Jean had Tais, this could become the key to a decisive victory. Meanwhile, in the Black Sea, Jean's father also received the news. But he wasn't interested in the Tais contract. He only cared about Jean's swordsmanship. The report on Jean's swordsmanship was very brief, which made him dissatisfied. After all, Jean was a descendant of the Kaid sword lineage. At that moment, Kane reported new intel about the sword family known as Hyelon. Their genius heir would be going to Kos Arena for a mission. Kos Arena is a martial tournament hosted by pirates. 10 years ago, Mary took second place there, so the father decided to send Jean to compete too. In front of that many people, he wouldn't be able to use shadow aura or magic. He'd have to rely purely on swordsmanship. And by facing a true sword genius head-on, Jean would understand that as a Luankade, he must prove himself through the sword. Back on Jean's side, he soon received Carl's recommendation. But Jean wasn't interested in a pirate-run tournament. Carl then mentioned that Dante Hyelon would be participating, and Halen's clan head, Ron, was at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Before Jean's father became a paladin of creation, they were evenly matched rivals. Dante Hyelon was Ron's most beloved grandson, a youth known as the Wolf Fong swordsman. After hearing Carl out, Jean thought for a while, but he still felt no need to go. Carl broke out in cold sweat and panic. He anxiously and earnestly tried to persuade Jean. Seeing that, Jean had no choice but to agree, because he figured out Carl's real reason. Probably related to the private talk his father had with Carl. Sending him to duel with a Hyelon swordsman was also his father's will. It was a message for Jean to prioritize sword mastery. Soon, Jean arrived on an island in the kingdom of Bella. This was his first mission since Mammoth, but the chaos here was even more nauseating than Mammoth. Though the Kos Arena, it had no rules at all. People could even assassinate or poison opponents beforehand. What was a noble family like Hyelon doing at such an event? Was their clan had a... Whatever the reason, it didn't concern Jean. His goal was simply to duel Dante. Just then, a familiar silver-haired boy appeared in the crowd. It was Belladine of the Jeeper family. He hadn't expected him to be here too. A thug then told Jean he'd been assigned to Group 13. But there was another guy like him who once beat up a ship captain. They weren't assigned to the same group. If Jean performs well, there's a chance they might meet, though that would take incredible luck. Soon, the thug led Jean to Group 13's area, where he belonged. He told Jean he'd have to fight for a room himself. Jean scanned his surroundings. Each room was crammed with 2 or 3 people. Clearly, there weren't enough rooms. They deliberately forced contestants to fight over cramped rooms. This wasn't a tournament. This was a survival game. Jean entered a room, and under the thug's hostile glares, set down his bag, then coldly took off his coat. I'm counting to 3. Get out before I finish. Then, he started counting with a blank stare from the thugs. 3, 2, came the cold count. A loud crash echoed through Group 13's area. It caught everyone's attention. Meanwhile, Jean had already taken down the thugs in the room. Then he grabbed his sword and stepped outside. His tone cold as ice, he spoke slowly. Anyone else want to share my room? The next second, all the thugs lunged toward Jean. Jean dashed into the crowd, blade dancing, reaping lives like a grim reaper. Soon, all the thugs became corpses under his sword. After silencing those who resisted, a small boss came to find Jean. You killed everyone before the tournament even began. Now I've got a real problem. Jean, with a book in hand, smiled calmly. Wasn't that just the warm-up? Hearing that, the small boss began to like Jean's arrogance. He told him, Group 1 and Group 2's matches are about to start. You'll be facing someone from there later. I'll take you to watch. Once they reached the audience stands, the boss told Jean, no fighting here. Just enjoy the match. It was quite a scene. At first glance, Jean was stunned by the arena. He didn't expect such a huge crowd. So many spectators. If he'd known, he would have disguised himself. Just then, the murmuring crowd caught his attention. They say there's a killer god in Group 13. He's already killed half of the group. And the most shocking news, one of the contestants may be a Runkade elite. Could be Daytona or Haytona. Or Jean Runkade himself. Upon hearing this, others wondered if it could be the Tana brothers competing. It's about time the two made a name for themselves. Suddenly, fireworks lit up the sky above the arena. The pirate king Cosmos appeared and began introducing the match. The first battle featured Mundus of the Shark Pirates from last year, and the baby-faced blonde youth, Paul. As Cosmos shouted begin, Paul drew his longsword, and in the blink of an eye, beheaded his opponent at lightning speed. That moment left the audience completely stunned. Even Mundus himself was still stuck in pre-fight thoughts, until his body collapsed onto the ground. The crowd finally erupted in shock. Seeing all this, Jean realized the boy's identity. He was Dante Hylon. Just then, a familiar voice called out behind Jean. Belladin stood and cheered for Dante. Jean was stunned by this. Why was that guy here? Was he on a mission too? But he sure seemed to be enjoying himself. Still, Jean decided to pretend not to know him, or things could get messy. But then, Belladin suddenly looked down and spotted Jean in the crowd below. He immediately raised his hand and excitedly waved at Jean. This also caught Dante's attention. He recognized Belladin too. Didn't they only meet once at a banquet? Why was he being so friendly? So he raised his hand in response to Belladine. However, standing in the middle, Jean just wanted Belladine to shut up already. Right then, the Cosmos announcer called out and declared the start of the next match. They were supposed to be rival sword clans, but now they were fighting to protect each other. After watching a group battle, Jean was certain that Paul was Dante Hylon. Otherwise, it'd be impossible for someone that young to wield such advanced swordsmanship. This made him doubt whether he could beat Dante with swordsmanship alone. He wasn't confident in winning by sword alone, unless he could use magic and shadow aura. But it was still too early to make that call. He would be fighting in 3 days. Before that, Jean had to survive several nights of assassination attempts. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jean collapsed on the floor, exhausted. Thanks to the tournament rules, he couldn't let his guard down for a second, or he might be killed in his sleep. Even though he'd gone through sleep deprivation training as a trainee, this was the first time he'd gone 3 full days without sleep. Just then, footsteps began approaching Jean's room. He stood up immediately and stared at the door. In such a quiet, anyone approaching this boldly must be very confident in their strength. But when Jean saw who it was, his pupils shrank. It was Dante Hylon. Dante said he wanted to talk to Jean. He asked if Jean could guard him while he slept. If possible, he'd return the favor by guarding Jean tomorrow. Because after observing since yesterday, he realized Jean was the only true dancer here. While Jean was still processing, Dante had already closed his eyes and fallen asleep. Jean was speechless. Do people from the Hylon family not go through sleep deprivation training? But judging from the strong scent of blood on him, he'd clearly had a tough time here. Just then, some thugs approached Jean's room, waiting for the right moment. Just as they were about to storm in, Jean stepped out. With one swing, he slashed a thug. His eyes cold as ice, he spoke slowly. Didn't you hear? No one who enters this room leaves alive. One of the thugs immediately realized this was the god of death from Group 13. He quickly explained they weren't after him. They just wanted the guy who'd gone in earlier, Paul. But before he could finish, another thug raised a crossbow at Jean and launched a sneak attack. Jean had no intention of wasting any more words. His killing intent surged. Righteous energy flowed into his sword. I don't know who sent you, but do you really think you can handle my blade? Moments later, Dante suddenly woke up and let out a breath of relief upon seeing Jean. Jean told him the thugs were under One-Eyed Xiao's command. They were planning to kidnap Luincade clan members for ransom. Dante finally realized Jean had protected him just now. He quickly thanked him and denied being from the Luincade clan, but admitted he was a noble from Bimani. He couldn't tell Jean the full details, but said he owed Jean his life. He swore on his honor that no matter what danger Jean faces, he would risk his life. Jean just shrugged indifferently and asked Dante to wake. I'll count on you for now. Dante immediately agreed without hesitation, his heart stirring with unfamiliar emotions. Jean might seem cold, but he still fought for someone he just met. Looks like he's made a real friend. Meanwhile, on the other side, Belladine was complaining that the rest of the contestants were too weak, and he couldn't get excited at all. Just then, he noticed a name on the match list, Jean Grey. Seeing that, he immediately guessed Jean's true purpose here. He could hardly contain his excitement. So he wasn't just here to spectate. Looks like things are about to get exciting. The Coast Fighting Tournament had reached a fever pitch. Against every opponent, Dante only needed one move, and Jean's battles were just as unstoppable. Everyone was convinced the final would come down to the two of them. Their overwhelming power left other participants feeling hopeless. Some even considered throwing matches. After all, there was no way to win. Better to make a deal and walk away with their lives. But their scheming reached Cosmo's ears, so he decided to reshuffle the entire match schedule. All those who tried to team up would become sacrifices to Jean and the others. He also adjusted the odds to an insane level to hype the crowd. Then, the matches continued amidst the crowd's excitement. Belladin asked his attendants, who do you favor? One was a rising star, who shocked everyone in the first match. The other was a reaper who killed before the tournament even began. A true death god. All the attendants unanimously. His swordsmanship looked more refined. They asked Belladin if he bet on Dante too, but Belladin smirked proudly. He told them he placed 100,000 gold on Jean. The attendants were shocked. Jean's odds were 3-1. Even if he beat Cosmos, Cosmos couldn't pay out 300,000. But Belladin said not to worry. Cosmos still had several islands to sell. Then, to everyone's anticipation, Cosmos came on stage to announce the finals. But before he could speak, a cup hit him in the head. The impatient audience yelled for him to shut up and start the match already. Seeing this, Cosmos gave in and introduced the finalists. The Sword Prodigy, Paul Mick, versus the Reaper of Group 13, Jean Grey. At Cosmos' command, the match began. Both fighters grabbed their weapons and tensed up. Dante moved first, launching the opening strike. In a flash, his blade reached Jean's face. Jean raised his sword to block and forcefully pushed him back. Dante smirked confidently. Tricks like that won't work on you, huh? Golden aura surged around Dante's blade like a storm. Seeing this, Jean refused to back down. His blue aura burst forth. In the next moment, their violent clash erupted in clouds of smoke and dust. The fierce exchange between Jean and Dante left everyone in awe. And this was only the beginning. When Jean struck away one of Dante's garments, Dante's golden aura grew even more intense. As he launched a series of relentless sword strikes at Jean, after several exchanges, Jean realized something. Dante's first strike had been his fastest. Now he was speeding up only when necessary, to conserve stamina. With that insight, Jean began his counterattack. He would match Dante's rhythm and wear him down with his superior strength. Inside the arena, the two clashed like madmen. Their dazzling battle left the audience breathless. It was hard to believe this was a fight between children. Even Belladin, watching from above, was tense. His fists clenched unconsciously. Dante told Jean, "If you have any tricks left, now's the time to use them, because I'm about to." Before he finished, Dante vanished in a flash, appearing behind Jean instantly. His blade swept upward, just as Jean thought he'd dodged. Dante's golden blade curved sharply, slashing Jean with brutal speed. Blood burst from Jean's mouth. Before he could catch his breath, Dante pressed the assault, relentlessly pushing Jean to the brink. He was momentarily forced into passive defense, but Dante quickly noticed something. Jean's swordsmanship carried immense destructive power, and the body that could wield such swordsmanship by nature gave him extraordinary stamina. Seems like he plans to drag the fight out with this advantage. So that's it. He must be Jean Lewincade. But if he thinks he can win this way, he's mistaken. Dante accelerated again and flashed to Jean's side. His golden blade slashed downward. But at that moment, Jean turned suddenly, erupting with terrifying killing intent. Dante froze mid-attack, feeling real danger, and immediately pulled back to create distance. Everyone watching was confused, as it had clearly been a golden opportunity. But even Dante himself was puzzled. In that brief moment, something had suppressed him. Jean grabbed his jacket, barely stopping himself from using shadow aura. Looks like that last hit really cut too deep. After shrugging off the jacket, Jean looked at Dante and let out a breath. Now it was his turn to go on the offensive. He gripped his sword tightly. Righteous energy burst forth. With the force of 1,000 troops, he struck at Dante's blade. The sheer power forced Dante to his knees. However, Jean's assault crashed down like raging waves, relentless. Every strike carried the same weight as the first, with absolutely no variation. The violent force made Dante cough blood repeatedly. Dante couldn't help but regret it. He should have gone all out from the very start. If this kept up, he was afraid he might end up killing Jean. But just then, Jean stopped his assault. He had seen Dante's hesitation. Face darkened. He coldly questioned, "Dante Hyelon, who do you think you're looking down on? Don't insult this battle. I am Jean Lewincade." Hearing that, Dante understood Jean's resolve. If he didn't, he'd be disrespecting Jean. So Dante raised his sword and apologized to Jean, then solemnly challenged him once more. Jean smiled in understanding, and raised his sword in turn. As their blades clashed, the true duel between the heirs of Lewincade and Hyelon had officially begun. They would fight with all they had, staking their clan's honor. As Jean and Dante acknowledged each other, the duel rose to a new level of significance. Now it was a battle for their family names. Dante launched a full-force assault toward Jean, and Jean fought harder with every clash. Even facing Dante's incredible speed, he wasn't at a disadvantage. In fact, he used his strength to counterattack. He delivered a powerful upward slash, sending Dante flying. Jean's blade, carrying fierce energy, came crashing down. Dante took the chance and launched a horizontal counter, but Jean ducked at the last second and dodged it cleanly. Then, Jean slashed again, hitting Dante's thigh. But Jean was starting to wonder. Dante should have reached his limit by now, so how was he still standing? Dante Hyelon wasn't just gifted, he was a once-in-a-century genius. But he had been born frail and sickly. His weak body kept him from fully realizing his talent. Jean had once struggled in hell due to a cursed fate, so he understood Dante's pain. He deeply empathized with his hardship. Dante had endured alone, in endless darkness. That cursed body forced him to whip himself forward, and that's how the world came to know him, as the shining genius he was today. At the same time, Dante also had doubts about Jean. He was born into the top-tier Lewincade family, blessed from the moment he was born, with everything others could only dream of. He could effortlessly achieve what others couldn't in a lifetime. But Dante still sensed desperation in Jean. He couldn't understand why Jean fought so hard, with such sorrow and intensity. That anger came from deep within, because he was the oldest among the 13 successors. But regardless, there was one thing he knew for sure. Jean had only one goal in his heart, to become the strongest. So what? He had the same goal in his heart. For that, he couldn't even remember how much he had endured, how many times he'd been defeated, how often he despaired, and how many times he climbed back up. He had long since lost count. All that remained in his heart was a mad obsession to grow stronger. But just then, Dante suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Jean's pupils shrank in shock at the sight. Dante's body looked like a porcelain doll, crumbling inch by inch under immense pressure, breaking apart piece by piece. If Jean held back now, it would be an insult to Dante. That thought left him torn. But Dante could no longer hold on. So Jean clenched his teeth, apologized, and made his decision. He brought his sword down toward Dante. But at the final moment, Jean used all his strength to stop his attack. Dante laughed bitterly at the sight. Such a buzzkill, he said with a self-mocking smile, then collapsed to the ground unconscious. Jean quickly turned and shouted for a doctor. Before the words even finished, a white-haired boy approached Dante. When Jean saw who it was, his heart skipped a beat. It was Belladin, who raised his hand and cast a healing spell. Magic power burst forth as he began treating Dante with full force. He assured Jean, "I'll definitely save him." But Dante's condition was dire. Not just his bones, even his internal organs were shattered, and the righteous energy inside him was still rampaging. No healing magic could save him. There was only one way left to save his life. At that thought, Belladin turned and grabbed the pendant on his chest. He told Jean, "This is a secret between the three of us." Seeing Belladin's action, the attendants shouted in alarm to stop him, but Belladin waved his hand to silence them, then sternly ordered them to cover him with cloaks. At that, the attendants raised their arms, revealing the crest of the Gipple family. At this sight, Cosmo's eyes widened in disbelief. Why would someone from the Gipple family be here? Were they here because of the Runcade heir? But if he got involved, it would surely mean death. Then a loud voice echoed across the arena. "Everyone, close your eyes and cover your ears now." Seeing Cosmos take action, Belladin smiled with satisfaction. Jean asked him, "What's that in your hand?" Belladin replied, "It's the blood of Nemelis." Jean was stunned at the name. Nemelis had once been the god of hope before the founding of Vankella, but had fallen due to a betrayal. At his fall, he shed 8 tears and 100 drops of blood. His tears could bring the dead back to life. His blood could instantly heal all wounds and illnesses. A priceless treasure that drove many mad in pursuit. Only a colossal power like the Gipple family could afford to keep searching for it. But divine relics like this were just legends. Yet what Jean never... That's such a precious item. Belladin would actually use it on Dante. Jean asked Belladin the question on his mind, but Belladin brushed it off lightly. "Jean, I believe you understand. Losing a rival feels just like losing a friend." As Dante swallowed the blood of Nemelis, a dazzling light burst from his body. He slowly opened his eyes in confusion, not understanding why Belladin was in front of him. Jean marveled at the miracle of Nemelis blood, reviving a dying Dante in just an instant. But Belladin was actually willing to give up something so rare. Just then, Belladin smiled darkly, hand covering his face. "I've used Nemelis' choice. Now it's time for them to pay the price." Hearing that, Jean frowned and tensed up. After all, Belladin was still a Gipple, an enemy clan. Who knew what kind of demand he'd make now? Latine spread out his small hand, winked at Jean, and said, "After this is over, you must treat me to a meal, and no refusals allowed." Hearing this request, Jean was stunned in place, then couldn't help but chuckle. He had thought Belladin was a fool. Turns out he's a handsome fool. He immediately agreed with a smirk. After the martial arts tournament ended, the three of them gathered in a room for drinks, and brought 2 champion prizes. Then Jean gave 1 gold coin to Dante. Although the Hylon family isn't short on money, it was still a meaningful keepsake. Dante said he'd treasure it well. Seeing this, Belladin immediately pouted, and demanded a reward too. Jean then opened the treasure chest, and took out a treasure map. Just as Belladin thought, Jean was giving him the map. Jean tossed the empty chest at him instead, yet Belladin happily accepted it, saying he'd definitely keep it safe, because it was the first gift Jean gave him. Jean then questioned Dante. He told him to go all out. Why didn't he use his secret technique? But Dante replied aggrievedly. Jean didn't use his either. He must be hiding something too. Though Dante had guessed correctly, Jean played dumb, pretending not to know. Then Dante made a pact with Jean to fight seriously next time. Belladin then added, he also looked forward to the day they would lead their families into battle. But for now, it's best to stay friendly. Yet the cruel world would eventually drive them apart. Even though they now drink together, one day they'll surely clash swords. This friendship built on rivalry. What end will it meet? Just then Belladin remembered something. Have you heard of someone impersonating Belladin? Hearing this, Jean straightened up, remembering the bad things he did, and Dante was shocked. Someone dared impersonate Belladin on Jeeper territory? That's insane. Belladin sighed softly, and added Andre caused trouble recently too, bringing disgrace to their family. Hearing that, Jean could only hide behind his drink in awkwardness, because everything Belladin mentioned was actually his doing. Jean asked Belladin how he planned to deal with the impersonator. Belladin said he planned to send a top-class mage after him, but Jean disagreed. If it were him, he'd use rumors to guide public opinion, because if the Jeeper family made a big fuss chasing the guy, it would only show the world they were played for fools. As for the impersonator, they could catch him later. Belladin thought about it, and agreed with Jean's reasoning, so he decided that He'd follow Jean's plan after returning. Jean stood up and said, "That's enough for today." If he stayed longer, he might grow too fond of them, and he still had many things to do. Belladine asked helplessly, "Because you're a prospective vanguard?" Jean shrugged and admitted. Then Belladine bid him farewell. "See you next time, my friend." Hearing that, Jean gave a deep bow. After a moment of silence, Jean chuckled softly and said with mock arrogance, "Who's your friend?" After Jean wrapped up his martial arts tournament trip, his father in the Black Sea received another letter from Carl, but the letter only had a few short lines, which made the father quite displeased. He had told Carl to keep it short. He actually wrote only a single line. As he finished speaking, the violent aura burned the letter to ash. His entire body exuded a fierce and murderous intent. "Looks like I'll have to grab a drink with Carl soon." Meanwhile, Carl suddenly shivered. He felt a chill crawl up his spine. But Jean said, "The fireplace is blazing. Where's the cold coming from?" Then, Jean took out the map he got from the coast tournament and handed it to Carl. Carl examined the map carefully, but for the moment, he couldn't figure out how to locate the place. Just then, Yulia's eyes lit up as she stared at the treasure map and shouted she wanted to join the treasure hunt too. But then, Yulia suddenly froze. Her deep eyes locked onto the map. She slowly pointed to a spot on it and said something important was there. Moreover, it was a precious treasure guarded with extreme care. Tears fell down Yulia's cheeks, turning her into a pitiful, sobbing figure, as if she were seeing distant visions from across time. The next moment, she clutched her eyes in pain and collapsed. Sobbing, she cried out repeatedly, "No." Alakai immediately scooped her into his arms and shouted in panic, "Time Force is taking her. Quick, go get the guardian dragon." Yulia's guardian dragon, Ratley, soon arrived by her side. He immediately activated his powers and calmed Yulia's emotions. Moments later, Yulia returned to normal. Alakai stepped in front of Ratley and asked what Yulia had seen. Was it the future? No, Ratley explained. She saw the past. Ratley continued. Asner's contractees can only see the past when near a place or object that holds deep resentment or obsession. And what Yulia saw was a primitive tribe whose people worshipped only their sacred deity and were completely cut off from the outside world. It was that isolation that kept them safe and peaceful until a group of mages appeared. They shattered that peace. Under the pretense of cultural exchange, they began digging up everything. Then came unreasonable demands, and eventually, they started killing the natives. They threatened them to hand over an item, something sacred to the tribe. Hearing sacred object and tribe, Jean suddenly thought of a possibility. He asked Ratley to draw what the sacred object looked like. Ratley picked up a pen and described it as a glowing bronze mirror. When Jean saw the sketch, his suspicion. The artifact was the mirror of the Fountain of Mana. In his past life, a brave journalist had exposed the Jippel family's crimes, which brought this artifact to light. The Jippel family discovered Cologne and brutally exploited its native people. That primitive place was the ruins of Cologne, and those mages were members of the Jippel family. This map was a clue to the location of the Fountain of Mana. Jean never expected that the map from the pirates would lead to a treasure of such magnitude. Alakai noticed Jean deep in thought and asked if he had figured something out. But Jean didn't want them to know. He had knowledge of the future, so he casually made up an excuse and brushed it off. Jean then apologized to Carl for letting Yulia go through something so terrifying. But Carl said not to worry, because as a contractee of a god, this was a path she was destined to walk. However, now that they knew this map was no ordinary one, they had to take action. Carl would immediately send people to search for someone who could decipher ancient language. "Just wait for my news," he said. Jean smiled and replied, "I'll count on you." But deep down, he knew finding such a person would be hard, because hundreds of years ago, the Jippel family slaughtered all the historians of Cologne. Almost all of them are dead now. The few who survived have been captured by the Jippel family. Will he manage to find the Fountain of Mana before them? Meanwhile, in another room, a woman is sitting devoutly, praying. A stream of green tears runs down her face. She wipes away the tears. Could it be time? Is it time for her to prepare for the guests? After Jean obtained the map to the Fountain of Mana, they found someone who could decode the ancient language. That man was a drunkard with dark red skin. After Jean helped the man up, he commented that the man's skin color was quite noticeable. The man, drunk, told Jean that people from their distant tribe all looked like this. Jean reached into his chest pocket and pulled out something from afar, but he couldn't read what was written on it. "Can you understand this?" But when the man saw the item in front of him, he immediately sobered up. He quickly stepped back, his face filled with wariness as he stared at Jean. At this point, Alakai and Ratley also approached. The man loudly questioned who they were. Had they come because of his identity as a Colonian? Jean smiled slightly and said, "I'm a guest of Captain Lisa from the Pikachu team. The two over there are dragons." Upon hearing Jean directly introduce himself, Alakai was quite confused, but Jean explained, "I was going to tell him eventually." Hearing Jean's words, the man lowered his guard. As long as they weren't from the Jippel family, it was fine. So, what did Jean want from him? Jean said he had been guided by the map. They had searched for a long time, but couldn't find anyone who could read the ancient language. However, they coincidentally discovered the man living in Taika. But the man denied Jean's claim, because to him, this was no coincidence. "Please follow me." I'll take you to see someone. Then, the man led Jean and the others to a woman. The woman greeted them, Pikasha's honored guests. I've been waiting for your arrival. The man apologized to Aosha, saying he had brought people without permission, but Aosha signaled that he had done well. Jean and the others were also sizing up the woman. They could sense something unusual about her. A divine aura seemed to emanate from Aosha. She seemed to be the chosen one of their faith. But then Aosha's words shocked Jean. Born in a prestigious swordsmanship family and chosen by the gods, the last dragon of the Hutching tribe, and the guardian dragon of the Asmer contract holder, Aosha spoke, immediately revealing their identities. Jean felt a familiar aura from Aosha. A guess arose in his mind. Could it be that you are? Upon hearing this, Aosha laughed and replied, I'm just a vessel for the gods. After all, if I were a god, I wouldn't have lost my homeland, or be living here in hiding. At this point, Alakai also realized Aosha was a divine spirit, which gave her incredible insight. But Aosha would soon lose this power, and her aura would fade. Hearing Alakai's words, Aosha calmly admitted, Ah, Lord Black Dragon, you truly hit the mark and hurt me. Then Aosha asked Jean for the map to examine. After receiving the map from Jean, Aosha began to explain the contents of the map. Only those who possess the heart of Colon can read these writings. Please, come here and help us. They are just a group of people trying to live in peace. But the gods gave them a difficult task, without giving them the power to do it. They are truly helpless. After speaking, Aosha tightly gripped the map in her hands. This map was made by her late grandfather. Fortunately, it did not fall into the hands of the Jippel family, bringing disaster, but instead reached, bringing them hope. Aosha asked Jean if he would be willing to make a deal with her. If you agree to help us, then I will give you a reward in return. Jean runkade. It's been a long time since you heard Sard's voice, hasn't it? Aosha's words made Jean tremble. Then Aosha continued, I will use the last of my divine power to summon Soul Red for you. After hearing that, Jean agreed without hesitation. Though he couldn't guarantee he'd be able to save Cologne, Aosha smiled and said that was enough. He would share internal intel about Cologne with Jean and leave the rest in his hands. After accepting Aosha's request, the three of them headed to the Cologne ruins. But to their surprise, the place had been sealed off. Carl muttered in frustration, if only we'd sent someone ahead to scout. But Alakai felt, even if they had, it wouldn't matter. The place would still be sealed off. Jean recalled that in his past life, this place had always been open to the public. It seems his arrival during training changed that. This timeline had shifted. The darkness here wasn't supposed to be revealed until 11 years later, by a journalist. Now that event might never happen. Carl asked what they should do next, since if this really was a magical testing ground, they couldn't just enter. But Jean turned and walked in directly. He said, even though entry was prohibited, there were no guards or defensive spells, only a single warning sign. Logically, the Jippel family shouldn't be this careless. Carl was startled by Jean's analysis. Could it be? They've already found the artifact, but Jean thought they might have abandoned it. At that moment, Alakai sensed something off, and immediately warned everyone to be on alert. Once they got a clear look, they saw a red-robed figure of the ruins, and a silver-haired man, drinking casually. Jean immediately recognized who the man was. It was the Jippel family's tower lunatic, Miaolin, Kalia's sixth son, eccentric, deranged, but Jean found it odd. As a pure-blood Jippel, Miaolin didn't have any guards with him? Carl explained. Miaolin, as the master of the seventh magic tower, was an 8-star mage, and carried many divine artifacts. He was extremely confident in his own strength. Alakai gave a vicious grin. In that case, let's chop off his head, and run with everyone while we can. But Jean immediately shut that idea down. Miaolin was a pure-blood Jippel. They had just killed Andre. If they killed Miaolin too, things would explode. Unless they had a reason so strong that the Jippel family would be forced to back off. Just then, a noise came from the side. A bespectacled man appeared suddenly. Jean stepped behind him and demanded to know who he was. The man quickly replied, My name is Dimo. I'm a journalist. Jean's eyes widened in shock. He didn't expect this was the same man who exposed the Cologne incident in his past life. So even 10 years before the event, he had already been preparing in secret? Jean studied Dimo carefully. Slender build, about 20 years old. And yet, this young man stood alone against the Jippel family. Jean couldn't help but feel admiration. He asked Dimo if he was here for a story, but instead of answering, Dimo nervously asked who they were. Jean reassured him there was no need to panic. They were just passing travelers. Jean signaled him not to be nervous. We're just a few travelers passing through. On a friend's request, I came to his homeland. Since you're a journalist, looks like we share the same goal. Jean's words shocked Dino. You actually know about Colin's secrets? Alakai quickly asked Jean, is it really okay to tell him everything? But Carl calmly replied, young Master Jean is creating a just cause. That man probably wants to expose the truth here. By working with him, we'll gain a legitimate reason to act against the Jeeper family. He must have gathered a lot of intel. Hearing that, Dino handed Jean a notebook. Inside it were notes from Dino's personal interviews with the Red Ones. Jean was impressed by his courage. If the Jeeper family found out, he wouldn't have a good ending. But Dino said it didn't matter, because he'd already made contact with Miaolin. By drinking with him and asking questions, he found that Miaolin wasn't very guarded. So, He wouldn't use Dino to test Jean's group. Besides, verbal probing would be easier for Miaolun. After hearing this, Jean smiled mysteriously and made a request to Dino. Meanwhile, Miaolun was drinking alone, complaining about his family for sending him to this godforsaken place. Then a figure appeared before him. It was Dino, who came to drink with him again. Seeing Dino, Miaolun perked up immediately, happily inviting him over. But then his eyes narrowed. "You didn't come alone today, huh?" Dino quickly explained that he met an interesting traveler and thought Miaolun would like him, so he brought him along without notice. Apologizing for not informing him earlier, Miaolun waved it off, saying it was fine. Jean took off his hat and greeted him. "It's an honor to meet you." With Dino's help, Jean and the Jeeper emissary successfully got close to Miaolun. After several rounds of drinks, they gradually grew familiar with him. But then Miaolun suddenly turned to Dino and asked about his identity. "A mere journalist. Why investigate the red ones?" Miaolun's blunt question immediately changed the mood. "Whenever I leave, you start asking questions. That's really troublesome for me. After all, getting rid of everyone who talks to you is tiring work." Dino's mind exploded with a buzz. He couldn't believe what he just heard. Seeing Dino's expression, Miaolun sneered coldly, then burst into mad laughter. "Such a clever little rat. Don't you know, everyone who talked to you has disappeared. A bunch of ants thinking they can paint the walls. Where does your confidence come from?" As he spoke, he hurled the bottle into the fire. The flame shot up 2.5 meters, and from within the blaze came Miaolun's mocking voice. "I never understood how you dared so much, but now I get it. So it's because those people from the Garden of Swords have your back." At that moment, Miaolun finally shed his fake facade. Seeing this, Jean and his group prepared for battle. The next instant, the two moved fast. Alakai grabbed Dino in one swift motion. Jean unsheathed his sword and appeared beside Miaolun. But at some point, he had already raised a shield, which surprised Jean, because he hadn't sensed any magical fluctuation. Even if he cast it using the campfire as cover, there should have been at least some trace of magical energy. What exactly did Miaolun use? Alakai also sensed something was off, and shouted a warning to Jean. Even if mana fluctuations can be hidden, they can't be completely erased. That guy must be using some unknown method. At this moment, Miaolun also figured out Jean's identity, and guessed that the escaped goddess entrusted the Luincade family. But Jean was only a prospective vanguard. By right, he can't take formal commissions yet. "So is this a personal matter for you?" But Jean didn't answer Miaolun's question. He calmly crossed his arms and took a battle stance. "Even if I asked how you know me, you probably wouldn't say anyway. Then let my sword make you confess." "Oh, and your crude voice and laugh really make me." Miaolun let out a strange laugh, then stopped talking, and raised his hand, summoning several hailstones. The next moment, they flew rapidly at Jean. Even Alakai and Dino weren't spared. But then, on the other side, Alakai frowned. He saw that the hail was even targeting unarmed red ones. Alakai rushed forward to shield them, blocking all the hailstones. He turned and told Dino to get them out of there. Otherwise, they'd only get in the way. But just as Dino turned to evacuate them, they each showed pained expressions. Seeing this, Dino's pupils shook. The next moment, tears burst from his eyes, and he screamed in rage. "Miaola, Jeeper, you scum! Why are you doing this? What did these people do wrong to deserve this torture?" But Dino's words only made Miaolun laugh even more madly. He became, "Yes, that's the face I wanted to see. I've always looked forward to this moment. That expression of yours. Now I'm satisfied. You're a truly laughable fool. It's all your fault that those filthy people ended up like this. Because you're just as lowly as they are, and you dare dream of saving them?" Just as he finished, a furious fist slammed into him, sending him flying dozens of meters. But Miaolun still used magic to block most of the blow. By now, Jean's fury had reached its peak. A raging shadow force manifested like a ghostly god. "There's no need for any more words now. I already have more than enough reason to kill you." Because he was a 1 in a million darksword master, and also wielded the devouring force, this power, neither mana nor positive energy, was like a moving shadow, devouring Miaolun's magic. His pupils trembled as he thought of a possibility. Could it be? Swordly has returned to stand with the Luincade family again. At the same time, Jean sensed something wrong, and quickly shouted to warn Alakai. Above them, without anyone noticing, countless icicles had already formed. Even Alakai hadn't sensed it. Jean said that guy had hidden his mana fluctuations, so they should assume Miaolun was constantly casting spells. Now that he was exposed, Miaolun even praised Jean's sharp senses. But even so, he said, "You still can't save all these lowly creatures." Before he could finish, Alakai suddenly hurled Jean like a cannonball straight at Miaolun. Seeing this, Miaolun slammed his hand onto the ground, and instantly, countless icicles rained down like a storm. But it still couldn't stop Jean. He weaved and dodged, closing in fast. Miaolun summoned his magic staff and gathered mana at its tip, then released it in a violent blast at Jean. With a deafening boom, it exploded on impact. Seeing the hit land, Miaolun laughed wildly, but Jean had already circled behind him, hidden by the smoke and dust. Seeing this scene, Miaolun's pupils shrank in shock. Jean had already released my Uter helmet in advance. He neutralized the attack. Then, sword in hand, he He charged at Meowluin at full speed. Meowluin reacted swiftly, summoning a wall of soldiers to block in front of him. Yet that seemingly unbreakable wall was instantly shattered by a single slash from Jean. This left Meowluin in quite the bind, no matter what magic he used. His mana was being dispelled by Jean's chi, but in the next moment, he let out a maniacal laugh. A magic circle lit up beneath his feet, and countless chains shot out from it. In an instant, Jean was tightly bound. Meowluin grinned triumphantly. Got you. But the next second, the sound of a sword rang out. Jean instantly slashed through all the chains. Seeing Jean break free, Meowluin laughed even more crazily. Jean Runkade, you've reignited a thrill I haven't felt in ages. All the effort I spent setting up this hellhole was finally worth it. Dense arrays of magic circles surged to life. Jean muttered, this guy really is insane. To think he planted so many trap spells. Seeing this, Ulakai quickly to get the red-robed man away from the danger zone. Meowluin laughed wildly. Running is useless. I've set up arrays in every direction you can see. Jean Runkade, let's enjoy this feast together. At once, all the trap arrays were triggered. Blazing spears, ice spikes, magic filled the air like a web. A thick pillar of fire exploded before Jean. At the same time, the ground behind him began to shift eerily. It was the spell, known as the Land of Corrosion. Anything that touches it turns into nourishment for the land. With no retreat, Jean was left with one option. He took a step forward and struck the fire pillar with a mighty slash. Chi surged and swallowed the flames. An explosion lit the area around him. Jean was puzzled. Even if Meowluin had reached 8-star level, he shouldn't be able to control this much mana. Could he be using a hidden artifact? Meowluin too was shocked. Jean had seen through the spell. Instead of stepping into the corrosion trap, he had destroyed the fire pillar head-on. No one without magical knowledge would do that. Don't tell me. Jean Runkade, you're a magic swordsman? Jean gave no reply. But that silence alone was an answer. So that's it. If you've got mana too, then this gets easier. Meowluin shouted gleefully, as if victory was now in his grasp. The ground beneath formed a sealing spell, lunging at Jean at high speed. I'll use magic stronger than yours to force a mana backlash in your body. In mage duels, the stronger mana wins. The weaker mage suffers a backlash, a fatal condition. Runkade clan members have no mana, so they're immune. But Jean now stood before a lunatic wielding 8-star magic. If Meowluin succeeded, it would be disastrous. But Jean had seen it coming. Dark energy suddenly burst from his hand. It was the flash spell Darklight Dash. A gift for you. Be sure to watch closely. Meowluin Jipple. A blinding explosion of light erupted, lighting up the night sky, and plunging Meowluin into utter darkness. If Jean were to fall into his hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Meowluin's intentions were already within Jean's expectations. Suddenly, in Jean's hand, a mass of dark light appeared. It was none other than the ancient light magic, Flash Run. This is a gift from me to you. You better keep your eyes wide open. Meowluin Jeeper. The next instant, a dazzling light exploded, illuminating the night sky in a flash, instantly plunging Meowluin into total darkness. At the same time, Jean seized the moment and gripped his sword with both hands. Surging in-chi flowed through his body, forming a black shadow that struck Meowluin's hand. But Meowluin quickly reacted and caught his fallen magic staff, then used a sealing spell to escape Jean's attack range. Right after that, he used magic to expel the lingering in-chi from his wound. Meowluin was deeply surprised. He didn't expect that Jean could even use ancient light magic. You've truly exceeded my expectations. At the same time, Jean was panting heavily. Using that much power at once put a heavy strain on his body. Meowluin possessed instincts and reflexes beyond those of a normal mage. He was like a wild beast. Although his mana wasn't as strong as Anger's, he was a much trickier opponent in battle. And judging by now, he had a wealth of combat experience. So aside from his mana backlash, he must still have more tricks hidden. Just then, Meowluin's eyes shifted behind him. Then he burst out into manic laughter. Jean Runkade, you must think I'm a lunatic. But the truth is, you and I aren't that different. Hearing this, Jean sighed. Are you trying to stall me with nonsense? Then your last words are awfully dull. But Meowluin raised 2 fingers. Sorry, but you can't kill me just yet. Because my unawakened friend is still protecting me. I think I've used about 3 of them so far. Meowluin's bizarre words gradually wore down Jean's patience. Enough, Meowluin Jipple. What are you really trying to say? Hearing this, Meowluin raised his staff. You must have noticed I control power above the 8th star, right? Curious how I managed that? I'll show you now. Watch closely. You'll know the answer soon. Scattered all around were many fallen red folk from Cologne. Laughing, he said these lowly creatures dared betray me. So I had no choice but to use them as my mana amplifiers. Hearing this, Jean couldn't help but grip his sword tightly. But Meowluin's next words made his pupils shrink. Though they look like corpses, they're still alive, feeding me mana. So if you want to kill me, you'll have to get rid of them first. Come on, Jean Runkade. Kill them all, and then face me in a final battle. Meowluin roared, pushing Jean toward a desperate choice. But just then, a girl stood up and exposed Meowluin's lies. That's not true. He's lying. We're not feeding him mana. He tortured us until we gave up how to activate the divine artifact. These pitiful people lying on the ground now. They're already dead. Seeing his lies exposed, Meowluin flew into a rage. He shouted at the girl to shut up, but she bravely told Jean the whole truth. That deranged madman. He used us as lab rats, then tossed us aside. He's lying now to manipulate you. Please, help us kill that demon. Her words sent Meowluin into a frenzy. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. With a sharp hiss, a strange blue light flashed in his pupils. In the next moment, sparks of fire danced around the girl. Murmurs. Meowluin screamed, "Die! Damn brat! How dare you ruin my plans!" He slashed furiously while shouting in pain. This was supposed to be the grand finale, but just then, Dino appeared. He told Jean he must save the girl. She's Taika, the priestess's representative, and the only core figure of the red folk. But Jean didn't respond right away. He simply stared at the flames on the girl's body. That was the Jipple family's secret art. Blue Flame Demon Eye. In his past life, his master had mentioned it. It was a unique Jipple family technique. One glance could ignite flames that could never be extinguished. The victim would burn to death in agony. Jean had once asked how to counter it. His master only gave a faint smile and told him a simple and brutal method. Burn it with a fire even hotter. A surge of blazing blue flames swept across the room. A sharp bird cry echoed to the heavens. Meowluin's eyes filled with shock and disbelief. It was the legendary king of phoenixes, Thais. The boy had summoned the Phoenix King. Even an 8-star Grand Mage was stunned. For whoever Thais chose would become the era's strongest flame saint. Yet it hadn't chosen the magic-rich Jipple family, but instead, a prodigy from a... It was something Meowluin never dared dream of. Taika, rescued by Jean, regained consciousness. She felt the surrounding blue fire, but it didn't hurt her at all. It felt like the flame was protecting her. Then Jean's voice brought her back. "Thank you." Murmurs. "If it weren't for you, I'd have been toyed with by him. You're safe now." But Taika hurriedly waved her hands. She told him it wasn't over yet. Meowluin is still using the divine artifact's power, but he hasn't obtained the artifact. He only tortured us to extract its activation chant. The artifact is still hidden, only we know where. Once the battle ends, I'll tell you where it is. So please, end our suffering. Taika's desperate plea stirred something inside Jean. The Jeeper family had brought them so much pain. Then he turned to Murin's face, filled with disbelief. "Looks like Ty's choosing me hit you hard. Is your little performance over now? The joke ends here. Let me send you to hell." Hearing that, Murin's face darkened. What an arrogant fool. He slammed his staff into the ground. A massive surge of magic poured out. In an instant, a terrifying black hole formed above. "I was once the lover of the witch Yahello, and I've shared drinks with the king of the Black Sea. And now you think you can send me to hell? Then allow me to show you what true hell is." He raised his hand and began chanting harsh light tongue. But at that moment, a scorching wave of fire roared toward him. Murin's body trembled violently. It was Ty's, furious, launching an attack at Murin. Jean looked on in confusion. Could it be because of that incantation? Just then, Alakai rushed to him. He urgently explained that Murin's spell could summon the Beast King's possession, Olga, so they had to stop him while Ty's was distracting him. Gather as much shadow energy as possible to unseal the divine sword. With that, Alakai swung his hand. A storm of shadow energy gathered in his palm. Condensed shadow energy lashed out violently. In an instant, a bridge formed, connecting to the black hole. Jean leapt onto the shadow path, then shot toward Murin with force. But right then, Jean's body froze. A searing pain surged through his chest. Blood spilled from the corner of his lips. Due to overusing his power, his magic began to reverse flow. Even Ty's summoning could no longer be maintained. The situation instantly turned dire. Seeing this, Murin immediately noticed Jean's condition and revealed a crazed grin. "Jean Luinkade, are you ready to face death in hell?" The black hole above had formed a magic array. A terrifying aura emanated from it, as if something monstrous was about to descend. But then, Murin's laughter abruptly ceased. Jean had already leapt to his front. Dark shadow energy radiated death. Jean had only one thought now, to pour his entire will into his... Even after 10,000 swings, each would be like the first. Everything in one strike. As Murin's pupils dilated, Jean smashed through the magic array, and along with it, his body began to fade of all vitality. With a shattering blast, Murin lost all defense. Unable to resist the searing flames ahead, he was instantly devoured by Ty's fire. When the flames finally faded, Murin collapsed to his knees. Now just a charred husk, barely clinging to life. Jean gasped heavily, recalling that moment just now. The unfamiliar release of shadow energy, and a sensation he'd never felt before. It felt like he had touched the threshold of the heart sword. But then, Murin's staff glowed an eerie green. Jean's heart skipped a beat. But thankfully, it was just a false alarm. With a thud, Murin fell to the ground, and the fierce battle came to a close. Jean finally let go of the tension in his chest. Exhaustion surged like a tide. He collapsed, unable to stay conscious. As Jean sank into sleep, a voice echoed in his mind. The Jeeper Mage Tower staff has a special mechanism. Once activated, it sends an emergency signal to the tower, which means you don't have time to rest. Get up, Jean. Jean's eyes snapped open. Alakai was already beside him. He immediately poured powder into Jean's mouth. Just as Jean wondered what it was, a sharp sensation surged up his throat. He coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Alakai began explaining. That was unicorn horn powder, a special remedy for magic reflux. Jean had nearly died from the backlash earlier. Hearing that, Jean realized he felt much lighter, and his magic had stabilized. Carl checked on how Jean was doing. Jean said he was much better now, thanks to carrying this with him. But Carl said he wasn't the one who brought it. It was Dino and the others who gave it to him. Dino said he once heard Meowloin mention he had secretly taken a unicorn horn from the family, but it was thanks to Miss Taika that they found it. Taika formally introduced herself to Jean. I am Taika, representative of the goddess Asura. We will never forget the favor you granted us. Taika's voice trembled slightly. She deeply bowed to Jean in gratitude. She also explained Asura entrusted Jean to save them. But Asura didn't send Jean to take them away. He was sent to help them restore the divine artifact of Cologne. Hearing this, Jean's face grew serious. Is the artifact damaged? But Alakai suddenly interrupted. He said he had lived over 3,000 years and had never heard of such a ridiculous divine item until he saw that lunatic wielding magic far beyond his own power level. You're saying he used your divine artifact? Then what is the name of the god you worship? Taika told him the god's name was Cram, but Alakai said he had never heard of it. At that moment, Carl reminded them they needed to hurry and find the artifact. After all, they were still in Jippel territory. Those people could notice something at any time. But Taika informed them of a problem. To take the divine artifact, they must first restore it. To do that, they must use the breath of the sun to unseal the place. So they had to wait until noon tomorrow. And all the tribe members must gather to perform the ritual, so they had to bring everyone here. Hearing that, Alakai scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't expect it to be this complicated. Meanwhile, Jean's mind kept spinning, his heartbeat uncontrollably accelerating. Jean pieced together the current situation in his head. He felt like he had missed something very important. But Meowloin was already beyond dead, and they were in a remote area abandoned by the Jippel family, unless someone sent a signal. And that thought was what led Jean to the answer. Meowloin was the master of one of Jippel's magic towers. Hearing this, Alakai asked in confusion, didn't they already know that? But Carl quickly caught on. He instantly understood what Jean meant. Jean picked up Meowloin's staff from the ground. He said gravely, we're out of time. They'll be here very soon. The gem on the staff was emitting eerie green waves of light. Meanwhile, several flying dragons appeared in the sky. Atop the leading dragon stood a man. He was the vice tower master of Jippel's 7th magic tower, Middle Elna. Right after Jean recalled Meowloin's identity, he told the others. The staff had a summoning mechanism for subordinate mages, which meant members of the Jippel family were already on their way. Alakai and the others were shocked. They asked how Jean knew. Jean said Luna had mentioned it to him once. But in truth, he remembered it during his unconsciousness from something his master said in a past life. Carl shared intel gathered by the Rainbow Bird. Each Jippel magic tower housed at least 100 mages, all of them at least 7 or 8 stars, and they also had to protect civilians. Even if only half arrived, they couldn't handle them. And Jean asked how long it would take them to arrive. Carl said the fastest would be 2.5 hours. Hearing this, Jean fell into deep. It seemed he had come up with a plan. Then he looked up seriously at Carl. Lord Carl, can I ask a favor of you? After hearing Jean's plan, Carl asked if it would really work. If he came back even a little late, everyone here would die. And that person has always remained neutral. But Jean told Carl not to worry. Even if that person was displeased, they wouldn't refuse him. There's no time. I'm counting on you. Carl clenched his teeth and made his decision. Now, there was no choice but to trust Jean. He gripped Jean's shoulder and said firmly, no matter what, I will complete this mission. So please, stay alive. Moments later, Alakai helped the red folk prepare the ritual grounds. Now, all that remained was to begin the restoration rite. They just had to wait. But then, Jean suddenly coughed up blood. Due to overusing his power, his body had already taken severe damage. Meanwhile, several dragons had already arrived at the Colon ruins. The mage at the head of the dragons cast a spell to assess the situation. Vice Tower Master, the Reds are performing a ritual. There are also 2 unidentified individuals, but the Tower Master is nowhere in sight. Hearing this, Middle's face instantly twisted in fury. Meng Yumeng said it's possible he was just captured by them, but his words couldn't calm Middle's seething rage. If anything's happened to my brother, I'll make sure they suffer a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, Alakai was observing the Jeeper reinforcements. 6 dragons and 30 mages in total. If things go south, he'd transform into his dragon form, but doing that would draw the full forces of Jeeper. Speaking of which, Alakai sighed. If it were his old self, this bunch would have been no more than appetizers. But the sword stabbed into his heart by the first clan head still aches to this day. At the same time, the Jeeper forces landed right before them. Jean asked Alakai if any of the dragons looked familiar, though they all looked like fire dragons. Alakai replied, none of them were. They were far too young. And not true fire dragons, but lower-tier red dragons, likely under Katan's command. Middle stepped forward and declared his identity. He loudly demanded to know where Murin. To that, Jean calmly responded that he hadn't seen him. Hearing this, Middle's unease grew stronger. He couldn't stop himself from trembling. Clenching his fists tightly, he desperately needed to know one answer. Is my brother Murin still alive? As long as you tell me the truth, I won't touch your family afterward. You do have a family, don't you? Jean chuckled coldly at that. You sure know how to talk. You commit atrocities against fellow humans, yet have the nerve to talk about family bonds. There's a limit to hypocrisy. Hearing this, Middle flew into a rage. How dare those ants compare themselves to noble Jeeper blood? But just then, his pupils contracted. Staring hard at the charred corpse behind Jean, he understood everything. They were too late. Fury surged within him. You bastards not only killed my brother. You've got some nerve. All units, listen up. Capture them alive. I'll make them suffer until they beg for death. At his order, the mages immediately gathered magic. In the next instant, a flood of spells began to take form, all aimed at Jean, ready to fire. Seeing this, Jean's heart sank. There was no way he could withstand this many 8-star mages in his condition. Right now, he had no strength left to resist. This time, he was truly doomed. Just as disaster seemed inevitable, a charming laugh echoed across the battlefield, and with it came an overwhelming icy storm. In an instant, all the spells were frozen solid. A massive portal appeared in the middle of the field. A seductive figure slowly stepped out. Silver hair fluttered, surrounded by crystal frost. It was Shalise, the girl with deep ties to Jean, and the alluring figure in front of her was her mother, one of the strongest beings on the continent, the Spider of the Abyss, the master of the secret palace, Tarlis. Looks like I'm not too late after all. Faced with this sudden twist, a storm of shock erupted in Middle's heart, to freeze 8-star spells instantly, and the chilling aura all around. Not to mention the presence even colder than the ice. He instantly guessed her identity. The master of the secret palace, Tarlis. Seeing this, Jean finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. Alakai grinned. So this is the leader you mentioned. What a formidable woman. After all, only those chosen by 10,000 ice can command phantom beasts. To think someone in this era could still summon one. Tarlis smiled seductively. She took a step forward. A massive ice crystal surged up from the ground. In an instant, an ice dome formed and enclosed several people inside. Talaris greeted Xian. You're the one who received my daughter's flower, aren't you? Hearing this, Jean introduced himself and confirmed it. At that moment, Talaris also noticed the severe damage to Jean's body. She was surprised he was still standing. Then her tone suddenly shifted. But did you really kill my toy? She was referring to the assassination mission Jean had completed during his training. Meng Yumeng said it seems Kielisai helped him hide. However, Jean wasn't angry about it. He laughed and said Meng Yumeng had also planned to kill him. He laughed and said she also wanted to eliminate him. But if there's a good man, she wouldn't mind being introduced. For example, someone like you. She continued. Then she turned to Simis and said playfully, take care of your lover here. I'll drive those people off and come back. Flustered, she quickly denied it. Lover? What lover? How many times do I have to tell you? He's not that. But Talaris had already seen through everything. If not, why did you give him the flower? Her words left Prize completely speechless. She stammered, saying she only did it to protect him, so he wouldn't die before they could face each other again. Talaris then spoke to Jean. Jean runkade. You should be grateful to my daughter. If not for her, I wouldn't have come here. Hearing this, Kielisai was so angry she stomped her feet. Seriously, can't you let me keep some dignity? At that moment, Jean could no longer hold on. As soon as he relaxed, exhaustion overtook his body. Kielisai reacted quickly and caught him. I thought we'd fight again the next time we met. Looks like you've been busy lately. Then she mentioned that Carl had gone to the secret palace to ask for help. He acted like he was ready to risk his life. He took the flower I gave you and woke up our sleeping mother. You really have a great comrade. Hearing this, Jean smiled knowingly. Everyone's been so kind to me. You too, Miss Kielisai. But Kielisai awkwardly denied it. I just didn't want anyone else but me to kill you. But just then, Jean suddenly. Seeing this, she quickly took out a secret medicine and fed it to him. His pitiful state pained her deeply. Why is he pushing himself so hard? She really disliked this about him. Meanwhile, outside the ice dome, Talaris found Mitter. She instantly saw that Mitter wasn't a pureblood. Because the purebloods of the Jippel family all have silver hair, Mitter was already drenched in sweat. The leader of the secret palace had appeared in person. Things were clearly not simple. Fortunately, he had reported the situation to the main house before setting off. As long as they delayed a bit, reinforcements would arrive. He then shouted sternly at Talaris. Why is a ruler of the Western Seas meddling in Jippel family affairs? But Talaris didn't care at all. She calmly replied that they were the ones interfering with her. Hearing this, the elder behind Mitter raised a hand and pointed. How dare you say such things on Jippel territory? But then, a bone-chilling cold swept over the area. Talaris looked icy cold, like a venomous serpent, terrifying and cold. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Shut your mouth. With that, the elder's life was snuffed out by invisible cold in an instant. He fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, Mitter quickly ordered the others to deploy a barrier to isolate the cold air. At the same time, a surge of blazing flames erupted from the red dragon. The flames shot at her at incredible speed, but with a light wave of her arm. With a shatter, it turned into countless ice crystals. Talaris sneered. Do you still want to continue? Seeing this, Mitter gritted his teeth and glared at her. He raised his staff in defiance. Even if we all die here today, the only thing erased from this world will be your name and the legend of the secret palace. As he finished, a flaming sigil appeared on Talaris's body. At the moment she let her guard down, it exploded, engulfing her instantly. Middle spoke with confidence. This is the fire authority granted by the clan head. Even you can't dodge it. However, a faint voice drifting from the explosion froze him in place. Not bad indeed. To be granted spatial explosion magic. Looks like Kayla thinks highly of you. But there's one very important thing he didn't tell you. Something about the secret palace. At this moment, the power Tarly's revealed made cold sweat pour down Middle's face. Ice crystals swirled around her. Her long sword glowed with a ghostly frost. Now, let me show you the might of 10,000 ice. As Tarly's unleashed her icy power, her strength became undeniable. Beneath the icy glow, all beings looked fragile. The frost that froze everything swept through without resistance. When Middle turned his head, the mages behind him had all turned into ice statues. Shock and fear covered his face. Tarly's appeared beside him without a sound. Her soft voice laced with mockery. Why are you so surprised? Because your precious barrier vanished in an instant. Or, because you lost your arm? Middle stared blankly at his severed arm. He didn't even feel any pain. Tarly's sword was already at his neck. Her tone full of scorn. Mages have this nasty habit. Even with the enemy right before them, they still get distracted. All of Middle's confidence had vanished. Despair took over his mind. How could this be? Is the gap between us really that great? Forget stalling for time. Even if reinforcements arrived, they'd all just die against this kind of monster. But just then, a magic circle lit up beneath Middle's feet. With a flash, it shot into the sky. When the light faded, Middle had vanished. The next moment, a blinding light beamed down, turning the entire land into a sea of light. Middle and the surviving mages had been transported. Group of fierce-looking... Vice Tower Master, you've worked hard. From here on, leave it to White Knight. Meanwhile, on the ground, Tarly's dispersed the ice barrier. She bit her lip in frustration. When Shalise looked up, Meng Yuming said a massive warship floated in the sky. Meng Yuming said this is the Jeeper family's warship, only deployed during full-scale war, Kozel. Upon seeing this, Meng Yuming gasped in disbelief. Is that lunatic really that important? Still, Meng Yuming had mentally prepared for this. Ever since Andre, another pureblood had been attacked, they had decided to act, even though the ship itself was a threat. The real danger was the people on that ship. Jeeper's elite, carefully selected through brutal trials. They could match any top force on the continent, except Lewin Cade. Just then, Tarly's walked over and sheathed her weapon, saying she didn't want to fight that thing here. We're leaving, she said. She'd help Jean relocate the Reds to safety, so he should prepare. But before she could finish, Jean firmly said no. They couldn't leave before the ritual ended. Hearing that, Tarly's gaze turned cold. A chill aura filled the air. Kid, do you think I'm negotiating with you? I didn't come here to indulge your childish whims. However, Jean, despite his wounds, forced himself to stand trembling. He told her if the ritual wasn't completed, no one would be able to stand against the Jeeper family in the future, and more victims like them would continue to appear. Please help us. Don't let this tragedy repeat. Though Jean's body was weak, his words carried immense weight. Even Tarly's fell silent for a moment. She stared intently at the boy before her, then finally turned away. I'll give you 1 hour. Settle everything by then. Also, after this ends, both our families should meet. With that, the 10,000 ice sword formed in her hand once more. Meanwhile, Taika was leading the Reds in the ritual. Jean, panting, rushed over to her. He asked if the ritual could be sped up. The Jeeper family was preparing to launch it, but Taika told Jean they should leave. They knew exactly what was in the sky. They couldn't let them be dragged into danger again. All this time, only you have stepped forward to help. We're truly grateful. So, but Jean interrupted her. Since I chose to help, I never planned on giving up halfway. Meng Yuming said, is there really no faster way? Taika gave a warm smile in response. Meng Yuming said, but now Meng Yuming said. Shalise asked, is that woman Aosha dead? Jean replied she was in Taika. Hearing that, Shalise smiled in relief. That makes things easier, then. The snow toad Moat reappeared. Hop on. Since she's alive, no matter where she is, I can bring her here. At the same time, though she didn't know Jean's plan, she had already spoken, so she had to stop those enemies. She would protect them from Jeeper's elite for 1 hour. Alakai cracked his knuckles and stepped forward, chuckling. This'll be a piece of cake. How long could a kid's date really take? Tarly's laughed teasingly. Is Big Brother Dragon helping too? Alakai replied, setting aside I can't use my authority due to personal reasons. Hearing that, Tarly's gripped her sword tightly. Frost whirled around her, cold and sharp. Then, you'll assist me. Jeeper's war machines unleashed their might. The Battle of Colon entered its most critical phase. At that moment, Zai issued one last ultimatum to Tarly's. Hand over Murin's killer and the Reds, and they would forgive all offenses. Hearing this, Tarly's raised her ice sword, pointed it skyward and boldly declared, if you want to negotiate with me, then bring Kayla here. Upon hearing that, Zai knew diplomacy had failed. In that case, battle it is. With a swing of his arm, he gathered magic. A raging inferno leapt into the sky. The flames burned an ominous red. He pressed his palms together and chanted, muttering spell after spell. The next instant, the firestorm exploded outward uncontrollably, intent on devouring everything in its path. But beneath the fireball, Alakai had long been waiting. His violent punch tore through the air, Meng Yuming said. Tarlies, Meng Yuming said. She stepped forward. Meng Yuming said, and swung her sword. The sword's energy carried with it a blizzard of frost. Meng Yuming said. Meng Yuming said. Zai's magic surged in his hand. He stabbed the ground with force, forming a magic circle beneath the ship instantly, which blocked the icy sword energy. After witnessing Alakai's strength, Zai grew suspicious of his identity. He shattered Zai's magic with a single punch, without even using true energy. Clearly not someone to mess with. He immediately ordered contact with the main family. He wanted permission to use the ship cannon. Meanwhile, Jean and Shalise had arrived at Taika. He urgently asked where the priestess Aosha was, but it seemed Aosha had long predicted Jean would come. She was already prepared without needing explanation. All they needed now was to set out immediately. At the same time, on the battlefield, Tarlies furiously swung her ice sword. Countless blades of frost danced with her movements, relentlessly striking the airship above. Meanwhile, Alakai held off the incoming fireballs, each one shattered by a single punch. He could feel his fists about to ignite, but then a cold wind swept over, instantly covering his hands with icy claws. Tarlies' handiwork, of course. Alakai slammed his fists together and shouted with excitement. I can't feel my hands. But this is awesome. But this isn't too bad. As she spoke, her icy claw stabbed into the ground. Instantly, she lifted a massive boulder high above her head. Then she suddenly exerted force. She hurled it straight toward the ship above. She knew clearly. This was just a small skirmish for now. Jean said they had what the enemies wanted, so they wouldn't use the main cannons. This meant no one would die for now. They just needed to stall for time. But Bei had already seen through her plan. Yet it was indeed as Talaris had expected. The main family hadn't officially approved an attack. Still, the ceremony by the Red Cloaks and the sudden disappearance of those two made him increasingly uneasy. In this situation, he had to strike with deadly force. Just then, they received a reply from the main house. It was a simple command: leave no one alive. Kill them all. Meanwhile, on the ground, Bueller Kai wondered why things had gone quiet. Had they given up? But just then, what happened next left a look of shock on Talaris' face. A bad feeling surged inside her. At the ship's bow, violent magic was gathering. In an instant, it condensed into a massive energy sphere. Explosive mana raged wildly in all directions. Bei's icy voice drifted. The Patriarch has just approved the request. You should know what that means. This is your last chance. Hand them over before I count to 3, and you can leave unharmed. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone here. Talaris knew they were going all out this time. But right at that moment, a portal appeared behind her. When she turned to look, it was Kielisai and the others, just returned from Taika. She urgently shouted for them to leave quickly. But when Jean and the others looked up and saw the scene above, their faces paled. At that moment, Bei's countdown ended. With a calm voice, he said, "Fire." An unparalleled energy cannon ripped through space in an instant. It was like the end of the world was swallowing this space whole. Talaris stepped in front of it. The power of 10,000 ices surged out like a storm. Then she launched a powerful blast of icy sword aura. In a flash, it clashed with the terrifying magic cannon. A thunderous explosion shook the entire area. The nuclear magic cannon shattered into countless frozen fragments. They fell like meteors onto the earth. Kielisai told Jean, "This is the power of the 10,000 ices. Anything touched by her mother's sword aura will freeze." Countless shards of the magic cannon rained down on Jean and the others. Kielisai and Jean struck at the same time. Their swords swung with incredible speed, clearing all the incoming cannon debris. Seeing Jean's performance, Kielisai was shocked. She didn't expect Jean's strength to have increased again, and even with his current condition, he could still keep pace with her. Jean braced himself on his sword, panting heavily. The situation was dire. Getting the goddess to the ritual site would be incredibly difficult. It was unbelievable that this ship could rival the leader of the secret palace. The Jippel family really brought something terrifying. Meanwhile, Bei on the ship was also stunned. Had he not seen it himself, he would never believe a single person could block Kozel's cannon. Still, he remained confident in victory. He shouted toward Talaris below, "Leader of the secret palace, this is your final warning. If you don't listen, even if I level all of Cologne, I will kill all your clients." But hearing that, Talaris just sneered, then burst out laughing. "How ridiculous. Seems like you don't dare to say you'll kill me. I am Talaris, the leader of the secret palace. Even if all of you so-called proud elites fall here, none of you can do anything to me. So you better recognize reality and get lost, you little brats." Talaris' words left Bei in silence. But then he calmly replied, "It's true, we can't kill you. But under Kozel's bombardment, can you protect everyone behind you? We only have to endure a little, but you'll bear the shame of a failed commission." Hearing that, Talaris frowned deeply. Then, without turning around, she asked Jean, "We just need to get this woman you brought to the..." Jean confirmed. If they could send her there, that would mean they'd won. After getting his answer, Talaris gripped her ice sword tightly. "Get yourself together, daughter. I'll hold off the attacks. Get her to the altar. Today, either the secret palace or the Jeeper family will suffer utter humiliation." At the same time, Captain Zai gave the order to those behind him. "Prepare the cannon. Today I'll wipe Colon off the map." Jean tore off his sleeve and tightly bound his sword to his hand. "Miss Shalise, please protect the priestess. I'll clear the way." Shalise quickly asked, Can you handle it alone? With so many fragments, how could you block them all? One mistake and you'll die for real. Jean paused, then said, I've made it this far thanks to the help of many. If I don't give it my all now, I'll never forgive myself for choosing this path. Jean's unwavering resolve reached Aosha's ears and instantly stirred memories within her. She once escaped only because many clansmen sacrificed themselves, and so the hope of saving the tribe fell onto her. The remaining clansmen suffered brutally under the Jeeper family, yet not one revealed her hiding place. Though she told herself it was the right thing, fleeing alone was still her choice. She hid on a small island, with her divine power fading, praying to an unresponsive god, waiting for someone to save them. All of it her choice. So now, even if she dies, she must die with her people, even if it costs her life. Just then, Kozel's magic cannon finished charging, and once more fired down on them. Tarlis instantly summoned another burst of icy energy, shattering the massive cannon blast to pieces. The fragments rained down like miniature cannonballs. In that moment, Jean focused on one thought. He only needed to believe that every strike of his sword would be just as strong as the first. As fragments rained down like meteors, Jean swung his blade faster and faster. He shouted back to Shaliz and the others, Don't stop, I'll cover you from the side. But just as Jean was distracted, several fragments plummeted straight at him. At that critical moment, a figure appeared and blasted them away. Alakai warned everyone to stay alert. The attacks won't stop. No sooner had he spoken, Zai gave the order to fire again. Tarlis gritted her teeth and braced herself. Once more, the magic cannon exploded in the air, becoming a storm of meteors raining down. Alakai shouted, Don't stop. Move now. He and Jean joined forces, striking down every fragment they could. But just then, another fragment shot toward Shali's back. Luckily, Jean leapt forward and cut it down. Alakai grinned. Not bad, kid. You're keeping up with me. Just keep it up. But before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. Jean was struck head-on by a fragment. Shaliz cried out Jean's name in panic. But more fragments rained down on him, burying him beneath a sea of meteors. She hesitated for only a moment, then remembered Jean's words. She gritted her teeth and lifted Aosha. She couldn't let Jean's efforts go to waste. Her blade danced, clearing a path through the falling shards, even though she still couldn't understand why Jean would go this far. Before she could dwell on it, a fragment slammed into her back. With her strength gone, Shaliz hurled Aosha forward, then collapsed to the ground. Aosha turned around, worried sick for her, but Shaliz shouted angrily, Don't look back. Don't let our efforts be in vain. Keep running. Hearing this, Aosha's heart trembled with emotion. She turned and ran with all her strength. This time, she would no longer just wait for the gods to answer. Prayer alone couldn't change anything. She realized that all too late. Now, she would make a new choice. Meanwhile, Jean, gravely wounded, fell unconscious. But a voice called to him from within. Wake up, Jean Luincade. As Jean opened his eyes, the world before him had completely changed. Molten red lava devoured the land around him. Kielisai lay motionless on the ground. Talaris held her daughter with a grim expression. They were completely surrounded by members of the Jippel family. The outcome of the battle in Cologne was clear. They had lost this fight. And the price of failure. Jean stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, unable to believe what he was seeing. Then, a sound came from behind him. As he turned around, he saw a massive red flame dragon towering behind him. In its claws, it held a black dragon on the verge of death. It was his contract dragon, Alakai. Jean looked toward the red flame dragon. It was many times larger than a normal dragon, its body blazing crimson. He realized it must be Kalia's guardian dragon, Flame Dragon Katten. The Jippel family had truly come prepared. In the end, they had lost the battle, and the cost of defeat. Just then, a voice echoed in Jean's mind. You're probably wondering where it all went wrong, aren't you? Maybe you should have fled right after killing Yahello? Or maybe you should have just escaped with the natives from the start. Or maybe you never should have helped them? Do you regret it now? The barrage of questions left Jean speechless. But in the next moment, he clenched his fists. This was my choice, and I don't regret it. What makes me angry is that even after giving it my all, I couldn't change anything. What enrages me is my weakness. Everyone suffered because of me. Because I was too weak, too foolish. That's what led to this outcome. In that moment, Jean blamed no one. Only himself, for not being strong enough. If only he had been stronger, maybe the ending could have been. Hearing this, the mysterious voice seemed satisfied. In that case, don't ever forget how you feel right now. With that, she snapped her fingers. A radiant light instantly engulfed Jean. When the light faded, Jean found himself in another dimension. And when he saw the person before him, his pupils shrank. I am Cram, the deity. With Sard's help, I sealed myself inside the mirror. I've been waiting for you. You, the boy chosen by Soul Red. Hearing this, Jean was confused. Cram told him time was short. But after everything that happened today, he should realize how difficult the path ahead truly is. It would be filled with thorns and countless trials. And if he couldn't protect those he cared about, it would be even more painful. Hearing that, Jean clenched his fists tighter and shouted at her in anger. What's the point of saying this now? Everything's already over. But Cram told him, it's not over yet. As for what's next, let's talk outside. The next moment, Jean was enveloped in light again. When he awoke, he had returned to his body. Jean sat up, holding his head. He had lost count of how many times he'd fainted and awoken today. But then, something felt off. What exactly had just happened? At that moment, Kielisai walked over. So, you finally woke up, huh? Kielisai teased with a smile. It's rare to see you so flustered. Looks like you finally care about living. Before Jean could reply, a giant hand appeared behind him. Alakai smacked him hard with a paw, grumbling with concern. You little brat. You were out cold for so long. I thought you were really dead. Seeing Alakai, Jean was surprised. You're still alive? I thought Kadin had killed you. Hearing that, Alakai raised his fist indignantly. What nonsense are you spouting? That Kadin guy shivers the moment he sees me. Meanwhile, Talaris had also come to Jean's side and watched him closely. She still didn't understand where Jean got the courage to do what he did. She hadn't expected him to summon an old god. But Jean was still dazed and disoriented, and had no idea what she was talking about. Alakai said to Jean, the priestess used her own body to summon an ancient god, and it's no ordinary god, either. It crushed Kozel in an instant upon arrival. No one knows what method she used, but even Zai's people were rendered immobile. And then there's this boundless magic and barrier. I don't know what god that is, but it's clearly no minor deity. Yet Alakai had no memory of this god's existence. Alakai called out to the priestess in the distance. The kid's already awake. Isn't it time you told us? What exactly are you planning to do? Jean stared at the woman before him. He could feel that the soul inside was not Aosha. At this moment, Cram explained to the group. Aosha had sacrificed her body. Only then could the goddess descend. Jean Luankade, take the death and pain you experienced today as a small lesson. It will make you more determined in your path. Jean then realized that all of it had been an illusion. Alakai urged her to answer his question already. So you were playing a joke on the kid? Arriving late and still acting proud? Is all this meant for us? No, meant for the kid to do something. Alakai bluntly cut to the chase. He wanted to know the purpose of this suddenly appeared god. Cram opened her palm and summoned an object. Upon seeing it, Jean was visibly shaken, because he recognized that item. It was the mana spring mirror. Cram spoke to everyone. I am the creator of magic, and the source of infinite mana. But the world couldn't withstand such power and nearly collapsed. Swordly stepped in and helped me. He sealed my power, and me, within this mirror. But Alakai remained skeptical. After all, he had never heard of a god of magic. But the next moment, the mirror gave off a surge of shadow energy. In an instant, it engulfed the entire surface. Cram explained. This was the seal placed by Swordly. Seeing this, Alakai's doubts were finally confirmed. He could tell at a glance. It truly was Swordly's shadow seal. But the seal had weakened significantly, so someone needed to maintain it going forward. And inside the mirror was limitless mana. If that endlessly growing mana were released, it would destroy the entire world. So to prevent that from happening, she asked Swordly to seal her inside the mirror. And the people of Cologne have protected this land for 1,000 years. Upon hearing this, Alakai furiously shouted in protest. Do you know what they went through to protect the mirror? No matter what, you should have let someone stronger handle it. But Cram explained that the Cologne people back then were different. No force dared to underestimate them. But after she was sealed, they lost their protection. That's why they gradually fell into decline. However, thanks to you, their suffering can finally end. You, Sard's 1,000-year contractor. Hearing this, Kielisai and her mother were shocked. Talaris was even more delighted. She chuckled gleefully, like a mother-in-law doting on her son-in-law, making Jean shiver from head to toe. Then, Cram pushed the mirror toward Jean. Take it. Jean Runkade. You have the power to protect the world. You also have Sard's strength. As soon as Jean held the mirror, he felt his magic surge within his body. But as the energy poured out, the seal grew weaker. This was a disaster-level power, once abused by the Jippel family in a past life. Looks like I'll have to take the Cologne people's place and guard it. But Cram told Jean, to be precise, only he could guard it. The Cologne people had always taken on a task beyond their means. I'm not just asking you to maintain Sard's seal. Rather, the seal itself was a gift from Soul Red to you. This was created at the height of Sard's power, a masterpiece forged with all his divine might. It's not just highly concentrated shadow energy. It could be said to be part of Soul Red himself. But after hearing that, Jean didn't seem too happy, though it would certainly help him greatly. What he cared about was Aosha's promise to help him summon Soul Red once. Hearing this, Cram paused briefly, then stood there silently. After a long while, she spoke with guilt. It seems that child was too eager and made a promise beyond her ability. Even your Black Dragon companion couldn't get a response from Soul Red. How could she possibly do it? I apologize on her behalf. Hearing that, Jean said it was fine. He didn't do it for a reward. He was already grateful for the gift. Seeing Jean's response, Cram sighed deeply in her heart. Forgive her. After all, she couldn't have known you were reborn. And how exactly you came back. Meanwhile, Cram's body began to fade away. Looks like my time is almost up. I've said everything I needed to say. Your choices freed these children from their cursed fate. So, thank you truly. Child of Soul Red, our Redeemer. I will remain in the mirror, blessing your journey ahead. And with that, Cram's body completely vanished. At that moment, Talaris's voice came from behind Jean. Now that's a rare sight. A god actually thanking a human. That was a precious moment indeed. Anyway, we should get going. Those guys won't stay down forever. Reinforcements could arrive any time. Meanwhile, in the Divine Realm, Aosha finally understood why Cram never responded to her prayers. It turns out she was sealed inside the mirror all along. Cram apologized to Aosha. It was her sacrifice that saved everyone. Not just her. All the children of Cologne had endured immense suffering. But Aosha gave Cram a deep bow of thanks, thanking her for listening to their prayers, for hearing their final voices, and for ultimately saving them all. So, please don't apologize. None of us were in the wrong. Aosha's words, without a trace of resentment, left Cram standing in silence, unable to move on. And with that thought, Cram once again turned her thoughts to Jean. Jean Leuenkade, you possess a powerful will. So from now on, let this world be free of pain. Meanwhile, Jean was preparing to say farewell to Taika and Dino. Reborn, Taika was filled with gratitude toward Jean. Cram had been sealed in the mirror for over 10,000 years. According to passed-down history, their people were once a dominant power, but over a long time, they made no progress at all. Eventually, they declined into a weak race, and thus became slaves to the Jeeper family. What happened after was just as Jean knew. Had the mirror fallen into the hands of the Jeeper family, the sacrifices of their people would have meant nothing. Luckily, it was Jean who obtained the mirror in the end. At this point, Taika couldn't hold back her tears, but Jean shook his head. If things turned out this way, it was thanks to everyone in Colon. If the maniacs from the Jeeper family had gotten the mirror, they'd have built a mage army, just like in his past life, and the world would have been doomed. Then Jean told the two. He'd arranged for them to go to the Hupist Federation. They were both shocked to hear that. After all, as a Leuenkade family's vanguard candidate, he wasn't supposed to receive any support from the main family, so he shouldn't trouble himself for them. But before Dino could finish, Jean took out a slip of paper and handed it to him. This is a letter for Luna, Leuenkade's first vanguard. Show it when you arrive at the territory. She'll help you. Hearing this, Dino once again expressed his thanks. Jean chuckled softly. If you want to thank me, then write more exposés trashing the Jeeper family. But Dino hesitated. Could he really stand against the Jeeper family alone? He didn't think he had enough power for that. But Jean looked him in the eyes and said firmly, he's not the only one in this world who hates the Jeeper family. He's just the spark to ignite it all. Once his article is published, those who've suffered under Jeeper's tyranny will rise. You'll become a great journalist someday. So have some faith in yourself. Then, Jean headed into the room to find Tarlis. Apologies for greeting you so late. Thank you very much for your help, Lady Tarlis. Tarlis just gave a light, dismissive smile. Child, it was nothing. No need to thank me. But Jean was still worried. Wouldn't this provoke more hostility from the Jeeper family? In fact, Kayla would now be even more wary of the secret palace. He never expected an ancient god. So now, he'd only see me as even more dangerous. Hearing this, Jean sighed in relief. But then Tarlis suddenly changed her tone. However, I didn't help you out of goodwill. I was commissioned to do it, so there's no need for gratitude. Jean asked if she wanted compensation. Tarlis grinned mischievously. Tell me, what should I demand from a swordly contractor? A magic swordsman like yourself? Her smile sent a chill down Jean's spine. He'd expected this, but still had no clue how outrageous her request would be. Yet in the next moment, Tarlis suddenly chuckled. Let's call it even this time. After all, I did gain a few valuable pieces of intel. She even turned to ask Shali's opinion. Shalis immediately blushed and shouted, why are you asking me that? After that, the mother and daughter prepared to return. Before leaving, Shalis told Jean, next time they met, they'd have a proper duel. There were no winners this time. So next time, it must be fair and square. But before she could finish, Tarlis interrupted her. Oh dear, are you still in your rebellious phase? You're so embarrassingly dishonest. Shalis immediately cried out in embarrassment. Mother, why are you always like this? Jean broke into a cold sweat watching the mother-daughter bicker. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Black Sea, Father was cooking a fearsome beast for his meal. But just then, a light appeared behind him. The figure that emerged was none other than Talaris. Seeing this, her father asked with confusion why she suddenly came looking for him. Talaris flicked her fan and got straight to the point. Long time no see, Shilong. I'll be blunt then. How about letting your youngest son become my son-in-law? In the following month, the Cologne massacre shocked the world. Dino published the news. Enemy forces led by Leuenkade joined the public discourse. Jippel pushed the blame onto Miaowen. Jippel, personally, however, with the emergence of Kojak's testimony as new evidence. Jippel was thrown into turmoil. Of course, Jippel claimed that the use of Kojak was solely Miaowen Jippel's personal act. He bribed various tabloids and sent a gold-laden sailboat to the authorities in Baimont. Civilians of the United Nations of Hupist were outraged. People of the Lutro Magic Federation whispered in secret, but Baimont was the first to back Jippel's innocence. The heated debate gradually died down. The shady deal was quite successful. In the end, Leuenkade gained indirect benefits once again. Baimont got the gold, and Jippel lost his honor and prestige, especially for someone who claimed to stand for good and justice. For Jippel, this incident left an irreparable stain on his reputation. Jippel would likely have to lay low for a while. From the deputy governor's recent death to the Cologne massacre, everything was being exposed. His authority continued to decline. Dino spun the pen in his hand and said, he and the native survivors had recently arrived at the United Nations of Hupist and were now under Luna's protection. Though they hadn't met Luna in person yet, The territory's administrators had welcomed them warmly, leaving them deeply moved. Young Lord Jean was so young, yet saw through everything. Truly astonishing. I always thought the Runkade family only cared about swordsmanship, but even young Lord Jean didn't expect what came next. Taika smiled and pointed outside the window. The mansion's courtyard was piled with aid supplies from around the world, all kinds of assistance, filled with letters expressing grief and support. The mansion's staff had been working non-stop for days. Thanks to the young lord saving us, so many people now care about Cologne. For hundreds of years, we were all ignored. Taika turned slowly, relighting the candles placed throughout the room. These candles were to honor Rauza and the others who perished. From now on, our prayers will go to Lord Jean, not Ram. When will the world finally know who those passers-by you wrote about really were? In his reports, Dino called them the passers-by, the heroes who saved Cologne. Though the incident has calmed, many still speculate who those people really were, but no source has revealed the truth. Whenever someone asks, Dino always replies, I really don't know, pretending to be clueless. The truth that Jean and his companions were those passers-by will likely come to light once Jean becomes a knight of Runkade. At that time, the matter will gain attention once more, and Jean will publicly state his stance as a Runkade knight. Alongside the sacred relic they protect, the contents of the mirror will be revealed. Dino nodded. Looking forward to that day, when Jean becomes a knight and seizes Runkade's power, defeating Jipple step by step, with rightful cause, line by line, justice will be served. That day, sender, Casimir, recipient, Shilong Runkade. Subject, the key figures in the Cologne massacre incident. The passers-by were Jean Runkade, Murakin, and myself. Also Jean, Runkade, and Murakin killed Mialuan together. Jipple note. Muran Jeeper's body has been retrieved by the Jeepers. Shirong, who just received a letter at the Blacks, gently touched his forehead and picked up the clan head. He was visibly angry. What exactly was written in this letter? The already heavy air of the Black Sea grew even more oppressive. Even Kin had to watch cautiously. Shirong let out a sigh, filled with anger. Clan head, did something happen to the eldest young master? No, Kansas. Quite the opposite. This time, he took Muran Jeeper's head. Though expected, the eldest young master was likely a key figure in the Cologne massacre. Still, the truth is shocking. After Andre Jeeper, he also slew 7 Tower Hands. Even before becoming a knight, he had already slain 2 pure-blood nobles. Still, you should read this letter. After reading the letter, Kan's face turned pale. Could it be that this messenger, he was that careless in reporting to the clan head? The simplicity was because I told him to be brief. That's fine, but this time the messenger hid information, just as Shirong said. Casimir, in this letter, left out a lot of key reports. As Shirong gritted his teeth, a small tremor shook the central Black Sea region. This matter has the entire world talking. Even if the eldest son is talented, he couldn't have handled Kajek alone. Exactly. There must have been others involved. You can't be unaware of this. In reports about Colin, Jean's group was never mentioned. Princess of the Secret Palace, Tarlis, Indorma, and her daughter Xylus's involvement wasn't mentioned either. Not a word. So people can only guess. Maybe it was the Ghost Division or the Black Regiment, or perhaps the Hylon family took action, or the Secret Palace intervened, or that Luancade Knights appeared on site. Both journalist Dino and the Jeeper side remained silent. So even now, Shirong doesn't know who actually stopped Kajek. To hide something this important from the clan head, just say the word, and I'll go teach Naso a lesson immediately. Suddenly, in front of Shirong, a snowy white portal opened. Just as Kan was about to draw his sword, Shirong raised his hand to stop him. Leaping from the white portal was the snow beast moat, and riding on it was Tarlis. I was worried you might have moved somewhere else. Looks like I was lucky to find you. It's been a long time. Shirong, Tarlis, it really has. Can't you be a bit more warm? Kan gave Tarlis a respectful nod. While Shirong stared at her for a long time, his gaze made her slightly uncomfortable. Tarlis waved her hand. Oh dear, that stare could make a girl blush. I'm not here to spar with you. Relax your expression a bit. So it was you, the one who stopped Kajek. Jean had your help. Tarlis, Shirong's gaze softened. Tarlis smiled. That's right. And I happened to overhear your conversation. Seems like Casimir hid something from you. Shirong handed Tarlis a letter. He wore a faint, mysterious smile. You have every right to be angry. Although I was involved, he dared hide things from you. So were you planning to send this friend to teach? I only meant to give him a small warning. I advise you not to do that. It's actually something worth praising. Praising indeed. Through this letter, Casimir revealed his stance. He doesn't serve Shirong Luancade, but rather, he pledged loyalty to Jean Runkade. Shilong frowned slightly, then seemed to understand something. He nodded. That's right. He's telling me that his loyalty is to Jean, not to me, which means your eldest son has a good eye for people. Casimir, that kid, when he first came to the secret palace, he came ready to die. All for Jean. He's quite a useful talent. Even if he offended you, please treat him well. In the end, Shilong's expression softened, just as she said. Casimir clearly declared his loyalty to Jean. Very few people would dare act like that in front of someone like Shilong. Almost mistook him for a traitor. So this time, you did Jean a favor. Talaris, your son owes me one. Blocking Kojak was no small effort. Nearly caused a fallout with Jipple. Is that why you're here? Go ask your eldest son to settle that one. Just kidding. I came today. About something else. It's about my daughter and your eldest son. Their marriage. What do you think? Hearing that, Kane's jaw nearly hit the floor. Young master, what? Nothing. Just suddenly felt a chill. Did you feel it too, young lord? Lately I've been getting chills for no reason. Jean and Casimir exchanged glances and nodded. Aside from the occasional chill, ever since returning from Cologne, life had been relatively peaceful, a well-deserved rest. Since becoming a knight candidate and joining the family, it's been non-stop battles every day. From destroying Takesing to the Cologne massacre, Jean had been at the heart of nearly every major event shaking the world. His growth had been meteoric. Swordsmanship, 6 stars. Spiritual power, 5 stars. After obtaining the mirror, his magic power instantly rose to 7 stars. Gaining power through the mirror was something best avoided. If Sword Seal weakens, the world could face doomsday. But from Cologne to Taika, carrying the mirror around naturally increased his power. There was no avoiding it. After all the suffering he'd been through, if there were no reward, that would be the real pain. Even so, Jean couldn't shake a lingering unease. The spider's hand, Arugian's older brother, possibly connected to Joshua Runcade, perhaps even the sorcerer who cursed Jean in his previous life. All clues point toward Aru as the one who cast the rebirth curse. Whoever he was, the rainbow bird still hadn't found any valuable leads on Aru. Either way, you won't be able to stop him, even if you fail again. Before you kill Aru, that last conversation with him still lingers in Jean's mind. Exposing Jipple's corruption and tyranny, and unveiling the world's hidden truths may be stirring. But what Jean truly wants to know, in his past life, who was the one who cursed him with a cycle of sorrow? All records of Aru had been erased, which only made his heart more uneasy. Even the rainbow bird couldn't uncover it. Maybe it'll never be found. Just as he was sighing with frustration, a servant approached Casimir. Master, there's something. A strange man has shown up at the estate. His clothes are ragged, but he claims to be an informant. He wants to work for you. Huh. Guys like him, you're lucky to see even one a year. He's clearly a desperate man. Probably heard of my name, and came begging for help. Just give him some money for food and a bath and send him away. That was the plan. But then he accurately revealed the location of one of the rainbow bird's secret bases. I thought I should report this to you first before acting. Casimir's eyes turned sharp. He knows one of our secret bases? Where is he now? The servant carefully pointed toward the window. Heh. He's right outside. I always thought the rainbow bird's security was impenetrable. And yet, somehow, Casimir and Jean walked over to the window together. They looked down at the man. Casimir saw the man begging the guards, pleading desperately. He frowned impatiently. Jean gasped in his heart, calling the man's name. Jet, the man who once worked under Casimir. According to Arkan's intel, that man was indeed Jet. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Chapter 39. Right, the one who barged in. Jet, surprisingly useful. Back when Jean destroyed Takesing, he sent 3 secret letters to 3 organizations. The letter to Tismont contained a slave list. The one to Jipple held records of illegal transactions. And to Arkan's intel network, he sent the client list from Takesing at that time. He wrote Jet's name on that letter. As a result, Jet was taken by investigators from Tismont and Jipple for interrogation. But thanks to Tismont's witness protection law, at the time, Jean hoped Jet could start a new life with his young son. But seeing Jet like this now, showing up in Taiken, Jean realized how naive he had been. It was clear now, Tismont's witness protection was more fragile than he thought. He was probably hunted by Jipple's trackers and fled here. But Jean didn't feel much sympathy. In his past life, when Jet was with Arkan, he had stabbed him in the back more times than he could count. In this life, their first meeting, he poisoned his drink. If not for Jet's 3-year-old son, Jean might have told Casimir to throw him out. Let's hear what he has to say first. Bring him in. The burly guards dragged Jet into Casimir's study. He looked absolutely pitiful, as if someone had beaten him senseless overnight. Blood stained his face all over. Standing before Casimir, Jet lowered his gaze anxiously. The guards maintained a grim atmosphere. Jean remained leaning against the window with his back to Jet, to avoid being recognized. I thought whoever knew our base would be someone like the rainbow bird, or old boy. Turns out it's just a ragged face like yours. Where the hell did you crawl out from? Casimir's tone toward Jet was ice cold. To Casimir, the possibility of a rain put him on edge. I'm an intelligence broker from Arkan. My name is Jet. Arkan. Then you must have worked for Takesing. After Takesing's fall, you lost your job. So how did you learn about our secret base? Your answer will decide whether you live or die. What Casimir didn't expect was that to an intel broker, secrecy is life. Unless I'm accepted by Lord Casimir, I can't reveal anything. You little punk, don't get cocky. Spit it out. How did you find our HQ? Lord Casimir, that's my only bargaining chip. Even if you beat me to death, I won't talk. Jet's eyes were filled with determination. And not only do I know the rainbow bird's base, I also hold information about a recent major contract they received. What did you say? Just give me a chance. If I can't prove my worth within a month. Back then, he was at your mercy. Though this guy let out an angry roar, Casimir found himself oddly curious about Jet. Because Jet's current attitude wasn't bad at all. Discretion is one of the most vital traits in intelligence work. In this regard, Jet performed rather well. What exactly happened over the months? Since Taizing was destroyed, Jet had become somewhat different. From what Jean remembered, though his appearance was disheveled, he no longer had the aura of a scoundrel. Only a man who had remained steadfast in desperation. If Lord Casimir kills me here, I wouldn't be able to resist, even if I have to run errands. In Tier 3 of the 7 Colored Birds Intel Division, just give me 1 month, and you'll acknowledge my value. You really are fearless. And you even know our Intel Division has 3 tiers? Casimir's tone softened slightly. It's a risk-free deal for you. I'll be a loyal subordinate. If you're not satisfied, you can kick me out at any time. What do you think? Though this guy's suspicious, he knows the security protocols of the 7 Colored Birds, which does pique my interest. When Casimir called out to Jean, Jet's gaze also shifted toward Jean. From the first moment he was brought in, Jet had been watching Jean closely. To my knowledge, Taiken's true master is Lord Casimir. However, who is this person? Staring blankly out the window and who exactly is he? The moment Jean slowly turned around, Jet felt his heart jolt. Why you? It really has been a while. Information broker. Jet, I remember giving you quite a few gems before we parted. Where did you sell them all? How did you end up in this sorry state? You fraud. Trying to pull another scam on Lord Casimir now. Lord Casimir. You mustn't be fooled by him. He's the one who impersonated Bella Jeeper and destroyed Taizing, a former Bamani Strike Force member. Jet's face turned bright red in an instant, and he roared in fury, and with good reason. He believed that ever since meeting Jean, his life had gone completely downhill, which wasn't entirely untrue. In Jean's past life, Jet had been a gang boss in a kin. He'd lived a decent life, of course. Jet back then was clearly a villain. After a brief silence, Casimir and Jean both chuckled softly. Mr. Kong. So Mr. Kong used to be with the Bamonti Strike Force? That's the first I've heard of it, Jet. Looks like you've mistaken me for a special ops soldier. Not that I blame you. But tell me, do you think Lord Casimir would work with me, without knowing my identity? Jet's face turned pale. Then, was the fall of Taizing also something Lord Casimir sent you for? Just then, Malakan suddenly burst in, and entered the office. Hey dumbass. Where's my red book? It's been days already. Huh? Who's this guy? Wait, isn't he the punk who poisoned us in a kin? Idiot. What the hell is he doing here? Jet's mind instantly went blank. Did he really just call Lord Casimir dumbass? And to Jet's knowledge, this rude and terrifying man was clearly the con artist's right-hand man. Jet's brain started spinning wildly. Casimir is the master of Taiken, and yet this ignorant guy, yet he was disrespectful to Taiken's master, Casimir. And this ignorant guy is the son of a swindler. So who's the highest-ranking person here? The swindler Jet, full of resentment, must kneel before Jean, beg the one who hired him to face him seriously. Jet almost collapsed as he dropped to his knees. Oh my lord. Whether back then or now, this foolish servant would never recognize him. Montmont Special Task Force. Swindler Law, I was truly rude to you. Please forgive this lowly one for failing to recognize your intent. Now that's more like the Jet I know. My lord, you may not know, since the fall of Arkan, I've suffered so much. But thanks to you, my lord, I, who was once just a back-alley thug, became a warrior fighting for Arkan's public good. Jet's attitude changed in an instant. His heart was filled with hope, just like when Jean claimed to be Belladin, of the Jippel family. Even now, he doesn't know the author's true identity. But no matter what, anyone who can command Casimir can't be ordinary. If I could work under him, my life could be beautiful again. I've always known you were extraordinary. Turns out you're from the Jippel family. My lord, please give me the chance to serve you again. No matter the fate, I'll accept it. At the underground auction in Taishin, when Jean posed as Belladin, Jet said these words. Forget the suffering caused by being deceived by the author. No matter what, before we parted, he gave me a huge bag of gems. He's not such a heartless man. Jet rubbed his hands and looked up at Jean. Looks like you've really suffered a lot. For that, I apologize. That being said, you want to join the Rainbow Bird? Yes, you should know, my lord. I, Jet, still have some use. Back in Arkan, didn't you also think I was capable? That's true. Thanks to you back then, things went smoothly. Alright, if Lord Casimir agrees, I'll make you a member of the Rainbow Bird. But before that, you must truthfully answer a few questions. Please ask away. First question. How did you learn the location of the Rainbow Bird's secret base? While working in Arkan as an information broker, I happened upon a notebook from a Rainbow Bird member. I decrypted it in my spare time and discovered the location of a secret base. Just now he said he'd die before spilling it. But one question from the Duke, and he spilled everything. I'm not afraid. The Duke is what's scary, even though he says that. Casimir doesn't actually dislike Jet. His honesty with Jean surprised him even more. Jet actually deciphered the Rainbow Bird's codes himself. That's not something just anyone can do. Alright. Second question. What happened to your son? Did you sell him, or lose him while on the run? You may think I'm just some lowly thug. And you're not wrong. But I, Jet, care deeply for my son. He's currently in an orphanage in Taiken. All my last money went into that. The reason Jet risked his life to find Casimir is because he knew, once the orphanage care period ends, he can no longer support his son. Though it's shameful, If Lord Casimir intends to kill me, please take care of my son. I've heard Lord Casimir is a man of loyalty and compassion. Jean secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If something happens to Jet's son, it would be because of his return. He couldn't bear that guilt. One last question. If your answer satisfies me, you may become one of the 7 colored birds. Please, my lord. During your conversation with Lord Casimir, just now, you mentioned the 7 colored birds recently received a request. What kind of request was it? Jet showed a faint smile for the first time, because he knew the request likely had something to do with Jean, the leader of Tizing you destroyed, my lord. Spider-Handaroo. The 7 colored birds are currently gathering intel on him, and I know a bit about his past. Jean nodded in satisfaction. At an unexpected moment, he had found the key to a long-standing mystery. Chapter 123, Unexpected Usefulness. Useful Jet, but tell me, how do you know? Our people are currently investigating Aru. Lord Casimir. That's because the 7 colored birds approached me. They mistook me for a remnant of Tizing. Lord Casimir, what do you think? I think letting Jet join the birds is a good idea. If the Duke says so, I naturally agree. This guy seems to have some skills. He even managed to crack our codes. Hand him a standard recruitment application. A servant quickly brought over an application form for the 7 colored birds. It was nearly 50 pages long, with over 90% being confidentiality clauses and violation warnings. Jet didn't read it carefully. He signed it right away. I'll read the prohibited conduct part carefully. Master? Members of the birds, don't call me mastered. From now on, address me as Lord Casimir or Your Excellency. Jet, you'll undergo a probation period, and then be assigned to Intel Team 3 as a newcomer. Yes, I will dedicate my life to Lord Casimir and the birds. This was Jet's first decent job ever. To him, it was a stroke of incredible luck. Thanks to Jean's special recommendation, he got to join the team. But normally, becoming an official member was even harder than joining the Bomani task force. For now, start training. First, answer the Duke's question about the past of Spider-Handaroo. If it's irrelevant, your recruitment will be cancelled. Jet rubbed his hands and began to recount Aru's story. Spider-Handaroo was born in a kingdom within the Hupist Federation, the Kingdom of Durkee. In his youth, he passed the Lewin Cade apprentice exam. At the time, he wasn't called but Tagan Marius. It's a name only I know. The real name of Spider-Handaroo. Aru is an extremely dangerous man. It's said he has ties to the Lewin Cade across the sea. Highly likely. As for the underground auction, when I took Jean to Tizing's black market for I mentioned Aru because I already knew he had Lewin Cade connections. It's highly likely because I knew Aru's history. This was knowledge held only by Tizing's upper echelons or connected subordinates, meaning only those who once drank with Aru knew it. However, to this day, even the 7 colored birds haven't uncovered the true name and past of Aru that Jet knows. After Tizing's collapse, all surviving Tizing executives were executed by the Jaipers. Not only had they impersonated Belladine, they also trafficked ancient grimoires and artifacts. Their end was inevitable, which means, aside from Jet, there's hardly anyone left. They're all already dead. It's no surprise the 7 colored birds are struggling to gather intel. It's only natural. Jet, this guy, did indeed provide very valuable information. He revealed the real name and origin of someone even the entire 7 colored birds failed to find. This will be a major turning point in intelligence gathering. Tagan Marius. I feel like I've heard that name before. Master. It sounds familiar. That man took part in the Lewin Cade apprentice exam. Could you have seen it while looking through related documents? Aru took the apprentice exam about 20 years ago. I wasn't even born back then. Those files should be deep within the archives, and one can't access them until they become a knight. As Jean repeated the surname Marius with a puzzled tone, Gilly brought over some tea. Marius, huh? Young master, why are you bringing up that name? Spider-Handaroo. His real name is Tagan Marius. Haha, young master. That's also the surname of Lady Luna's nanny, Timeuan. It's not a common surname, but not entirely unheard of. It makes sense that it sounds familiar to you, young master. Just as he was about to take the tea, Jean froze. That's right, Timeuan's surname. Timeuan. Marius. Wait, Gilly. Do you know where Nanny Timeuan is from? Lady Timeuan? Let me think. Oh right, Durkee. She mentioned she's from the Kingdom of Durkee. Come to think of it, young master, she used to send local Durkee specialties from Storm City when you were little. Jean and Casimir exchanged surprised looks. Could it be? Why so shocked? Tagan. Marius. Spider-Handaroo is also from the Kingdom of Durkee. What? Maybe Aru is related to Nanny Timeuan's family. That possibility is very high. Also, it said Aru also took the Lewin Cade apprentice exam. Gilly, setting down the teacup, opened her mouth wide in shock. That's a bizarre story. And he even took the apprentice exam. When was that? In 1776, according to Jet. That was 20 years ago. If I recall correctly, Durkee was in the midst of everyone who could hold a sword was on the battlefield. Even princes and princesses fought without exception for a commoner to take the Lewin Cade exam. I remember now. Durkee was split into royalist and prince factions. All the news at the time covered their civil war. Lewin Cade declared they'd support whoever emerged victorious. Casimir nodded at the memory. 20 years ago, he was still the crown prince of Monty. So he paid close attention to international affairs, even for someone like Casimir, who usually didn't care about foreign matters. The Dirkie Civil War was still a significant issue, because it sparked a war on Luancade's soil, and drew global attention. If Aru was from Dirkie, and entered the exam during that era, and if at that time he was already under Luancade's foster care, then Nanny Timuan must have played a part. That's right, Dirkie was completely sealed off during the Civil War. Neither outsiders entering nor Dirkie citizens leaving was possible until the war ended. Luancade nannies are not ordinary noble servants. They're not just caregivers. They're assigned based on the bloodline they protect, and Luancade's prestige held immense power within the family, and directly influenced matters big and small. In that sense, Timuan's authority at the time even surpassed that of regular purebloods. After all, the world recognized Luna at 15 as the next clan head. Even Shilong vaguely implied in public his intent to support Luna as successor. If Aru is Timuan's blood relative, the one who put me in the House of Geckos, that ancestor might be Sister Luna. Swallowing bitter words. Oh, in my mind, the conversation with Aru before his death resurfaces. You can't stop that person anyway, no matter what. Even if she fails, that person Aru mentioned might have been Luna. If it weren't for that final conversation, Jean would never think this way. His heart was racing. Sister Luna came to Storm City for my 9th birthday. Could it be because I was immune to the curse? In Jean's past life, Luna never came to Storm City. After leaving Storm City, Jean, treated like trash, had almost no interactions with Luna, whom everyone admired. Of course, Luna had never shown the slightest interest in Jean either. Jean could only admire from afar. Why couldn't I be like her? Even half her sword talent would have been enough. Then why did Sister Luna, after leaving Storm City, look after me? Why did she train me several times, and even save my life? Could she have changed her approach after discovering my immunity? That possibility, just thinking, shocked Jean into shaking his head. What kind of thought is that? It's just a possibility that Aru and Timuan might be blood-related, that's all. Even if they are. So what? Even if it's related to the curse, Sister Luna wouldn't know either. He felt ashamed for ever doubting Luna, but that unease still wouldn't go away. Because in past life and now, Luna's behavior and attitude are completely different. It's like she's a different person. His tragic past life. That heartless family. When he was cast out by the family. The sneers. The pointing fingers and indifference from his past life siblings. Luna was clearly among them. These memories weighed heavy on Jean's heart. No matter what, he had to verify it first. Whether Aru really is Timuan's blood kin. If that's true, why would Aru, who passed the entrance test, become a gang boss in a kin? Who's behind them? What's their goal? Wouldn't it be faster to just ask Miss Luna? Should I write her a letter? Ask her. Gilly had no idea that Jean had been exposed to the House of Geckos since age 1. Not just Gilly. None of Jean's companions knew this. No, that would only put Sister Luna in a tough spot. If they're truly blood relatives, exposing Timuan's crimes would humiliate her, especially since Miss holds Timuan in such high regard. If it's not a serious issue, it's better to keep it hidden for now. I think so too. If the family finds out about Timuan's crimes, even if Sister stays silent, our brothers will pounce like rabid dogs, and never let the nanny go, especially Joshua and Sister Meowon. The best case is, Timuan just didn't want her kin to become a tool of war, so she let Aru take the entrance test, and though Aru passed, for some reason he wandered, and eventually found his calling in a kin. From the start, it had nothing to do with the curse. Timuan only committed some ordinary crimes. Jean could let it go for now. First, send the Rainbow Bird members to Dirkie. If reliable intel comes from there, I will act personally. Understood, young master. Chapter 124, Trackers of Dirkie. 2 days later, the Rainbow Bird members brought useful intel. It was after that, 2 days passed, after months of no progress. The urgency was high, now with a lead. It came quickly. The Rainbow Bird members brought back quite credible intel from Dirkie. What was it? A surname, Marius. You'll occasionally find that surname across the continent, but in the Dirkie kingdom, only a specific group uses it. So it's not a family, but a group? Yes. In the southern part of Dirkie kingdom, there's an orphanage called Moon Sacrifice, and everyone from that orphanage uses the surname Marius. In other words, Aru and Nanny Timuan both came from the same orphanage. Even if not blood-related, they share a deep connection. Exactly. Moreover, the members also discovered an interesting fact about that orphanage. Moon Sacrifice isn't just a regular orphanage. Moon Sacrifice wasn't established to care for orphans. Though it housed many orphans, its true purpose was to cultivate secret operatives for the Dirkie royal family. Moon Sacrifice was directly run by the Dirkie royal faction to train individuals into assassins or spies. It was shut down after the Civil War ended with the Prince's faction victory. So it was actually a secret agent training facility? Yes, and the training was incredibly brutal. Let the orphans form close bonds, then force them to kill each other. In the end, even the madman Runcade wouldn't do something like that. Then, did Nanny Timuan and Aru ever work at the orphanage during the same period? There should be a big age gap between them, right? Their time of activity didn't overlap, but Timuan, after Marius became Runcade's nanny, she still occasionally searched for moon offerings, even after becoming a nanny? Yes. That was the core of the intel the rainbow bird found. It's unclear whether Runkade allowed it, or simply didn't care, but it said she went at least once every 2 months. Moon offerings. As far as I know, Runkade's nannies barely have any personal time. Runkade's nannies. They often even give up their weekly rest and keep working, because most of them are people without a place to return to. Sister Luna's personality might allow for many unofficial breaks, but repeatedly seeking out the moon offerings, could it be out of sympathy for those in similar circumstances? Thinking that way, Temuan giving Aru a chance can be somewhat understood too. In any case, after confirming their relationship, a sense of unease arose in me. I hope Temuan and Aru really were just a coincidence. That way, even if Aru is connected to the curse, Temuan wouldn't have to take responsibility. What about the information source? Delki knows a little more. There are survivors among the sacrificed. Aside from the deceased Aru, there are 9 others. They were the ones who survived after the facilities shut down during the Civil War. They are the moon offering survivors Rainbow Bird encountered. Without exception, they all operate in the shadows. Some work in the underworld. Some do irregular mercenary jobs. Some work as assassins, extorting money from civilians. They're all extremely reluctant to talk about Temuan, but because he paid a lot of money, we were still able to hear that he often searches for the moon boundary. I should go meet them myself. If I reveal my identity to them, I might learn more. Sir Reserve Knight, isn't it dangerous to reveal your identity? It's fine, as long as it doesn't reach them. April 1st, 1796. Jean and Jet set out for the moving checkpoint to Delki, United Kingdom of Hespiest, in order to find Runkade's Benjamin. After all, drawing attention does no good. Hee sir. While I'm with Lord Jet, I'll wholeheartedly assist you. I brought Jet to take care of errands. No need to assist me. If we get into a fight, I'll be responsible for you too. Ah, sir. I'm so grateful that you're willing to take responsibility for me. In case of an emergency, you can leave me behind at any time. I won't complain at all. Why would I leave you behind? It wasn't easy to get you into Rainbow Bird. Of course I need to make good use of you. How's life been lately? Pretty great. As a Rainbow Bird intelligence agent, it's an elite job no matter where you are. Someone like me never thought I'd get such a job. Looks like the teleport is about to begin. Once we arrive, I'll find us a comfortable place to stay. No need. We're going to travel across the western region with 3 survivors. Let's find a place to stay after we're done visiting them. Teleport gate activating. A silver glow surrounded Jean and Jet. Then, pale magical energy enveloped them both. When they opened their eyes again, they were already in the western part of the kingdom of Delki, inside the waiting room of the teleport checkpoint. Welcome, Lord Jean Grey. Lord Jet, wishing you a pleasant journey. The staff confirmed their identification and smiled politely. Jean lowered his hood as soon as he stepped outside. Jet, following behind him, had a big smile on his face. Feels nice. The weather's so good. I think you'll find the information you want soon, sir. Who's the first survivor we're meeting? Let me see. Jabbo Marius. He's a thug in the Nelta district. Nelta? It's about an hour on horseback from here. Get us 2 horses. Yes, sir. Though it was Jet's first time in Western Delki, in less than 30 minutes, he somehow got hold of 2 horses. And he used far fewer gold coins than Jean gave him. He even returned the leftover change to Jean without missing a coin. It left Jean both amused and exasperated. In my previous life, this brat wanted to skin me alive. Come to think of it, when we first met in this life, he even tried to sell me and Murakanjili off. Life is unpredictable. Jean gently shook his head. Jet instantly made a flirtatious expression. My lord, are you unhappy with the horses? Or was I too slow? No, not at all. Good work. You keep the change. We'll depart now. Ah, thank you, sir. I'll put it to good use. Hiya. The 2 galloped off on the well-groomed horses. They arrived in Nailta by noon. Should be nearby. Look, sir. That's the Nailta Vigilante Corps. Those ridiculous guys. They're clearly thugs. Yet they hang up a vigilante sign. Jean nearly burst out laughing at the hypocrisy. But he kept a straight face and knocked on the door of the Nailta Corps. Let me handle this part. Your noble hands shouldn't be sullied by such filth. And during the day, when knocking on thug dens, you have to hit harder. That way, even the slipperiest ones jump out. Oh, right. These kinds of thugs usually operate at night and sleep during the day. If you knock softly, they won't hear you. Jet straightened his collar, then began forcefully kicking the vigilante door. We're here to see Marius. Come out. His loud shouts caught the attention of several passers-by, and yet, even after banging for quite some time, the tightly shut wooden door didn't budge. Hey, look at these guys. Looks like they got wrecked by Kian last night. Still sound asleep now. No one's come out yet. Is there really no one inside? No way. Thugs like these really treasure their dens. Someone has to come out eventually. Though Jet kept kicking the door, there was still no response inside. Jet scratched his head in embarrassment. Jean pressed his ear against the door, trying to listen. But in the next moment, what Jean sensed wasn't human presence, but a faint scent wafting from the gap under the door. It was the subtle smell of blood. Jet, who was also leaning on the door, seemed to notice it too. He looked at Jean in confusion. Did something happen here last night? Looks like it. We'll have to break in. Even if the blood scent is faint, if it reached out here, it clearly wasn't just 1 or 2 people. Step back. I'll break down the door. That's not a good idea. It'll draw attention. If anyone sees us, we might get dragged into trouble once blades come out. Hold on a second. Look at this keyhole. I can open it. You can pick locks? Huh. I've been crawling through the shadows for years. I really miss those days. When I was a kid, this skill got me by just fine. Jet pulled out a thin needle and a hook from his chest pocket. He fiddled with the lock for about 5 minutes. Asterisk, click, asterisk. The lock opened. Bringing me was a wise choice, ZZ. As soon as the door opened, the smell of blood grew stronger, but it was pitch dark inside. Even the midday sunlight couldn't illuminate anything. Then, just as Jet closed the door again and lit the lantern, both of them couldn't help but open their mouths wide. This is insane. What the hell happened here? What is this, sir? Something's not right. It's like hell inside. Not just the floor, the walls and ceiling were all splattered with chunks of human flesh. At a glance, at least 20 bodies. Not a single one was intact. If they weren't used to blood and corpses, they would have been trembling with nausea by now. These people haven't been dead long. The blood hasn't fully coagulated. That doesn't make sense. With such a mess, how did no one outside notice? Were they torn apart by a monster? Or did they offend a high-ranking knight? A bad feeling swept over Jean's heart. Let's look for Marius first, even if we can't identify a body. Jet carefully stepped through the fresh blood, looking for Marius. Jean examined the corpses closely. This wasn't the work of knights or monsters. These people were torn apart by wind magic, and clearly by a spell cast by at least an 8th tier mage. An 8th tier wind spell, Wind of Hell, in the Hupist Union. Magical crimes are punished severely. Jet especially looked into this. We should leave now. Just like you said, we might get dragged into this case. Chapter 125, The Trackers of Durkee. Chapter 125, Chapter 40. They acted like they saw nothing. Just as they stepped out, the sun was so bright they had to squint. Oh man, sir, what did we just see? Why were they all dead? They were killed by a mage above tier 8, swept away by Wind of Hell. A mage of that level wouldn't target mere low-level thugs for no reason. Coming to Durkee and running into this, Jean and Jet got back on their horses, shaking their heads. Let's look around nearby, see if any commoners know Marius. I'll wait for you at the fountain we saw earlier. If you find nothing, we'll head straight to the next survivor. Got it. As Jean headed to the fountain, wondering what had become of the Nelta patrol force, Jet came back shortly after leaving. Sir, I found someone in under 10 minutes. Early yesterday morning, someone saw a drunk Marius enter the patrol headquarters. That means Marius is dead too. Understood. Let's go. Who's the next survivor? About 2 hours from here. Wait. Marius. He was a mercenary, with uneasy hearts. The two left again. Nelta, no matter how they thought about it, an 8th tier mage could have easily handled those thugs. No need for such a big show. What could be the reason that drove a mage to risk committing a magical crime within the United Kingdom of Hespiest, just to slaughter these people? If it was due to deep hatred, they acted way too quickly. There were no signs of torture, just a sudden ambush. Like squashing bugs, they killed and left. There are too few clues. We can't deduce anything, but something feels off. That uneasy feeling lingered as they rode for another 2 hours and arrived in Widewye at the gates of the mercenary group Marius belonged to. As the door opened, a few rough-looking men greeted them. Huh. Thanks for coming. You're here for Widewye, Marius. Jet boldly walked inside. The men sighed. Man, just when we finally get a guest. It turns out they're here for Widewye again. Was he the one who beat you at the tavern last night? No, we're old friends. Just passing through on our travels. Thought we'd drop by and see him. Well damn, that guy has friends. Now that's rare. He hasn't come in yet today. I'll draw you a map. You can go look for him yourselves. Thanks, brothers. After receiving the map, they passed through alleys and back streets and arrived at Widewye's house. Once again, Jet did the knocking. Widewye, are you in there? Asterisk knock 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 asterisk. Even when neighbors came out due to the noise, the tightly shut door remained unmoved. We've been knocking on people's doors. Jet then began picking the lock. Asterisk click asterisk. The door opened with a sound. Whoa. The first thing they saw was a man collapsed in the center of the living room, in a twisted position. It was Widewye Marius. This is bad. This guy's dead. He's not breathing. He was poisoned, and it wasn't long ago. His skin and blood show no discoloration from toxins. This was a refined assassination poison. His chest is still faintly warm. He probably died 2 or 3 hours ago. That means someone is actively targeting and killing the moon offering survivors, and the ones who killed the Nelta vigilantes and Marius aren't the same person. Their methods are too different. At least 2 killers. After confirming the second survivor's death, Jean was sure of it. The culprits recently realized that Rainbow Bird was investigating the name Marius, worried about information leaks. They're eliminating the moon offering survivors. This is no coincidence anymore. Furthermore, Jean believed if there were any coincidences in this case, they only benefited the killers. Do the killers know that Jet and I are searching for survivors? That's still unclear. If they do, then they're trying to frame us deliberately. If not, then our luck is just terrible. The massacre of the Nelta vigilantes and and Widewise death will be under investigation by this afternoon. But to the public, we were the last ones seen at the Vigilante Corps, and as for Widewise, his fellow mercenaries saw us with him personally. Even if we go back and report that he's dead, no one will believe us, even if they miraculously did. Jean and Jet would also have to face an investigation by the defense forces. If that happens, Jean's identity as a reserve knight might be exposed, let alone finding the remaining 7 survivors. TCH. Jean clenched his jaw tightly. Even if I'm a reserve knight, how dare they toy with me on Runcade's land? The confirmed culprits so far are an 8th level or higher mage, and an assassin skilled in poisons. Just those 2 are enough to eliminate the moon offering survivors, which means this matter is of great importance to them. There may be more assassins. As Jean left Widewise home, Jet hurriedly followed behind. Sir, what should we do? Should we lie low for now? We're clearly being framed this time. Good idea, Jet, but first we must see the remaining survivors. We need to act fast before the assassins get to them. 3rd survivor, 4th survivor, 5th survivor, 8th survivor, 3 code changes, 2 teleport gates used. They searched like mad for the survivors, but not a single one was alive. Every single one died either hours or minutes before they arrived. The only silver lining was that there were only 2 assassins. All the dead were killed by wind magic or poison. Jean was nearly driven to the brink. Each time, he watched helplessly as the moon offering survivors died one after another. Sir, this is the last survivor, Den Marius. If he's dead too, what do we do? Try opening the door first. The last survivor, Den Marius's hideout was in a small house on the outskirts of a city in eastern Delki. This time, they didn't even knock. They just hoped the survivor inside was still alive and well, and pushed the door open. Creak, creak. The moment the final survivor's door opened, asterisk whoosh asterisk, an arrow shot out of nowhere. Swish. The arrow was flying straight for Jet's chest. Jet didn't have time to react. Jean caught the arrow with his bare hand. That scared me to death. Thanks to you, I'm still alive. Asterisk thunk asterisk. Jean swiftly drew his dagger and blocked the second arrow. The man in the living room widened his eyes. He shouted in panic. Who are you? Who can shoot arrows at that range? Clearly, you're no ordinary person. Why did you just barge into someone's house? You're Den Marius, survivor of the moon offerings, right? The man's jaw dropped. How do you know that? Are you a ghost sent by the king, or sent by that lord? The moment Jean confirmed he was Den Marius, he almost hugged him. He hadn't thought Den would still be alive. And, was that Lord Temuin, or the one Aru mentioned? Whichever it is, they are key to unraveling the curse. A strong instinct told him. Den, there's no time to explain. This place is dangerous. The assassins will be here soon. Come with me first. I'm here to save you. What do you mean? Jabbit, Wybird, and the others. Since early this morning, the assassins have been killing the survivors of the moon sacrifice. You're the only one left. The other 9 are dead. Are they ghosts sent by the king, or by Temuin? Marius, subordinate. I don't know, but I'm not one of them. You know Lord Temuin? I know this is sudden, but please trust me. Come with me first. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't need more than 5 seconds. Understand? I promise I won't hurt you. A few seconds later, Dan clenched his teeth, hesitated a moment, then nodded. All right. Wait a moment. My daughter is still sleeping. What? Go get her now. You have a wife too? No, just bring her out now. Dan hurriedly picked up his still sleeping daughter. They mounted Jet's horse. How long to reach the mobile checkpoint east of here? At least 3 hours. We'll have to push hard. It's far. We'll talk on the way. Let's go, Haya. The horses neighed loudly and galloped into the open night. Jean and Jet, both hooded, and the rugged man carrying a child. Given the timing, it almost looked like a kidnapping. But fortunately, Durkee's patrol didn't stop them. They crossed the main road and entered an empty forest path. Dan spoke up. Are the other brothers really all dead? Yes. I don't think it was ghosts from the king, but assassins sent by the person you mentioned. Who is that person? But he didn't seem ready to reveal the truth yet. He avoided the question. Jet grew impatient and wanted to scold him. But when he saw the child, he turned his head away. You'll have to tell us eventually. My friend, don't be so stubborn. Come clean. I too used to crawl through the bottom of society like you. Since I met the young master, my life has turned around. Wait, didn't you say 9 brothers died? That's right. I personally confirmed it. They're all dead, Jean responded, and Dan tilted his head in confusion. Then you're wrong. I didn't have time to say it earlier, but counting myself, there were 12 of us total. Jean pulled the reins. The horse stopped suddenly. What? 2 more people. Where are the other 2? I don't know either. Unlike me, they're still under direct orders. Hearing that, Jean and Jet exchanged glances. 2 brothers remain, and 2 assassins as well. Just as Jet was about to ask more, Jean saw something. A green glow flickering in the dark bushes. A magical attack. Asterisk whoosh whoosh asterisk. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. The glowing beams from the bushes struck the horses. They collapsed to the ground. Screams echoed through the forest. Chapter 126 Chapter 126 Chapter 41 Bellis Lexicon. 2 beams of magic pierced through the horses. The horses died instantly, but thanks to Jean's warning, everyone dodged the attack using light footwork. Damn. What now? Looks like it's them. Get into defensive stance. Instead, Two figures slowly emerged from the bushes, a woman and a man. They looked like they hadn't even reached 30. When Dan saw their faces clearly, his face turned pale. Why you two? Dan, what's going on? What's the matter? How did you even find this place? And even brought bodyguards. Clever, aren't you? The woman was the first to speak. She was taller than the man beside her, with delicate features and an inappropriately playful smile. She mistook Jean and Jet for Dan's bodyguards. Bellis. Dan called out her name. The woman smiled smugly as she gathered a new magic sphere in her hand. She was the mage who killed the Moon's Nest survivors. She looked under 30, yet was at least a level 8 mage, and not even from Jeeper, far younger than expected. Everyone was shocked. A genius none of them had heard of. Hee Kazan. What do you think? But how did he know we were killing our brothers? Let's mince him up first, then ask the others. No way that idiot found out early. They've been investigating us recently. He probably already knows the hunt started today. Be careful, Bellis. That guy with the pointy hat isn't simple. Why so nervous? You're overreacting. You think we'll face such a strong opponent? Kazan's always overly cautious. That's why no one likes him. Bellis Marius. Kazan Marius. The youngest and strongest hounds of Moon's Nest. Jet watched them nervously, while Dan trembled holding his daughter. Bellis and Kazan. Right? I've always wanted to know who's ruining my plans. It's great to finally meet you. Jean infused Bradamanti with aura. Kazan drew his sword too, unlike Bellis. Kazan remained expressionless and cautious. I'm curious who you are too. But let's settle this first. Dan, come on out. Then I'll let your daughter go. Probably. Bellis aimed her wind orb forward and laughed. Level 4 wind magic, a spell strong enough to kill Dan. But a level 8 mage would usually use more advanced spells. As a mage himself, he saw why Bellis used a lower level spell. Since early morning, she'd been using Hellwind to kill survivors. Clearly to save mana. Even thinking I'm a bodyguard, she still used that spell. The reason Bellis used Hellwind to kill Moon's Nest survivors might be due to her twisted, cruel nature. She belongs to the type who enjoys overwhelming slaughter. If her mana was full, as an 8-level mage, she'd be a real threat. But if her mana was low or unstable, she could be beaten, unless she was a truly exceptional level 8 mage. The problem was that guy. It was clear he used poison to kill survivors, but he also used a sword. Kazan held a common longsword. Normally, assassins don't use this type of blade as their main weapon. Poison was just one of his tools. His main weapon was the sword. The worst case was, he was a master of both poison and swordsmanship. Naturally, Jean had to prepare for the worst case scenario. Could Jean defeat them? Magic level 7, swordsmanship level 6, aura level 5. If they let their guard down, Jean might win using clever tactics. But if Kazan is also level 8, that would be impossible. He doesn't waste his aura like Belli's. Either way, Jean had to create an opening. He quickly organized his thoughts, just as he was about to speak. You pest. How dare you crawl out here, you oversized bug. A sharp blade flew straight from Belli's hand. Jean blocked it with his aura shield and immediately recited another command. Jet, take Dan and run. What? Wait, what did you say? No, young master. As Jean deflected the second blade with his sword, Kazan charged like an arrow, aiming for his shoulder. The shoulder? These guys want to keep me alive. They must have a lot of questions to ask. Even without intent to kill, the pressure from Kazan's strike was still overwhelming. No doubt, he was definitely level 8, assuming the worst. Still, with the Runcade's blessing, even with one hand, Jean could withstand a few blows like this. In my eyes, you're worth more than Denver. Why not abandon him and flee? And using only one hand, you really underestimate me. Sure, my life is worth more, but I don't want my daughter to see her father die. Call me soft-hearted. Blades clashed between Jean and Kazan, sparks flying. Jet was running around in a panic. Young master, hurry and run. With your strength, you can't help. I'll have a better chance fighting alone. Either I kill them, or you survive. I'd rather die with you. Stop saying nonsense. Go now. Young Master Ming, lend me your luck. With tears in his eyes, Jet snatched the girl from Den's arms and started running like mad. Den quickly followed. Seeing this, Bellies chuckled. I can't even see the tears anymore. Hey, Jean. You think they can escape? Kazan, play with this cute one for a bit. I'll take care of the others. Kazan nodded lightly. The blade that flew again made Jean's eyes widen. He raised his free hand and cast a hidden spell, a spell that had never let him down. Flash cannon, Suddenly, brilliant light lit up. Even Kazan had to retreat from the glare. Even a paladin like him would be stunned momentarily by such light. Even Bellies, farther away, had to cover his eyes. In less than a second, Jean didn't miss the opportunity. He dashed at Kazan, aiming to end it with one strike. The light of Bradamanti flashed through the air. With a sharp slicing sound, he could feel something was cut, clearly and cleanly. But reaching level 8 isn't something that can be taken lightly. Could he still react? Drip, drip. Before the counterattack, several drops of fresh blood fell from Jean's blade. Kazan had regained some vision and adjusted his stance. Though Jean hadn't hit his neck, he struck Kazan's chest. Blood quickly soaked through his jacket. It was clearly not a light wound. Kazan. For the first time, Bellies lost his smile. His face pale, he rushed over, checked Kazan's wound, and glared coldly at Jean, tearing him apart, bit by bit. How dare you hurt Kazan? Suddenly, a massive surge of mana gathered around Bellies, like a waterfall crashing down. His eyes widened. He let out a roar, ready to go all out on Jean. However, Jean smiled with confidence. In his mana-depleted state, Bellies kept drawing more magic. If he kept pushing, the backlash would destroy him. Crack. Just as Bellies lunged at Jean, Kazan grabbed his shoulder and shook his head. Don't be rash, Bellies. He's a magic swordsman. He knows a mage's weaknesses, and he used light magic earlier. Be cautious. But he hurt you. It's just a scratch. You know that. We'll go after Den later. It's better to finish this one first, before they get too far. That's not a scratch. It'll shorten your lifespan. Kazan was a problem. Powerful, but not arrogant. Cautious. He even realized the flash cannon wasn't a divine artifact, but a magic sword technique. What a troublesome enemy. Jean felt a chill down his spine. 2-level 8 elites weren't letting their guard down. They were even wary of variables. Jean's chances of winning were almost zero, though Kazan was gravely injured. He pulled out a glass vial from his coat. After drinking it, his bleeding quickly stopped. It was poison. But for someone with high resistance, it became a mysterious elixir. Is he like Sister Yona? This guy's getting more dangerous. Yona. Runkade. Jean recognized her as his sister instantly. If he ever faced enemies like Yona again, he had to land a killing blow. Otherwise, they'd resurrect like phoenixes. Though it cost them vitality, it was still troublesome. On the other hand, even a minor wound to him could be fatal if poisoned. They coated their blades with poisons, so deadly, even Jean couldn't resist them. Luna's teachings echoed in his mind, and just as she warned, Kazan had fully recovered and was coating his blade with a pale green poison. Poison mixed with aura emitted a dim glow. Forget emotions. Bellies, cover me. Got it. But don't overdo it. I don't want you hurt more because of that bastard. If I can help it. Whoosh. Kazan's speed was frightening. His movements left after images in the light. Jean swung his sword with all his might. Their blades clashed. The shockwave and sound were stronger than before. From just one exchange, Jean could feel the sheer power of a level 8 knight. Die. With Bellies providing magical support from behind, Jean was pushed into a corner. He began thinking about when to use his last trump card. The runes of Thais Murda. Sword skills unlocked. This was the only variable left to him. Chapter 127. Chapter 127. Chapter 41. Bellies' spell. Kazan's second charge. Aura collision. A thunderous blast erupted from the clash. Jean and Kazan left after images non-stop, while Bellies' magic struck Jean with precision. That frenzied woman from earlier was now cold and focused. Whoosh. Kazan's sword barely grazed Jean's sleeve. His clothes turned pitch black, as if his flesh had rotted. Jean quickly tore off the sleeve and threw it down. If not for the loose outer coat, the poison would have already hit his skin. Hey, 2-on-1 with poison? Isn't that against the rules? Kazan didn't respond. He continued pressing Jean. On the surface, Jean seemed to be retreating, but Kazan felt confused inside. His aura was only around 6 stars, yet his swordsmanship was outstanding. What was supporting all this? Was he hiding his aura? Or was he a magic swordsman? Back in his days training as a hound, Kazan had heard of magic swordsmen. Long ago, they were unlike those who only wielded magic or weapons. They could efficiently harness their power. It wasn't entirely wrong, but Jean simply had the superior physique of the Luin-Cade bloodline, which Kazan couldn't possibly guess. Bellis was also shocked. That slippery guy could block Kazan's sword and dodge my magic. I don't know when he'll use light magic again. And I can't get close. He's seriously pissing me off. Though Bellis and Kazan had the upper hand, their unexplained frustration only made them more cautious. Jean, of course, also felt death looming. The spells came more frequently, and over time, the aiming range kept tightening. This is getting dangerous. Though Bellis' mana was fading, she still showed no restraint, unleashing the full force of an 8-star mage. Boom. Under Bellis' storm-like magical barrage, Jean couldn't fight back at all. He was completely suppressed. Looks like I have to use my final move. Whoosh. Suddenly, from Jean's palm, a tiny green flame surged. Kazan was shocked and halted his assault. The Lord of Flame, Thais, the appearance of the green flame, meant the portal for his summoning had opened. The green fire tore through the veil of space. From the tiny rift, Thais' long neck emerged. Bellis' pupils widened in shock. You maniac. It's Thais. Fall back. Don't get caught in the pressure. Pressure. The unique force only Thais possesses. No one understood the danger of that power better than a mage. Even Kazan had never seen Bellis yell in such panic. He too knew how dangerous the pressure flame was. He quickly retreated and gathered sword aura, trying to keep his distance and contain the fight, to avoid being entangled by the pressure flame. But he was tricked. They naturally assumed Jean would target Kazan with the pressure flame. In such a close combat situation, it would be more efficient and shocking to seal off the knight's movement. Thais' first strike was aimed at Bellis. Thick, wave-like green flames rushed toward Bellis. Jean didn't miss the flicker in Kazan's eyes, just as Kazan turned to save Bellis. Jean slashed a blade of light at his back. You really underestimated me. No way I'd let you bastard. While defending himself, he unleashed all the aura he had been storing. Bradamanti. Aura spread around him like smoke, forming what was often called the sword rock presence. As Jean kept Kazan occupied, Ties spread his giant wings and surrounded Bellis completely. With each flap, sparks rained toward Bellis. Continuous green breath attacks struck the ground beneath Bellis. As if sensing the danger to its contractor, Ties desperately spewed flames, accompanied by a deafening roar. Blood trickled from Bellis's mouth. Dozens of magical shields shattered. Mana backlash. She wasted mana killing Moon's Nest survivors. Now she was paying the price. Lucky for me. However, summoning Ties was also a huge burden for Jean. How long could he maintain it? 10 minutes at most. If Bellis recovered during that time, he'd lose a powerful weapon. It was a gamble. Even though Jean recently gained 7-star magic, he had used up a lot of mana with the lightning cannon, so while maintaining Ties, he could hardly cast other spells. He had to settle things with Kazan. While Bellis was unable to assist, or wait for Kazan to expose a flaw while saving her, that would be the moment to end the fight. The latter was the outcome Jean hoped for, even with Morta's rune, and the aura release as wild cards. Without Ties, defeating an 8-star knight head-on would still be difficult. Bang! Jean's legs were bound by Kazan, but Kazan's expression showed hesitation. When Bellis was in crisis, it was the only moment Kazan ever lost his cool, even if injured. Would he go save Bellis, or trust her to kill Jean? After a brief thought, Kazan's blade flashed. No matter who sent you. If something happens to Bellis, I'll find your master. And kill them. What now? I'm not some servant of anyone. Damn it. Kazan's sword style shifted. This time, completely opposite from before. He gave up defense entirely. His destructive strikes were direct and wild. Even if it cost him flesh and bone, he would kill in the shortest time. His killing intent was fully focused on Jean. Damn it. He really went to save the mage. That sudden shift shook Jean's entire body. He had to match Kazan's tempo. Dozens of sword strikes pierced like needles. Too fast. Jean had never experienced such extreme speed, but it also left openings. If he just changed his blade's angle slightly, he could slice Kazan apart. But even seeing a fatal opening, Jean couldn't go for it. Because once he committed to the gap, Kazan's poison blade would harm him in return. Even a minor injury would let the poison spread through his body. Jean seemed to make up his mind. He stepped forward slightly and struck Bradamanti to activate Morta's rune, aiming to pierce Kazan's throat. At the moment of direct clash, Kazan turned his head and dodged the fatal blow, and like a nail, his sword stabbed into Jean's forehead. The helmet activated. The sudden helmet blocked Kazan's blade, but unlike before, this was like being hit by a massive hammer. His head nearly lost balance. But Kazan didn't panic. He immediately prepared to follow up. If this is your hidden power, then I'll end this now. But Kazan couldn't finish his strike. Right before the poison blade fell, Bradamanti Huff, not just that. In an instant, everything was engulfed in blackness. Except for Jean, everyone else's vision was completely blocked. A shroud of darkness cloaked the battlefield. Only Jean could still see. Everyone else was blind in the dark, whether it was knowing Jean had a magic sword, or when Ties was summoned. Or now, this decisive moment, when the Morta rune was activated. Kazan had remained calm all along, but this time was different. He'd heard of Leanly before, but reality was nothing like imagination. The darkness released by Leanly was terrifying just to witness. It lasted only about a second, and Kazan's momentum was shaken only for that instant. But for Jean, that was enough time for a decisive strike. Swoosh, like a hidden spike emerging, the shadowed Bradamanti shot toward Kazan's chest. That brief second of hesitation made his reaction too slow. The black blade pierced Kazan's chest. Blood gushed out. It wasn't the heart exactly, but if the hilt is twisted, even with poison aiding it, there'd be no chance of survival. Just twist it hard. Just twist. Suddenly, all strength left his body. Kazan faded into the distance as dizziness and spinning hit him. His vision blurred rapidly. His breathing turned into nausea-inducing sounds, scrambling his thoughts. Jean had been hit too, wounded by Kazan's poisoned arrow. It only grazed his waist, but the poison had already entered, flowing through his veins. As Jean staggered backward, the blade naturally slid out of Kazan's chest. Kazan coughed up blood, fell to one knee, yet a faint smile curled on his lips. The mana link between Jean and Ties broke. Ties let out a mournful cry, but couldn't stop the summoning from ending. As Ties vanished, Bellis collapsed, convulsing. Kazan shakily pulled out a glass vial. Drinking the poison antidote, his wounds would slowly heal. Kazan intended to recover and kill Jean again. He had to hold on, or he'd die. Huff, huff, huff. Jean gasped for air, stabbed his sword into the ground to stay upright. If not gripping the hilt, he could barely stand. It felt like jumping naked into fire. His whole body burned, but he couldn't even scream. If it weren't the Luan-Cade body, he would have died from that hit. None of the three could move for the moment. Bellis was deep in mana backlash, and Kuzan, wounds unhealed, was the first to rise. Jean barely raised his stance. There he stood. A black cloak, matching the description from the civilians. Your Highness, that's the suspect. Archers, prepare to fire. Knights, follow me. From afar, a group of knights charged in on horseback. Yesterday at dawn, a string of mysterious murders struck Durkee. These were the troops from the kingdom of Durkee, sent by the prince to hunt the suspect. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Chapter 42. Timeu and Marius, United Hupist Federation, had increased penalties for magical crimes, especially when high-tier magic was used in serial murders, the highest grade crime. Thus, the prince deemed the situation critical, and personally led the knights to chase the suspect. Dangerous missions are always taken on by nobles first, a core value of the current king who defeated the royalists 20 years ago. I am Prince Laika, 3rd Prince of Durkee. All from Durkee, drop your weapons, the prince shouted after identifying Kazan and Bellis. Damn it. I was just about to finish him off. Kazan glanced at Jean and the prince's troops. Jean had taken a battle stance, but was gasping weakly for breath. Behind Kazan, Bellis, caught in mana backlash, was still convulsing, completely unaware of the approaching knights. Kazan clenched his teeth. He confirmed Jean's face again. The murderer is them. Jean whispered with the last of his strength. Jean looked back. Kazan was carrying berries and fleeing. Although the archers were shooting, they had already created some distance. Catch them. Healers, treat this person immediately. Swish. Jean hurriedly stood up, looked around. Are you awake? It's Laika. This is my villa. Master, considering your status, I specially chose a quiet place. You woke up after 3 hours. 3 hours. You're lucky to be alive. The healer said, the poison you sustained is hard to endure even for level 8 experts. If it weren't for you, it's Runcade. You'd have probably died already. Kazan and berries are Jean's strongest opponents so far. The fact that Jean survived Kazan's poison is a miracle. If Laika arrived any later, Jean would have surely died. What about those two? Let them go. Don't know? How did you injure that monster so badly? That man, carrying the woman while wounded, evaded all my knights. Laika knew, Jean's strength is only level 5. Even if Kazan was injured, he was still an opponent my knights couldn't handle. Even if Jean, Master's strength was raised to level 6 after being revealed, he still couldn't contend with that man. Therefore, Dirk believes there were others at the scene. Regardless, thank you, Prince Laika. The Knights of Hughes passed. It's only natural to assist Runcade, although you are a squire, if you plan to tell your family. Jean and Laika exchanged glances. I have no intention of doing so. Doing so could be fatal. You became a squire not long ago, and have already built a strong faction. After bringing you here, many powerful people started searching Dirk, the East. If they act rashly toward you, the squire, my head could be on the line. Jean didn't respond. He smiled awkwardly. Are my companions looking for me? Prince Laika is so humble. It's because both my companions and the prince make me feel. Sorry, Prince Laika. I've caused you trouble. No, young master. Considering your situation, I will keep this matter secret. Hughes Pest, the true master of the United Nations, is Runcade. Even if Laika is royal, he cannot surpass Jean's position. However, I hope that after you become a knight, you will grant me a request. After all, I saved your life, and gave you special privileges. From his attitude, Jean read Laika's thoughts. He doesn't exploit Jean's weakness, not just because he's afraid. Those strong men searching for Jean. You have a request for me. Go ahead, Prince Laika. Once you become a knight in the future, please send more guardian knights to Durkee. Just return a small portion of the Durkee gold mine shares. That would suffice. Jean smiled at that moment. You think my life is that cheap? Once I become a knight, I'll return all of Luan-Cade's shares in the Durkee gold mine. The number of guardian knights will also double. Give me a piece of paper. I'll write the pledge myself. Prince Laika's eyes lit up. You can really do that? In Hupist future, there's nothing I can't do. When Jean finished the contract and left the villa, Laika trembled with joy. What an unexpected windfall. All thanks to the serial killer. I've formed an unbreakable bond with Luan-Cade's supernova, and he even personally wrote the contract. Heaven must be looking out for us. Young master of Durkee, that brat Gilly, Malakan, and the others immediately set out to receive him. How long has it been since the disaster in Colon? You scared me again. Young master, if you had died, what would I have done? During those hours, waiting to confirm if you were alive or dead, this nanny felt like she was in hell. Only a level 8 knight and mage, yet you plan to fight alone? Have you gotten so strong that you've become overly bold? They say if it weren't for Prince Laika, you'd be dead by now. Young master, everyone was so worried about you. As soon as Lord Quicantle disguised and headed to Durkee to find you. Hearing that even Quicantle was dispatched, Jean immediately understood what Laika meant. Bye, you'll die if you threaten me. I'm sorry, everyone. I won't do that again. But in that situation, if I hadn't saved Deng, we might have never found anything about Timeuan. Besides, against those guys, running away wasn't an option. Oh dear, young master. You're back. Jet had been severely whipped for fleeing and abandoning Jean. His swollen face made Jean feel. Jet, don't tell me you failed to protect Deng? Young master, even if I died, I wouldn't. I was determined to bring him safely to Taiken. I completed your mission. Deng and his son are both safe. Lives were sacrificed for this. Well done. Jean grabbed Jet by the shoulders and shouted. If Jet had lost Deng, all their efforts would have been in vain. No matter how I explained it, I ran according to your orders. Ugh. But they still beat me up badly. You've done well. Did Marius say anything while I was away? No, young master. He said until you arrive. He won't say a word. Also, sorry my intel team failed to notice that Marius is level 12. That was close, young master. Say no more, Sir Casimir. Bring Deng here. A moment later, Deng, brought in, didn't dare meet Jean's eyes. Everyone except Jean was glaring angrily at him. All right. No need for unnecessary words now. Deng, Marius, to save you and your daughter. I almost lost my life. Now it's your turn to pay the price. Are Bellis and Kazan dead? No. Who exactly are they? They're different from the other members. Kern is an exceptionally powerful person. The trembling Dan seemed to have made up his mind. He exchanged a glance with Jean. After the moon's nest closed, Bellis and Kazan continued their training. They became our hunting dogs. Who trained them? Taimyuan. Marius. The nanny, the one, staying at Luencade, personally trained them. Jean instinctively covered his mouth in shock. Though he knew nothing about the curse, the fact that Taimyuan trained Bellis and Kazan was a tremendous shock in itself. If what Dan said was true, then those who attacked Jean were Taimyuan's subordinates. And for a powerful figure of Luencade to send his own men to attack Luencade, that's absolutely impossible. It's outright treason. If the family learns of this, not just Taimyuan, but everyone associated with him will be executed. Even the servants of Luencade, who were merely friendly with Taimyuan. No one will be spared. That man, your other brother. Tagan Marius also mentioned that man. That man must be Taimyuan, right? Tagan, could it be? Was he also killed by Bellis and Kazan? He had vanished ever since leaving Durkee. Brother, I didn't kill Tagan. What? Tagan used the name Ararura. Before he died, he said that man, though he failed once, would eventually kill me. And I, Dan Marius. My name is Jean. Of Luencade. If the man Tagan mentioned was also referring to Taimyuan, then that means he wanted to kill Luencade. Jet's eyes widened this time. He had just realized Jean was Luencade. You're Luencade. He almost blurted it out, but thankfully shut his mouth in time. Wait, did Tagan really say that before dying? Yes. So I tracked his past and discovered the surname Marius and learned about the moon's nest. When I found you all, Bellis and Kazan were about to kill you. Fortunately, I found you before they did. After Jean detailed the whole process, Dan wore a puzzled expression. He steadied his breathing. Now I get it. Why Bellis and Kazan wanted to eliminate our brothers. Around 15 years ago, he said something like this to me. A flash of light crossed Jean's eyes. What did he say? Lord Taimyuan had struck some kind of deal with Luencade's upper ranks. If something went wrong, all the brothers might die. He told me to be careful. Maybe it was out of concern that he told me the details of that transaction. You didn't hear of it? No, I never heard of it. After the moon's nest closed, the rest of us, myself included, were discarded, abandoned, basically crippled. Only Tagan would occasionally bring young Kazan to see Lord Taimyuan. So by your words, Tagan was Taimyuan's subordinate? At least during that time, yes. Yes, that's how it was. Dan could provide no more useful information. Now it was time to confront Taimyuan and Marius. Chapter 129, Taimyuan and Marius. A mansion in central Hupist. 3 days later, he only said that much? Let Dan go. He even showed his face and name to someone with an unknown identity. Berries and Kuzan lowered their heads. They had just barely escaped from Dirk's pursuit. Berries was affected by the aftershocks of the backlash, while Kazan had not yet fully recovered from the wounds Jean inflicted. We have no face to face Lord Taimen, still gritting his teeth. Taimen, looking down at them. The sound of a snap. He gritted his teeth. Looking down at them, Taimen. He seemed to be thinking about something for a brief moment. His face was full of dark expressions. You fools. Just looking at you makes me sick. Get lost. I won't give you any orders anymore. The two of them's pupils widened. No more orders? That's right. You've made a huge mistake. Lord Taimen, are you going to abandon us? Lord Taimen, we were wrong. Please forgive us. Kazan's voice trembled. Berries had teary eyes, like a child confessing to their parents. Failed hounds, daring to ask their master such a thing. Lord Taimen, I was wrong. Jean won't make the same mistake again. Please, please don't abandon us. Berries immediately grabbed Taimen's skirt, sobbing uncontrollably. Please. However, Taimen showed no interest. He kicked his face. Kazan also knelt and cried. How could we live without you? Even if we're beaten, we're willing to endure. Please don't abandon us. Please. Berries nearly lost his mind. The cruelty from the Moon Priestess massacre had completely vanished. Is that so? Since you're willing to accept anything, then go die. I'll kill you right now. Even as Taimen unsheathed his sword, Berries showed no sign of evading. He just closed his eyes and cried. Just as Taimen swung his sword, Kazan grabbed Berries. Taimen stopped his sword. It hovered near Kazan's neck. Looking down at the two, Lord Taimen. No. Kazan slowly stood and looked directly at Taiman. May you always be well. Don't look for me again. Never again. Kazan, holding the dazed berries, withdrew. The bond between berries, Kazan, and Taiman had come to an end. Watching them leave, Taiman clicked his tongue. Those two saw a magic user. It's definitely Jean using a... There's no doubt. Soon after, Miss Luna and Jean will come looking for me. If I don't hear from that lord about Jean's strength, it'll be troublesome. For a moment, Luna's face appeared in his mind. Taiman Marius. Her face, like a dream to him. Anyway, she can't kill me, and I've learned new information. Jean is not only Sword's contract holder, but also has magic powers. This is information even that lord did. Taiman smiled faintly, thinking that those hounds still have some use. Is there anything inconvenient lately? No. Thanks to Miss Luna's concern, everything is fine. The clan members have found work, finally living a decent life. Luna, who had not returned to her territory for a long time, was drinking tea with Taika. It's so good. What's wrong, Miss Luna? Suddenly, Luna felt something strange. She looked around. Taika set down her teacup. Following her gaze, she suddenly sensed the aura of an old monster. What's going on? This is my territory. Did I sense it wrong? You sense that aura too? That kid's aura is a bit special, even though I'm sensitive too. Oh my. What is that? So it wasn't just an illusion. Outside the window, where Luna was pointing, stood a cloaked Jean. Even though he was in disguise, appearing openly in Luna's territory during broad daylight was clearly inappropriate, so Jean didn't dare approach the guards. He could only stay near the outer wall. This gutsy brat actually came knocking directly? What if the other siblings find out? Prepare to be discriminated against. Though grumbling aloud, Luna was already dashing down the stairs, eyes sparkling with excitement. Luna leapt over the wall in a single bound and immediately grabbed Jean's head. Are you insane, you little freak? You'll get yourself killed acting like this one day. Sis, your greeting is a little too intense. What's intense is you brat. Because you might not live much longer. Come inside first. Don't let others see. Jean entered Luna's room through the main entrance. As soon as the door closed, Luna playfully smacked Jean on the head again. Asterisk thwack. Asterisk. Alright, speak up. What's up this time, little runt? Whatever it was. Luna seemed quite pleased. He had been missing this old witch more than usual lately. The last time they met was during the fall of the old home. The day they went to find father together. She had always worried whether he was growing up well. Even if Taimyuan was involved with my curse, he acted alone. It had nothing to do with sister. He couldn't possibly want to harm me. Jean felt ashamed for ever doubting his sister. First, thank you, sister. If not for you, finding the clone hideout would have been tough. You could have written me a letter. What if I wasn't available? Must you always say sad things when we meet? Didn't I tell you last time? There's selfless love between siblings too. I didn't use a letter because Taimyuan might have seen it first. So I deliberately didn't send one. I remember, little brother. Your face looks pale. Did something unbearable happen? Unbearable. That's not untrue. Sister might be the person, besides myself, who cares about Taimyuan the most. No. Maybe she even cares more than I do. I must tell her. Taimyuan may want to harm me. My heart was already uneasy before I came. Seeing Luna's bright face made it even heavier. Taimyuan Marius. He's one of Luna's most beloved people. Sister, listen. I came to see you because I need to confirm something about Nanny Taimyuan. Nanny? What about her? Do you remember the day you first came to Storm City to find me? What I said to you? Someone wants to assassinate you. That's what you meant. Yes. The smile vanished from Luna's face. Tell me everything. Recently, I had a conflict with the Marius family from Durkee. And in Durkee, there is only one family with the Marius name. Jean took a deep breath and began recounting everything he had experienced, including what he heard from Aru during the destruction of Tuxing, the story about that man. All the intel gathered during the investigation, and the information about Kuzan and Bellis. After he finished, Luna's body began to tremble, barely holding himself together, cold sweat pouring down. An ominous feeling filled his chest. This was the first time in his life. If what Big Brother said was true, whether or not it was related to the assassination, his nanny had committed treason. Because Taiman's subordinates had already touched a pure blood Runkade. So, I want to personally meet Sister's nanny to confirm Lord Jean's situation. The nanny is wearing the badge of an assassin from Delki. That's impossible. I've never heard of that. There must be some mistake. Big Brother feared seeing this kind of reaction from Sister. Jean considered going to Taiman alone. But if Taiman was the caster of the curse, or an accomplice, he must not be spared. Even if Taiman was the culprit, Luna still deserved a chance to talk to him. That would be too cruel otherwise. However, even Sister didn't know he had a private force. Taiman Marius. Who exactly is she? What does she want? Asterisk knock 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 asterisk. Luna's hand on my shoulder was trembling like a leaf. Nanny is on vacation now. She said she had business in Central Huist. Wait for her to return. No. I have to see her now. Sorry, sister. What are you saying? Sorry. Nanny couldn't have anything to do with this. This must be a setup by those killers. Even if there's a connection, Nanny must have had her reasons. Jean didn't respond. He just silently held Luna's hand. Thinking back, Nanny did go to Delki often. She took vacations frequently. She always donated money to orphanages. I didn't think much of it then. When I was in my 20s, I went with Nanny on one of those trips to volunteer at the orphanage. But it wasn't a moon sacrifice orphanage, just a normal one. It's great that Nanny did good deeds. But why care so much about those kids? I was an orphan too. Didn't she tell you, miss? Heh. If your teenage years weren't so glamorous, maybe we could have shared a drink together. Oh. Sorry, I didn't know. I was awful. Miss Runkade, no other nanny could dream of such a thing. You gave me so much personal time to volunteer, still needed vacation, then take another day off. Recalling that conversation, Luna shook her head. Looking back now, she knew so little about Nanny's life. Didn't learn she was an orphan until her 20s. Only knew she volunteered during vacations. Taemin's favorite food, favorite wine, favorite clothes. She couldn't recall even those trivial things, let alone that he had an 8-star assassin under him. Although Luna did love Taemin, she had never been truly curious about him. From age 1 to 35, always together, they had become used to each other. Let's go in. If what you say is true, Nanny, I will personally. No, wait. Brother, wait a second. Luna collapsed, curling into herself. Jean couldn't say anything. He just sadly patted his sister's back. Chapter 130, Chapter 130, Chapter 42, Taemin, Marius. So you're saying Taemin abandoned those two? Yes. Master, I have confirmed it personally. What should we do? Get rid of Taemin. He's still staying at the villa in Central Hupist. He dismissed all the servants. In this vast mansion, he is alone. On the table before him was the red tea Luna often drank. The hand holding the teacup was calm. Taemin sat quietly, thinking. Bellis, Kazan. That master won't let them go. Now that young Master Jean's identity is exposed, the moon sacrifice subjects I personally raised, the top-tier hounds, an 8th-level mage and knight. Though losing such talents is a huge blow, hounds can be retrained. It just takes time. Through brainwashing and body modification, more hounds can be created. That master's assassination group will take care of them. I just have to wait for Miss Luna and see how young Master N finds my trail while investigating Marius. Jean fought with Bellis and Kazan. What sort of causality was formed? Taemin could not guess at all. Taemin knew that Master's curse was cast on Jean 15 years ago, when Jean had just turned 1. For some reason, the curse failed, but he thought it wouldn't be discovered. There was no evidence. Could it have been the mage who leaked the secret? No matter what, if I meet Miss Luna and young Master Jean directly, I'll know the answer. Besides, soft-hearted Miss Luna would never kill me. Thinking again of this absolute assumption, Taemin lifted his teacup. Clink. Just as Taemin sorted out his thoughts, the villa's front gate opened. It was Jean and Miss Luna, along with young Master Jean. Nanny he. The two slowly walked toward Taemin. He seemed to have expected our arrival. Looks like he's prepared. Jean felt a strange sense of discord. Taemin stared straight at Luna, but Luna's face was flushed red. She didn't know where to place her gaze. In the end, Luna looked Taemin straight in the eyes. Let's get to the point. Do you know Bellis, Marius, and Kazan Marius? I do. Why did you hide the fact that you were training subordinates from me? And also, why do your people keep clashing with my brother? Tag and Marius left some strange words before dying. What's going on? Though telling herself to remain calm, Luna's voice still trembled with emotion. What strange words did he leave behind? My subordinates clashing with young Master Jean. That wasn't on my orders. Miss, did you intend to assume from the beginning that I meant to kill young Master Jean? Even if it wasn't a direct order from Yumo, his subordinate attacked the eldest son of the pure-blood Luincade family. Just what is your stance on this? If Miss wishes to punish me for it, I will accept it willingly. When I received the news from Kazan and Bellis, I was deeply troubled and waited here for Miss to come. About raising assassins in secret. Let's start with that explanation. Please hand me over to the family court. I will explain everything in detail by then. Jean shook his head. Wait a minute. Taemin, I know you have something to rely on, but being rude to my sister, I won't just let that slide. Besides, you claim you have nothing to do with this. Yet when I started investigating the name Marius, you murdered the survivors of the moon sacrifice. It seems even young Master Jean has some misunderstandings. Is that so? I hope it's just a misunderstanding. Even now, I'm hoping that my sister's hopes that you had nothing to do with the moth tragedy are true. Tagan, Marius told me a lot before he died. Marius, who was rescued, said the same. He specifically mentioned the sorrow of the moth, the name of this curse, Luna, and the companions including Gilly and Murakin. None of them knew this name, so Taemin was briefly stunned and looked at Jean. Is it strange that I know what happened? Really, I am a contractor of a god. Even if I don't remember, the god I contracted with still remembers what happened in Storm City. This. Since returning from Kogue until now, Jean hadn't heard Sawardit's voice even once. Yet Taemin could not consider it a lie. So that's how it is. Young Master Jean, you were already chosen by Sawardit back then? It wasn't leaked by a mage, but told directly by a god. Then, from the moment you first met Lady Luna and Akin, you've been hunting the culprit. So your arrival here was no coincidence. You went to Akin to find Takan Marius, because you suspected me from the beginning. That confident. Taiman sneered inwardly. Though getting this far is impressive, Jean still doesn't have solid proof to prove on the culprit. Taken River knows nothing about the details of the curse. Young Master Jean is just bluffing. With mere circumstances, he can't touch me. On the contrary, Jean is full of weaknesses. The fact that he uses magic, his identity as Sordid's contractor, and as a provisional knight, he has violated countless laws. Taiman knew all of this. I see now, young Master Jean. Learning that you're a god's contractor is truly shocking. Though you're a runkade. What does that have to do with me? This is all news to me. Then let's take our time confirming it. As for the family tribunal, I will face it seriously. Before Luna could respond, Jean stepped forward. Family tribunal? Seems you've misunderstood something. Taiman, you keep mentioning the family tribunal. Looks like you've got quite a few supporters in the main house. But you'll be taken to my personal domain for questioning. Taiman furrowed his brow at that. Provisional knight? Does young Master Jean have that authority? My lady, this is an abuse of power. If punishment is needed, please carry it out personally. Once the tribunal begins, I'll keep quiet about young Master visiting you. Luna bit her lip and glared at Taiman. My lady, I now realize. Luna, you're no longer the person I knew, and I really can't understand your current behavior. Neither can I. My lady, my subordinates, did have a brief conflict with young Master Jean, but to suspect me, who has always served you, that's hard to accept, because you've been training assassins. My lady, that was my mistake. But I only trained them for self-protection. Do you know how many people in the family harbor hatred toward Lady Luna? Because of that, I've lived every day under threat of assassination. My lady, you may not know this. What are you saying? To dare, in Runkade, right under the nose of me, the first night, someone would dare harm you. Clearly. My lady, you truly know nothing. Stop speaking in riddles. Spit it out, Nanny. I'm losing my patience. Please think back carefully, my lady. The servants managing your room, most of them don't last even a year before being replaced. Except for me, your nanny. The people serving you change every year. That is a fact. Chunshiwa. Servants being replaced is common in the Luancade family. Some are promoted to butlers or secretaries, or transferred to other positions. But in Luna's case, it happened. Why is that? Because, miss, did you ever ask which faction they came from? You just thought. They changed, that's all. You never asked. Ever since you finished puberty. It's always been that way. What are you trying to say? Seeing Luna awkwardly shake her head, Jean gently held her trembling hand. Because Jean had anticipated what Taimyuan would say. They were all murdered. Miss, it was your other brothers. While you paid them no mind. Each servant replacement was due to that reason. Luna's pupils widened. Even though you possessed the greatest power, you were always above it all. So you didn't know what those below you went through, just because they served at your side. Your people constantly faced the threat of death. Why didn't any of you tell me something like that? Because it would cause you pain and sorrow. It would torment you. But they couldn't kill you. Isn't that right? Don't talk nonsense. If Nanny had told me even once, would I have ignored it? Nanny, don't you know me? Even knowing these things, would I have continued to look away? Precisely because I know what kind of person you are. That's why I didn't tell you. Nonsense. Luna shouted sharply. A faint tremor rippled through the mansion. The teacup in front of Taimyuan began to rattle and spin. Could Miss truly kill the brothers who murdered her servants? Even though you inherited the greatest talents, you feared killing or subduing your brothers. That's why you withdrew from the throne war. Luna, who had been approaching Taimyuan, stopped in her tracks. Please answer me. Miss, how will you take your revenge? For the sake of your servants, can you kill your brothers? Or will you just tremble in pain and do nothing? Perhaps your heart will shatter. No one knows better than your nanny just how fragile Mrs. Heart is. So can Miss truly blame me? Taimyuan clutched the trembling teacup and gave a bitter smile. The Luancade throne war. From the moment you withdrew, your subordinates became prey. Miss should not have abandoned the Luancade throne. Chapter 131, Taimyuan Marius. 435 years ago, on the day Taimyuan became nanny of the Luancade family, he first felt the meaning of Jean's presence. Those in Durkee who treated him and his brothers like dogs, or even cheaper expendables, suddenly didn't dare speak harshly to Jean. It made him nearly sick. The moon, where life was lower than livestock. Now he lived a life entirely different from that. How lucky. Who else, like an orphan, once lived worse than beasts, yet was born as Luancade's eldest son? When Taimyuan saw the newborn Luna, that's what he thought. It wasn't jealousy or resentment. That world was simply too far. He was already grateful just to become Luna's nanny. More importantly, Taimyuan was shocked by how warm her heartbeat was. At the moon altar, all the heartbeats he'd held were cold, lifeless bodies. That warmth was something he'd never imagined, yet drawn to. Even he couldn't believe how fast it happened. Before he knew it, Taimyuan had poured all his emotions into Luna. So cute. 1 year old, 2 years old, 3, 5. Watching Luna grow up strong moved us every single day. New pureblood Runcades were born almost every year. Luna's competitors hoped to challenge her, including Shilong and Rosa. These things made Taiman anxious. It should be fine, right? The patriarch said only Miss Luna inherited almost all of her potential. The one to become the next patriarch will surely be my Miss, just as expected. Even before leaving Storm City, Luna stood out. After joining the main family for formal training, she carried everyone's expectations. Today I beat everyone in the beginner class. All of them. Even Lentia and Joshua were no match for me, even though they worked well together. Miss, keep going like this. But something feels off. I just like the sword, not the competition. Everyone looks so sad when they fight me. Sometimes I want to let them win once. Back then I thought, that was just childish innocence. Even so, in the Runcade family, that was still a sin, but she couldn't be treated like the orphans raised by the moon altar. Taemin's faith in Luna was built when she was just 13. Don't let me catch you again. Next time, Joshua won't let you off so easily. Lentia, don't sit at my table, or I'll kill you. Is that all you've got? You'll never even touch my shadow. That warm image vanished. Luna revealed the Runcade's domineering side. However, it was just adolescence. Luna was sick of family rivalries. Her long, dark youth began. Shilong and Rosa. Taemin mistakenly thought that was her true nature, and felt satisfied, especially Taemin. He wanted to use Luna, the future head of the family, to erase all his tragic memories, and use the authority of the patriarch to take revenge on the world. Taemin, who suffered abuse in Delki for over 20 years, could not be without inner darkness. Once Miss becomes patriarch, we must destroy the Delki royal family completely. As long as Luna continues on this path, it's all possible. Now in Bales again, she defeated Jipple's elite mages. Congratulations, Mississippi. Since becoming a knight, you've succeeded in 37 missions in a row, far ahead of your younger brothers. The patriarch is very pleased. Nanny, do I look strange? I'm so tired. I just want to be alone. Father, mother. My brothers, what? What does this mean? Miss, what happened? Nanny, you'll be on my side, right? No matter how I am, no matter where I stand. Of course, I'll always be on your side, miss. I will never become the head of this awful family. Luna's adolescence ended at 19. Until then, Taemin had never seen her break a promise. Miss, please think this through. You are the one most qualified to become the next head. Will you waste that power? Who else can lead the Runcade? Some brother will eventually take my place as patriarch. I think Dips or Melly would do fine. Father, mother, and the elders will throw a fit. But Nanny, you must stay on my side. My brothers will be happy. Miss, and I don't intend to waste my power. I'll grow stronger. When my brothers fight each other, I'll be the strongest sword protecting the family. To prove I'm different. Let's try cheering up a bit. Let's go see the eldest son. For some reason, just seeing him puts me at ease. Is it because he's a baby? Even if I go, all I can do is watch him sleep from afar. You like him that much? It feels very comforting. My senses are a bit sharp. I can hear his breathing carried through the air. I wish I could hold him just once. That day, Luna found a new dream, and Taemin's dream shattered. Luna soon gave up her claim to inheritance. She wandered the world, and earned the title White Whale. The noble white whale of legend, and I, like a starving shark swimming beside her. Frustration, disappointment, and guilt for feelings I shouldn't have had for her. All of it, Taemin lived each day with those feelings. When her brothers noticed Luna's change, the hunt began, because they were crushed by their inability to surpass her. Or maybe, they believed Luna would never kill them for their crimes. Or perhaps this is just how the Runcade power struggle works. Expel, suppress, eliminate. Even Taemin, who had survived countless dark battles at the moon altar, couldn't bear this. Miss mustn't know. She'd be too pained by it. I am her nanny. Miss, do you really not know what has been happening all this time? Or have you just been pretending not to know? If you hadn't given up on the throne, would this have happened? To survive, she started training hounds. At that moment, Taemin's heart didn't even have space for resentment. Only chaos remained. Should I tell Miss now? The hounds are growing too slowly. At this rate, I won't last much longer. If that happens, Miss Luna won't be able to take it. She was captured quickly, while Luna was away training. The Runcade Guardian Knights captured Taemin and brought her to the underground prison. Taemin Marius, top-tier assassin and instructor born of the moon sacrifice. Could I borrow a little of your ability and loyalty? I can give you what you desire. I would never betray Mississippi. Please kill me. You're lying again. I can see it in that smile you're trying to hide. I can feel both your anger and joy inside. In that moment, Taemin heard the sound of salvation. He briefly remembered that instant. His pupils deepened. Even so, I still love Mississippi, even though I've hurt her now. From that day on, I have always stood by her side, so that Miss could survive safely till now. Then Taemin let out a sigh. This must have shocked you. At the very least, even after I die, I hope Miss never finds out about any of this. Nanny, no matter the reason, I trained private troops without Miss's knowledge, and pointed them at young Master Jean. That is the truth. Even if it wasn't on my orders, my subordinates offended the pure-blood Runcade line. That's treason of the highest order. Nanny, I don't intend to run from this sin. So I've already The moment Taemin stood up, iron chains rattled. Footsteps echoed from outside the door. Those who carry out punishments on those who violate Runcade law came to find Taemin, having already received notice. They acted before my sister and I even arrived. Your words sound noble, but Taemin was certain He would survive the family's trial. If we were any later, we wouldn't have had a chance to question Time Yuen. While thinking about how Jean would respond, Luna could barely stand. She held on with effort. If possible, Miss, please escort me to the family yourself. Even if I must die, I wish to die by your hand. Time Yuen said this as he stopped in front of Luna. Nanny, don't go. Don't go. Can't you talk with me a bit more? I have already committed a crime. If I resist the family's enforcement, I would be committing an even greater, unforgivable sin. Don't go, Lonnie. Please, just stop for now. I will handle them myself. I must go. Miss. Time Yuen took another step past Luna. Luna held back her tears and dared not look back. Jean grabbed Time Yuen by the shoulder. Time Yuen Marius, as the first son. I don't know who's behind you, but there aren't many who can save you at a family trial. So you still suspect me? No. It's not suspicion anymore. It's certainty. Based on your actions, you're closely tied to the curse on me. No matter what you believe, this is something the family must decide. Let me give you a word of advice. Will your master really let you go? You've shown such a huge weakness in front of us. If you continue to follow them, you will surely die. You speak nonsense. Aside from Miss Luna, there is no one behind me. Whether death or torture, I do not fear bearing the sin. So you are ready to die? But you've said too much. 2 seconds passed. Time Yuen quietly looked at Jean and shook his head. I won't say anything that would harm young Master Jean, because I believe that is what's best for Mississippi. The iron chains rattled as the mansion doors opened. 5 enforcement knights appeared. At the same time, Jean activated the rune from the temple tower to hide his face. As Time Yuen walked toward them, both Jean and Time Yuen had different thoughts. If Time Yuen dies, it will become even harder to investigate the curse. He must convince his sister before Time Yuen is sent back to the main house. Even if it means attacking the enforcers, he must regain control of Time Yuen. As expected of a clever one. Indeed, he may abandon me, but even so, the fact that young master used magic and communicated with Swordrit, these will be my salvation. Just as Time Yuen obediently extended his hands to the enforcement knights, willing to be bound. Jean didn't miss it. One knight's gauntlet concealed a hidden short blade. They weren't here to bring Time Yuen back to the main house. They were here to kill him. No, they weren't enforcement knights summoned by Time Yuen, but assassins disguised as enforcement knights. They were here to eliminate his sister. Just as Jean turned and shouted, the assassin aimed for Time Yuen's neck. At the same time, Jean drew his short sword, prepared to strike down the assassin's blade. Then swish, Luna moved like lightning and slashed at the necks of the other assassins targeting Time Yuen. Chapter 132, Time Yuen Marius v. As Luna's nanny, Time Yuen possessed power above 7-star level, but caught completely off guard and attacked by those he believed to be allies. He could do nothing. Jean's thrown dagger pierced the assassin's shoulder. Otherwise, the blade would have struck true. Thanks to Jean's move, Time Yuen avoided a fatal blow. Blood splattered from his shoulder. Even so, Time Yuen could hardly believe it. That was close. If I'd been any later, Time In will be finished. He still has a lot of intel we need to obtain. It's not because I like Time In that I saved him. 15 whole years. Still no trace of the traitor. I can't let him die just like that. Besides, the one to punish him must be me. I must not only find Time In, but also his brother behind the scenes, to settle the hatred of a past life. Jean made a silent vow. He gritted his teeth. You dare strike on my turf? Luna swung Clanthal. 2 assassins' heads flew off instantly. If they had been former execution knights of Runcade, they might have at least survived one strike. It was then Luna realized they were nothing but pawns. She frowned deeply. The assassins' heads hadn't even hit the ground when Jean had already rushed in. Time In, who sent you? Who was the one defiling the name of Runcade? As Luna's angry voice rang out, the remaining assassins instinctively backed off. It wasn't out of fear, but because they couldn't withstand her aura. It was a reflexive reaction. That voice alone was enough to weaken their legs. These assassins were clearly below 6-star level, and there were only 5 of them. After their first failed strike, they lost all chance at success. But they weren't dancers. They were trained killers. Even after losing 2 comrades in a flash, their eyes didn't waver. They remained locked onto Time In. Don't worry, Jean. Jean lunged toward the assassin who first attacked Time In. Bradamanti. He pulled Time In toward himself and flung him behind. The assassin, now balanced, slashed back with a dagger, but Jean sliced off his dagger-wielding arm, grabbed his neck mid-air, and slit his throat. Blood splattered everywhere. Jean could tell these assassins had foreseen their deaths. Just as he expected, they came to die with Time In. Isn't that right? Time In Marius? Your master never planned to save you, Jean said calmly. He wiped the blood from his blade. At this moment, Luna had broken the limbs of the last 2 assassins, completely subduing them. Since they had to be interrogated, she didn't kill them. Crack asterisk. Luna ripped off their masks. Those heavy iron masks, torn like paper in her hands. After a thorough interrogation, those unrelated to the plot would be spared. Upon seeing the assassins' true faces, Luna froze. Even Jean gasped upon approaching. Their faces looked like patchworks of torn cloth, grotesque and mangled, covered in scars from forehead to chin. Half their ears were cut off, judging by the freshness of the wounds. This disfigurement was done recently to prevent their identities from being exposed. They mutilated themselves, and they were no longer breathing. Eyes rolled back, mouths foaming with blood. How could this be? Wait, sister. Jean stuck his fingers into the assassin's mouth. Though he didn't find a tongue, he did find many small grains near the teeth. Poison was hidden in their molars. They crushed it either before or after Luna subdued them. Damn it, they actually did that. Luna pressed her temple, frustrated, already irritated by the time and matter. Things had only worsened. She could no longer deny that his nanny tried to harm Jean, and a brother was pulling the strings. That brother's plan was to eliminate time in advance, erase the traces. A surge of rage and helplessness flooded my heart. How could this be? How could Nanny do this to me? What exactly is going on? Who ordered you? When I asked you to investigate Jean himself, you shamelessly pretended to know nothing. Luna dared not look back at Time Yuan. She couldn't bear the shame in her heart. Just a few hours ago, Time Yuan was still the one Luna trusted most. Even at the last moment, Luna hoped it was all a misunderstanding. Facing someone like a mother, Time Yuan, was harder than facing her siblings. You must be heartbroken. To you, Time Yuan was like a mother. Jean felt bitter too. But this bitterness, he had already prepared for it. When he listed Time Yuan as a suspect, if I had planned to muddle through this life, I wouldn't have come to see Luna. The parasite's resentment. He endured 25 years of misery. Time Yuan Marius. You will tell me everything. Jean slowly walked toward Time Yuan. Hearing those, Luna couldn't help but close her eyes. Yes, little brother. As your big sister, I must also decide. Time Yuan Marius. If my nanny has harmed you, I'll take responsibility too. Until all her crimes are clear, I won't interfere. Luna held back her tears and said softly, you don't have to take responsibility, sister. On the contrary, I will comfort you once the truth comes out. Even though no comfort can ease your sense of betrayal and sorrow. Jean swallowed the rest of his words and looked down at Time Yuan leaning on the wall. I didn't expect it to end like this. Young Master Jean's voice trembled, but not from fear or shame. It was like that of a dying person, faint and weak, accompanied by heavy breathing. Could it be? Jean quickly bent over to check Time Yuan's face. Her face was drenched in cold sweat. Dark red blood was oozing from her slightly parted lips. You had poison too? Time Yuan. Marius, are you trying to show your final disgrace in front of my sister? That truly is disgraceful. Time Yuan shook her head and spat out fresh blood. Her body trembled. Sensing something was wrong, Luna approached. She covered her mouth. Jean saw. Part of Time Yuan's coat was stained black. That was where the assassin's blade brushed past. Her gauntlet. Just a light scratch. But the blade was coated in poison. A deadly poison. Kazan Marius's poison. Even purer than the one he used to threaten Jean not long ago. Looks like I really have gotten old. I couldn't dodge it. Stop talking, Time Yuan. The poison is— I'll get a healer. Young master. There's no need. Nanny, just hold on a bit longer. This is my territory. I'll call a healer right away. However, Luna instinctively realized the truth. Time Yuan's poison. Even calling a healer immediately would be useless. Miss? Hi, Nanny. Nanny, you can't go like this. Don't. Please. You can't. I know this poison well. Miss? Kazan, that child's masterpiece. Ugh. Time Yuan coughed up mouthfuls of black blood. Not only that, his wound has now started bleeding. The poison he had barely suppressed is now eroding his veins. In the instant the dagger grazed him, Time Yuan had already accepted that his life was coming to an end. No one knew better than him that even someone blessed by the Runkade bloodline, once touched by this poison, cannot escape death. So this is retribution. He slowly closed his eyes. The shadow of death loomed close. The sinful are always afraid to die. I don't want to die, if possible. Even now, I'd like to beg the lady and young master to continue staying by her side instead of being cast aside. Such a desperate wish filled Taemin's mind. He wanted to kneel and plead, to beg for a drop of Nemela's tears that can bring back the dead. Surely, Lady Luna would not reject such a plea. But then, Taemin revealed a faint smile. I can't let my lady see me like this at the end. My lovely. My lady. Even though I've always deceived Luna, and secretly tried to kill Jean, and committed countless wrongs against her brothers, Taemin's feelings for Luna were still genuine, even if they had become utterly twisted. My lady, and young Master Jean, please listen to me. Nanny, why do you look so scary, as if you're dying? Why is Jean like this? Tears streamed from Luna's eyes, wetting Taemin's forehead. Even if I regret it now, my sins cannot be washed away. I won't apologize. That's enough. Stop. Nanny, stop the bleeding already. The name of the mage who cast light on the eldest son 15 years ago was Jittered Hall. With every word, Taemin's voice grew weaker and more faint. The poison had reached his tongue. The one who ordered me to kill young Master Jean was Joshua. His voice scraped out like grinding metal. Taemin's eyes had gone black from the venom, but he still remembered the eldest son's strength. That contract. Nanny. Mama. Luna held Taemin close. Her cold hand touched her own cheek, forehead to chest, held tightly to her heart, like a young beast seeking warmth in its dying mother's arms. Taemin used the last of his strength, and looked at Luna with fading eyes. I'm sorry, my lady, for hurting you. Please don't remember this ugly man for too long. I beg you. Chapter 133, Poison in the Heart. United Kingdom of Paste. Joshua's secret villa. 10 knights in black cloaks stood behind him. Joshua looked down on the 2 kneeling figures, Kazan Marius and Belis Marius. Their red eyes awaited Joshua's response. So, Timon expelled you too? Yes, Lord Joshua. No matter what it is, I'll do it. Please help us. Just this once. Please make mother change her mind. To her, we're no longer sons. We're nothing. As Belis crawled toward Joshua, begging desperately, the knights stepped on his shoulder. Do not approach, my lord. Belis cried out like a madman. Kazan swallowed back tears in pain. Belis, our mother has never acted like this. Even before Lord Joshua. Don't forget, acting like this will only disappoint her. Stop crying. Pull yourself together. At Kazan's sharp words, Belis held his breath, just as the knights were about to drag Belis back roughly. Joshua gently raised his hand to stop them. All right, let them go. You two should understand. My knights are bound to be on edge these days. Sniff. Thank you, thank you. Lord Joshua. Joshua met their eyes with a bitter smile. Not of the same blood, yet they speak of the deceased Timon was nothing more than a hound to them. He saw it himself, truly laughable, and yet, Joshua had always tolerated these ridiculous fools. Timon saw them as extensions of himself, but Joshua valued their loyalty. Capable dogs are everywhere, but ones willing to die for their master are rare. To Joshua, Belis and Kazan were exactly that. For their master's sake, they'd kill themselves in agony, and they had talent. But the problem was, their loyalty wasn't to him, but to Timon. Though Timon was Joshua's subordinate, Kazan and Belis weren't his people. They only worked for Timon. Even when helping Joshua, it was under Timon's orders. Timon was the same. Had he been ordered to harm Luna instead, he would have betrayed me too. Timon's heart belonged to Luna. Kazan and Belis' hearts belonged to Timon. Joshua was deeply dissatisfied with this, especially since Timon knew so many of his secrets, yet never gave his full allegiance. He had to be eliminated sooner or later. Now the opportunity had come. Timon was removed, and these loyal dogs could finally be made his own. Kazan and Belis are now Lord Joshua's. Unfortunately, I cannot grant your request. It seems you haven't heard the news yet. Timon hastily dismissed you. Yes, we failed to carry out Mother's mission, but to be cast aside after one failure, that's not it. Is that so? Your mother loved you dearly. He would never disown you out of disappointment. Please, tell us clearly. Kazan's voice trembled. Belis, like a madman, grabbed Joshua's ankle. Mother, why Timon? Joshua shook his head and continued. He was killed by the one you fought, that mysterious demon swordsman. To be precise, by his guardian dragon. A black dragon took Timon's life. No, mother. That can't be true. Timon sent out an urgent request for help. I dispatched 5 execution knights. They all perished fighting the black dragon. The next group of knights was nearly wiped out. Belis collapsed to the ground. Kazan's eyes bled thick, red tears. They couldn't deny the truth. To them, Joshua was their master's master, and their strongest support. Did mother at least pass in peace? That's all we can ask, to be honest. Before dying, he put up fierce resistance. Not even a corpse was left behind. Who is that demon swordsman? I'm investigating him from all angles, but I still don't know. Timon knew that when you faced Sard's contractor, he wouldn't make it out alive. He wanted to protect you, because he knew you'd come to me after being exiled. Why wasn't that person us? But the one who killed mother? That person might be investigating your castle. Or perhaps, they had a grudge against Timon. He just happened to encounter you when there was no guardian dragon. But his true target was Timon. Although his face was hidden, he didn't look very old. He must have had a grudge against mother. Maybe he lost his family in the past too, and made a pact with Swordly. Gained power to take revenge. That might be the case. We still need to investigate further. Kazan lowered his head. When his shoulders began trembling, Joshua pulled him into an embrace. By then, Belis had completely passed out. She began to convulse. Quickly, find that guy. Kill him. None of you can handle him right now. Even without a guardian dragon, we barely fought him to a draw. If the black dragon is by his side, did Timon cut contact to protect you? Kazan couldn't answer. Wait with me for the right moment. I'll get revenge too. For Timon and my knights. And once Swordly's contractor is exposed, Jeeper will also make their move. Either to recruit him, or to destroy him, whoever it is, even if it's Jeeper. Keep this in mind. No one has the right to take that man's life. Only Belis and I can kill him. Joshua suppressed a smile, and looked into his eyes. Very well, I will lend you my support. That will be all for today. Please give us some time to calm ourselves. Of course, but don't take too long. I fear he'll get to you first. After the two left the villa, Joshua pulled a cigarette from his coat, and lit it. As the tip glowed, his thick brows and sharp nose looked even more defined. Lord Joshua, are you alright? If they say anything reckless, we'll act at once. Don't worry. Blind obsession is the best leash for hunting dogs. They'll come to my side soon enough. His seething rage rose with the smoke. Joshua thought, soon. That old hound, my sister. It won't matter what she said before she died. If Sister Luna and the eldest son confront me without evidence, that would be a gift. In the end, everything will go according to my plan. Asterisk crash asterisk. Luna's punch smashed and shattered the massive iron gate. What's going on? Chief Knight, sir. At the same time, the Guardian Knights of Luancade waiting inside the mansion drew their swords to block her. Along Luna's path, over 100 Guardian Knights lay unconscious on the ground, all knocked out cold, all injured trying to stop her. Is Joshua here? Please calm down. Why are you doing this? If you enter here, it will be seen as a declaration of war. Just answer one thing. Is Joshua here? Even if the captain of Squad 2 is here, we won't let you through. This kind of behavior has severely violated the rules of Luancade. Asterisk crack asterisk. Luna stormed forward and grabbed him by the neck. Although she wasn't so fast they couldn't dodge, her aura alone made the Guardian Knights freeze. They dared not strike. Rules? Joshua's Knights. Don't mention. If you want to stop me, draw your swords and fight. I won't hold it against you after. Immediately, the Knights charged at Luna, swords swinging. Luna didn't dodge. She simply tossed aside the knight she'd grabbed and kept moving forward. Asterisk clang asterisk. At the same time, 7 swords scraped past Luna's body and were deflected. The Guardian Knights had no choice but to retreat. They attacked again, but the result was the same. They even had to dodge the battle aura radiating from Luna. The fragments, are they here? At that moment, Luna, who had been watching Joshua outside, appeared in the central hall of the mansion. This time, 10 knights in black cloaks followed behind him. You look pretty shaken. Joshua, didn't expect you to put all the family's black knights on standby. You're that afraid of your sister's rage? A little caution is necessary. Suddenly, Luna laughed. Did you think I'd kill you for what you did? How petty of you. I'm embarrassed for you. Looks like I came for nothing. Joshua gave a faint smile, but Luna knew full well that was the face of a humiliated second brother. Oh dear, you beat up all my knights. And still say that. You seem displeased, sister. As your brother, I'll turn a blind eye today. Come find me again when you've cooled down. 10 black knights. Even Luna wouldn't be able to take them all. That's why Joshua hoped Luna would fall into the trap behind Clanthal. He didn't want to kill her, but he wanted to use her power while he had the chance. If she acted now, Mother would have a reason to intervene directly. Before he became the family head, his sister must stay alive, because she could restrain the Jippel family's guardian sword. Even now, Jean believed that was still necessary, and he looked forward to it. It wasn't a one-on-one duel, but it was finally his chance to humiliate Luna for the first time. Everything was going according to plan, just as Joshua concluded that, and was about to provoke her again. Sister, even if you're lower than a dog, you're still the second son of my bloodline family. So today, I came in goodwill to warn you. Luna turned fully to face and looked at Joshua with piercing eyes. When that child returns to the family in the future, you will not be able to handle it. So I want to urge you, before it's too late, run. Just as Luna turned to leave, she suddenly stopped and burst into laughter again. What? You won't even draw your sword when I turn away, even with the black knights behind you. You really haven't changed at all, just like when we were kids. Until Luna stepped over Joshua's fallen guardian knights and left the mansion. The smile on Joshua's lips never faded. It was a smile of endured humiliation. Chapter 134. The Venomous One, 2 Second Sister. Are you hurt? I'm fine. If not for you, I might have lost control from anger and gotten badly hurt. Luna slumped onto the sofa, holding her forehead. The murderous aura and fury from Joshua's mansion had completely vanished. Her weary face clouded with gloom. Then. Her swollen eyes shimmered with tears. A day after Taemin's death, Luna still hadn't held a funeral for her. The poisoned body had gradually shriveled and finally oxidized completely, leaving only a small black stain. Luna stared at the spot in a daze, refusing to leave for a long time. This couldn't be called a ceremony, and she wasn't sure whether her nanny even deserved a funeral. After all, she had deceived her and tried to kill her most beloved younger brother. Joshua, that guy didn't seem to care at all about Taemin's death. She was just scared, hoping I would draw my sword first, just as you expected. However, he summoned all the Black Knights. Among the Guardian Knights of Luancade, only those acknowledged by all as the strongest are allowed to wear the black of the Black Knights. Joshua had already brought them under his command. They serve directly under the Patriarch and his spouse, unless both give permission together. They won't take orders from anyone else. They are Luancade's strongest Guardian Knights, and the Black Knights are present now. Did Mother already entrust the Black Knights to Joshua at this point? Father dislikes Joshua. It couldn't have been easy convincing him. Even though he gained new info about the enemy, he temporarily set those worries aside and took his sister's hand, handing her a handkerchief. Even if Taemin was a traitor, she was still family. Even if Joshua is a failure, he's still his brother. Luna lost both of them at once. One is dead, and the other has become a clear enemy. Nanny. If she betrayed us for someone she cared about, maybe I could understand a bit more. It's not your fault. If only I had understood Nanny's heart better. I couldn't forgive the grief and helplessness she must have felt. It keeps tearing at his heart. What could possibly fill this emptiness? What could possibly cover this wound? Even when he was threatening Joshua, he was trying to escape those questions. It's all my fault. Nanny betrayed me. Joshua cursed me. My servants died at the hands of my own brothers. If I had done better, none of this would have happened. That's the wrong mindset. If you follow Luna's logic to trace the cause, you'll end up concluding she was wrong to even be born. More importantly, In Jean's view, this has nothing to do with Luna, because in his past life, even without any ties to Luna, he went through the same things. That madman, even without Time Yuan, would have sent someone to curse him anyway. To this day, the reason is still unknown. Choosing Valisur alone. Can't explain it. On the surface, the curse had the strongest link to Valisur. Back then, Joshua already dominated among the brothers. After Luna gave up the throne, Rosa began secretly supporting her to become the next patriarch. Joshua's strongest power base was their mother. Even if we didn't know she gave him the Black Knights, her favoritism toward him was a known fact. Last year during the banquet, when Shilong searched for the sword garden, it was the same. Rosa, thank you for your hard work. The children prepared everything themselves. I did nothing. If they can do it on their own, I wouldn't have had to leave the Black Sea. Today, the guests came to Luancade for my sake, not for the children. Back then, the children Rosa spoke of meant Joshua. But when Shilong said, our children, he meant all the siblings. That was said in front of the elders and pure bloods of the family. Even if father never trusted him, Joshua, in my already had mother's full support. I never stood a chance from the beginning. Attacking a young pure blood in storms is the most forbidden taboo. If this was discovered, even the patriarch couldn't easily protect Valisur. Valisur has deep faith in the Luancade family. But even so, Joshua had too little to gain by killing Jean back then. By the time I returned to the main family, killing or cursing me was safer. The success rate was also higher. Some believe the curse would strike after age 10, or that it began eroding me while Rosa was pregnant. Because of that, after reincarnating, he was always afraid. Afraid the curse Swordly had lifted might still remain. So while thinking of how to handle it, the red disaster loomed over the cradle of Storm City. At that moment, Swordly's power manifested, and the calamity was averted. Jean realized his gift still remained. He had been seeking the culprit ever since, and that pursuit led him here. There's no need to violate taboos to target me. What could be gained from that? He would understand everything naturally. While defeating that man after becoming patriarch, just as Jean was about to tell his sister, he wasn't wrong. Luna spoke first. Since I was little, I never wanted to spill my siblings' blood. I was terrified of watching the pure bloods of our parents' generation slaughter one another. It was too painful for me. That's exactly why I became the one to prevent excessive conflict, to protect the family. Wasn't that the reason? Unlike the previous generation, all our brothers got to live peaceful lives. Not a single one was lost. Shilong's children, the second generation of Luancade, they were special. In Luancade's 1,000-year history, most generations birthed 10, but only 5 survived, and one of them would become patriarch to lead the family. But because of Luna's presence, Jean's siblings never had to go through that kind of carnage. Even if succession wars still happened, they never turned into fratricide. That was all thanks to Luna. She stopped the killings each time. With her overwhelming strength, you could say Luna was Luancade's balancer. However, her brothers didn't view the balancer kindly, because Luna's nature clearly didn't align with Luancade. Naturally so, in her brother's eyes, she had the greatest strength, yet lived like an immortal, detached from it all. Yes, thanks to me, everyone survived. But now I understand. I was just afraid of conflict, avoiding responsibility, clinging to the status quo. Luna smiled bitterly and shook her head. Hypocrite suits me better than anything. This is punishment for all the falsehoods I once lived by. The hypocrite was Time Yuan. But Joshua will suffer the punishment. When my servants died, when Nanny betrayed me to save herself, when Joshua hurt you, what did I do? I turned a blind eye, pretended to be good. Sister, Nanny was right. If I hadn't given up the throne, things wouldn't have ended like this. Sometimes I even think, maybe I shouldn't have been born at all. Would saying that make you feel any better? No, nothing would make me feel better. It's the same. Jean saw in Luna his past self. Why was I born into this world? Why was I born in Luancade? Without any gifts, only to face despair. The same question applied to Luna. Why was I born into this world? Why do I have such immense power, yet feel so out of place in Luancade? Both had fought hard to overcome their flaws and limitations. Even when scorned, Jean never put down his sword, and Luna withstood the family's arrows. In his past life, Jean lost Jilly. Now, Luna has lost Time In. What was it that comforted me most back then? A voice quickly came to mind. Young master, no matter what you become, no matter where you are, I will always love you. Jilly from the previous life, the one who never gave up on Jean till the very end, and Luna in this life. The words she said when she first came to Storm City to find Jean overlapped with those. Remember this. Jean, my little brother, no matter what you do, or who you become, I will always support you. When Jean repeated those 2 lines, Luna burst into tears like a child. I'm here. I will carry the blood debt of our brothers for you, sister. You should keep running. If even at the end, you still find no peace, then rely on me. She shook her head. No, I don't want to run anymore. You handle Joshua. But if another brother comes after you, I'll kill him. When I become Knight Commander, when I go to war against our brothers, I will be stronger than this, sister. Starting today, I am no longer the sword guarding the family. I am your sword. Jean Runcade. My little brother, I'll make you the next clan head. Don't force yourself too hard. In front of me. Let all your pain out over time and don't hold it in. Even though I only have bad memories of him, he was still your family. After that, Jean listened to Luna talk for a long time about her memories and thoughts of time and then he left her territory. On the way back to Decan, he kept thinking about revenge and Joshua and the Runcade matters. How to crush that despicable eldest brother step by step. Timon said, he knew about my contract. The one who leaked it to Joshua must be the mage who confirmed the curse was ineffective. Jittered Hall. The 9-star mage who cast the parasite of lamentation on Jean. Even in his past life, he was a famed great mage. But I never thought he'd be involved with my curse. First, I need to kill him and send Joshua a message. Chapter 135. Chapter 135. Chapter 44. To Jean, this wasn't a reckless plan. April 20th, 1796. About 2 weeks after Tamon's death, Jean had already explained the incident to his companions. With one omission, he left out the fact he knew about the curse since childhood. The rest was based on Tamon's confession. Casimir didn't report this matter to Shilong. He wanted to tell Shilong about Jean's battle with the Basil Knights and mages, but the topic was too sensitive. The nanny still couldn't calm down even now. Young master, that bastard Joshua. Sorry for the foul language in front of you. Anyway, why did the second knight target the young master? Go on, enjoy the strawberry pie. Back when this kind of thing was unthinkable. Joshua, that bastard, that worm of a man. I want to chew up his bones and swallow them whole. Huh. It pisses me off so much. Ugh, didn't I tell you to curse all you want? Let it out. Holding it in will make you sick. Okay here. Repeat after me. Dog Jilly cautiously started cursing. Mirakan chimed in on the side. Before long, the room was filled with unspeakable vulgarities. It feels so good every time I watch. Watching the two of them, Jean couldn't help but smile. Hearing that makes me feel a lot better too. How are you feeling now? Gilly sighed, feeling a little better, but I still don't get it. Why would that guy do this? It was a throne ready for the taking. You had just completed your selection ritual. What grudge could he have? Maybe because I chose Valisada. Or maybe he completely saw me as a rival and wanted to eliminate me first. But the reason doesn't really matter. The more important question is, after the failed assassination and learning about my contract, he still made no move. That's true. 15 years ago, he didn't mind breaking Storm City's taboo, but the family still hasn't made a move on you. I think so too. Even if Joshua's authority doesn't reach my own, he once issued a kill order for a child. He could have done far more. And the moment you returned to the main house, you displayed extraordinary skill. The third brother knew you were a contract holder. He had plenty of reasons to expose you. Right? I've thought a lot about this reason too. One possibility is that he fears Miss Luna and dares not touch me carelessly. That's the first hypothesis. Miss Luna does care about you a lot. Makes sense. Even the dragons fear your sister's power, but that alone doesn't explain everything. So I used my imagination and came up with a second hypothesis. He heard about Jittard's curse, being blocked by Swordley's power, so he decided to let me live. Because when you were one, you were already chosen by Swordley, so maybe he wanted to win you over and make you an ally. Yeah, but judging by second brother's actions in the main house, he didn't treat you any differently. Then why let you live? Do you remember the day we fought Andre Jeeper? Back then, Andre said this. I don't approve of this theft, but you and your god will be the most important materials for the demon god's birth. Jean Luancade. 12 gods currently slumber within me. Luna Luancade. What do you have? Even if your father were here, he couldn't stand against me. Back then, Andre described the demon god stone as if it uses divine contract holders as material. At first, Andre targeted Enya and Yulia because they were divine contract holders. He definitely wanted the demon god, right? That's how I see it. Jeeper uses the demon god stone to devour contract holders, forcefully breaking the contracts and forming new ones with gods they prefer. It sounds like speculation, but I'm pretty sure in my past life, Jeeper had already stolen Enya's contract. Oh, I remember we talked about this when we left the deserted island. So you're saying Joshua knew about this method 15 years ago and wanted to steal your contract? That's about it. But whether the demon godstone existed back then is unclear, and I don't believe Joshua and Jeeper had such close cooperation. Still, tap. Jean tapped the table with his fingertip and continued speaking. Maybe he just knew contract transfer was possible. In this world, is the demon godstone really the only way to seize a divine contract? Gilly and Malakan's eyes widened. So second brother didn't kill you because he wanted your contract? It's just a theory, but I think it's highly likely. After Miss Luna gave up her claim to the throne, Joshua gained full support from Mother, solidifying her place in the family. But the patriarch still disapproved of her because she lacked strength. Reaching early 9-star at age 33 is an amazing feat, but compared to Miss Luna, she's still far behind. She needs to be more like Father, or perhaps a transcendent power like Miss Luna's. Jean formed a ball of aura in his palm. Joshua has probably coveted this power for a long time. He just hasn't found the right method yet, or he's not fully prepared. That's why he hasn't taken it. That's very possible. Solredred is closer to a god of sight than a mage. Your mother should have told you that secret, though not for certain. But if we assume that's true, after the curse failed, Joshua's behavior would make sense. Of course, Jean, you must hear the truth directly from Joshua and his pawns. Only then. Asterisk knock knock asterisk just then, during their conversation, Casimir came looking for Jean. Young Master Jean, we found his location. It's Jittard Hall. The culprit who crippled Jean Runcade in his previous life. Jean's eyes changed as he looked at Casimir. Of course, as soon he sent the Rainbow Raven to search for Jittard's whereabouts. He's been living in seclusion in the Eastern Continent, in the Markdom of Murtador. After resigning from the Jippel Academy of Advanced Magic, he's been researching there ever since. Casimir handed Jean the Rainbow Raven's report. It detailed Jittard's identity and his every move over the years. February 1765, he became Dean of Monty Academy. In his first year, he expelled 15 students. And in doing so, he had major conflicts with the Beaumont nobility. Wow. Records from 30 years ago. That's impressive. Lord Casimir. It's not me who's impressive. It's my subordinates. Huh. The report included not only his residence, but even details like the restaurants he frequents. Reading it sent chills down their spines. The Rainbow Raven thoroughly analyzed Jittard. Even though Jittard Hall is a renowned 9-star mage, tracing his movements from decades ago was no easy feat. This report is extremely helpful to me. Lord Casimir. That was Jean's heartfelt gratitude. However, the report lacked one key piece of information that only a regressor like Jean would know. The real reason to kill Jittard. Even Jet got involved in this intel mission, and he's not even finished his internship yet. But he did a great job. Thanks to the young master, we gained a talented recruit. Totally worth it. That's wonderful. Well then, the Markdom of Murtador is a distant land. We can't teleport there directly. We must prepare at once and depart tomorrow. What? Tomorrow? Young master, you mean tomorrow? That brat's going after him tomorrow? And kill him? The companions asked in shock. Jean nodded. This time, I'll go alone. Alone? You almost died against 2-star mages just recently. Are you joking? Does the young master have a plan or something? Hey you brat. That Jittard is a 9-star mage. Exactly, Lord Murakin. Before he went into seclusion, he was second only to Jippel himself, one of the world's most famous mages. Even today, no one forgets the name Jittard of the Reversal. That brat's going to face him alone tomorrow. How will he kill him? You should build a proper team and a thorough plan. Strike at the right moment. Yeah, tell us your idea. You idiot. I'm already furious. Yeah. Then why is Lord Murakin yelling at me? That foolish brat still thinks he's a moth flying into fire. Jittard is the bonfire, and I am the guardian dragon. If I don't vent to you, who else can I vent to? The strawberry pie? Ah, I get it now. Yes, I should accept it. But Lord Murakin, seeing how confident Master Jean is, don't you think he must be sure of himself? The three of them looked at Jean. Right, first of all, Murakin, don't give Sir Casimir a hard time. You three don't panic. Listen, we have a plan. Even if it fails, the risk is minimal. Soon, Jean began explaining his plan to deal with Jittard. Jilly and Murakin exchanged skeptical glances. Casimir clapped his hands in approval. Do you think it'll work? Compared to a frontal assault, Master Jean's method may be cleaner and more efficient. And safer. Lord Murakin, Master Jean said. Even if he fails, he can still retreat safely. That's a wise approach, in my opinion. What do you think, Strawberry Pie? If it's safe enough, it's worth a try. Still, not being able to see the young master is a little sad. Then I agree too. While that kid's away, I'll take care of everything properly. Don't worry, Strawberry Pie. In the end, all three agreed. And Casimir was already feeling a slight itch in his fingers. He still hadn't told Master Jean that he had fought 2 Basil mages before. But maybe soon, he'd have an even bigger achievement to report. Sir Shilong. Chapter 136. Chapter 136. Chapter 45, Grandview. From the Markdom of Murtador, Jean traveled through checkpoints by land and sea, which took about a week. Even now, it was still a bit shocking to think that the one who cursed him in a past life was Jittard. During that time, Jean continuously read the report Casimir gave him about Jittard and kept reflecting on the matter. A 9-star archmage not originally from Jippel. In his past life, Jean had heard many tales about him because his name often appeared in magical academic journals. A bizarre man, abandoned by Jippel, yet a great mage. Even so, Jittard served as dean of the Beaumont Magic Academy and oversaw Jippel's higher magical, all thanks to his profound magical knowledge and skill. He was indeed a formidable figure, but to Jean, he was just another of Joshua's lackeys. He still remembered what his master once said. That arrogant old freak only respected geniuses. He feared Jippel would surpass his magical achievements. In other words, he coveted genius. Just like in his past life, Jittard was long fascinated by Jean's magical mentor. He coveted genius. Just like in the past life, Jittard had always been obsessed with Jean's mentor. Then the boatman took off his straw hat and said they'd arrived at the drop-off point. It was Reup, a border city in the Markdom of Murtador. A small, quiet dock greeted them. You could see the city size at a glance. After paying the fare and stepping onto land, Jean wore a rather shabby and cheap-looking robe. Looks like a poor magic apprentice in training. However, despite the disguise of poverty, the eyes behind the glasses revealed a quiet confidence and fighting spirit, because the purpose of his disguise was only to deceive Jittard, not to change his attitude. First, find a place to stay. Then check out the restaurant he frequents. Rampu. This was Jean's first time receiving intel. Learning that Jittered lived in a small town like this made him quite pleased. No need to search hard. And no fear of getting lost. Asking directions from fishermen at the dock, he walked for about an hour. Soon, he reached the shopping street. The report given by Casimir before arriving had already been burned with flame magic and scattered into the bushes. The sun was bright, the breeze cool, the street was calm. Several children, playing by the roadside, looked curiously at Jean, whispering to each other, with a hint of fear on their faces. The restaurant Jittered often visits is called Wansien. This is a fishing town, so the name is common. Across the street is a small inn. Jean first went to check in at the inn. Welcome. A mage? The innkeeper frowned the moment he saw Jean, probably because of Jittered. The report said, though reclusive, he treated the locals like servants. Jittered, who looks down on mortals, could never respect the commoners of Meltador. Give me a room. Plenty of vacancies. Are you related to Mr. Jamal? Emerald. Jittered's alias, Enrompu. Locals only knew Jittered as a strange, ill-tempered mage. They didn't know he was a 9-star mage. Who's Amr? You look like a mage too. He came to our village 5 years ago. A rather odd man. Seems like a well-known mage. No one in the village doesn't know him. Though he had some reputation, we honestly wish he'd leave. He's been affecting the village's atmosphere for years. Anyway, here's your key. 5 gold coins per day. Jean handed over the coins, wearing a curious expression. I'd like to meet this Mr. Amr. I'm not a mage. Just a student. On my way to the capital's magic academy in Meltador. Ah, so you couldn't afford the teleportation gate, and had to detour here. If you want to meet Mr. Amr, wait at the restaurant across the street tonight. He'll probably come out for dinner. Thanks. But I think you'd better stay away from him. You want to learn? But that man isn't nice. He's got a bad temper. Last time, when some curious kids approached him, he just kicked them away mercilessly. And it wasn't the first time. He's awful. Probably failed somewhere else. And now hides here bragging. Once you're at the capital academy, tell him to behave. After a rest till evening, Jean headed to Wansien restaurant. It had been a week since he last saw her. Felt a bit strange, thinking back, since leaving Storm City. This was the first day without her. Even so, his traces as a dancer couldn't be hidden. Looking at his calloused palms, he felt his disguise was a bit poor. 1 grilled fish and a beer, please. After 2 beers, Jittered appeared. The moment he entered, he stared at Jean for a while, then sat in a corner. The other guests turned to look. Are you Mr. Amr? The guests were all locals. They had never seen anyone approach Jittered and come out unscathed. Not even adults, elders, or animals. Since Jittered arrived in Murtador, he hasn't let anyone get near him. And yet, when Jittered glanced sideways at Jean and spoke, the guests shrugged it off, somewhat used to it. They showed interest, even using gentle words like that for someone. It was a first for Jittered. My name is Howell. I'm a magic apprentice, on my way to Murtador Magic School. I heard a senior of mine might be here, so I came to pay my respects. Jean looked Jittered straight in the eyes. The guests still watched them nervously. A senior? Absurd. Murtador Magic School? I've never spent a moment in that garbage heap. That puts me in a bad mood. But since you don't know me yet, I'll let it slide this time. Ah, I meant no offense. Sorry. And why are you all still standing there? All you bugs, get out of my sight. Before I cripple you all. The moment Jittered began chanting softly and released mana, the guests fled the restaurant in a panic. Even the owner dropped the fish and ran. Jean felt quite helpless. How unreasonable. He knew the townsfolk reporting it would do no good. Crack. Jittered's magic touched the interior, and fragile items began to fracture. Plates shattered. Fish exploded. Weird sounds followed. Yet Jean still looked at Jittered expressionlessly. Looks like I interrupted Lord Amher's dinner with the others. In that instant, Jean didn't miss it. A glint of meaning in Jittered's eyes. My mana didn't scare you? I've never encountered such power before. It felt unreal. Why are you like this? It's baffling. A power I've never known. I released roughly level 6 magic. You're already level 7. You shouldn't have felt threatened. Jittered saw through Jean's magic instantly. Jean didn't try to hide it either. He sensed Jean's concealed power. That's why he said that. I just wanted to talk to a retired mage. I didn't expect Lord Amher to be a grand mage. Truly unexpected. I was impressed from the moment I saw you. You're getting more interesting, you know? Apprentice of Murtador Magic School. You clearly can't lie well. A genius like you. Why join a third-rate organization like that? Jean widened his eyes deliberately. I'm not lying. I am going to Murtador Magic School. For someone your age to already be level 7, you must have had a great teacher. Meeting me today, it must be your teacher's idea. If you're not from Jipple, then who? Him? No, it's not. Then explain yourself. That body under that worn robe. You've got the physique of a lifelong weapon wielder. Jean didn't reply. Jittered continued. Tell me everything honestly, or you'll become permanently crippled, unable to use magic again. Jean took a deep breath and steadied it. He was ready in case Jittered attacked. But he was still a bit tense. Still Jittered. The only thing you can feel for me now is interest. Your death won't come today. I also reported the Tizing criminals. Jean shrugged helplessly. There was a whistleblower inside Tizing. Tizing was known for trafficking and other crimes, so it was exposed. Until a year ago, I was still working as a mercenary. I've wielded a sword since I first learned to walk, but I had no talent for swordsmanship. I stayed at 2-star for ages. Eventually, I started to feel impatient. A kid who was just a 2-star dancer a year ago suddenly gained 7-star magic power. Jean nodded. He frowned. It was true. If I had known the secret of my lineage earlier, I wouldn't have lived the life of a mercenary. My name is Huel. Huel Hister. I am the last heir of the Hister family. What? Jittard stood up and took a step back, not out of fear of Jean, but because the name Hister was far too shocking. Looks like you've heard of my family, Grand Mage. Now, you should understand why I have 7-star but can't formally register as a mage, and why. I made the effort to come to Meltador's Magic Academy. Is that true? Are you really the last heir of the Hister family? The Hister family. Jean's master belonged to that family, a family that, according to official records, was completely wiped out hundreds of years ago. Yes, 1 year ago. The leader of the mercenary group, who raised me, confessed the truth to me. Following the letter he left behind, I found the family's legacy, and with it, gained 7-star magic. Asterisk huff asterisk. Jittard suppressed the surging magic within him. So now are you going to kill me? Or turn me into Jeeper? Honestly, I feel so wronged. All I want is to be a regular mage, and live a peaceful life. I didn't come here on purpose, to meet a grand mage whose name I didn't even know. Let's change locations first. We need to talk properly. Jean smiled inwardly. Chapter 137, Grand Strategy, Part 2. Deep within the forest, far from the bustling town, the inside looked like any ordinary house, but underground was a fully equipped secret lair for a grand mage. This was the first time Jittard allowed an outsider in. After seating Jean at the living room table, Jittard began to brew tea. What on earth is going on? Hister. And if he inherited the magic, then this boy is undoubtedly a pure mana vessel. Asterisk clink, clink, asterisk. The teapot trembled slightly in Jittard's hand. Meanwhile, Jean sat upright, calmly waiting. The Hister family, around the year 1400 to 1500, once used magic to threaten the Western-style mage families of Jeeper. However, as always, they were eventually defeated by Jeeper and erased from history. Nowadays, you can barely find any books about them. Their brilliant magic was completely lost to time. But Jittard remembered that name and the great magic they once achieved. Back when he worked at Jeeper's High Magic Academy, he once visited the secret archive. There, he confirmed the brief history of the Hister family. Their story was every mage's dream. From that moment on, Jittard began researching Hister. He traveled across academies and auctions worldwide, collecting anything Jeeper hadn't reclaimed. Artifacts, grimoires, even family relics of Hister. Even the tiniest of personal items used by the family, all considered trash. Those with real magical value, or that embodied the Hister spirit, were all locked away in Jeeper's secret vaults. But a few years ago, in a small country in Hupist, he miraculously found a magic tome. That book allowed him, Jittard, who called himself the Reversalist, to complete a unique spell, filling in the missing essence of the magic called Reversalist's Codex. Jittard, how will you prove you're a Hister? And if you can, how will you convince me to take you as my disciple, just like what you did to my master? As Jittard brought over the teacup, Jean gave a slight nod. Thank you, Lord Ammer. If I had known earlier that you were the last survivor of HYSD, I wouldn't have treated you so rudely. At first, I thought you were Kellick's illegitimate son, or a disciple of another great mage. To be honest, I never intended to reveal my identity. I planned to keep it hidden forever, because I might face misfortune. Lord Ammer, you know my family, so there's no need to explain. Yes, I know very well. Once the Jipple family learns of your existence, you absolutely won't survive. But I believe Lord Ammer wouldn't hand me over. If that were your intention, you wouldn't have served me such fine tea. Though I don't know much about tea, I can still tell it's high quality. Jittard gave a faint smile. Heh. Seems like you only recently learned the truth of your birth. Did you know how much Jipple has set your bounty at? No idea. At least 1 million gold coins. And since you inherited magical power, the price might be 10 times that. Uft. Jean deliberately spat out the tea in his mouth. Humph. Sorry, that number is just too unbelievable. If it really is in the millions, even if you emptied Murderdoor's noble, it still wouldn't be enough. Jean was stunned. That means that his master from a past life had the same bounty. 10 million gold coins. That's money I couldn't spend in a lifetime. Not just enough for this brick house. I could buy a whole battlefield as a lab. So I have every reason to sell you off. Your fate is completely in my hands. My name is Jittard Hall. Before you were born, I had already reached 9 stars and gained a notorious reputation. Lord Ammer, you're the Jittard Hall of the Reversal Path? Jittard smiled in satisfaction. So you know my name? In your era, I wasn't active at all. Jittard gathered mana in his palm. The spinning, high-pitched mana was the primordial form of Jittard's reversal-type magic from his prime. Since becoming a magic apprentice, the person I've admired most is Lord Jittard. During my I've reread countless times books related to Lord Jittard. Why? Because unlike me, Lord Jittard never hid his power and never ran from Jipple. Once I realized my strength and potential, I decided to graduate from Murderdoor Magic School and live a quiet life as I thought there. No one would notice my talent, not even third rate, more like fifth rate. Jittard's assessment of Murderdoor Magic School was cold and accurate. The professors who taught Jean were stuck at 4 or 5 stars. Indeed, those fools at Murderdoor surely missed you. You plan to hide your identity. I understand. I too feared my talent would be trampled by Jipple. As someone from HYSD, Jean sneered inwardly. Before completing his reversal magic system, Jittard had constantly tried to cling to Jipple. It was only after solidifying his reversal system that he distanced himself from them. Lord Jittard ultimately achieved the feat of 9 stars, even without Jipple's support. Compared to that, I've said too much. I should be hiding my identity better. In truth, I'm a little moved now. Moved? Think about it. While hiding from Jipple, I happened to run into Lord Jittard, and Lord Jittard actually showed kindness to me. Kindness? Why would you think that? I could make you faint in 3 seconds, then sell you to Jeeper. They'd love that. If Grand Mage Jittard were greedy, he'd already have a seat of power in Jeeper or Bamani, living in luxury, and receiving every mage's respect. Jean paused slightly, then continued. But you didn't do that. You've always kept your distance. The Jittard Hall I read about in books was someone who, even without a powerful background, stood firm in his pursuit and belief in magic. That's the person I believe in. Flawless from 1 to 10. As their conversation continued, Jittard became more and more drawn to Jean, not because of flattery, but because even facing someone who held his life in their hands, Jean remained confident. His gaze carried authority. These qualities captured Jittard's heart. More precisely, they stirred his longing for an heir. The Meltador Magic Academy must not bury such a talent in a backwater, especially not someone with eyes like that, a young man with a strong heart. He was the very image of Jittard's youthful dreams. After a long silence, Jittard needed time to suppress the emotions within. I never dreamed of creating a magic school, but how many years have I wasted searching for an heir? If this is fate, then the heavens have not abandoned me. They've given me this gift. If it's destiny, then this is a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. Thinking this way, Jittard was already convinced. Jean was truly the last of the Hister line. Still, he felt more confirmation wouldn't hurt. Jittard raised the magic in his palm. From this moment on, you will prove to me that you are Jean Hister. Then, you'll make a choice. What choice? I'll tell you after you prove it. Show me your proof as a Hister, whether it's an item or ability. Jean pulled a book from his leather pouch. This was given to me by the mercenary captain who raised me when he revealed the truth of my birth. The author is Shugil Hister, one of my ancestors, though I don't know exactly who. Let me take a look. Jittard instinctively reached out. Jean shook his head. I'll show you. But I won't let you touch it. I once swore to myself, even if I die, I will not allow this book to be touched, without my permission. Please view it from a distance. If you're not planning to kill me. Those prepared lines pierced deep into Jittard's heart. He couldn't even summon the urge to laugh. Jean had taken the lead in their conversation. Fine. Then show me yourself. Asterisk Russell. Asterisk. With each page Jean turned, Jittard's jaw dropped wider. This cipher system is genuine, Hister magic. When Jean closed the book, a sharp sound echoed in the room. I'm 16 years old. And as you know, I possess 7-star magic. It was granted to me, at the place of inheritance. This magic can only be wielded by pure-blood Histers, with a complete magic vessel. You were raised by a mercenary captain. Do you even know what a complete magic body is? That term doesn't even appear in history books. I learned it at the inheritance site. When I stepped inside, the memory magic triggered. It told me what a complete magic vessel was, and once I fulfilled the requirements, it passed the magic power on to me. You can't prove that alone. You've experienced memory magic too. One reason Jeeper exterminated the Hister family was because their potential threatened Jeeper's dominance. The greatest threat was HYSD's unique record magic. To the Jipple family, who could manipulate history at will, HYSD's record magic was undeniably a thorn in their side. It was something even Jipple's geniuses couldn't replicate. Rather than magic, it was more like a miracle of brilliant civilization. Is that enough proof? Lord Jittard, who was the mercenary leader who raised you? Alabon, from the southern region of the Shuchalong Kingdom, leader of a small group called Grey Owl. They were all killed by Jipple. They died to protect me, so I came to Murtador, to make their sacrifice worthwhile. Jean lowered his eyes with a bitter smile. Every lie he told was actually something his master had experienced. At age 14 now, his master might still cry every night, missing the Grey Owls. Forgive me, master, for using your pain in my revenge. If we ever meet again, I'll repay this karmic debt with my life. Dream Whisper. I swear I'll repay it with my life. Dream Whisper. Jittard sighed. Dream Whisper. Fine. You've proven you're from HYSD. Dream Whisper. Do you want to live a meaningless life as an ordinary mage in Murtador? Dream Whisper. Or inherit the name of reversal and leave a mark in history? Dream Whisper. Dream Whisper. Jittard's clenched fists began to tremble. Chapter 138. Strategic Vision 3. July 20th, 1796. 3 months had passed since Jean became Jittard's disciple. Since their bond as master and pupil formed, Jittard had been tracing Jean's past and confirmed that the Grey Owl mercenaries were indeed slaughtered by Jipple. However, even Jittard couldn't dig any deeper, because if Jipple caught wind of it, He might lose the only disciple he ever gained late in life, and his heir, to Jittered. Jean was like a pie fallen from heaven. Anyway, after taking him as a disciple, the little brat even said he planned to kill me. Seems like Jean's doing well for himself. Sometimes I feel like he's got snakes in his belly, though I'm worried about being exposed, so I can't monitor too closely. But based on the 7-colored birds reports, the time Jittered spends with young Master Jean is getting longer. Lord Malakan, the 7-colored birds are currently disguised as merchants making regular supply deliveries to Romf. They're monitoring Jean and Jittered's movements. However, the target is a 9-star mage, after all. It's impossible to observe closely. All they can confirm is whether Jean is still alive during his comings and goings. But based on the gossip from Romf's residents, it's still possible to gather intel. That strange old man took in a magic apprentice. It's naturally spread among the locals. Sigh. I still feel uneasy every day. Even though Jittered seems fond of the young master now. What if something changes? Don't worry, strawberry pie. Just now Jet said. The way Jittered looked at Jean, it was as sweet as honey. I think the little guy has completely won over his heart. Now that you mention it, it sounds kind of weird. Malakan, just imagine it. Exactly. Our dear Jean might really be sweet-talking that villain. It's just strategy. Strategy. Quickhantle and Inya shook their heads as they spoke. Taika's little cuties chimed in too. Does Brother Jean have a tail? No, Fonte. Only butterfly runcades have tails. I want to see Brother Jean. Me too. Inya's younger siblings Yate and Julius said. The children munched on frozen treats, while their eyes twinkled with curiosity. Elisa scooped them up and left the room. Eat your treats, then exercise. In front of the children. Try not to mention young Master Jean. Just mention his name, and she looks for him all day. Oh right. Big Brother Jean will be back soon. Watching Elisa's small figure. Latley's apple cookies are done. The kids love them so much. They've been waiting for a chance to share them. Soon after, Latley brought out the tea and snacks. And once again, the group started talking about Jean. This might be the only place left in the world to get baked cookies. The end times, huh? Yeah, end times. Still tastes good. Enjoy it while you can. By the way, strawberry pie, don't worry too much about the kid. I do worry sometimes too. If something were to go wrong with the young master, there's so little we could actually do. That's right, Sir Casimir. That's what scares me the most. We have to believe in him. But he's dealing with a 9-star. Lord Jittered, do you think he'll really go along with Jean's plan? If he ends up getting led around by the kid, it might actually be a blessing for him. Malakan smirked slightly, as if everything was within his grasp. Seriously, he blew up at me at first. He was the one most against it. Casimir could only swallow those words back down. Asterisk huff asterisk. Jittered spoke gently. Jean, in these past 3 months, you've mastered the basics of reversal magic. Dream speech, dream thought. You've redefined how dream speech, dream thought. That's how mages used to view reversal. Yes, master. I'm deeply grateful. Ever since I learned your reversal method, my magical vision has expanded significantly. It's the truth. Even someone I must kill was a genius mage who reached 9 stars alone. Jittered's magic was even more powerful than Jean had imagined. Reversal is the deadliest phenomenon for mages. Because reversal exists, duels between mages can be even more decisive than those of warriors. The one who can wield more magic only needs to trigger the opponent's reversal to win the fight. Usually, when casting reversal, mages gather mana to a single point, compress it into a wand or fingertip, then inject it into the opponent to disrupt their flow. That's the key technique. However, Jittered's reversal was different. He used a method that absorbed the opponent's magic to trigger the reversal. That method was especially effective for countering magic attacks. Absorbing the opponent's magic and converting it into reversal, then reflecting it back. Try casting a 30% reversal loop. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. Jean formed a spinning ball of mana in his palm. This vortex was far weaker than when Jittered first showed it, but Jittered nodded in satisfaction. At this level, a third-rate mage wouldn't even sense it. Once they trigger reversal, they'll be defeated by you. You're not far from being able to take down third-rate mages. But to defeat first-rate mages, you'll need to master biochemical reversal. Jittered emphasized the term biochemical reversal while clearing his throat and carefully watching Jean's reaction. Yes, you've mentioned it many times already. Within biochemical reversal, there is a method that doesn't require returning the opponent's magic to trigger a reversal. When will you teach it to me? With your understanding, you're ready to begin now. But Huel, before that, I have a request. Please, master. Go ahead. Jean already knew what Jittered was about to ask. Shugil Hister's magic book. Would you let me take a look? No, master. Jean rejected him firmly. Jittered fell silent. I know that book means more to you than life itself, but I've been your master for 3 whole months now. Do you still not trust me? It's not about trusting, master. It's a matter of my conviction. Sorry, but as I said last time, this simply isn't possible. Well, to be honest, I could take your magic book by force, as easily as breathing. Even so, out of love for my only disciple, I've chosen to reason with you. Master. Jean looked Jittered directly in the eyes. Jittered looked away, embarrassed. He coughed awkwardly and averted his gaze. Sigh. My bad. I just feel a bit disappointed. I wanted to pass everything on to you, but you're still holding back from me. That's not it. It's just that I'm too stubborn as your unworthy student. Then, are you willing to show me Shujal, the HYSD family's magic book? Jittard's old eyes flickered with dim greed. He had improved his reversal techniques. By studying HYSD's grimoire, he was obsessed with the secrets of House HYSD. Ever since taking Jean as his student, Jittard had longed to read that book. Jean didn't answer. He pretended to think. Haha, master. How about this? Let's hear it. Shujal HYSD. My ancestor's grimoire, I'll lend it to you. But on one condition, though I have no right to bargain. Please, master. Grant me a way to protect my beliefs. Fine. If it's something I can do, I'll agree to it. What's the condition? You must also entrust with something as important to you as life itself. Jittard furrowed his brows and fell silent for a moment. Normally speaking, to a mage, there's only one thing more precious than life, especially for someone like Jittard, who built a unique magical legacy. The Book of Reversal. You want me to give that to you? That book represents a mage's entire lifetime of achievement, a condensed magic codex. Jean's greatest reason for staying close to Jittard was exactly that Book of Reversal. He'd had multiple chances to kill Jittard, but he always held back, waiting for the day he could get the book. Just killing him wouldn't count as true revenge. Since my last life, I've imagined countless scenarios of finding and killing you. For this one little prize, waiting a bit longer is nothing. Will he hand it over? Under Jean's calm gaze, Jittard pondered silently. The Book of Reversal can only be given to Yahello after I'm dead. Quite the dilemma. Soon, Jittard made a decision. Yahello can't comprehend the Book of Reversal yet anyway. He can't even extract the rune scripts. Even if he's a genius, he's still just a child now. He can't run away with it, so there's no real risk. Jittard nodded. Fine. While I'm borrowing the Shujal HYSD grimoire, you may hold on to the Book of Reversal. That's not a problem. Thank you for your understanding. Master will need a little time. The Book of Reversal isn't here. It's stored in the eternal vault of the holy nation of Vankella. Until I bring it back, you can study the bioreversal technique. Asterisk pa, asterisk. Jittard placed 2 bioreversal magic books on the table, saying, I'll be back soon. But Jittard only returned 10 days later, bringing the item from Vankella's eternal vault. It requires quite complex procedures. The master is here. Have you read the book on biochemical reverse flow magic? Yes. Jittard handed over the reverse flow book. He took out the magic book of Shuja Resistor from his chest. Jittard, who received the book, showed an expression of joy on his face. Oh. Are you that happy? It's obvious. This is a book on record magic. It will take quite some time to interpret. Thank you. You can also browse the reverse flow book anytime. Disciple, I haven't fully understood the profound meaning in your works yet. I'm just content with keeping it safe. It's up to you, haha. Since you've started learning to deepen reverse flow magic, you should begin practical training now. Starting tomorrow, use insects to feel the power of reverse flow directly. Can the lowly insects trigger magic reverse flow? This is the first I've heard of it. Jittard shook his head. Not those insects, but those lazy, breathless human insects. The people in this boring town are perfect test subjects. It couldn't be more suitable. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Chapter 46, Assassination is. Jean looked at Jittard with a puzzled expression. Are you saying you want to experiment with biochemical reverse flow magic on the people of Rampa Town? Indeed. Why that expression? On such a festive day, I've been given the opportunity to read Shuja Resistor's magic book. And you've also taken over the reverse flow book. We have entrusted each other with our lives. The trust between us is already deep. I was at a loss for words. Seeing that Jean had not responded for a while, Jittard seemed to understand something and nodded. How well. Have you never killed anyone? Not even during your mercenary days? He shook his head. Body-based reverse flow magic. After 10 days of research, this magic not only works on magicians, it can also trigger reverse flow in ordinary people. Unlike other common reverse flow triggering methods, even the tiny amount of magic power naturally present in the human body can cause a deadly reverse flow. And since Jean just started learning biochemical reverse flow magic, he is completely unable to control its destructive power. Jittard even suggested he use Rampa people as experimental subjects to adjust it. Although it's not, it still makes people uneasy. What unease? Jittard suddenly looked at Jean, his eyes full of anger. They are just simple country folk. To make you achieve my magic, use them as experimental bodies. He well hister. Listen carefully, Jittard suddenly said loudly. He grabbed Jean's shoulder. Don't be afraid to kill a few bugs. You have the talent given by heaven. You are fundamentally different from them. Make them your nutrients. This is natural. This is a passionate sight I've never seen. Jittard panted and continued. You know how Jittard Hall achieved 9 stars. Born from commoners, without any support, had to become a monster. Otherwise, he could never become the top existence. Otherwise, he would never become the best. Master's teaching. Those with background would do even worse. They easily find experimental subjects, buy expensive magic tools effortlessly. But when I was young, even with greater talent, I still struggled. Although these words sound disgusting, Jean still pretended to listen seriously. I also felt uncomfortable like you now. But if someone had reminded me back then, told me that they are different from the bugs in the world, I could have used them freely. How wonderful that would have been. Jittered's hand gripping Jean's shoulder trembled violently. The name of Jittered Hall from the reverse flow system should have stood at a higher position. Shuile, you don't have to suffer like I did. I can teach you everything I realized after my failure. I can pass it to you. While Jittered kept Jean's gaze slowly lowered, just like the first time Jean met Jittered, filled with excitement. This was the first time Jittered saw Jean shrinking back. One more step, and he would obediently accept. Jittered thought to himself, Shuile, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't even have the chance to use your talent. You might have ended up as a third-rate mage, living a life of obscurity. Now that you've taken the book of reverse flow, show me your determination. If you can't do it, I will immediately expel you. Expel you from the door. This is an important matter. Not just the bugs of Ramfu. From now on, you will also need to keep killing bugs to train your senses. If you can't accept this, I won't train you anymore. Please give me some time to think. Master. Jittered smiled and looked at Jean's hesitant eyes. Yes, it's not easy to accept immediately, but after using the bugs, Shuile, you will soon understand why the world is divided between geniuses and ordinary people. He truly believed this was for the disciples' good. He had lived his whole life this way, and eventually achieved the great accomplishment of 9 stars. This binary, brutal way of growing up has been proven correct. Soon, Jean lowered his head. Master, honestly, it's hard to accept right now, but I'm willing to believe in your words. I will follow you. Is it because you're afraid of being expelled that you lied? No, without you, Master, I would just waste my time at the Meltador Magic School, or be sold to Jeeper and killed. If I didn't believe in and follow you, Master, I wouldn't have any other way to go now. If not for you, Master, I would have no future. You're indeed a smart child. My judgment is not wrong, Jittered said as he, while stroking Jean's hair, he was actually worried about how to persuade Jean if he rejected him. I will observe for a while, but such things cannot happen again. If you want to inherit everything I gained after hellish effort, then, disciple, you are my incarnation. I understand, Master. I will remember it. All right, as compensation, tomorrow night, if you use the bugs without hesitation, I will reward you. Dream, if you use them without hesitation, I will reward you. The magic I control is not only reverse flow, from elemental magic to curses. Every success will teach you a curse. Hearing the word, Jean almost couldn't control his expression. I don't need that kind of magic, and I don't want to learn it. Dream. Master, before tomorrow night, I'd like to make a request. What? Please demonstrate biochemical reverse flow magic. Of course, perform it directly on me. Just as Jittered was about to ask why, Jean continued, I want to know, which part of the body of ordinary people is most affected by reverse flow magic? That way, I can master the sensation faster tomorrow night. Haha, yes. That's the attitude. Very good, but if you kill 5 or more people, the Knights of the Capital might come looking for trouble. We might have to leave here then. You didn't think of that, did you? A sharp noise unique to cheetah sounded. Jittered gathered the reverse flow magic in his hands. Now I'll show you. You need time to recover your body, to use it tomorrow night. Dream, you also need to feel this power. Dream said, thank you. I learned from the biochemical reverse flow magic book. This magic is called reverse flow storm. By the gravitational force of magic, seize the target's magic. Trigger a reverse flow. This is the magic you will be using starting tomorrow. Yes, Master. This is the magic I've been practicing during my trip to Pankara. Now I will accelerate the reverse flow's rotation. Start absorbing your magic. From your toes to your head, I will focus my power on every part. You need to concentrate and feel where it hurts the most. Jean, step back a few steps. Close your eyes quietly. The reverse flow storm of Jittered started spinning wildly. From Jean's body, the magic particles were gradually absorbed into the reverse flow storm. It was as if blue ribbons were flowing out from Jean's body, wrapping around the reverse flow storm. But Jittered was terrified from the start. He had applied level 7, maximum reverse flow, to Shuile, making him feel the pain. Why is there no sign of the reverse flow starting? Jittered was taken aback. He checked the reverse flow storm, because cracks appeared in the circular shape that made up the reverse flow storm. Could it be that Shuile's magic exceeds level 7? No, that's impossible. I need to increase the power and try again. As the reverse flow storm intensified, the magic ribbons flowing out from Jean's body became thicker. Jittered had already used magic approaching level 8, but even by then, Jean still kept his eyes expressionless. Jittered realized something was wrong. The reverse flow storm couldn't bear the magic inside Jean's body, when it couldn't handle the unlimited magic of the mirror, causing it to swell. Afterwards, Yahello, activated when Jean first came here to meet Jittered. It was activated for this moment. The verb of the mirror is for this moment. The reverse flow storm twisted and exploded. Jittered hurriedly mobilized all his breath to control the magic, but the level 9 magic of Sarah, even humans, can't withstand the mirror's infinite magic. It's like trying to block a waterfall with your palm. The gravitational force of the reverse flow storm absorbs both its own and the mirror's magic. Jittered's uncontrollable reverse flow spread within him. Jittered Marquis, the terrifying pain of reverse flow. You know better than anyone. Kakik. Jittered started bleeding from every hole on his face. He began convulsing. Jean slowly walked towards him. You must have gained 1,200 from me during this time, right? But the once large Jitter now turned blurry with blood. That twisted face. His eyes were bloodshot from the impact, murmuring in dreams. His legs trembled from the pain of the reverse flow, murmuring in dreams. Choking on his words, Jitter collapsed to the ground, murmuring in dreams. Murmuring in dreams, how well. But do you remember the name of the baby you tried to curse 15 years ago when you came to Storm City? Do you remember? Jitter pinched his. I'm not Howell Hysd. I am enrollment. So Jean took out a gleaming short sword from his robe sleeve. He quietly looked down at him. He remembered the tragic 28 years of his past life, the pain of losing his loved ones, that damn curse. The wasted hellish time, knowing. Joshua. Let time and Marius curse you. It actually took a whole 44 years. That was not possible. I didn't have the opportunity to beg like you do now. I was only 1 year old back then. When Jean's short sword turned black with spiritual energy, Jitter shook his head and struggled. Blood spurted from Jitter's throat, staining Jean's robe. The hem of his robe. Jean slowly bent down. He took the sugar from Jitter's chest. Hysd's spellbook. Although your brief 80 years can't make up for my 44 years, but I will make good use of the book of reverse flow. Please, spare me. But pft. The black blade pierced Jitter's heart. Blood foam surged from his mouth. Jitter, who had stopped breathing, collapsed onto the ground. Jean took a step and walked away. He swung the short sword enveloped in spiritual energy, leaving these words on the wall. You won't die so easily. Jean Grey. Big brother Joshua Runkade will definitely recognize you. Chapter 140, Chapter 140, Chapter 47, The Death of Marquis Jitter. News of Jitter's death came a month later. The world-changing event was an inevitable result. Although he had lived in seclusion for quite a long time, his presence had faded significantly, but the death of a 9th-level magician was itself a shocking news. Even the cause of death was unclear. Jitter died in a secluded place, deep in the Longpu forest. The Longpu people didn't suspect anything when Jitter was absent for a month. There was no great suspicion. They only speculated. He might be doing research with that young man. As a result, Jitter's body was left untouched for a month. It became food for beasts. Only a few small bones remain. As a result, journalists, Magic Academy members, and those with personal ties to Jitter had to focus on the writings carved on the wall. Jean Grey. The prime suspect in the murder of Marquis Jitter. Who is he? Why was Marquis Jitter killed? What is the reason for his seclusion? What is left is the essence of reverse flow magic. It is speculated to be stored in the eternal warehouse of the Holy Kingdom of Bankler. In this lengthy article, there are people who know the name Jean Grey arguing with each other. It can't be the youngest, right? Jean Grey. It's a common name. It can't be the youngest, but he is a level 9 mage. It can't be him. Definitely not. Haha yeah. Dream said the Tana brothers, now becoming preparatory knights. Although they're reliable, Dream said, but I still feel like it could be the youngest. Anyway, we, the foolish younger siblings, have never seen a level 9 mage to dare say such things. They'll become preparatory knights in a few months. Why are they like this? Dream said. Meow sister, Dream said. Listening to them say such foolish things is quite cute. Dream said. Dream said. I really want to beat them up. Dream said. A level 9 mage, what a joke. Dream said. The White Wolf clan last time was also ridiculous. Meow and laughed as they looked at the Tana brothers. At this time, Meili also looked at them. Shut up, you're disturbing my meal. 7 Meili sister. Can't we even say this? I told you to shut up, haha. Sister. You didn't stop Tana when they were making noise. Meow. If you dare say another word, Meili will explode. I can't stop her now. Mother isn't here. Second son Deepu shrugged. Lentia seemed to find everything annoying, and shook her head. Lon and Big Brother focused on cooking. The table where the second-generation purebloods gathered. The only ones absent were Luna and Yona, and preparatory knight Jean. Clink. Joshua put down his knife and fork. He wiped his mouth. Alright, stop talking. We've finally gathered for a meal. No need to get all red-faced. And I also think it might be the youngest. The one who killed Marquis Jitter. Everyone's gaze focused on Joshua. Even Lentia, who seemed indifferent, was the same. Big Brother, what do you mean by that? Do you think it's possible? Of course. The young master couldn't have done it alone. If Yona helped, it should have been possible. So, Mei Li and Deepu's exchanged hostile glances. Both were always bothered by Joshua's schemes. Stop now. Brother, I know you didn't just come for the meal, but this is really annoying. Now, do we even need to involve the preparatory knights? Can you be responsible for saying Yona helped, Big Brother? Does it need to be responsible? A level 9 mage is dead, and no cause of death has been found. If it wasn't a nameless hand, it would be hard to do something nameless. Yona wasn't from the Runkade family. He belonged to a nameless. Big Brother seems to have hoped Yona would make a mistake before. Now you're bringing up his name for no reason. It's disgusting. And now you're dragging the young master into it. It's really sickening. Because the name Jean Grey was left at the scene. This is my thinking. The young master left his name, entrusted by the nameless. Then Yona replaced the eldest son, and carved the name on the wall with an arrow. Meow and clapped their hands, and nodded in agreement. Thinking about it, it actually makes sense. Then, could it be that the eldest son used the nameless power to complete his tasks during his academy days? This is just a hypothesis. As Meow said, the eldest son has always done many unbelievable things. It won't hurt to investigate. There have always been too many doubts about Jean. I'm also curious about Yona's thoughts on the family. Melly suddenly stood up, slamming the table hard. Meow and jumped in shock, turning to look. Lentia sighed in her heart, worried that trouble was about to happen. Although as the second son, I can't speak against the seventh son's actions. But remember this. If Jean harms Yona, father won't just sit back and watch. But please remember one thing. If Jean harms Yona, father won't just let it slide. Dips also stood up and added. Big brother should occasionally be more straightforward. If you like Yona, just conquer him with a sword. Isn't that enough? Why play these flowery tricks? This is not the Luancade way. You seem unqualified to say this. Dips, if you're not happy, you can draw your sword now. Dips briefly shifted his gaze towards Lentia. For whose good? Melly and Dips turned. Joshua showed a satisfied smile. The two people who triggered this series of events felt helpless. Sigh, why does it feel like things have gotten worse? The situation above is even messier. Meng Yumeng said, I don't know how long and will torment me. Meng Yumeng said, it's really tough. Meng Yumeng said, if the eldest son were here, Dante's world, the most boring Jeeper banquet hall. Bellatine shook the message paper in his hand. Meng sat next to him. Meng, though invited, still attended. Meng Yu thought to himself, Meng sure. Thus, Meng Yu said. When Bellatine finished greeting others and came to find him, Meng Yu said. He forced an awkward smile. Meng Yu said. You arrived, Bellatine. Meng Yu said. Such an exciting banquet. Meng Yu said. Thank you for not forgetting to invite me. Oh, do we still need pleasantries? I know our family's banquet is dull. I just wanted to see you, Meng Yu said. Sorry, Meng Yu said. You're also bored, right? I'm bored too, Meng Yu said. Ah, how I missed the nights in the duel arena. Meng Yu said. Oh, the duel arena was indeed. Meng Yu said. There's nothing more to say. Since that day, Meng Yu said. After that, I felt an emptiness inside. I often touched the empty treasure chest, recalling those days. But have you heard? This news, Bellatine handed it over. It only says that what surprised people is, Dante just learned of Marquis Jittard's death. Before attending the banquet, he had been in closed-door training, completely unaware of the outside world. What? A 9-star mage was killed. Jean Grey's name was left at the scene. I'm more surprised that you only found out now. Either way, this seems like something that guy did. Dante, what do you think? Dante hummed confidently. Of course, he is fully capable of doing it, although I don't know the reason or method, but I'm sure he did it. So, Dante, do you have time? Starting tomorrow, a bit more relaxed, Bellatine leaned close to Dante's ear and whispered further. I haven't seen that guy in a while. Should we go check on him? Do you know where he is? We'll find out if we look. But immediately, with a big smile, nodded. The guests and reporters in the banquet hall interpreted this scene in another way. Just now, the two of them were definitely talking about Marquis Jittard. They seemed to know something. That's why they smiled like that. I've heard that the Jipple and Hylon families are very close recently. It seems Marquis Jittard's death is related to Jipple. Duke Belladin revealed some information to Duke Dante. Perhaps Jipple is consolidating friendly relations and eliminating non-allied forces. Jittard was someone expelled by Jipple. This incident must be handled carefully. Meanwhile, the protagonist of all this chaos is looking for ears. Who's been talking behind my back? Why do my ears keep itching? What's going on with Malakan? Is the work on the reverse flow book almost done? Ah, damn it. I also have people advising me. Kid, I've been stuck with this magic book for a whole month. As I said, since Jean came back, Malakan has been replacing the runes in the reverse flow book. Only after replacing it all can it be transferred to Jean. Text. It can only be transferred after the replacement is complete. Unlike the obsessive lightning cannon, the rune structure is too complex. It's still not finished. But this magic book's work, no one but you can do it. Why is Quickcantle never mentioned? He knows too. Why is he always excluded? After it's all done, I'll give you a truckload of limited edition spring sketches. If it's not the special edition, I'll be after you. While Malakan complained, Casimir found Duke Jean. It's Sir Casimir. I wanted to tell you. I might need about a month's time. A month? Where to? It's that Montana. Yes, I have to go to Beaumont for a while. There are things to handle. As the former Prince of Mont, Casimir currently has no reason to personally go to Mont to get things. And Jean is very clear. When Casimir hesitantly said strange things, there's only one reason. His father called him to the Black Sea. It must be because of Jittard's death. This time, he wants to meet in person to hear the report. At that moment, Casimir was about to lie to Shilo. Casimir thought. Jean still didn't know about the report he gave to Shilo. Is there anything I can help with? Ah, of course. This is a task I have to complete on my own. Haha, anyway, Duke Jean. I've remembered what you said last time. When I'm not around, please reconsider using it. Jean smiled faintly at Casimir's advice. He gave a slight smile. Chapter 141. Chapter 141, Section 47. After Jittard's death, 3 items prepared by Casimir are called the Nameless Badge. This is a required item for entering the headquarters city of Nameless. It's essential for Saur. Without the nameless badge, going to Sar is almost like suicide. However, even with the nameless badge, safety in Sar is not guaranteed. Sar, this Black Sea, is an even more dangerous, unprotected area. It is the sanctuary of assassins. There are no civilians in Sar. Those who live there are students training to become nameless. The entire city is a giant training ground. This means assassination training is always going on within the city. But general training is different. Killing between students is allowed. Protection for visitors is not part of their duties. In other words, visitors can be used as targets for dark magic training without any problems. Holding the nameless badge and going means accepting their rules. On the other hand, if you go without the nameless badge, you'll be directly treated as an enemy. Visitors may face assassination attempts from students, but if they can endure it and leave alive, it's fine. And even if the enemy escapes, they will be recorded in the nameless life and death register. They will live under the threat of assassination forever. Anyone who survives after their name is recorded in the nameless life and death register is extremely rare, even worldwide. Jean, while fiddling with the nameless badge, Dream said, while lying on the sofa. Dream said, with Yona's sister's place. Dream said, I met Yona's sister. Dream said, Yona is no longer a member of the Runkade family. She is now a nameless assassin. Therefore, Jean meeting her won't incur any punishment from the family. After his rebirth, Jean plans to find Nameless before the year 1799. It's a bit early to look for them now. The assassination attempts by Nameless students are also threats to those of 7 stars and above. It's a threat. Originally, I planned to wait for the assassination attempts by Nameless students to pose no threat to me, and then go, but if I meet Kazan there, or fight against a mage of that level, it would be troublesome. Jean's reason for going to the city of Nameless, Samir, is poison. There are many poisons in the world that even the bodies blessed by the Runkade family cannot withstand. Since his rebirth, Jean has been pushed to the brink of death several times, and the memories of those moments resurfaced in his mind. The first mission when he encountered the White Wolf clan warrior, Jito, Trukash, and when fighting Andre, and facing the Jipple mages in Cologne, etc. The most dangerous was when he met Belis and Kazan. Dream said, if Prince Laika from Durkee hadn't come, Dream said, I would have definitely died from Kazan's poison. He also learned a lot from Taemin's death. Dream said, Kazan will continue to hunt me. Dream said, aside from that, there are countless people who want to kill me with poison. Even if I return to my family, it's the same. All those belonging to Nameless have developed resistance to poison through training. Most students trained in Samir can withstand the ultimate poison. When the students officially become Nameless assassins, Dream said, they also have considerable resistance to deadly toxins. Dream said. However, Dream said, what Jean wants is not just this. Dream said, this level of resistance is something he's had since he was born a part of Runkade. Dream said, he must obtain the antidote that only top Nameless assassins can inherit, the poison of 1,000 toxins. Those who drink it can almost become immune to all poisons. Absolutely immune. Although not documented, it's speculated that only the first-generation head of Runkade, Timar, the current head, Shilong, and the first Nameless king, Korin, have reached this level. Of course, the poison of 1,000 toxins is not something you can just get. Only top assassins recognized by the Nameless king can obtain this elixir. However, in his past life, Sister Annie did drink the poison of 1,000 toxins. It was around the year 1799. If everything follows the trajectory of his past life, Annie will drink the poison of 1,000 toxins about 3 years later. It was a gift from Yona to her. Sister Yona is the fastest to gain the top assassin status in the history of Nameless, and she was naturally close to being immune to all poisons, so she didn't need to drink the poison of 1,000 toxins. Therefore, Yona gave her portion of the poison to the family. The Nameless king was furious about this, but since the two sides eventually quelled the matter, first, she highly valued Yona. Second, revenge on Runkade would lead to the destruction of Nameless. So the Nameless king tried to keep Yona in Nameless, even after her contract expired, to keep her in Nameless. This might be a good thing for Sister Yona. Anyway, in her past life, Sister Annie drank the poison of 1,000 toxins, but this time, I will get it for her. In Jean's view, Annie is clearly on Joshua's side, and Jean plans to destroy everything the enemy holds dear, and take away what benefits them, and increase what harms them. He will take revenge step by step. The runic conversion of the reverse flow book is complete. Oh, finally done. Damn it, come let me see. Thanks, Malakan. While carving runes on Jean's back one after another, he mumbles to himself. Every time Jean feels the runes being carved into his back, his understanding of reverse flow magic rapidly improves. Not just reverse flow rings and reverse flow burst, but also reverse flow magic and biochemical, general reverse flow magic, even including jittered, the so-called ultimate reverse flow magic, reverse heaven. Seeing Jean smile with satisfaction feels so good. Magic is just that good. Unlike swordsmanship techniques, which cannot be obtained through rune conversion, that's also a flaw of magic. If there are no runes, even if you've learned it, you can't unleash its full power. That's why I don't need the thunder cannon. My body is already strong enough. I don't need that stuff. After the thunder cannon, finally got a decent tool. I studied it carefully during the decoding process. There are indeed a lot of useful spells. If you can master Reverse Heaven, even if there are groups of 7-star or lower mages, they won't be. Reverse Heaven, simply put, is to release a massive reverse flow burst in the sky. Of course, the amount of magic it absorbs far exceeds the reverse flow burst on the palm. In addition, this is also a spell that breaks the original reverse flow laws. Even if the target's magic is higher than the caster's, it can still trigger a minimum reverse flow reaction if Jitter didn't use reverse flow burst. But Reverse Heaven, even with the help of the mirror's power, it would be impossible to easily kill him. At the cost of cracks appearing in the seal of the mirror, the obtained magic should be worth something. Ah, really? The seal made by Soul Red at his peak. How could it become fragile because of a dream words, dream talk? You can use it with more peace of mind. I still feel uncomfortable with that thing. What if the seal breaks? The world will be destroyed. This kind of thing must be used with consideration for worst-case scenarios. Also, if you only rely on the mirror, Jean's growth will inevitably be delayed. Of course. Although Malakan said this in a calm tone, he was inwardly amazed. When killing that guy Jittered, he must have deeply felt the power of infinite magic. But this little guy seems not to plan to succumb to the temptation of convenience. In Malakan's 3,000+ years of life, he has seen countless geniuses ruined by taking shortcuts. Although efficient strength growth is very important, but there are no easy ways in this world, and quick ways to get stronger. Anyway, as a souvenir, let's try it out. Reverse Heaven. Wait a moment. Let me release my spiritual energy first. Anyway, the spiritual realm needs time. I'm not proficient yet. After all, it's a 9-star mage's ultimate skill. Lack of magic power. Also, we are indoors. Small space. Although it's a room designed like a training field, let's begin as Jean closes his eyes. When performing Reverse Heaven in the spiritual realm, Malakan quickly covered his body with spiritual energy, because he also has magic power, to avoid being exposed to the effects of Reverse Heaven. Boom. The magic power released from Jean's hands started to form a giant sphere on the ceiling, until it covered the entire ceiling. It took about 15 seconds. As the climax came to an end, the sphere spun violently, stirring up a breeze through the spacious living room. Oh. At the moment Murakan looked up in astonishment. Lord Jean. Inya, who had just found Jean and entered the room, was caught in the blast, and started foaming at the mouth. Oh no. Jean quickly withdrew his heavenly reversal. He rushed toward Inya. Murakan, seeing this scene, grinned and pointed at Jean. He had to catch Inya. Are you okay? Inya, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were nearby. Inya gave a thumbs up, her eyes sparkling. That was amazing. Really awesome. At this point, even the master was stunned. It was hard to say whether it was because the heavenly reversal was incredible, or because of the situation. Seeing Inya wasn't seriously hurt. Thank goodness. If Lady Inya had been injured, that'd be terrible. Wait, no, it's fine. Let's just stay like this forever. Right now, life feels complete. Quintel had, at some point, walked up behind Inya, and struck Jean on the back of the neck, knocking him out cold. Stuff like this happened often. Are you insane? At this point, has Inya already learned how to tease you? Come on, I keep telling you. No matter how much you like her, this isn't okay. At that moment, Murakan rolled on the ground like a happy pup, laughing uncontrollably. He couldn't stop. Meanwhile, Jean had to spend quite some time explaining everything to Quintel. This is my fault, Lord Quintel. Once Lady Inya wakes up, Are you bringing apples too? Inya needs to snap out of it anyway. Anyway, you'll be heading to the city of the Nameless soon, right? To get the 10,000 Venoms wine from your sister. Yes. I think I'll depart the day after tomorrow. Do you know what kind of place that is? I have a good idea. That city is practically one massive training ground. Even visitors face the threat of assassination. With your current strength, you should be able to withstand the attacks of the Nameless disciples. The more you resist Samuel's tests, the stronger the assassins they send. If you persist to the end, even the strongest killers will come for you. Oh, I've never heard stories like that. Of course not. Anyone who'd go around spreading such tales is either already dead, or they're too scared to speak. Mentioning the name Nameless, they usually die before the top killers even arrive, or disappear after finishing the mission. Back in Quintel's day, the Nameless was already a renowned assassin group, and he knew more about them than anyone. Even if that assassin is your sister, I'm sure she's a nameless assassin. I'm certain of it. So, when you feel you can't handle it anymore, just show them this. That'll keep you alive. Chapter 142, Nameless, Part 48, September 4th, 11,796. Jean was riding a carriage towards Samilo. It had been 3 days since leaving Taiken. It was already late autumn. The cool breeze gently stirred Jin's hair as he leaned by the window. In this unbelievably peaceful moment, on the road to the assassin's sanctuary, Jean thought of Jilly's worried face. Since her birthday was near, if I leave now, I won't be able to prepare a gift for you, young master, even as a provisional knight. But you still need to be careful of the challenges ahead. But sometimes, we should enjoy life too. That's what Jilly said to me before heading to Samilo. Lately, watching Luna and Taimon has made me miss Jilly even more. I should treat her better. After all, I don't know her that well. Unlike with Luna and Taimon, Taimon never brought up the past. because Luna wasn't curious about it. But Geely is the opposite. She always dodges or pretends not to know. All I've heard is that she's from the Shupist family, one of the most brilliant martial clans in Union history, but I don't even know. The Shupists are among the Luncade's most loyal vassals, a top-tier martial household in the Union. Geely is their eldest daughter. So why? That's always been a lingering question in Jean's heart. He's even considered sending someone to investigate, but he knows that would be disrespectful to Geely. One day, she'll tell me herself. In my past life, I never had that chance, but this time, maybe we'll travel together. Once things settle down, Jean, having sorted through his thoughts, looked out the window at the coachman's silhouette. He was too young to be a coachman, and his leg muscles were far too developed. Normally, no amount of money could convince a coachman to go to Samilo, but this one accepted readily. Before choosing him, more than 5 had turned Jean down, so he suspected the boy was a nameless apprentice. Hey sir. How much longer? 2 or 3 more hours. This road's the right one, isn't it? It is. You can rest easy. People live in Samilo too. Even coachmen like me visit often. Jean nodded at the entrance. That confirmed it. He was just an apprentice. If it were a nameless assassin from Jean's homeland, they wouldn't use such crude methods. Even if the city was full of assassins or trainees, they weren't the top-class assassins that people think of when they hear nameless. Of course, there are plenty of mediocre ones among the apprentices too. The real dangerous ones for Jean won't show up until he enters Samilo, and this coachman definitely wouldn't attack before they arrive. Just as expected, nothing out of the ordinary happened for the next 2 hours. When Jean reached Samilo's gates, it was already afternoon. On the surface, it didn't look much different from a normal town, at least from the entrance. A wide, straight road stretched before him, flanked by 2 short perimeter walls. At the gate, 2 guards stood on either side. Unlike the other towns Jean had visited, these guards wore light pale clothing and carried weapons. They didn't need to put on a show of authority. No one would dare enter Samilo recklessly. Pale white was the mark of the nameless. Everyone in the city, from butchers to high-ranking leaders, wore pale white clothing, except for visitors. Stop the carriage, one of the guards said quietly. The coachman pulled the reins. Jean got down immediately and pulled out his nameless badge. He showed it to the guards. They exchanged glances and carefully examined it. What brings you to Samilo, sir? They didn't ask who Jean was or where he came from. Their tone held no pressure either. Just here to experience something new, Jean replied. I'm sure it'll be an interesting visit. Very well. Head on in. You can retrieve your nameless badge when you leave, just before entering the city. Jean asked, what are the rules for visitors under the nameless code? It activates after you receive the nameless badge. The dream only began once I entered the city. Dream speech. Dream said. Dream speech. A dagger thrust at Jin's back. Dream said. Already on alert. Dream said. Jean spun around quickly. Dream said. He didn't even need to look. He knew it was the coachman. Dream said. Jean used the recoil of his spin. Dream said. And leapt back. He kicked at the coachman who had drawn another dagger. Right in the thigh. Smack. The coachman's thigh was struck by Jin's heel. A crisp crack echoed. Jean followed with a sharp elbow to the coachman's jaw. The man crumpled like a puppet with its strings cut. Jean shook his head. So it started when I... Are you going to make a move too? The guards lowered their heads, covering their eyes. They shook their heads. No, we study the art of assassination, not combat. The moment you struck first, we already lost. Please proceed into the city. Thank you, my friend. He'll probably be expelled. He wasn't wearing pale white robes, yet attempted an assassination, and failed. You really know our rules well. It's no secret. No one wouldn't know. Please tell him not to be too discouraged. If he brought me to such a dangerous place, he might consider another path. Being a coachman isn't so bad. Jean pulled a gold coin from his coat. Though the man would wake in despair, Jean believed he had saved his life, because if he stayed in Samilo, it would only end in death. This is for the coachman. Please pass it on. Jean strode through the entrance, entering the city. The guards secretly watched his back, thinking what a remarkable and kind-hearted youth he was. He had arrived at Samilo. Even Jean couldn't help but marvel as he entered. Before leaving, Seven-Colored Bird had told him much about Samilo. It wasn't what people imagined. It was a quiet and beautiful city. The streets were so clean, not a speck of dirt in sight. The buildings were arranged in perfect order, as if they had just been built. People in nameless robes walked silently between them, like monks on retreat. They paid no attention to newcomers. Under the bright afternoon sun, everything glowed milky white, more beautiful than he imagined. Oso felt chills on the back of her neck. This beauty was built on blood. The nameless robes were white for a reason, because they never let blood stain them. That was their pride. In this quiet and tidy city, only those who had remained unseen for years could achieve the art of assassination. Only they could become killers of the towering nameless hall. Its assassins, visitors were merely targets of specialized training. They fought and killed each other daily. The apprentices ranged from seemingly middle-aged men in their 40s to young teens, some the same age as Jean, and even children younger than him. There were clear gaps in ability. But the strong rarely showed mercy to the weak. Regardless of age, status, or origin, a superior apprentice only needed to kill the other to advance to the nameless hall. In some ways, this place was scarier than Lunkade. Watching these young apprentices walk through this brutal city, Jean couldn't help but think of a blurry memory. His sister, Yona Lunkade, Sister Yona, was also sent here around age 12. Shilong had recognized her talent early. He had long hesitated on whether to send her to the secret palace or to Samilo. Both the secret palace and the nameless hall were chosen for similar reasons. Free from the control of major factions, it has thus become a coveted place for many. Among them, the most coveted place is naturally the secret palace. However, the reason why Shilong's eldest daughter was sent to the nameless hall has only one explanation. Dream said that the secret palace already has Xylus as the legitimate heir, while the nameless hall still has not produced an outstanding fire element. Therefore, even considering the previous life, the day Jean witnessed Yona is still a rare occasion. In the previous life, Sister Yona eventually became a killer who served only her family, which is far from the honor of the Lunkade Knights. She was the family's secret assassin. At least in the beginning, her freedom was guaranteed. Yona usually kept herself hidden, erasing her presence, for reasons unknown. Was it due to her personality, or because she thought her situation was unfortunate? Watching such a Yona, Jean felt a strange connection for a while. Perhaps the Yona of the previous life was unaware, but I too always hid in the corner and held my breath. Although my treatment was very different from my sister's, if there was something I wanted to say to her, or something I wanted to hear her say, I should just say it directly. By the way, I had a somewhat urgent request. I wanted to get the 10,000 poison wine. With a bitter smile, Jean took a step forward. First, he needed to find a place to stay. Samir was a medium-sized city, and because of fewer visitors, there were fewer inns compared to other medium-sized cities, but they were not non-existent. However, Jean did not plan to stay in an inn this time. Inns had too high a risk of exposure to assassination threats. Not only did he have to guard against the inn owner and staff, but also be wary of other guests at all times. This kind of experience wouldn't last more than a few days. Such painful experiences had already been felt in the Cosmos duel arena. At that time, facing pirate attacks without dark arts training, he almost couldn't hold on. It would be better to find one of those medium-level students and rent a room from them. This way, the lowly thugs like stable boys wouldn't dare to act on Jean just because they feared the landlord. But in return, Jean would always be at risk from the landlords or students. He had to choose carefully. He needed students who wouldn't think they could kill him at will. Those weren't his true opponents. His opponents were the students. At the dock in the central part of the Kong Principality, Belladine and Dante were still tracking Jean after the banquet ended. They had been tracking him all along. You. Yes, you. Can you help me with something? Have you seen anyone like this? If you have, I will reward you handsomely. They used the power of the Hylon family to search through the recent checkpoints of this Mont and the Principality. The travel records. They found 45 names of Jean Grey, and they have already encountered over 10 of them. If we use all the manpower of Hylon and Jeeper, tracking will be much easier. But doing that, the meaning of the secret trip would be lost. Moreover, the opportunity for the three of us to meet might vanish forever. The two made such a judgment. There is indeed a Jean Grey here. But if it's not the Jean Grey from the Kong Principality, what should we do? Then we have to go to the next block. Out of the 45, one must be him. If not, we'll start over. This is not the obsession of a criminal. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, Chapter 48, Nameless 2. Renting a room. Yes, the man looked down at N. Standing expressionless, he was over 2 meters tall, with a fierce look. The students in off-white nameless attire usually appear gentler because of the bright colors, but this man was not. Rather than an assassin, he looked more like a fighter, or a mercenary leader using an axe. Jean stood on the street before the sun set. Ultimately, he chose this man. The standard is the sound of footsteps. You can hear the footsteps without deliberately paying attention. That's beginner level. You can hear them by slightly focusing. That's intermediate level. If you can barely hear them, that's advanced. And if you need to use all your senses to detect their presence, then that person is about to become a student of the Nameless Hall. According to this standard, Jean determined that this man was an intermediate student, not beginner. He had ruled out the possibility of beginner from his experience with the gatekeeper and the coachman. Choosing an advanced target from the start would create pressure. Isn't it better to go to the inn? I don't like having too many guests coming and going at night. I'll pay for the room generously. Please, help me out. You really make it hard for me. The man furrowed his brow slightly. It wasn't because he was unexpectedly asked to lend a room, but because the man took Jean's request as a challenge. You can't kill me. Seeing you come in with the nameless card, you must be an heir of some martial family. You must have impressive martial arts at a young age. Confidence is understandable, but this is Samir. There are no fair duels here. I understand, which is why I avoid inns. If you don't want to lend the room, I'll find someone else. Lend it to him. I won't charge rent. Maybe he will repay with his life. Remember, this is all of your own doing. Thank you. About 5 minutes later, the man's house was a 2-story building. Jean decided to use the relatively small second-floor room. Upon entering, he was invited to dinner. Don't worry, there's no poison in the food. I believe you wouldn't do something so low. I'll enjoy it well. This is a meal, with a mix of some meat and vegetables, an efficient meal, as the man said. The food was very fresh. Jean finished eating quickly. The man cleared his bowl even faster. He quietly observed Jean at the table. Even the ultimate assassin must not let his guard down. Although it seemed calm, not being nervous would be a lie. The man might be releasing poisonous gas under the table, or even shooting poison needles from his sleeves. These things could happen at any time, even with a relative advantage in strength. When facing a trained assassin, more possibilities must be considered. There are 2 poison needles in his sleeves. He always leaves space in the middle when chewing food. There might be poison needles or venom in his mouth, but don't focus only on these. The basic habits of an assassin learned in student days came in handy at this moment. When dealing with an assassin, one should treat them like a mage or a con artist. Young master, the moment you're distracted by their hidden weapon, they will use unexpected methods. As the junior class instructor, Garen Altamiro once said, and before coming to Samir, Tychon's companions had given him advice. All of it was perfectly applied, especially the advice from Quickcantle. Jean had always remembered it since entering Samir. One important thing to remember during Samir's time is to never avert your gaze. Whenever a door suddenly opens, if you instinctively turn around, it could cost you your life. It was really fortunate to meet such good instructors and companions. So, when the door on the left suddenly opened, Jean didn't flinch. He kept his focus on the man. Did this guy already know the door was going to open? The man originally thought Jean would instinctively respond verbally. He planned to use this opportunity to strangle him with a tablecloth soaked in anesthetics, but he couldn't carry it out. 3 seconds after the door opened, Jean still maintained his alert posture. The door was shaking, making the sound of metal hinges. However, only the evening wind entered. No one else. This was their special training method. The instructors, disguised as students, occasionally walked through the door without making any sound, especially in a house with visitors. This is basic training for assassins. If I hadn't heard this from Quickcantle, I would have come to Samir. It could have been very dangerous. Jean stared at the man. Should I close the door? Jean asked. The man held back his surprise and nodded. This kid is really something. Unbelievably eerie. Though young, he's from an elite background. Priceless. Almost got tricked by him. It seems I need to observe him for a few more days. Slowly look for opportunities. I can't underestimate this person. If I force an attack on Jean, the nameless instructor who walked through the door earlier would expel him from Samir first thing tomorrow morning. Because this is not the nameless way. So, can I go upstairs to rest? Do as you wish. Go to the 3rd floor, Bayan. Immediately rechecked thoroughly. Several possible external entry points. Are there any traps? Is there another hidden assassin? Too many things to confirm. There doesn't seem to be a problem on the 2nd floor. Only one window. Limited infiltration path. And anyone larger than this can't fit through. No special devices on the ceiling, floor, or walls. Around an hour later, he finished checking the 2nd floor. Jean sat on the bed, remembering the instructor. The instructor who walked through the door at dinner. Nameless. Beyond imagination. Could it be that instructors have this level of power? How could a human be so ghostly? During dinner, Jean never let his guard down. He was sure that at any moment the front door might suddenly open, distracting his attention. Even so, when the door opened, Jean didn't sense the instructor's presence. It felt as if the door had opened by itself, without anyone touching the doorknob. For Jean, even in spiritual mode, hiding one's presence for a period of time, it's almost impossible to do this level. It's hard to measure how much one needs to hide to achieve this. If that instructor, he could have at any time, even here in Samir, and not in Takalni's room. Even with all my companions protecting me, I can't guarantee I would survive. Chill ran up my spine. Just because I broke a few ultimate student tricks, I can't be complacent. If an instructor-level assassin comes after me, I'd probably be killed before I can show Quickcantle what he gave me. Jean, brother. Only then did Jean truly realize where he had come. Yet he still didn't know more. If he had, even Jean, who had endured countless adversities, would feel his legs weaken. A shocking fact. Was this the truth? No, this can't be true. There, hanging upside down from the ceiling, was a woman who had been observing Jean the entire time. After dinner, when he was checking the 2nd floor, she followed closely behind, not missing a single moment, until Jean was on the bed. Only then did she move to the ceiling. About 2 hours, she kept her distance while observing Jean. Was this the truth? Should I ask? No. If it's not her, she must be killed, although it really seems like her. Jean took a deep breath, not missing a single moment, until Jean was on the bed. Only then did she move to the ceiling. For about 2 hours, the woman maintained a certain distance while observing Jean. Was this the truth? Should I ask? No. If it's not her, I must kill her, although it really looks like her. Jean took a deep breath. As he prepared to wipe Bradamanti, the woman blinked and smiled. The woman's name is Yona Runkade, a nameless top-tier assassin, and Jean's older sister. The instructor who walked through the door earlier was her. It's Bradamanti. It's my big sister. I'm so glad to see you. Sis, slap. Yona couldn't help but clap happily. Applause, and Jean reflexively stood up, taking a defensive stance, and simultaneously looked at the ceiling for the source of the applause. But Yona had already reappeared behind him. He almost got caught. She stepped lightly on the bedsheets, as if she wasn't there. There wasn't even a wrinkle. Then, When Jean quickly turned around to recheck his surroundings, Yona was like a shadow, sticking close to him, without him noticing. Sis, can you pretend you didn't hear that? He's not without reason. He receives all the favor and attention of the current nameless king. Now, the miracle Yona has displayed, even the nameless king couldn't do. Did I hear wrong? What's going on? What is this? Clearly, the applause came from the direction of the ceiling. Am I too nervous in hearing things? I can't use magic or spiritual energy. In contrast to the ecstatic Yona, Jean was nearly going mad. He had been sweating cold for over an hour, but still couldn't find the source of the applause. Could it have been that instructor? No. Even if it was the instructor, he couldn't hide in this space for so long. In the end, Jean believed it was just hallucinations or mishearing. Otherwise, he couldn't explain this situation, even if he sat back on the bed. He couldn't relax his guard. I definitely won't be able to sleep tonight. My third eye isn't fully open yet, so I definitely can't be found. Hee, but you're really impressive. How much have you grown during this time? The achievements Yona knows about are only 5 stars, but in reality, what she saw, Big Sister already has spiritual energy, close to 7 stars. This is already enough to amaze people. But Yona hasn't forgotten. Big Sister blocked a male assassin's attempt on the first floor. Sister Luna, you couldn't have done that at your age either. Of course, Sister could easily counter a poison needle or a short-sighted attack, but stopping it beforehand is impossible. Filled with pride, Yona wished she could immediately hug Big Sister. Yona hesitated whether to reveal herself and praise Big Sister. In the end, she shook her head. I can tell you a lot of things. Starting today, let's play together. Big Sister. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Chapter 48. 3 days have passed. Every day, after waking up, Sister eats breakfast with a man. Moyu says, a walk around the street. Moyu says, returns at dusk for dinner. Moyu Rua says, these days have been very leisurely. Moyu Gong came to a resort. Moyu says, whether strolling the streets. Moyu says, or staying with the man at home. Moyu says, there hasn't been a single assassination attempt. The reason Kern could safely get through these days, Moyu says, very simple. Moyu says, he lives in the home of an unnamed ultimate disciple. Moyu says, most of the disciples on the streets are weaker than him. Moyu says, Jean surviving on the first day, Moyu says, has already made those lower-level saints think. Moyu says, he is invincible. Moyu says, since that first day, no one has tried to attack me. Instead, it feels unsettling. Killing Jean leaned against a tree, flipping through the pages of a book. This is a book sent from the Samir library. The book contains various details on herbs and poisons. Of course, as a visitor, the books available aren't professional, nor in-depth. But Jean doesn't know much about reading. Therefore, it is quite interesting to read. And on the tree across from him, 2 pairs of eyes are hidden, watching him. Big Sister likes to read, doesn't she? She might be the only one among the brothers. Yona, she has been observing her long-lost Big. Apart from the extreme joy in her heart, Yona continues to observe Jean for a reason. To be precise, she must accurately gauge his level. Only then can she send the appropriate level of assassin. And what Yona sees in Jean is an incredible effort for a 16-year-old. Upon closer observation, not only is his spiritual energy outstanding, his ability to sense danger has also reached the level of someone seasoned from many near-death experiences. Even within the Runcaid family, it is rare for someone to have such experience at the age of 16. It is extremely rare. Because of the identity of the Runcaid family, unless they force themselves into a desperate situation, they rarely face life and death choices. At around 16 years old, perhaps they may have faced 1 or 2 death-defying moments. But how has Jean lived his life? At 16, a Runcaid may face 1 or 2 death-defying moments. But what Yona feels from Jean is far beyond that. In fact, Jean has gone through more adversity than other pure-blooded Runcaid youths, so Yona's judgment is not wrong. What Yona doesn't know is, if you count his past life, Jean's experience is already equivalent to someone in their 40s. Moreover, before his return, he was always in the position of the weak, caught between life and death. It is simply incomparable. Anyway, it's very interesting. A middle or upper middle level is clearly not enough. It's time to start sending high-level assassins. Yona laughed as she left the forest. And then, Jean unknowingly looked in the direction she left, and thought to himself, has something passed by over there again? This feeling has lasted for several days now. It started from the applause on the first day. If this keeps going, I'll have a nervous breakdown. You can leave my house now. The next evening, the man said in a tired voice, just after dinner was brought to the table, did I eat too much? Or have I caused too much disturbance in your life? Jean asked with wide eyes. The man shook his head. No, that's not it. Then why suddenly? The man sighed deeply. I've given up on assassinating you. At first I thought, you were just a reckless young man, born into the heir of the Wu family, only experiencing the good side of the world. One of those hopeless types. What a huge misunderstanding. I see. Jean and the man both smiled awkwardly at the same time. But for 4 days, a full 4 days, trying to find an opportunity to kill you. But I failed every time, so I admit it. I don't have the ability to kill you. In that case, I should leave. However, why not at least try once? Try assassinating me. Failure would Dream voice says, if I show up like this. Dream voice says, it must be resolved at once. Dream voice says, but. Dream voice says, you didn't give me any chance. Dream voice says, and I'll soon be Jean's assessment target. Dream voice says, need comfort. Dream voice says, he suddenly had this thought. Dream voice says, but Jean shrugged. Dream voice says, fishing me. Dream voice says, I'll keep a tense state. Dream voice says, learned a lot. If you gain something too, Dream voice says. Okay. The man laughed heartily for the first time. Dream voice says, haha. I didn't expect you to respond like this. I have many insights. Recently, my strength has been stagnating. His growth speed has been incredible. Recently, his strength has been stagnating, Dream voice says. His growth speed has been incredible. This time, he was greatly stimulated, Dream voice says. Dream voice says, thank you immediately. Dream voice says. The man stretched out his hand to request a handshake. Dream voice says, not to assassinate you again. Dream voice says, just hope you can leave my house. Dream voice says, and leave Samir alive. Dream voice says, this is my wish for you. Dream voice says, after hesitating for a while. Dream voice says, Jean shook the man's hand. I hope one day you can become an unnamed assassin, working for me, so I won't ask your name. The meals I've mooched these past days will be repaid double. This was the first meal Jean ate peacefully, after staying at the man's house. Then she packed her things. Outside, it was a moonless, dark night. Going to the inn now isn't bad. Anyway, there won't be any punks looking for trouble at the inn now. Just as she was about to step out, Jean suddenly sensed something was wrong. She carefully checked the ground beneath her feet. She hadn't even walked 5 steps outside the man's door. What is this? It looks like a trap to catch beasts. When stepped on in the middle, 2 sharp iron clamps will grab your ankles, and such traps extend all the way to the roadside. There are about 30 of them. When dealing with assassins, they are to be considered mages or fraudsters. Young master. If you didn't remember Altamiro's advice, Jean might have been caught by the trap for a few seconds. Altamiro's advice. Jean would have been distracted by the trap for a few seconds. Dangerous. Jean quickly drew Bradamanti. His gaze turned to the roof of the man's house. He saw someone crouching there, exposing teeth. That was a high-level member sent by Yona. A member sent by Yona, with a thin wooden tube in his mouth, preparing to launch the poison needle. The trap was intentionally set to distract Jean's attention, so that the disciple on the roof could reveal their face. The poison needle was fired before Jean fully drew his sword. Fortunately, Jean blocked the poison needle with the half-drawn blade. But he couldn't counterattack, because the disciple immediately pulled all the invisible strings on the traps. Dozens of traps simultaneously flew toward Jean. Once they touched, the iron jaws carrying poison would close. They would bite Jean. Damn, it was like a group of crocodiles snapping their jaws. Clink, clink, clang. Jean drew out Bradamanti and pushed the traps back. He performed the fastest sword strike he could manage. The white sword left after images. Several iron jaws were blocked by the sword. The disciple aimed at this moment. When the assassination failed, it caused Jean's sword blade to get stuck in the trap. This gave the disciple time to escape. From the very moment he blocked the first poison needle, it was destined to fail. So, they didn't plan to kill Jean with the traps. Thus, the disciple anticipated that Jean wouldn't pursue them. Instead, he would first clear the traps stuck to his sword. They even expected the traps. This guy, these mere traps. How could they do anything? With Bradamanti, forged from ancient millennia iron, Jean chose to leap onto the roof with arrows filled with traps. Then he swung Bradamanti, which transformed into a club, throwing it at the disciple's back who had just started to jump. Whoosh! Bradamanti made a dull whooshing sound, cutting through the air. Although the trap dulled it, it didn't pierce the disciple's back, but it hit their thigh. It fell to the side. Clink! At the same time, Jean lunged at the temporarily stopped disciple. He grabbed them as they fell. They crashed onto the roof. Jean immediately mounted the disciple, with his head enveloped in battle energy. What? Admit defeat. Young man, please stop. You won. If you were me, would you stop? I thank you for being a disciple. I won't kill you. Jean punched the disciple's nose and cheekbone, instantly collapsing them. Blood splattered. Jean said as he stopped attacking after the disciple fell, making such a commotion right after I came out. He roughly wiped the blood off his fist. He adjusted. Bradamanti. There were 6 traps tangled on the sword. If these traps aren't removed first, the sword can't be used. The sword must be cleared quickly. No, these traps tangled on the sword must be removed. It would take at least 3 minutes. Jean stretched his hand towards Bradamanti. He stopped. He looked around. This is the roof. There was nowhere to hide. But on the rooftops of the surrounding buildings, there was enough space for the assassins to lurk. I must find a safe place to move. This guy obviously anticipated I would come out of the house. He set the traps in advance. That must mean the man who gave Jean his accommodations earlier must have passed on the message. He probably had Jean leave after dinner. That's when the assassination was planned. Rather than say that man betrayed me, it's more likely someone higher up gave the orders. They must have figured out Jean's abilities by now. Now they've officially started hunting him. The thought made him nervous. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, arrows shot from both sides. No doubt, the arrows were coated with deadly poison, but I can't tell where they were shot from. because another arrow came flying. I don't even know how many people are shooting at the same time. Arrows are coming from all directions. The rain of arrows must first fall below the roof. At least there is the cover of the walls. It can avoid attacks from all sides. Damn it. What will await me after I jump down? But there's no choice. If I don't dodge right away, I'll become a target for arrows. Mingyu said. Jean gritted his teeth. Mingyu said, when jumping into the street. Mingyu said. Yona showed a satisfied smile. Mingyu said, hang in there. The youngest, Mingyu said, after being chased for a week. Your third eye will completely open. Your third eye is already half open. If you can't hold on and die, although it will be heartbreaking, it can't be helped. Yona watched Jean flee. She hummed a little tune. She just hoped Jean would grow strong. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, Chapter 48, Nameless 4, the whole morning. The assassin's pursuit continued. The initial poisonous needle shot was just the beginning. After jumping off the roof, poison spread immediately. In the darkness of the alley, throwing knives kept coming. After passing through the alley, there was another arrow rain from behind, barely dodging those arrows. 3 high-level assassins ambushed in the city's drainage system. They attacked suddenly, and Jean almost lost his life. Not only that, after finding a hotel, just as he opened the door, poison rushed toward him. Dozens of short swords flew through the smoke, making things even worse. How did he manage to avoid so many attacks, and completely unprepared? Jean himself was surprised, but when opening the aluminum door, he inhaled half of the poison. It was an unavoidable situation. Damn it, those bastards. He barely escaped to the forest where he had read books the day before. He adjusted his breathing. Jean spat out a mouthful of bloody foam. He shook his head. If it weren't for the body blessed by Roncade, I'd probably have a high fever by now. What's coming out isn't blood strands, but blood clots. This is so organized. Whoever sent these high-level saints, I must find that person. Crack. Jean gritted his teeth. His eyes burned with furious flames. In the dense bushes in the distance, the first light of dawn slowly appeared. But whether the pursuit will stop after dawn is still unknown. His face was drenched in cold sweat. His robe was tattered. There were rips and holes everywhere. But what was shocking was that there wasn't a single wound on him. Jean observed for about 5 minutes. Leaning against a tree, he had no idea that Yona was hiding behind that tree. He truly impressive. Old witch, Para. Yona dropped the note, then disappeared again into the tree. What's this? Jean nervously grabbed the note. From that moment, in a flash, Jean almost cut down an innocent tree. Jean barely restrained his anger. He let out a helpless laugh. He had originally thought he was one of the top assassins among the nameless. Turns out it was Sister Yona. This is fine too. As long as I hang on, I can shamelessly ask her for more help. Give me the 1,000 poison stock. Since Yona personally sent the message, Jean felt relieved and rested until dawn. He locked the door in the inn and had a good sleep. Mingyu said. The fatigue was completely gone. Mingyu said. The small amount of poison in his body had also disappeared. Mingyu said. It was expelled through breathing during sleep. Mingyu said, of course. Mingyu said. If it were the concentrated toxins from the nameless assassins, Mingyu said, that would be impossible. Mengyu Meng said. Speaking of which, Mengyu Meng said. In the previous life, Sister and got the 10,000 poison strain. Mengyu Meng said. It was also because she got along well with Sister Yona. Mengyu Meng said. Although now it's in a different way. Mengyu Meng said. In the previous life, and was very persistent toward Yona. She insisted, Mengyu Meng said, to break through Yona's unique and lonely heart. Mengyu Meng said. At first, Yona remained cautious toward him. Mengyu Meng said. Mengyu Meng said. In the end, she gave her the 10,000 poison strain. I love you this much. Are you not giving me anything? And used this way to provoke Yona's sense of guilt. After and got the 10,000 poison strain, she couldn't stand Yona's personality, and distanced herself again. This is a fact that the brothers all knew. After Sister Yona returned to the family, she was always downcast. There were many reasons, but being hurt by Sister and was one of them. At that time, I could feel this too. Of course, Jean didn't plan to do the same. Play with Yona's heart too. Get the 10,000 poison strain. Scared. Before entering the room, he simply washed his face with what he had prepared, tucked his bangs to avoid covering his forehead, and tied his hair up. Then, he simply sewed up the torn long robe with a needle and thread, and checked all his equipment, including his sword. Perhaps because he had experienced it last night. As soon as the door opened, it started. If you casually open the door, it would turn into a beehive. Today, he should be more skilled in dealing with the assassins than yesterday. He had already gotten used to it. The feeling that the whole city was against him. But I won't be as flustered as before. Thank you for letting me just use the sword. Boys, if you use magic and spiritual artifacts, it wouldn't be hard to deal with these high-level students. You could say, since yesterday, Jean has been in a restricted battle. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As expected, when the door opened, the traps set by the assassins on the wall were triggered. Poison needles shot out like rain. Jean stuck close to the door, and the assassins in the corridor seemed to have anticipated this. They held their breath. Without panic, I won't let you guys escape easily. Wrapping the OSU around the hilt of Bradamanti's sword, Mengyu Meng said. With one strike, he hit the wall by the door. Mengyu Meng said. The not thick wooden wall instantly shattered. Mengyu Meng said, forming a hole big enough to pass through. Jean shouted at the same time, Yesterday, I still spared you guys, Manhwa said. But from now on, Manhwa said, if you want to kill me, you must be prepared to lose an arm or a leg. This was Jean's determination. He didn't want to kill apprentices easily, but because of the continuous pursuit, last night, he had already shown mercy. Today, Jean had made up his mind to strike back completely. No matter who these apprentices were, as long as they dared to come and kill him, Jean would not show mercy. Jean flashed out from the hole in the wall and swiftly stabbed at an apprentice's rib. Before the other party screamed, he quickly twisted the blade and widened the wound. Without finding a healer within 5 minutes, you'll be dead. The other apprentices quickly surrounded Jean and threw hidden weapons. The hidden weapons could be easily blocked or dodged, but the real threat was the grappling claws. These grappling claws seemed to be made of the sharp claws of hundreds of raptors. Once they touched anything, they would tightly latch on, and their elasticity was enormous. Even the sword wrapped in OSU could not easily snap. Since yesterday, every time I see this thing, I feel like I'm dealing with a large magical beast. At first, Jean was troubled by how the grappling claws were hard to sever. It even tore his cloak, but Jean would never make the same mistake twice, although I could pierce through them. Why did I have to cut them yesterday? Usually, no one would think of using stabbing as a way to deal with the claw that flies as fast as an arrow, nailing them down. When Jean gently thrusts and deflects the hook with Bradamanti, the apprentices couldn't help but exclaim. Unfortunately, the apprentices don't have Jean's swordsmanship or physical abilities. The rebounding claws instead stuck to them. Screams echoed through the air. Haha. In an instant, the narrow and hallway was filled with blood and flesh. Jean stepped over the fallen apprentices and slowly walked upstairs. Those guys I encountered earlier were much weaker than yesterday. They probably want me to lower my guard. The guys on the first floor must be the most skilled apprentices. Top-tier apprentices just a few steps away from the nameless hall. As Jean expected, the assassins on the first floor and in the streets are all at this level. I can't act according to their intentions. Otherwise, I'll fall into a trap. No matter which direction they attack from, I can't dodge. I must break through by force, not being chased, but leading them with me. Today, Jean decided to stick to this principle when dealing with the apprentices. As long as I keep destroying my way forward, they'll have no choice but to follow me. Since they treat me like a large magical beast, I'll just play along. Boom. As soon as he reached the first floor, Jean went wild, releasing sword energy everywhere, and began destroying the inn structure. Every pillar he struck, every wall he shattered. Of course, during this process, the nameless apprentices kept attacking, but they were much more cautious than yesterday. If they got caught in the sword energy, not only would their limbs, but even their heads could be struck. Everyone stay calm. Once we're out of the inn's closed space and into the street, the inn's lead apprentice signaled. But his expectations were shattered in less than 10 seconds. As soon as Jean stepped onto the street, the first thing he did was destroy all the small buildings he could break, such as the apprentices' residences or small shops. My house too. The lower-ranked apprentices not included in Jean's assassination group also had to bear the losses, even though there's no way out, or other top-tier assassins would come after me. Jean also had something to say. You attacked me first in an organized manner. This isn't just an apprentice assassination, but a meticulously planned operation. Dozens of people acting together. It's too extreme, no matter how secretive. Let's see if the apprentices are more persistent, or if my magic runs out first, or if the nameless king can't stand it anymore, and sends someone to stop me. Every time a small brick house collapsed, Jean's smile became more evident. He rampaged for 3 whole hours. The apprentices assigned to Jean's assassination group were terrified, continuing to follow Jean. Their carefully planned variables and traps became useless. One side of the city looked as though it had suffered from a magical bombardment, or a large magical beast attack, almost reduced to ruins. Though the disaster area wasn't too large, this was undoubtedly the most shocking event in Samir recently. Jean gradually felt tired. The magic in Bradamanti was no longer as bright as it was at first. His shoulders felt as if they were weighed down by heavy iron blocks. So Jean temporarily stopped his rampage and hid in a restaurant to catch his breath. Damn it. Seems like they care about Yona more than I thought. Jean thought that by this point, the nameless king or the elders, top assassins, should have shown up, and he would have negotiated with the things Quickhantle gave him. However, at this point, the ones still chasing Jean were the apprentice. Wushang respects Yona's decision. No matter what he does, he'll support him, even if it caused such a huge incident. Yona just has to write a few reflection letters. He won't face any other punishment. At this rate, the apprentices will soon be ruined. My arcana is almost depleted. Then they'll charge at me without hesitation. What should I do? Should I use magic or a spirit tool? Use what Quickhantle gave me. That'd be a waste, and it'd hurt my pride. As Jean hesitates, his eyes suddenly sharpen. You hiding over there? Come out, before I smash the pillar down with you in it. You're hiding your presence so clumsily. Clearly, you're not from my assassination squad. If you apprentices come out, I won't hurt you. Right now, Jean sees completely unexpected faces. What? Why are you guys here? The one stepping out from behind the pillar are Ding Ding scratching his head awkwardly. And Belotten. Chapter 146. The Nameless. Hey Jean. Bellatin smiles and waves. Good to see you. His friend Dante grins as he walks over, but Jean points, his bladament straight at them. My nerves are a bit on edge right now. You'd better give me a damn good explanation. Why are you here, at this time, in this place? You're not happy to see us. If we ran into you at some tavern, by chance, you might have been a little glad, but clearly not now, huh? Just a little. Dante looks a bit downcast. As he lowers his eyes, Bellatin grabs his shoulder. Even in a tavern, I wouldn't have been that happy. You're so mean. Bellatin sighs as she says it. Even Jean can't help but feel helpless. Is that really what matters right now? Or am I the one being too harsh? For some reason, he feels a little guilty. Jean reluctantly lowers his bladament and lets out a long sigh. If you knew how hard we worked to find you, you wouldn't say that. Yeah. We even dipped into the emergency funds to get the nameless ID badge. Okay, fine. Explain it then. How'd you find this place? That's because... Well, Bellatin starts recounting how they tracked him down. They scoured all the checkpoints of Bamonti and the vassal states. They found 45 people named Jean Grey and checked on each one in person. In the end, there were 14 actual Jean Greys. By the time they got to Central Vassal State, they had a feeling to search every direction, every stable and horseman. Wasn't Samir already here? Since you killed Kiddard not long ago, we figured you had to be here too. And we were right. You get how hard we work now, right? Hearing all this, Jean suddenly feels overwhelmed. Crazy, what even is this obsession? This feeling? Alright, I get it. Now tell me why. What's the reason? Why are you looking for me? No real reason. Just wanted to see you. We missed that night at the arena. The night the three of us met. Isn't that enough? Fine. I guess that works. Yeah, not everything needs a reason. One last question. Since you found me, Samir too, why were you hiding in a corner of the dining hall? Well, you looked like you were about to fight the Nameless. If we got caught in that, it could have turned into a disaster. We arrived here about 3 hours ago. While we were looking for you, the city suddenly became chaotic. We quickly got the gist of what was going on. Found out you were stirring up trouble in the city, and we were starving. We used up all our emergency funds just to buy the Nameless badge. We didn't even have money for food. So, the reason you were in the restaurant was to take the chance to fill your bellies? Dante shook his head vigorously. We didn't plan to. We were going to ask you to pay later. And you just happened to show up. Exactly. We never intended to steal anything. You know, we're not that kind of people. A moment of silence. Seeing sauce smeared on Dante and Bellatin's mouths, Jean couldn't help but laugh. The two of them laughed along with him. I'll cover the meal. Jean took out over a dozen gold coins and handed them over. All right, that's settled. However, payment comes before food. Jean put away his smile and looked at the two. From now on, before you eat, help me deal with those incoming attackers. Bella, watch your back. A group of trainees had just stepped into the dining hall and were throwing daggers. Jean knocked them down as he passed Bellatin. Meanwhile, Dante was already in a defensive stance. I nearly died just now. That was brutal. If you know I'll block for you, then stop talking. Prepare your magic. It's time to use your poison dance. Bellatin smiled slightly and started gathering mana between her hands. Jean was impressed by the sheer speed of her mana output. Once again, Bellatin confirmed her ability to cast triple instant spells. Back in the arena when Dante used healing magic, I had a vague sense of it. Jean, you can actually use triple instant casting? That means, with the same amount of mana, she can produce triple the effect. Mana in Bellatin's hands condensed into fire, wind, and ice elements. Meanwhile, Dante did something unknown, but his swordplay suddenly grew fiercer. His moves were more refined then. Back when he fought Jean in the arena, it was clearly a big improvement. Now Jean had to choose between using a spirit tool or magic. Although Dante had trained 3 more years than Jean to achieve this in just a few months since the arena duel, Dante can't kill anyone, and I don't intend to either. The elite trainees launched another round of attacks, but this time, Jean handled them with ease. Looks like I'll have to treat them as one united enemy. Truth is, if he used full magic and aura, these elite trainees wouldn't stand a chance. He was just holding back for now, to avoid revealing his strength. Whoosh! The wind from Bellatin's hand swept across the entire dining hall. At the same time, flames spread out in a straight line. Dante blocked attacks from trainees entering through the windows. If we stay inside and fight, it'll never end. We're breaking out, and once we're out, seems like the whole city's against you. Just like before, now that you're involved, more trainees will show up for sure. Maybe even nameless assassins like Jean. We originally stayed out to avoid getting dragged in, but now that seems pointless. Then consider this your punishment for stalking me and invading my private life. In the end, Dante and Bellatin had no choice but to join the chaos. But they didn't dislike the feeling. In fact, ever since they started searching for Jean, they had a feeling they'd get dragged into something. This incident turned out to be bigger than expected. Yona sat on the rooftop of the nameless dorm and let out a long sigh. So annoying. Who the hell are those guys? He felt a strange twinge of jealousy. Yona, what's wrong? A man approached Yona, a cigarette in his mouth. He's the only one in the Nameless allowed to wear a black belt. The Nameless King, or, I was having a good time with the boss, and suddenly these weird kids showed up. Or, sir, I'm so mad. And they seemed pretty close with the boss too. I didn't even get the chance to properly talk to him. So you're sulking? Yes. It's the angriest I've ever been in my life. Is it really that serious? You adults wouldn't get it. How happy I was. I just wanted to warm my heart. And those around me too. But don't tell anyone, okay? Mosey is our family's provisional knight. Got it? Yeah, I know. Or scratched his head awkwardly. Next head of the Gaiper and Hylon families. Had never seen Yona this angry before. Could Yona actually kill them? I'm going to kill them. Whoa, Yona. You can't do that. Why not? I want to kill them. My little sister came to see me for the first time, and they ruined it. That white-haired mage and sword guy. I've memorized their faces. Do you have to kill them? The entire Nameless could be in trouble. I can't take it anymore. All this time. I've always backed down. I've let people I wanted to kill go. Even when family came after me, I killed them too. Or's expression grew bitter. All the major factions have been moving lately, or thought Nameless survived, thanks to Yona's presence. Without Yona, they'd hit their limit this time, or the next. That proves how important Yona is to Nameless right now. And Yona's personality is far from normal. Though he's already 23, he's as pure as a newborn child. That so-called innocence also means he might do absolutely anything. It also means what he considers important can change at any moment. If Yona acts personally, it's over. Those two will be dead for sure. If I want to protect them, I'll have to kill or cripple Yona. That's just unimaginable. Not because Or lacks the strength, but because Yona has abilities unmatched in assassin history. A being born to kill. The spirit of slaughter. That's what nameless assassins call Yona. And the very few who know Yona fully often say this. A blade soaked in chaos. Fortunately, Or still knew how to handle Yona. Then how about this? Tell me, Yona. Make it like a game, not newbies, but send 3 assassins on Jean's level. If they die, you win. If they survive, you lose. Of course, this offers nothing in your favor. However, Yona began to look eager, thinking, but if we do that, Mosey might also have a high chance of dying. I still don't want Mosey to die. He plays very well with me. The child is too cute. If you are willing to let them go, let's pretend this never happened. Your sister can still survive. They can also survive. I don't like that. The thought didn't last long. All right, let's play this game. But Lord Or can't interfere. If helping those guys, don't worry about that. Hee. See you in a bit. I'll go choose an assassin. Seeing Yona laughing heartily, occasionally showing a bitter smile again. But Yona, do you know how many houses collapsed in Samir today? I don't know. 37 houses collapsed. This is the result of sending your sister to my people. You should write a reflection. Okay. Yona hummed a little tune and walked to the rooftop. At least it stopped Yona from acting personally. They can hold on for a while. Even if the soldiers kill Belladin and Dante, Jeeper and Hylan won't immediately go to war with Nameless, because they indeed participated in the city's destruction. However, as time passes, the pressure will keep increasing. Runcade will surely take advantage of the situation and take Yona away. After that, Nameless will either perish or become a vassal of some great power, losing autonomy. Even if Nameless is strong again, without the power of the next family head, they will surely retaliate recklessly. I didn't expect Nameless' fate to become so easily dangerous. I need to find an opportunity to meet Jean privately. Runcade occasionally took out a cigarette, thinking about these things. Chapter 147. Chapter 49. Unexpected Victory. September 8th, 11796, morning. They found the hotel room. Strangely, after destroying the city all night, they finally deliberately returned to the problematic restaurant to drop off the gold coins. The restaurant where they initially met had already been half destroyed and burned. Wow. Belladin relaxed and buried his face in the wooden barrel and vomited. This was because the poison the new soldiers spilled on the street last night hadn't been cleared in time. He drank half a cup. As a mage, he didn't have Jean or Dante's level of steel-like mental strength. Moreover, Belladin, as a mage, was physically very weak. Is Belladin alright? Drink some water and take deep breaths. Mentally, Belladin, while vomiting, continuously cast healing magic. Mentally, Belladin kept casting healing spells while vomiting. Every time his condition improved, he gave a thumbs up. It felt like a familiar scene. They really can endure hardship. I remember every time we went through the moving doors. Murakin and Gilly with acrophobia. Jean shook his head. Cold sweat kept flowing. Jean, can we do something for Belladin? Yeah. Jean, you should be more concerned about me. Taking care of me would be better. Jean looked at Belladin. This guy is hard to understand. He's not like Dante, who doesn't understand. Belladin is pretending on purpose now. No matter how weak he is physically, with Belladin's healing magic, such a slight toxin should be removed immediately. What is his intention? Jean stopped thinking. He walked up to Belladin, took out some herbs from his pocket, crushed them with the hilt of his short sword. This was a method he had read in a book, sent from the library recently. He was making an antidote for you. Belladin's eyes sparkled as he took the antidote. He swallowed it in one go, and nodded with satisfaction. Finally, I'm alive again. Didn't know you could do that too. You're okay now, right? All thanks to Jean. This is the first time I've taken an antidote from a friend. Belladin emphasized the word friend. The reason she did so was to create a feeling of friendship. If she didn't, Jean would always keep his distance. So she had no choice. Of course, Bellatin didn't just see Jean as a friend. She simply didn't want to miss a chance to get closer. Everyone, get some rest. There won't be any attacks from the freshmen before sunset. How do you know? I made a bet with Samir's higher-ups. No attacks during the day. Only groups at night. If you win, you gain experience and growth. For that, you actually came to Samir and risked your life? Why not? Jean responded calmly. Bellatin gasped in amazement, while Dante clenched his fists. That's just the kind of guy he is. In truth, Jean didn't bet his life. Thanks to Quicantel's gift, he had at least minimum safety measures in place, and he wasn't here just for experience and growth. Still, he didn't plan to share the myriad venom brew with them. After all, it's not something you can just hand out. Even if he doesn't dislike them, he can't share that. If it were something other than the venom brew, he'd be willing to share. Even though they hunted him down like zealots, they agreed to help him fight, just for a few gold coins. Who else in the world could get these two to move under such terms? Thanks, Jean muttered unconsciously. Both of them shivered slightly. Did you hear that? You heard that, right? They exchanged a look. Certain that coming here was the right call, Jean turned away, closed his eyes, and entered a meditation state. Actual combat really is the best training. He felt that truth once more. After battling the freshmen for days, he felt even closer to unlocking the mind's eye, the heart's eye, something he'd heard hundreds of times from Luna during his early days. It had been years since he started training for it, and now, finally, he had a clear sense of the threshold. Though Jean was a bit impatient, he wasn't too late. On the contrary, if Dante knew Jean was this close to the mind's eye, he'd be shocked. Normally, dancers unlock the mind's eye around mid-level 7. Even then, only those with exceptional senses can achieve it. Some keep training through level 8 or 9 just to reach it. It's usually considered a super high, special grade dancer ability, a must-have for elites. And Jean had approached this state, even before reaching level 7. Thanks to his talent, Luna's early guidance, and his choices at the edge of death. That edge of death. He spoke of it so lightly, but as a 16-year-old level 6 knight, to fight elite freshmen for days on end, and come out alive. It's not something anyone could believe. You two go rest. I'll check your gear. Thanks a lot. The two lay down and started snoring right away. Truth is, they were already exhausted. Dante's body was still weak, but he'd pull through. Starting tomorrow, I need to think about how to use them. How to protect them. Using them is easy. The three of us coordinated so well in battle. I can't forget the way Taika looked at me, so trusting. From today on, Jean has to think about how to protect them. Yona will definitely send stronger freshmen, and there's the threat of assassins too. They may be skilled in combat and magic, but lack experience in assassination threats. He sensed it during last night's battle. The only reason they held out was because their power far surpassed the freshmen's. But if a stronger assassin came, they'd be in deep trouble. Just as Jean pondered a strategy, he suddenly sensed another presence and looked around alertly. When he looked forward again, he saw a man wearing a snow-white mask, standing there. The nameless king, yet the man who undid the black belt and stepped in, couldn't be identified right away, or stood silently for a few seconds, simply staring at Jean through the mask. His gaze seemed meaningless, but radiated a refined, killing intent. That look could crush stone or trees with sheer pressure alone. In an instant, it was clear. The person before him, even if faced 100 times, could take his life every time. It was the same look Jean had seen in true, transcendent beings. He revealed that aura on purpose, to see if I could recognize it. Could he be one of nameless top assassins? Besides Yona, there's no reason a top assassin would come test me. I pay respects to the 85th nameless king, though it looked like a bow. Jean still maintained his ready posture, or was a little surprised, but remained still. He stared down at Jean, a jewel from Shilong's final years. You really do carry that same poise as Mekong Lianying, but still, you know who I am, yet you don't rise? That's a bit much, isn't it? I almost foolishly asked, really? The nameless king knowing who he was didn't. However, a political marriage wasn't the issue right now. First, he had to figure out why or was here, and what he might gain from it. If the master means to kill me, then I'll accept my fate. But before I die, I won't shame the name of Luncade. Surely, you came to question the chaos in the city these past days? You assume too easily that I won't kill you. You stirred up my domain, yet act so shamelessly. Even name-drop my father. I'm deeply honored, truly, even as a provisional knight. There's no need to invoke Shilong's name, to threaten Luncade, especially someone like the nameless lord, who must navigate between Luncade, Gaipur, and Bamonti. If you treat me as Jean Luncade, being slightly tougher actually benefits the conversation. Showing fear will only put you at a disadvantage. Even without knowing the relationship between Yona and the king of Wu Ming, Jean is well aware of the relationship between Luncade and Wu Mo. He plans to use this to seize the initiative. Dream speaks. Although facing him sword to sword, Dream speaks. Fighting is still a realm that's hard to imagine. Dream speaks. Dream speaks. But when it comes to the struggle of conditions, it's another matter. Dream speaks. Especially when the king of Wu Ming comes so urgently. This confidence is even stronger. Starting from 10, Jean never thought Hour came to pursue the matter of the city's destruction. If that were the case, he should pretend not to know him. Jean is the top assassin sent by Luncade, or should directly be summoned to the nameless hall for punishment. Yet Hour sneaks into Jean's room like a thief. Why did the king of Wu Ming come so urgently and guarantee not to take my life? Under the occasional deep gaze, Jean's mind spins wildly. If he can't guess the background, the conversation will completely go as the king of Wu Ming wishes. If it's not the city's destruction, then it must be something related to Sister Yona. Jean speaks first. If it's about Sister Yona, Jean speaks. A low, grim laugh escapes occasionally. That laugh contains a sharp, murderous aura like a blade. Jean feels a chill in his neck. His hairs stand on end. Lord Shilong doesn't dare to easily touch our weak spots on the land of Yuba. How dare you, a mere runcade, act so impudent? Jean instinctively covers his neck. This is the first time he's experienced this type of combat. He can hardly breathe. Shilong's throwing contains shocking power that could shake the heavens. Talaris, throwing, is the cold air that covers the earth itself. Luna's throwing makes one sure that he can do anything. In the years, Jean has experienced the throws of absolute dancers. They always have this kind of aura. However, Hour's throw is like a pitch-black night. You can't see an inch ahead. Whether your eyes are open or closed, it's an immeasurable darkness. It is the feeling of emptiness. Jean desperately tries to recall a word. Weakness. Sister Yona. Is she the weakness of Wu Ming? Rainial misunderstood the reason Jean destroyed this city so boldly. And even though he was covered in wounds, still dared to maintain the arrogance of Runcade toward her, is because he knows Wu Ming relies on Yona. Now it's time to use threats instead of negotiation. Jean breathes heavily. He adjusts his posture. Chapter 148, Unexpected Victory. Hour withdraws his fighting energy. Although that dark, deep aura swept over Jean, Belladin and the others didn't make a sound. Dream speaks. Motionless. Dream speaks. Actually, Dream speaks. Hour had been using pressure points. They were paralyzed. Dream speaks. Now he is no longer using fighting energy. Dream speaks. Instead, he uses compressed killing intent to stiffen Jean's body. Although Jean's body trembles involuntarily, he feels no fear. The trembling of the body is simply because Jean's breath has not yet reached a level where he can fully withstand the killing intent. Although I said it unintentionally, just because I mentioned Sister Yona's name, Jean looked at me with such disdain. This shows how sensitive the issue is. Wu Ming's reverse scale is no different. Even Hour himself admits it's his weakness. Now he's just watching Jean, without showing any intent to strike. No intention to take my life. A cold silence. The calculation ends quickly. This is thanks to the memories of the past few days of torture by Yona. The king of Wu Ming possesses great martial skills, but in assassination, Sister Yona is superior. Back when he was in the ultimate freshman's room, Yona stayed hidden in that cramped second-floor room for over an hour, watching Jean. After that, whether in the open or in tight spaces, Yona kept observing Jean up close. Not once was she discovered. It was more than just a miracle of stealth. Jean only thought he wasn't strong enough, or that nameless top assassins were just that good. But that wasn't the truth. If it were purely about assassination, the nameless king could have killed Jean long ago, before he noticed a thing. But even the nameless leader can't do what Yona did. Not even in Nameless, or across. Could you find someone who could replicate Yona? He suddenly remembered a story from Luna. Before he became a provisional knight, among the brothers, was there anyone who could threaten her? One-on-one? Not yet. Maybe Luncia Deeps at best. Or maybe you in the future. But Yona was dangerous to Jean. Yona? Because of poison? No, that child's an assassin. Assassins strike the moment you lower your guard. Back then, Jean thought it was just a warning about how dangerous assassins were. Only now does he realize there was a deeper meaning behind it. Right now, I want to tear you to pieces. But for Sir Shilong's sake, I'll let it slide this time. Just as the owl said this softly, Jean stood up and bowed. Bringing up his father's name was just to create an excuse. If I dared mention Yona, then he wouldn't kill me, was the excuse. He was now certain the owl wouldn't kill him. In fact, he came to save them. The Nameless King came for Yona's sake. He wants us to live. For the Nameless King. If Dante and Bellatin died because of Yona's antics, it would be quite... Jean held back a sigh. Even though he knew it was a good time to pressure him, holding a weakness without using it is more powerful than swinging it wildly. As long as he was ready to strike, he could keep a sleeping posture. However, besides Yona, now he had Dante and Bellatin as weaknesses too. Sorry, I'm still too inexperienced to say such reckless things. If punishment is needed, I will accept it gladly. You think I don't know what you're thinking? That look? You already think you figured me out. No matter how brave you are, if you aren't sure you'll live, you couldn't act like that. You really are Nameless Hand. What a monster. Even with effort, I couldn't hide my expressions. But Jean decided not to care. Because against an opponent like this, excessive humility is just foolish. I've already offended the Nameless King with my careless words. I won't make the same mistake again. You came to me because of Dante and Bellatin, right? That's right. As a provisional knight, even if I kill you, it wouldn't matter. But they're different. If you follow my orders from now on, forget all your previous vows. The fact you three are together, I'll pretend I didn't see it. The Nameless King seemed to calm down a bit and lit a cigarette. Starting tonight, you're no longer students. You'll wear masks like real agents, Jean among them. The three of you must move as one. While escaping, you must head toward the city center. From that, Jean inferred, the Nameless King couldn't control Yona. If he wanted to save Dante and Bellatin, he could just use his authority and remove their names from the assassination list. But instead, he came to give advice in person. May I ask why? Are you trying to insult me again? I'll do as you say. Also, the morning after tomorrow, make sure the 2 provisional knights leave the city. No matter what it takes, they must leave. If they won't listen, use force to drive them out. So you want me to stay behind? You're sharp. The assassins will be coming for you. The opportunity Yona gave Jean was ultimately to guide them away from danger. If Yona realized that truth, it could mean the end of Nameless. But if it said Dante and Bellatin fled, they'll be forgotten soon enough. After all, to Yona, Jean is the most important one. He'll remain in the city until the bet is over. Yona will send assassins in order of rank, intermediate, advanced, and elite. Besides trying to kill Dante and Bellatin, she also wants her brother to grow. Top-tier assassins, no matter the method, are not people these 3 can face, let alone just Jean by himself. Once Bellatin and Dante leave the city, whether Jean lives or dies doesn't matter. If he returns alive and pleases Yona, that's great, but that's a bit greedy. Right when the top assassin is about to kill Jean, Yona might have a whim and save him herself. In Or's view, that's Jean's only path to survival. Just as Or finished sorting his thoughts and was about to put out his cigarette, Jean spoke up. You just ordered me to die earlier. At a time like this, even with allies around, it'd be hard to escape. And now you want me to stay behind alone. So you're saying you can't do it? Not at all. It's just, if I'm betting my life, I'd like a reward in return. If I manage to help Nameless. Or not it. Fine. I'll allow it. What do you want? Give me the 10,000 poison elixir. Are you insane? Absolutely not. Such shamelessness. Even Or was speechless. He couldn't help but laugh. Even if Lord Shilong asked, it would still be impossible. Yeah, I figured that was too much. Anyway, it's something I was planning to get through Yona eventually. If granted by you instead, it would be more stable and cause less gossip. Still, even I know that's going too far. I expected rejection. So I'm not disappointed. Just trying my luck, playing the fool. Then ask for something else. If you say something ridiculous again, I won't give you another chance. When Jean clearly stated what he truly wanted to request, a strange light flashed in Or's eyes. Very well, that request is indeed worth gambling your life for. But on one condition. You must save both family heirs, or only agree to Jean's request. If Jean succeeded and survived, thank you for your generosity. I will keep my promise. He cheered inwardly. The moment he got the Nameless King's promise, Jean realized, in Samir, no one could stop him now. As the Nameless King turned to leave the inn, he glanced back at Jean. Let me give you a word of advice. I'll humbly accept it. In this world, there are very few people we want to kill, but can't. You know, why we don't use that kind of power recklessly. Jean understood the point, and looked up at Or respectfully. Just now, Or had been gently scolding Jean for touching Nameless reverse scale, a weapon that could kill at any moment, and waving that kind of weapon carelessly is bound to bring disaster. Jean, on the other hand, was hinting at his gratitude to the Nameless King. If you understand so well, then why did you still? Before he could finish, he seemed stunned. He blinked and shook his head. Could it be that Jean Linkate doesn't realize Yona is our weakness? It was simply because I didn't first blame him for destroying the city. So he guessed it had to do with Yona. Thinking back to how upset he got just from hearing Yona's name, Or realized he hadn't felt shame like that in a long time. A bit of guilt and frustration followed. A greenhorn just beat Jean in combat. This city's ruler, known as the King of Assassins, was too embarrassed to face him. Damn it, what a disgrace. Even as a pureblood, becoming a provisional knight at 13, it's natural to be discriminated against and not know the relationship between Nameless and Yona. To save his pride, Jean bowed deeply, hiding a faint smile. Impressive. Short and firm praise. Then, Or vanished like the wind through the inn's door. On his way back to the Nameless Hall, his heart was filled with regret. Because of the top-tier assassins Yona had sent, Jean, eldest son of Linkade, would likely meet an early death. Bellatin and Dante regained consciousness naturally as evening fell. They had no idea what happened while they were asleep. Provisional knights, getting along with the future heads of the Gypful and Highland houses. Even their lord hadn't expected that. He could now bring. There must be something between Yona and those knights, since it's now exposed. Proof will soon surface. Several men were talking. They were at a residence for elite apprentices in Samir. The apprentice there had been strangled to death with wire. They were sent by Joshua. Before reporting the good news to their master, there was still unfinished business. The skill level of the assassins targeting the knights kept rising. They had to stay alert. Remember, the master's orders were that the knights must not die yet, but they had no idea that in the building opposite, there was a nameless top-tier assassin. A top-tier assassin had been shadowing them nonstop from the moment they entered the city until now. Chapter 149, 2 Long Days and Nights. The first ones Yona sent were already advanced assassins. The Nameless King's prediction about the order of who she'd send was completely wrong. Two people stood atop a spire, watching the assassins hunt the trio. Yona, are you really okay? You sent high-rank assassins from the start. Your brother Jean might die because of it. Is that what you really want? The eldest is very strong. I know that. Achieving what he has at that age is unbelievable, but strength and stopping a trained assassin are two different things. Those people clinging to my brother pretending to be close deserve to die. Deserve to die. If they can't kill them, I'll personally retrain the advanced assassins, or seem to get a headache. He pressed his hand against his forehead. Among the assassins of Wu Ming, Yona's training is the most brutal and painful, so the assassins must be desperate. Will Jean be able to lead the future family leaders to move smoothly through the center of Samir? He wished the ground would split open. He sighed deeply. No matter what, Yona still stared at the three with burning eyes, especially at Belladin and Danton. Suddenly, he let out a chuckle. Under the repeated gaze of the dual stars, only collecting Jean's meal money is too unprofitable. Why does it seem like this never ends? What kind of assassination is this? It's simply a chase. Isn't this an alley? Why are they so openly chasing us? As long as there are no self-attackers, isn't this an assassination? Just now, there wasn't a single figure on the street. It was as if the entire city was targeting us. The three of them ran madly through the streets like crazy bulls, with assassins close behind, wearing white masks representing the nameless assassins. You look light. Why is it so heavy? Jean was even carrying Belladin, because Belladin's running speed couldn't escape the assassin's pursuit. There was too much in the bag. Belladin shouted. Lifting his staff, he began casting a spell. Giant's Hand, a 6-star emperor. After completing the spell, magic surged from the tip of the staff, covering the ground. It quickly formed a giant stone hand, blocking the assassin's path. 5 of the 10 assassins were temporarily blocked by the giant's hand. Dream speaks. Dream speaks. The assassins hit by the giant's hand. Dream speaks. Were not injured. Swish. The assassins leaped like locusts, running on rooftops, throwing knives. Their throws seemed easy, but they could deeply embed in solid brick walls and paved roads. This is the assassin's throwing knife. Damn, the place where the throwing knife inserted is actually melting. The only one who looked back, Belladin, screamed in terror, seeing the brick wall melting. He couldn't help but shudder. This power far exceeds the poison used by students. Danton also couldn't help but look back. He sucked in a cold breath. Clack, clack, clack. Jean and Danton quickened their steps. Soon after, a dead end appeared before them. A wall between 2 buildings. Danton broke the tower. I will temporarily block the back, then immediately step aside. There must be a trap. The sound of a weapon destroying the wall, and the sound of a trap being triggered by the assassins, rang out simultaneously. From the other side of the wall, it wasn't poison needles or throwing knives, but hooks. The same ones that tore Jean's cloak earlier. Hooks. Sure enough, it's impressive for someone to become a high-level family heir at 19. Danton's sword action actually severed 2 hooks. However, the remaining 2 hooks were not cut, like snakes. They aimed at Danton again. The 3 hooks that weren't cut were the same. In less than a second, Jean gritted his teeth and lunged at him. If he wasn't carrying Belladin, he could have dodged them all. Even so, 1 hook still aimed at Danton's neck. Danton hadn't become the heir of a high-level family for nothing. In that brief moment, he also mimicked Jean and deflected the hook. Thanks to you, I wasn't injured. Thank you, I should have told you about the hook's properties earlier. It's my oversight. Just as Jean was about to speak, the pursuing assassins threw something again. But they didn't know. Jean had deliberately chosen this dead-end alley. When the king of Wu Ming left in the daytime, I was rummaging through my pocket. How surprising. The map. The king of Wu Ming had spoken to Jean. He even left a map in his pocket. This map detailed the route for Jean and the group to avoid the assassins, heading toward the city's central area, a route Yona wouldn't suspect, so they had no choice but to stop at this dead end. Through the wall broken by Danton, they could see a straight road leading to the center of Samir. And on this road, there were no low buildings for the assassins to hide. No stone walls or sewers. It was as wide and clean as the pilgrimage road of the Holy Kingdom of Fankler. Wide and clean. That means, on the way to the central area, even if the nameless assassins were stronger, they couldn't carry out an assassination, unless it was Yona. A perfect open area to lure those damn assassins here for a direct confrontation. This wide open space is exactly what we need. We don't need to run anymore. Now it's their turn to die. Jean gritted his teeth at the 2 of them. However, Jean's thoughts were different. This is just the road, not the central area yet. The king of Wu Ming insisted on us going to the central area. There must be a reason. Besides, even though the 3 of them are powerful, Jean still cannot use magic or spirit artifacts. But the enemies are 10 high-level nameless assassins, and they were specially chosen by Yona. Let's also see these guys' strength. Dream speaks. It wouldn't be bad to first fight with the assassins before going. Of course, Dream speaks. Having different ideas doesn't mean not wanting to fight. Dream speaks. We need to confirm Danton and Belladin's strength. And we also need to teach those assassins who have always seen them as prey a lesson. Belladin, We'll cover for you. You use the strongest area magic you've learned. It'd be great if you could take them all out in one shot. Ding! Ding! The three blocked the hidden weapons. They entered the road. Dream speaks. Give me 10 minutes. Just in time, there's a suitable dream magic. Dream speaks. The assassins surrounded them. They gradually closed in. Extermination, dark sky, fire, flame, prison, magic king, first generation. Wow. What a majestic magic name. Jean almost screamed when he heard it. He actually learned this. Danton only knew the magic's name was impressive, but he had no idea what it meant. This was to be expected, even among mages. Few knew of this magic, because over 200 years ago, Ryorji Bull, who received the title of Magic King, only cast it once. Despite that, there are countless descriptions and records of him. Throughout the long history of magic, Jean had seen an incomplete recreation from a magic master in a previous life. Additionally, he also knew where the Magic King's final magic book was. Here it comes. Jean whispered as he regained his composure. The assassins rushed forward. The assassins not only received harsh training, each one of them was a 6-star dancer, and the leader was a 7-star master, 2 swords and 10 sharp blades. While Jean protected Belladin, he personally covered Danton, leading the assassins to the center of the battlefield. Personally covering Danton, leading the assassins toward the center of the battlefield. 7 assassins engaged Danton, while 3 assassins dealt with Jean and Belladin. The assassins then take on Jean and Belladin. However, Dream speaks. Danton, facing the siege of 7 assassins, showed no signs of defeat. The blue light circle spun around him. This is the Highland family's signature technique. After his closed-door training, he actually mastered it. Every time the water blade pushed forward into the belt, a flame-like aura would erupt. This aura in belt form acts like armor, blocking enemy blades. Dream voice. This secret art is called Imperial Dragonblade Armor. At a glance, it looks like an unusually shaped aura shield. But in truth, when struck, the Dragonblade armor counters with spiritual force. So no matter which direction you attack from, if your strike isn't strong enough to pierce the armor, you'll be the one countered. 2 assassins had already been struck in the shoulder and thigh, and flung backward. The remaining 5 became far more cautious, and Jean, for some reason, felt the 2 of them were performing quite well. A shield that could even counterattack. He'd better watch out when dealing with that one. That Belladin kid can actually withstand the mana concentrated within the shield. Not bad at all. Unlike Dante, Jean danced lightly through his steps, suppressing 3 assassins, one of whom was even a mid-tier 7. Even so, that man was still overwhelmed by Jean's insight. Jean's aura was only at late 6-star, but his body had already been fully developed. The Lencade bloodline, blessed since birth, carried immense power within it, supporting his underdeveloped aura, which made such feats possible. That raw power is exactly why Lencade became today's greatest swordsmanship family, the foundation of it all. Bang! Jean swung his blade with full strength, and the oncoming assassin's sword shattered instantly. Even the assassin leader seemed shaken. He stopped and pulled back. The weaponless assassin now showed a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Fighting isn't exactly your strong suit, so don't take it too hard. As soon as he finished, he flashed a confident smile. Jean! Dante cried out in alarm. The Dragonblade armor's glow had dimmed noticeably. From night until now, dodging assassins non-stop. On top of the high from victory, Dream voice, using his trump card, triggered his long-standing stamina issues again. They flared up. That idiot should have paced himself during. But Dante hadn't acted recklessly. He simply believed that even if he pushed himself a little, as long as Jean was there, it would be fine. Jean was the only peer. Dante trusted that much. And the same was true for Belladin. Belladin nodded at Jean, signaling that his spell was complete. Dream voice. He could go help Dante now. Dream voice. As the squad leader swung his sword, Belladin's shield shattered, and Jean pushed back the assassins surrounding Dante through the broken shield. The flames of extinguished heaven. Infernal Jade Flame Monarch. First form burst forth, suddenly surging. Chapter 150. 2 long nights. A brief day. Asterisk puff 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 puff. Asterisk. The problem was the flame of extinguished heaven. Infernal Jade Flame Monarch. First form, despite the fancy name, was actually tiny and feeble. The first wisp of flames squeezed out of the cracked shield looked fierce, but instantly vanished into the air, leaving behind only faint pops like bursting bubbles, scattered everywhere. That wasn't the sound of Jean or Dante. It came from those assassins who had never shown any emotion, no matter what happened. Even when Jean used 6-star power to suppress their leader, or when his trump cards were in full display, they never reacted like this. So just how shocked would those nameless elite assassins, trained in emotion suppression, have to be to lose composure like this? The reason they are desperately protecting these 2 boys is because they are nervous inside, not knowing what terrifying magic is about to be completed. Ha ha ha. However, this cute flame, Ronnie, even melts instantly in the air, just like snow entering water, unable to even light a candle. A brief moment of madness passed. If one had to measure the time, it was only about 2 seconds, but it was enough for Jean, Dante, and Belladin to deny reality, especially for Belladin. His usual cold and ruthless demeanor disappeared without a trace. His face turned red to his ears. At the sight of Jean, he had already known the power wouldn't be normal, but this was too severe. To annihilate the dark sky flame jewel magic emperor the first. Such a magnificent magic, unless possessing some kind of special power. Otherwise, even a solid foundation couldn't perfectly cast creation magic. However, because Belladin is Jippel's legitimate successor, at least it was expected for him to unleash extraordinary power. Dream speaks. Is it over? Dream forbids. Meanwhile, for the first time, a sound emerged. The killers sneered lowly, exchanging glances with each other. Dream speaks. As humans, they also wanted revenge for the humiliation suffered earlier, especially when Jean said fighting wasn't their strong suit. 10 unnamed senior assassins were unable. This was also a disgrace. If it gets out, it could affect the reputation of the unnamed. However, the leader is not the kind of rookie who makes repeated mistakes. The black-haired kid still has his trump card. Dream speaks. Considering the uncertainties of close combat, they must use ranged attacks to solve it. Before they reach there, the leader gives the signal. The assassins quickly spread out, and once again surrounded Jean, including those assassins wounded by Dante. If they can't continue executing the mission due to these injuries, they wouldn't be appointed as top assassins. Quickly checking on Dante and Belladin's Jean. Dante had almost exhausted his stamina. Ha ha ha. No need to ask. The heavy breathing already proved everything. Belladin. This damn guy. Reversing out 7 symptoms. Until then, Belladin, trembling with shame, had a nosebleed like a pillar. The Magic Emperor's line. Annihilating the dark sky flame rock. The loss of control caused a magical power reversal. During the run, a corner of the unicorn horn emerged from the heavy backpack. It was the only comfort. However, even after eating the unicorn horn, it would take at least an hour to eliminate the reversal reaction. In other words, the two had actually lost their fighting ability. Oh, I haven't used it in a while. Seems a little rusty. Too complicated. Ha ha ha. Belladin defended himself with a hoarse voice. Dante comforted him, saying it's all right. Of course, for Jean, who was watching from the side, it was almost laughable. What to do? After all, it was they who suggested fighting. I didn't stop them. This is my retribution. The situation is not completely hopeless yet. Danton, carrying Belladin. Run, I'll shake off those assassins. Then catch up. Are you okay? I'm fine, but you guys might die if you don't run with a strong will to survive. Ah hey. Belladin and Danton, who understood Jean's meaning. He let out a sigh. In this open area, Jean faces little danger from the assassins. Except when 10 people attack at once. In close combat, he has the upper hand. He can simply block the hidden weapons. The most important thing is, the battle has turned into a chase again, so they don't need to worry about being surrounded by the cannibals. In fact, in terms of pure speed, Jean and Belladin are faster. That's why they've made it this far. I hope I can block all the hidden weapons, Qingyan shouted while waving his sword at the assassins. A crescent-shaped blue sword chi flew out. It temporarily disrupted the assassins' formation. At the same time, the ballista holding Belladin started running wildly. If a hidden weapon strikes Jean, hitting their backs, Jippel and Hyland would lose their air. This would actually be a good thing for Jean, the future lord of the Lungcade family. But Jean decided to stay true to the present, rather than pursue future gains. He hoped they could survive. As long as I can hold the center, we will surely survive together, Wuong said. Jean believed this. There must be a reason for escape. Jean trusted in this. Huh, he let out a furious shout. Immediately, hidden weapons rained down. Jean ran while continuing to knock down the hidden weapons. His extraordinary skills amazed everyone. A month ago, he himself couldn't understand how this was possible. Recently, Jean realized clearly he was close to achieving something new. A new banquet was almost ready to begin. Suddenly, he remembered the days training with Torna and the others in the secret training ground of the ultimate class, where Torna would vomit every day. Due to a mistake, the jade stones came flying from all directions. At that moment, he felt that strange sensation for the first time. No matter whether the jade, it was as if in his mind, he could trace their direction and trajectory. Coming to this city, all the effort up to now hadn't been in vain. Thanks to Sister Yona. Even though he hadn't obtained the 10,000 Venoms route yet, he had faced death several times. His heart was full of gratitude. He had to survive until the day after tomorrow to get the 10,000 Venoms route from his sister and make the Nameless King fulfill his promise. Of course, he wouldn't forget to make sure Dante and Belladin survived too, to make the moment shine even brighter. 2 long nights passed. The next day, their chase with the assassins played out almost identically. The number of high-level assassins increased to 20, but they handled it better than on the first day. It was because they followed Wu's guidance and headed toward the city center, avoiding direct confrontation. As long as they stayed on that path, the assassins would stop attacking, just as he said. A mysterious and fascinating tradition. If it weren't for the Nameless Assassin's tradition, the day before yesterday, both of us, and yesterday, all 3 of us would have died. Belladin, at the heart of Sami. That's where the families of nameless assassins and their honored benefactors live. Unless under foreign invasion or other emergencies, the nameless assassins follow a tradition of never drawing their swords or using weapons there. In other words, this is the only kill-free zone in Sami. Even Quintal had no idea about this tradition. This tradition emerged after his era of activity. It's an unwritten rule. Belladin, what are you? From now on, we'll call you the Annihilator of Dark Flame. The Roaring Lustfire Demon Emperor, #1. Sir, please stop joking around. People do make mistakes. And people joke too. Jean let out a soft chuckle, while Dante covered his laughter with a cough. But every time those guys came after them, fleeing to the center of Samir also has its limits. That wager you made with the nameless executive, when will it finally end? If you always have to run to the central district, it's not a long-term solution. Who exactly is that nameless executive? It's quite the mystery. The two of them looked at him eagerly, clearly hoping Jean would explain the wager in detail. But truthfully, it felt more like fate than a wager. But Jean didn't correct them. He just acted as if nothing was unusual. According to the agreement with the nameless king, before tonight is over, I must get all three of them out of Samir. And before the morning of the day after tomorrow, I must find a way to get the two future heads of house out of the city. No matter what method it takes. If they won't listen to you, then force them out. Thanks to the map or left behind, he'd fulfilled the agreement to the letter so far, which was already quite an achievement. Even though he had to rely on fleeing to the central district, even if it was a coward's tactic, the three of them had survived 2 days in Samir against elite assassins. Outsiders would find it hard to believe. However, today, no matter what, they wouldn't last much longer. Tonight, the highest-ranking assassins were sure to appear, and when the nameless king saw Dante and Belladin still alive and at Jean's side, he would surely be shaken. Jean had no intention of sending them out of the city. Today was the last day of the wager. You two get some rest. See you tonight. So we just have to suffer through this one more time? If you win, you better share the reward. You hear us? Just like in the arena that time with Lon. Yeah, I'll get you guys a souvenir. Jean smiled, unable to say the words he held back. Lord Owl, please answer my question honestly. Yona? What are you talking about? You helped him, didn't you? Owl tilted his head, masking his unease. What are you saying? That makes no sense. Why would the commander and those weird guys go to the gold mine area 2 days in a row? It has to be the nameless king. Haha. It's definitely not what you think. That lie's way too obvious. Yona giggled. Owl felt a sudden chill. By the way, about the damage to the city, the written apology is already finished. Since you broke our agreement first, today, I'll be taking the lead myself. You don't trust me? That's right. And from now until tonight, you'll stick by my side, Mr. Owl. They might drop me again like last time, and offer you help instead. Heh. Though he chuckled helplessly, Owl actually hoped it would turn out that way. Those two clever kids would handle the rest just fine. That way, if the top-tier assassins came, it would be better for Yona to face Jean alone. She seemed to value Jean greatly, so maybe she'd hold back. But he wasn't sure. Yona's personality was chaotic. She could even strike down her dearest brother. It was nearly evening. That meant those kids were as good as dead. You want to come along? All right. Hee. The two silently headed for the inn where Jean was staying. When they landed on the rooftop of the building opposite, Owl felt a chill run down his spine, along with a sense of heavy foreboding. What? Why are those three together? Through the uncovered window, they could clearly see all three of them were inside, and only Jean was awake, while Belladin and Dante were fast asleep on the bed. Yona. What a perfect place for a kill. Wait a moment. The pupils of both men dilated in shock. They saw what Jean was holding in his hand. It was the item Quintal had given him. Even more shocking, Jean was aiming it precisely in the direction where Yona or stood. Yona quickly turned her head and fired an arrow. Even someone from the Nameless had given them that thing. Could it have been to save them? No, impossible. Yona. Or couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for the first time in ages. Chapter 151. 2 long nights, 1 short night. Part 50. A faint light glowed from both of Jean's hands, curved like blades, about 2.5 inches long, with tips sharp as a spike. Even when lightly clenched in a fist, they couldn't be fully concealed. It exuded a strange chill. The silver dragon claw. He actually had it. How did he get that thing? Or swallowed unconsciously. Yona's eyes were filled with confusion and anger. There's nothing more to say. How did Jean get his hands on such a precious item? A provisional night. How could he have something our family prepared? Besides, there's no such thing in Luncade's warehouse. If Luncade had the silver dragon claw, Jean or the Nameless King would have used it for negotiation, or shook his head in frustration. I swear, I didn't tell Lon anything. You know our secret. There are only 2 silver dragon claws in the warehouse, and they're nothing like this one. They're both broken. Dragon materials are the stuff of dreams for blacksmiths and relic forgers, because equipment crafted from dragon bodies contains faint power from the gods they served. So dragon scales, teeth, bones, innards, every part of their body is considered immensely valuable, even though acquiring them is nearly impossible. Aside from a few unburied dragon corpses, the value hardly matches the effort. They've become luxury goods. Even so, dragon-crafted gear is always in short supply. But to the nameless king, the silver dragon claw isn't just rare material. It holds value far beyond that. This is knowledge only known by a handful of merchants dealing with dragon goods. So how on earth did he? We'll have to look into it later. But for now, I win this round. Since your brother revealed that thing, the assassination failed. Even if you're furious, you've lost. Do you think your anger is more valuable than the silver dragon claw? Even you must understand that much. I do understand, but it's not over yet. The provisional knight might not hand it over to us. If that were true, he wouldn't have shown it. Let's go take a look together. Jean walked to the window and raised the silver dragon claw, so it could be more easily seen. Though they didn't drive Dante and Belladin out, they did end up saving them. So, I win this wager. About 30 seconds passed. Wu turned to look. At some point, Yona and Or had silently appeared there. If he hadn't anticipated this scene, it would have been terrifying. Every time it happens, it gives him goosebumps. How do they erase their presence so completely? However, this time was different from when they first looked for Samir. As the two descended from the rooftop opposite, the moment they stepped onto the street, he could clearly feel their presence. If it weren't for activating the core eye, I wouldn't have even noticed this. Jean greeted the two of them with a calm expression. Nice to meet you, the 85th generation unnamed king, and long time no see, Sister Yona. Pretending not to recognize him, Yona hid behind Aur. She awkwardly coughed. It seemed like she couldn't look Jean in the eyes. She appeared a bit nervous. Where did the silver dragon come from? Aur asked directly. Jean instinctively glanced at Belladin and Dandin. As expected, they had already completed it, numbing the enemy to prevent them from hearing our conversation. Although his back shivered slightly, there was no reason not to face it openly now. I can't say, but please understand it as a gift I received as a preparatory knight commander during my journey. I learned about it by chance and received the silver dragon's gift. Though the answer sounded, Aur didn't show any anger. Instead, his eyes gleamed with interest. It seems you didn't just accept the gift, but also heard how we are using it. Yes, you said before. As long as you show this thing, no matter the situation, you can survive once under the unnamed assassin's hands. The unnamed assassins, since ancient times, have regarded our clan's melon seeds as sacred objects. These things. Why? Because if used properly, they can assassinate targets that were previously impossible to reach. They have a special processing method. Using this method, you can make the target's time pause for a moment. For assassins who have reached the ultimate level, this brief moment is enough. With this, no one is impossible to kill. Is it really that simple to interfere with someone's time? Originally, even if the god descended in person, it could only be done under very limited conditions. It is said that their method also requires a great sacrifice. In other words, the silver dragon's claw is a tool that gives the unnamed assassins a moment of time. For Yona, sister, and unnamed king-level assassins, time is absolute. Not just in assassination, but in battle as well. Even Luna or Talaris, if faced with a nameless king wielding multiple silver dragon claws, would not be able to win, let alone if they didn't even know the nameless was using the claws. It's even more true in an assassination than a battle. Of course, using the claws to create an opportunity to assassinate is another matter. You're right. If you give it to me, it'll be as if you never died. Wouldn't it be more efficient to just kill me and take it, then silence everyone? According to Inglong, this is one of the nameless greatest secrets. If you weren't a lunkade, and if those two weren't special either, I might have considered it. I've always resented my background since I was a child. Today is the first time I feel grateful for it. Jean handed the silver dragon, Quintel's claw, to Or. Before offering it to the nameless king, I want to ask a question. Go ahead. I want to know why it wasn't Shinto. Was it because of Sister Yona acting as a lunkade, trying to restrain me that all the assassins targeted me? Or is the nameless king testing me? Or looked down at Jean with a smile. Clearly, he'd already seen through Jean's feigned ignorance. Getting played by this kid twice in 3 days. Do you really want me to spell out the bet between Yona and me? This is a subtle threat. If I don't give him a good answer, he'll tell Yona I once loved her and remind her of the favor I agreed to grant. Yona and I made a bet. I bet you'd survive. She bet the opposite. Thanks to you, I won. And I got the silver dragon claw. So here's your reward. Thanks. Then I'll take my leave. You two siblings must have a lot to talk about. Come find me when you're done. So now, can I finally stop feeling the threat of nameless assassins, including from me and Yona? No nameless assassin will harm you. This vow will remain valid for 10 years after you leave the city, unless you or your family attack us. This decision won't change. This time, Jean's pupils dilated. 10 whole years without being on the nameless death list. That was something he never expected. Now he had leverage. In the future, during internal conflicts with his brothers, he wouldn't have to worry about nameless knights restrain each other, but using outside assassins? That's just a joke. Still, Jean believed Joshua's faction was desperate enough to hire nameless. Back then, they would have done anything to kill him first. After leaving me in room for a while, Yona began to look uneasy. She twirled her hair with her finger, a mix of smiles and melancholy flashing across her face. Big brother, she is the one who told you? Yona asked. Jean's voice was cold as ice. Yona's heart started to race. I didn't try to restrain you. Really? It's the opposite. I wanted you to grow. So you sent dozens of nameless assassins to watch me, spying on me every day? Really? I can't think of any other explanation for your actions. Then who are these two? Yona looked at the paralyzed Danding and Belladin with a curious expression. She didn't yet know their identities. Belladin Gibble and Danding Highland. Oh, I see. So you tried to kill me yourself and failed. Now that the nameless king guarantees my safety, you can't kill me either. So if I tell the family, I'm with them, that should be fine, right? You think I'd let you do that? That would put your life at risk, or worse, get you seriously hurt. Because you hate me, sister. If it weren't for this, there wouldn't be so many assassins targeting me. We met, but it didn't violate the preparatory night rules. So why do this? This was anger laced with some resentment from Jean. Jean didn't understand what kind of person Yona was, but because of Yona, as soon as he arrived at Samir, he was faced with assassination threats beyond ordinary levels. He couldn't, even if it meant getting the poison from her. I just want to play with you. That's what the letter says. You treat me like a toy. No, absolutely not. Yona suddenly screamed. I haven't understood anything since earlier. What's going on? Does he think I just want to play with him? Seeing tears welling in Yona's eyes, Jean felt completely wrong. It's not me who wanted to kill you. It's my sister. Why is she crying then? I don't know. What do I do? I can't stop the tears. Isn't sister a top assassin of the unnamed? What about emotional control training? I haven't had that kind of training. I've heard my killing skills are so good that I don't need that training. Mother, introduced me to Lord Ochre at that time. Jean's eyes suddenly darkened. What? Yona was 12 at that time. Even Lunkade, because of her young age, was treated like a killing doll, especially in front of Mother. Jean knew nothing about this. Yona's first kill was when she was 8 years old. It was a cousin who came to Storm City. In addition, Yona wasn't assigned a wet nurse. In the 2 years after leaving Storm City, she didn't serve as a squire. Even when in Storm City, she never ate with the other brothers. This was Shilong's severity. Although the war was important, before leaving Storm City, we must prevent any children growing up with Yona. All the children must die. Stealing, sniffing, looking at my crying and laughing, unpredictable sister. Jean didn't feel terrified, but felt his chest, as if it was being crushed by something heavy and immense. Sigh. Chapter 152. Chapter 51. Yona, Lunkade. Jean took a long time to realize that emotion was pity. 12 years old. Maybe even earlier. Sister Yona must have been trained to be a monster only for killing. Though we only exchanged a few words, Jean felt that Yona is a person with rich emotions. She laughs and cries. This is obvious. However, this emotion seems somewhat twisted. Compared to Torna and his brothers, Yona is much more numb. After killing, for her, most people are just moving meat blocks. The infinite possibilities of life don't matter to her. She's practically a monster. But Jean is not a monster. In Jean's past, Yona lived like a shadow after being hurt. And now, she's crying. Repeatedly unpredictable. Her heart is also not empty. It clearly contains various emotions people commonly have. For example, brotherly love, fear of pain, a desire to connect with others, and a small wish to play with someone. But all of this was ignored. She simply became the most terrifying assassin in history because she was born with power. Sigh. A surge of hot and sharp emotions rose in Jean's chest, rising from the abdomen, blocking the chest. The throat felt like that feeling, wanting to be released immediately. It was anger, since I was 12, or even younger. The anger towards those who completely destroyed Big Sister's humanity. They are the flesh and blood of Jean and Yona. Are you angry because I've been secretly following you these days? But when you're taking a bath or doing something, I'll still avoid you. That's not the problem. You said you've been following me. Yes. Without leaving for a moment, Yona glanced at Belladin and, with a slight nod. The time you've been more than 10 steps away from me seems to be less than 5 hours a day. It's been like this since those guys came. Although I wasn't completely unprepared for this, but hearing it directly from Yona still shocked me. Jean realized that Yona had been nearby. Since coming to Shamir, it's only been 3 times. Once was when Yona personally left a letter. Another time was when he expected to come with the owl. The other time was when he felt her presence after opening his eyes, while evading a chase from the sakaki tree. Jean, did you think I was scary before? Or uncomfortable? Jean shook his head. It was like that before, but not anymore. He. Jean showed a gentle smile. Yona smiled as well. Then, it seemed like his mood lightened. He took a step toward Jean lightly. I once thought you would die by the assassin's hand, but I hope you continue to grow. If you died, I would be sad, but I would forget soon, and you would be freed. What should be a chilling statement? Felt like an aching crack carved on glass. Have you never thought this unfair? What? Only I noticed, you already said that, when you're bathing or handling personal matters. That's not what I meant. Sister, you've always been treated as a killing tool, since you were so small, even considering you're a pure-blooded Lunkade. This is too much. It's utterly outrageous. What's wrong with that? It's obviously wrong. Yona seemed to not understand as she tilted her head. Didn't you kill someone? That's not the issue. I was born this way, so there's no need to be sad about it. Born this way? What does that mean? Jean paused for a moment, lost in thought. The Lunkade family is indeed non-human, but what they did to Yona is truly too much. This is why she had already surpassed the Nameless King and became a top assassin. Even the Nameless King couldn't have stayed close to Jean for hours without being noticed in a small room, let alone continuously observing him for 20 hours over several days. Not to mention, remaining in close proximity for that long. Sister, are you a divine contractor? No. No gods related to assassination or extermination of habitats. The closest is Sodaret. However, this extraordinary ability is hard to comprehend. That's why he asked, how did you do it? If what you said is true, then there seems to be no one who can escape your assassination. The boss doesn't need to know, and not everyone can be assassinated by me. If it's one-on-one, there are many targets, but if the operation is carefully planned, the remaining targets are few. That means the targets the assassin organization can't assassinate are only around 20 people in this world, even without considering the escape factor. This is unbelievable. Can't you tell me? You have your own secrets too. Just as Jean was about to answer no, Yona glanced at his shadow, as if she knew that some power connected to shadows was within him. Does she know I'm a contractor of Soldret? Or did she just randomly look at the shadow? There was no point in pressing the question. Yona could sense Jean's spiritual power, because his power feared spirit energy. Jean had no idea about this. That power had been urging Yona to kill Jean, and she was trying her best to ignore it. You really confuse me sometimes. Let's just say I like my little brother too much. You don't know how surprised I was when you came to Samir. You have no idea. Even kind Sister Luna couldn't find you. That's really sad. Does Sister Luna hate Sister Yona? She doesn't seem to like me, because I broke our agreement several times. Actually, many times. Jean wet a handkerchief and handed it to her. Here, wipe your face. Tear streaks marked her cheeks. Yona took the handkerchief and gently wiped her face, her eyes shimmering. Boss, I want you to like me. Between me and sister, there's still no true sibling bond. Even so, I still like you. That's because you have a fantasy about me, and the fact that you tried to kill me, even if it was your way of expressing. To me, it was a deadly threat. So what should I do then? That's hard to say. Please give me the 10,000 venoms pearl. He really couldn't bring himself to say that. Pulling that kind of obvious manipulation was intolerable, and he didn't want to use her affection as a bargaining chip for favors. Jean was struggling on how to handle his relationship with Yona, even if he felt pity for his big sister. From what he'd heard, it seemed like Luna had already given up on her, or at the very least, distanced herself. If she broke her promise to Sister Luna, it might mean that Sister Yona had killed a family member before. If not, with Luna's personality, she would never have left someone like Yona alone. He quietly recalled both past and present, and remembered how back in Storm City, Jean had attended several funerals for his cousins and uncles. The causes of death were always kept secret. At the time, Jean simply assumed those distant cousins were nothing more than names. He didn't care much, since he'd never even seen their faces. If you don't like me, should I threaten to kill you instead? That would only push us further apart. Then I'll give you the 10,000 venoms pearl. Take it, and keep playing with me. If my brothers come looking for me, that might be the only reason I can give. If I don't nod, then I'd be lying. But Jean chose to refuse. He figured it'd be better to make any requests only after sorting things out with Yona. I don't want to. Besides, the kind of feelings you hope for from me aren't ones that come with a price tag, right? Feelings aren't something you... Even if you gave me the 10,000 venoms pearl, my feelings toward you wouldn't change, sis. Yona clutched her hair. Then what do you want me to do? Am I never going to be close to you? But I really do like you. Seeing his big sister crying again, desperate and anxious, Jean gave a faint, bitter smile. None of the newbies outside are running around today, right? These past 2 days, they've been staging our showdown with the water beast, with daily announcements at night. That's right. Nothing today either. Then how about we go for a walk? He needed time to clear his thoughts, to figure out how to deal with this hopeless yet heartbreaking sister. As soon as they stepped out of the inn, they were met with a moonlit path. Ever since coming to Samir, this was the first leisurely night stroll. A lot of the collapsed buildings around here were you're doing. I had to write over 100 apology letters for that. There's a place over there I really like. It used to be off limits to outsiders. Want to go see it? Sure. Along the way, it was mostly Yona chattering, while Jean chimed in here and there. Yona understood clearly that this walk might be her last memory with her big sister, so she walked very slowly, and Jean matched her pace. A subtle sense of intoxication stirred in his heart. After walking a few quiet paths not patrolled by newbies, a fairly steep hill came into view. They kept walking toward the place Yona mentioned. It took them 2 hours to reach the foot of the slope. What would they see at the top? A field of flowers and a cliff. Hearing her say that made Jean feel a little nervous. Are you planning to push me off the cliff? That'd be pointless for me. From that height, you wouldn't die anyway. Just kidding. She laughed softly. Climbing the hill, they were greeted by a field of blooming wildflowers. Jean recognized them well. Green roses, true to their name, were green-colored roses. Their petals were tiny. From afar, they looked no different from weeds, though common across the continent. Because of that, they were treated the same as weeds. You could find them anywhere. They stayed green all year, neither ornamental nor edible, so they were basically just weeds. But under the moonlight, They had more charm than common weeds. If you crouch down, the fingernail-sized leaves gave off a strange sensation as they shifted. Pretty, isn't it? Yeah, it's my first time realizing that when green roses gather under moonlight, they're so beautiful, even if people usually treat them like weeds. This is my favorite flower. Even if you step on it or never water it, it's hard to kill, and even if it does die, it'll sprout again in the same spot. For some reason, as Jean looked around the flower field, Yona picked 2 green roses and began weaving them. If you weave it like this, the petals will open into a more beautiful shape. It's another charm of green roses. Looks tricky. Actually, the petals break easily when weaving, so you have to be delicate. Yona smiled and handed the 2 woven green roses to him. Jean suddenly remembered a forgotten memory from his past life. He realized this wasn't the first time he'd received something like this. Even if it was the first time in this life, in his previous life, someone would sometimes leave 2 green roses in his room. Back then, he thought it was a pitiful servant doing it out of pity, but now he was certain it wasn't them. Anyway, you're not dead, so you owe me thanks. From your sister, no less. Chapter 153, Chapter 51, Yona. Lunkade, too. Jean quietly met Yona's gaze. Did Sister Yona often visit me in my previous... Before the return, he couldn't remember when he first received 2 woven green roses. Was it when he was 20? Or 22? From that time on, at least, someone would leave those green roses in Jean's room. I was always curious back then. Who? And for what purpose? Kept placing the green roses. For the first while, I was really puzzled. But soon I stopped caring. In that hellish training, I spent each day in despair. That small curiosity couldn't occupy my mind at all, even though I trained several times more than others. By the age of 25, I barely became a knight candidate. Even if someone secretly placed green roses for years, I had no mood to care. On especially frustrating days, I would even tear up the green roses in the bottle. Gradually, I stopped having any feelings for the green roses in my room. Finally, on the day I was expelled from the sword source, I accidentally found a green rose in my robe pocket. When I saw it, I smiled bitterly. Jean wanted to keep that last green rose, but eventually lost it after leaving Lunkard. During the time I lived like a worthless person, it was lost when I was robbed by bandits. Or maybe during a brief adventure with a magic tutor. I don't even know the exact time. Jean took the green rose with his slightly trembling hand. So it's true what Sister said. Green roses do have charm, huh? I only give them to those I truly like. Thank you, though I want to say this, but my throat feels blocked. I can't say it out loud. The green rose hasn't said a word in years. The reason the previous Yona did this was simple. If she openly showed care, other brothers would definitely not let her off. The previous Yona always hovered around Jean, whether it was for her own games or out of concern for Jean. She always sent Jean flowers, except for Gilly. No one else did that. During the dark times when everyone ignored Jean. Why did Jean suppress those rising emotions? He shook his head, saying, I don't have deep feelings for my sister yet. I take that back, really. This time, it's my turn to care for you. To Jean. Yona was no longer a blurry figure. Thanks to their conversation, they sat on the cliff all night, like siblings reuniting after a long time. They talked about all sorts of trivial things until dawn. So, you once tried to kill the nameless king, just because you were scolded? Really? That was when I was 14. I was scolded harshly by the adults, and locked in a room for a few days to write a reflection letter. I tried twice after that. Both failed. As expected, the one called the King of Assassins. Even though my sister's assassination ability is not as good as his, she is still to be respected. Now, if I try a little harder, I should be able to succeed. But how did you get the silver dragon's claws? Without that, would you have killed me? It's 50-50. Too bad, if not for the answer. I would introduce you to that silver dragon. That's not how it works. I want to meet the silver dragon too. Can we be friends? We are friends. I'll kill you, and pull out all the claws to use them myself. I've said it several times already. My companions who've shared hardships with me, please show mercy. They can all be your friends. But Jean, aren't you afraid of me? Except for father and the occasional adult. This is the first time I've had such an easy chat with someone. To me, sister, you're more suited to be a flower shop owner, not an assassin. You can consider it after retiring. The income might not be high, but I can give you living expenses regularly. It's a good hobby and profession. From now on, you can learn more about flowers. Big sis has plenty of time too. Of course a flower shop can't kill its customers, Anyway, it's time to go pick up the nameless king. I'm leaving Samir tomorrow. Gotta get the reward ready first. Yona's expression instantly darkened. Where are you going? You'll die if you go. Stop. Don't be like that, but I'll specially tell you my address. Write me a letter. If you promise not to hurt my companions, I'll invite you. But if you tell the other brothers, absolutely not, absolutely not. Oh, I have a mission today. Mission? And the top assassin forgot. Go on. See you later. Yona was the first to dash down the hill. Jean smiled as he watched him go. Then he picked a few green chami flowers and slowly walked toward the nameless hall. Unlike last night, The streets were packed with Samir's Shinto. If there was any difference, it was that every time they encountered Jean, they bowed. This was thanks to the Nameless King classifying Jean as the nameless 10-year benefactor. If he wanted to, he could live for 10 years in a house at the center of Samir and enjoy life. He took a carriage driven by a Shinto toward the Nameless Hall. The assassins of the Nameless Hall, like the Shinto, also bowed to Jean. No one tried to stop him. As soon as he entered the Nameless Hall's interior, or came to greet him, the assassins standing guard at his side silently withdrew. Indeed, looks like you had a good time with Yona last night, even knowing I was waiting for you. This isn't blame. On the contrary, or had a gentle smile on his lips. Though as the leader of the Nameless, he did use and rely on Yona, but as a mentor, his affection for Jean was sincere. So, he was very comforted to know that Jean spent time with Yona last night. He also brought back the dance called Silver Dragon Elbow. Although it caused the Nameless, I'm still very satisfied with you. But let me state this first. As a once the qualification exam ends, I don't plan to join the Nameless. Princess Me seems to be interested in you too, but I won't interfere. After all, aren't you aiming for something bigger? Something bigger, head of the Luncade family. Most people don't believe that the youngest son of the Luncade, who's now just a provisional knight, could become the head, because he has 12 powerful older brothers. However, people like Luna, or and Talaris, absolute powerhouses, believe it's possible. After personally witnessing Jean's strength, they think it's not impossible. The matter you requested 3 days ago is ready. The first time Or came to Jean, Jean had asked for a reward in exchange for saving Belladine and Dante. Since he risked his life, he wanted a reward. If I manage to help the Nameless King, I want to be rewarded. Though you didn't fully follow my orders, you still saved both of them and brought back the Silver Dragon Claw. So I agreed. Seeing the three of you together, I felt a bit envious. Didn't expect you to be such a show-off. Just because you're close with Yona, you think you can speak to me casually? I only put on the polite act to get closer to you, Lord. Or, I think it's better for Big Sis not to return to the main house and stay here to run a flower shop. Or's eyes immediately lit up. The other members of the Luncade family just want to use Yona to manipulate the Nameless. But Jean is the opposite. Not only that, he also expressed, I won't use Yona as a family-exclusive assassin. This isn't an empty promise. Occasion couldn't help but show curiosity. I wonder if Yona will like this suggestion. But your family won't let him go easily. I will create a reason for sister, so that she won't have to return to the family. Oh, can you handle that? You're just a knight in training. Of course I can. I can at least delay Sister Yona's return by 5 years. Though I didn't get it this time. Jean plans to ask Yona for the poison of 10,000 soon. At that time, he will also be able to bring a nice gift for Big Sister. And when he gets the poison of 10,000, he won't feel guilty. When Jean gets the poison of 10,000, Occasion can settle things with Shilong, just like in the past. Because the pureblood Luncade stole the poison of 10,000, he can request to delay Yona's return by at least 5 years. Seems like you heard something from Yona last night. In exchange, I hope His Majesty will help me when I need it. Not for Jean Luncade, but for Jean Grey. Alright. If you can keep your promise this time, then I'll agree. You've already tricked me twice. So this time, there must be a way, right? Now, I'll leave Samir. I'll take Danton and Belladin with me. From now on, I won't cause any more trouble for you. Jean respectfully bowed. He turned and left. Occasion picked up his pipe. Is it really alright? Your request is certainly no problem, but I'm afraid it's much more than you think. It might cause quite a stir. You may even get involved. Jean gave a meaningful smile. I don't think it will be a problem. I just accidentally cast a wide net, but caught a big fish. Danton and Belladin were still snoring in bed. Snore, snore, snore. Even Belladin was scratching his belly. They were sleeping soundly. Jean shrugged. He stretched his hand into his pocket, then casually threw the green chami flowers on their faces. However, when he took out the green chami flowers, there was a strange object mixed in his pocket. Black stick. The thing tightly gripped in his hand made his pupils dilate. This is the poison of 10,000. It was placed by Yona. But when exactly did she put it in? When he checked the other pocket, he found a letter. You had a birthday a few days ago, right? So this is a birthday gift. Don't think that just because your eye of the heart has awakened, you can relax your guard. This is how people like me can unknowingly plot against you. After taking the poison of 10,000 and completely awakening your heart's eye, there will be no one who can kill you alone. Even I would find it hard to do. During this time, I've threatened your life many times. So I want to give you a life as a gift. Though it's a little late. Happy birthday, my dear little brother. Also, the mission thing was a lie. This morning, Yona mentioned the mission as a cover to quietly take the poison of 10,000. It was at that moment. What is this? The knights watching Jean, Joshua's knights, were horrified. They were in shock. The 154th, 52nd Black Sea Conference. A loud, thick jet stream erupted. Luncade's Guardian Knights felt the sensation of helplessness. The Guardian Knights, made up of levels 7 and 8, numbered 20. They were the ones sent by Joshua to monitor Jean. They had just left Samir and were completely defenseless, becoming the nameless prey. Except for Yona, the 9 strongest assassins of the Nameless gathered, a mere 20 elites. The chief knights can't resist at all, though they're not as notorious as Luncades, infamous Black Knights. The Nameless strongest assassins are equally famous. Confirm the attack position. It must be top assassins. Damn, don't scatter. Otherwise, they'll be picked off one by one. They're all Eye of the Heart users, but they don't sense the highest assassin's presence at all. Every time a flash of light appears, a Guardian Knight falls. The leader of the Guardian Knights seems to have made a decision. He raised his life expectancy. Does the Nameless not fear Luncade's revenge? Though we don't know why the situation is like this. We are the heirs of Luncade. A short dagger pierced the back of his head. The remaining Guardian Knights could only grit their teeth. The disbandment was completed. I'll report to the king. Afterward, the highest assassin, Bizon, said those words, and it only took 3 minutes. The nameless cloaks they wore were spotless, still as fresh as new. They erased all records of their visit to the secret room. This means that apart from the commoners of the Kong Kingdom and the nameless disciples and assassins, no one should remember the existence of Jean Grey and Jean Luncade. This is Jean's request to the Nameless King, to erase the fact that Jean Grey or Jean Luncade ever visited the secret room. This is exactly why the highest assassins massacred Joshua's knights. Except for the commoners and those related to the Nameless, no one should remember. Occasion, chewed on these words again, shaking off the ash. Jean, that guy, describes himself like a big fish captured by the king of Jean. He must have predicted this, huh? What a scary guy. At that moment, Bizon found occasion. A total of 23 The bodies will be dealt with within an hour. Good job. I'm worried about Luncade's reaction. Though there's a legitimate reason. Killing so many Guardian Knights will definitely bring pressure. Don't worry. Once I decide to personally go to Sir Shilong to talk, I'll head straight to the Black Sea within 2 days. While I'm away, you'll be in charge of the Nameless, under command. With noble qualities, a handsome appearance, and godlike swordsmanship, he was mistakenly seen by the world as a mystic. This man, Casimir, was desperately wiping off Jean's sweat. He originally thought that Han would come to greet him when he reached the Black Sea, but Shilong didn't. Casimir had already been battling for over a week, without a guide. He had no idea how many monsters he had slain. After countless twists and turns, he finally arrived at the center of the Black Sea, where Shilong was. Why are they here? Only Shilong summoned him. But 4 people appeared in front of Casimir. You've arrived. First, the Guardian Knight Han. Though speaking politely, Han was secretly thinking, this is really troublesome. He thought to himself, now I can understand the messenger's hardship. His eyes held silent pressure, hinting that Casimir should write letters more carefully in the future. Why did Shilong call that married woman here? What is he planning to discuss? Instead, so many unexpected guests arrived. The rebellious Princess Talarius. He looked Casimir up and down, and scolded him. Meaning, handling monsters is one thing, but how can you properly assist my son-in-law? Honorable Casimir, Sir Shilong. Does it look like you're on good terms with Luncade? The Nameless King, occasion, arrived 30 minutes earlier than Casimir. Finally, with a shocked look, he quietly watched Casimir. He sat there in surprise, with half of his body in the air. He quietly watched Casimir, the strongest discrimination of this era. After locking eyes with Shilong Luncade, Casimir hurriedly lowered his head, apologizing for keeping you waiting. Shilong sat down. And Talarius, the uninvited guest, wasn't honorable, but you an occasion. I see. It turns out you have an agreement with honorable. What's surprising is Shilong's words. Shilong made Talarius and her step back, clearing space before him for Casimir, Princess Mi, and the Nameless King. Only Shilong could make those two budge with a word. Even in front of Casimir, whose status was far beneath his own, he still showed courtesy. Casimir couldn't help but admire him. Sir Shilong actually cares about my past hardships fighting monsters. It felt like winter's snow melting away. Casimir quickly found his seat, scanning the room. Lord Talarius is likely here for a marriage proposal. But what about the Nameless King? Did Duke Jean cause some kind of trouble in the secret chamber? Though Shilong gave him a seat, he still felt like he was sitting on a throne of thorns. Because Talaris and were clearly casting him displeased looks. Casimir and the Nameless King. How should he begin? Talk of Tal's marriage. Princess Mi and Gue Jian are also here. At this rate, bringing up Jean and Yona will be even harder. But Shilong was secretly quite satisfied, even though Casimir's status was below theirs. Still, having 3 prominent figures show up because of him was an honor. I originally just wanted to invite you for a drink. Didn't expect 2 uninvited guests to show up. Please understand. We'll drink once they leave. Those words from Shilong temporarily placed Casimir on equal footing with Princess Mi and the Nameless King. Talarius and were both stunned. This was the care of an absolute being. Shilong didn't want Casimir to hold anything back out of deference to the two. I don't dare say I understand. Sir Shilong, by the way, how's that boy doing? Before I departed for the Black Sea, Duke Jean went to this place, Ur and the Nameless King's city. He said he was going to train to resist poison and assassination. Now it was Shilong's turn to flash a glint in his eyes along with Talaris and Or. Why does he always run toward danger? What if he dies? What about our daughter? Jean really is an impressive kid. But for Sir Shilong to care this much about a provisional knight. Shilong turned his gaze to Or, signaling him to explain. What Gui Jian said is true. I also have things to report about him. Some things shouldn't be said in front of Princess Mi and Gui Jian. Just say it. As you know,